Xiao Yuan, upon unexpectedly traversing realms, found himself transformed into a diminutive fire crow, having joined the ranks of the Jie Sect. Fortunately, he awakened a system that allowed him to choose various attributes. With the aid of these attributes, Xiao Yuan's cultivation rapidly ascended. Before the impending calamity of the Fengshen could arrive, he astonishingly achieved the state of Yuan. Upon attaining this state, he transcended the confines of the game board, evolving from a mere pawn into the master of the game. Xiao Yuan proclaimed, "You dare to bully the Jie because it is weak? I shall not let this stand." Chapter 1. The choice of attributes ***. In the primordial world, upon a crimson mountain, flames surged, and various spiritual fires blazed continuously. At the heart of this mountain, where the spiritual energy was most concentrated, a young man clad in a red robe was cultivating, inhaling the surrounding spiritual essence. The fiery Dao patterns circled around him, and the luminous energy sparkled, casting a vibrant hue upon the mountainside. In the next moment, the ceaseless Dao patterns swiftly dissipated like receding tides, and the radiant energies were drawn back into his being. The youth opened his eyes, initially filled with confusion, soon shifting to astonishment. Is it truly possible? A mere nap has transported me across realms. Xiao Yuan felt utterly numb. He had been an ordinary office worker on Blue Star, and now he found himself among the ranks of those who had traversed realms. Yet, the starting point he was given lacked any semblance of prestige. One would expect to begin with the power to strike down the three clear, or at least have some innate advantages. Instead, he had become a postnatal fire crow at the true immortal leveled at that moment. The lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace had just concluded. Although the primordial world had not yet reached the stage where quasi-saints roamed freely, and the great Luo were as numerous as dogs, possessing the true immortal cultivation was undeniably the lowest tier. Furthermore, the most alarming aspect was that Xiao Yuan had once listened to the teachings of the upper clear and was currently practicing its methods, being a registered disciple of the upper clear. Should Tongtian attain sainthood, he would inevitably be an unfortunate disciple of the Jie Sect. What a predicament! Xiao Yuan felt a chill enveloping his heart. However, he soon recalled something and tentatively spoke. "System. I am here." A mechanical voice resonated within his mind. A smile spread across Xiao Yuan's face. "Ah, now this feels right. Can one truly call themselves a traveler without a system?" "System, what functions do you possess?" Xiao Yuan eagerly inquired. "This system is a choice attribute system, allowing the host to select paths and acquire various attribute abilities." The voice continued, "Ding. Detection confirms the host has successfully arrived in the primordial world. The first round of attribute selection is now open. Choice 1, Heavenly Comprehension, Gold. Choice 2, Master Alchemist, Gold. Choice 3, Sword Mastery, Gold. Heavenly Comprehension, Gold ***. You have garnered the favor of the primordial will, obtaining unparalleled comprehension abilities, enabling you to grasp the ultimate truths of the universe from all things. Master Alchemist, Gold ***. You possess exceptional insight and practical skills in alchemy. With dedicated research, you can become a master alchemist, unrivaled in the primordial world. Sword Mastery, Gold ***. You have attained remarkable achievements in the realm of swordsmanship, able to manifest countless sword intents with a mere thought. Gazing at the three options, Xiao Yuan found himself in a state of indecision. Each attribute appeared immensely powerful. What was he to do? Alas, he could only choose one. "I choose the first option." After some contemplation, Xiao Yuan made his decision that both the Master Alchemist and Sword Mastery attributes would be ineffective given his current strength. He realized that what he needed most was to elevate his power swiftly. The Heavenly Comprehension attribute possessed this very capability. Once the choice was made, a golden light surged into his third eye. In an instant, Xiao Yuan felt a clarity enveloping him. To his astonishment, the world around him seemed to transform entirely. The spiritual fires and the rocky landscape all became discernible, revealing their underlying principles. With the acquisition of the Heavenly Comprehension attribute, Xiao Yuan gained the ability to perceive the operational rules of all things in existence. From understanding these rules, he drew profound insights. Moments later, he entered a state of enlightenment, as the majestic Dao rhythms began to converge upon him. 3,000 years later, as the Dao rhythms and spiritual light converged around him, Xiao Yuan's aura surged significantly. Indeed, the Heavenly Comprehension attribute is formidable. After 3 millennia of seclusion, I have ascended 2 minor realms. A look of joy adorned his face. He had now reached the pinnacle of true immortal, just a step away from the Xian immortal realm. Compared to the top innate deities, his comprehension was not far behind. Ding! Tong Tian will soon commence a lecture at Kunlun Mountain. Please make your choice. Choice 1. Do not attend the lecture. Reward with the attribute Devour Heaven and Earth, gold. Choice 2. Attend the lecture. Reward with the attribute Solar Divine Flame, gold. Choice 3. Betray the sect and seek another master. Reward with the attribute Spiritual Light Tracking, gold. Asterisk asterisk Devour Heaven and Earth, gold asterisk asterisk. You possess formidable devouring abilities. Nothing is beyond your reach. Anything you devour can be refined into essence to aid your advancement. Asterisk asterisk Solar Divine Flame, gold asterisk asterisk. You have the ability to wield the innate spiritual fire, Solar Divine Flame, capable of incinerating all. Asterisk asterisk Spiritual Light Tracking, gold asterisk asterisk. You can lock onto any spiritual entity's essence, ensuring that even if it flees to the ends of the earth, it cannot escape your pursuit. As Xiao Yuan pondered the three choices, he faced another dilemma. The third option was swiftly dismissed. He would be mad to betray his sect. Even though the upper clear was a pitfall, one must not disregard the might of formidable beings. Changing allegiance in the primordial world is a grave taboo, fraught with the risk of incurring infamy and facing dire consequences. Moreover, with the calamity of the Fengshen still far off, he had ample time to develop. It would be a disservice to the support he received from Tongzi if he were to perish before achieving sainthood. The spiritual light tracking attribute held no allure for Xiao Yuan at this time. Instead, he found himself torn between the first and second options. If he had to choose an attribute he desired most, it would undoubtedly be the Devour Heaven and Earth. This attribute clearly promised immense benefits for his cultivation, and combined with heavenly comprehension, it would allow Xiao Yuan to grow in strength at an astonishing pace. Yet, practicality must also be considered. Xiao Yuan was well versed in the historical developments of the primordial world. Following the lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace, Dong Wanggong would be designated as the foremost male immortal, and Shi Wangmu as the foremost female immortal. The two would soon establish the immortal court, while Di Jun and Tai Yi, unwilling to concede, would ally with Fu Shi and Nu Hua to establish the celestial court. The rivalry between the immortal court and the celestial court would soon erupt into conflict. While this battle would pale in comparison to the calamity of the Fengshen, it would still engulf the entirety of the primordial world. It was difficult for a true immortal like Xiao Yuan to safeguard himself amidst such turmoil, let alone a great Luo golden immortal. Thus, Xiao Yuan's utmost desire was to find a sanctuary from the impending disaster. According to his knowledge, disciples of the upper clear who exhibited exceptional prowess would have the opportunity to retreat to Kunlun Mountain for further cultivation. This sacred ground, protected by the three clear, would remain untouched even in the face of the immortal court and celestial court strife, let alone the upheaval caused by the Wu and Yao. Moreover, the Solar Divine Flame attribute was not insignificant as one of the primordial innate spiritual fires. It ranked among the most formidable, possessing tremendous destructive power. Mastering the Solar Divine Flame would bestow upon him a potent means of offense. That I choose the second option, Xiao Yuan declared. Chapter 2. Journey to Kunlun. Once again, a radiant beam of golden light surged into Xiao Yuan's brow. This time, golden spiritual flames flickered around him, illuminating the surroundings and causing the temperature to rise sharply. Xiao Yuan could sense that with the mastery of the Solar Divine Flame, his powers had significantly increased, making it no longer a mere dream to engage in battles beyond his current realm. This exemplified the domineering nature of wielding a formidable divine ability. Xiao Yuan was resolute in his decision to seize this opportunity to remain in Kunlun Mountain, feeling confident in his choice. He had no intention of claiming the previous cultivation site, as he had little of value to collect. Swiftly, he transformed into a streak of light and departed towards Kunlun Mountain. After nearly a century, Xiao Yuan finally approached Kunlun. It was undeniable that this was the ancestral ground of the Jie Sect, the Three Purities Temple. Ethereal mist swirled, the essence of the Dao wafted through the air, and myriad laws of light cascaded down, a truly celestial scene. As Xiao Yuan drew closer to Kunlun, he observed numerous beings entering the mountain, all of whom were his fellow disciples. The Upper Clear Sect, renowned for its expansive compassion, was well known for accepting disciples. Even before attaining sainthood, the signs of greatness were already evident, which had sparked discontent among his two elder brothers and planted the seeds of discord for future divisions within the Three Purities. Yet, such matters were of little concern to Xiao Yuan, a mere novice. He cautiously followed the trails of light and entered Kunlun Mountain. Upon entering, he felt a refreshing clarity. Even his cultivation began to loosen. The practice of cultivation emphasizes the importance of methods, companions, resources, and locations. The method pertains to the techniques of cultivation. Companions refer to like-minded peers or mentors. Resources are the materials for cultivation, and location denotes the sacred grounds for practice. Kunlun Mountain, being one of the most revered spiritual peaks of the primordial era, naturally housed a concentration of spiritual energy far beyond that of Xiao Yuan's former modest site. Cultivating within Kunlun would undoubtedly yield extraordinary results, further solidifying his determination to reside and train there. Before long, Xiao Yuan arrived at the Upper Clear Palace. At the entrance stood a young daoist attendant clad in red and blue robes, awaiting his arrival. If Xiao Yuan's intuition served him correctly, this individual was likely the Water and Fire Boy, a disciple of his esteemed teacher. This boy was of considerable significance, having been manifested from a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Water and Fire Gourd, and thus possessed an extraordinary lineage. Although Xiao Yuan could not discern the boy's cultivation level, it was evident that he far surpassed him in strength. Xiao Yuan performed a respectful salute to the Water and Fire Boy before stepping into the palace. The boy's polite demeanor was a refreshing sight. The Water and Fire Boy regarded Xiao Yuan with a smile, though he did not dwell on it. Having encountered a myriad of beings in his service to his master, once inside the Upper Clear Palace, Xiao Yuan settled in an inconspicuous corner to quietly pursue his cultivation. A century later, nearly 300 beings had gathered within the Upper Clear Palace. Xiao Yuan remained unobtrusive among them. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the palace surged dramatically, and a myriad of brilliant lights emerged. All present instinctively turned their gaze towards the foremost position in the palace. The Tongtian daoist approached with a measured pace, exuding boundless daoist mysteries. We pay our respects to the master. The multitude of Upper Clear disciples bowed in unison. There's no need for formalities. Tongtian raised his hand and seated himself on the meditation cushion. Today, he would impart his knowledge of the sword path to you all. The numerous disciples of Shangqing present were entirely focused, their attention unwavering, fearful of missing even a single word. Thus, the discourse commenced. As a quasi-saintly figure who had vanquished a corpse, Tongtian was among the pinnacle of beings in the primordial world, making the task of teaching his disciples a matter of ease. Moreover, being one of the few sword cultivators in the primordial realm, his elucidation of the sword path was indeed fittingly specialized. In no time, the entire Shangqing Palace became suffused with a profound aura of the Dao. Countless insights into the sword path manifested within the palace, sometimes swirling around the disciples, other times retreating into their bodies to be digested and absorbed. Naturally, Xiao Yuan found himself immersed in a state of enlightenment. Among the 300 disciples present, he was surrounded by the greatest number of sword insights, absorbing them at an unparalleled pace. This was the remarkable quality of the entry titled Heaven-Defying Insight, which enabled beings to swiftly comprehend the Dao and significantly enhance their understanding speed. A promising talent in swordsmanship has emerged. When did this disciple join? Never mind. It is of little consequence. At this moment, even Tongtian took note of Xiao Yuan, his mood quite elevated. Of course, had Xiao Yuan chosen the entry sword path proficiency at the outset, the spectacle during Tongtian's lecture would have been even more spectacular, drawing Tongtian's attention further. However, one cannot regret the choices made, and Xiao Yuan was unaware that Tongtian would be elucidating the sword path. This lecture continued for a millennium. The disciples of Shangqing, owing to their varying insights and cultivation levels, gleaned different understandings of the sword path, resulting in diverse outcomes. Undoubtedly, Xiao Yuan was among those who reaped exceptional rewards. After listening for a millennium, his cultivation had broken into the early stage of the profound immortal realm. Moreover, beyond the breakthrough in his cultivation realm, his greatest gain lay in comprehending the sword technique heaven-opening sword during this period of enlightenment. Come forth, Tongtian beckoned. In an instant, Xiao Yuan's body moved uncontrollably before Tongtian. The other disciples of Shangqing looked at Xiao Yuan with eyes full of envy, fully aware that he had caught the teacher's attention. Although Tongtian took in many disciples and had numerous named disciples, there were indeed distinctions among them. They could be broadly categorized into elite disciples and ordinary disciples. Those who became elite disciples not only remained on Kunlun Mountain for cultivation, but also enjoyed Tongtian's favor. Conversely, ordinary named disciples, wandering the primordial world, faced indifference upon their demise. After all, there were many disciples to spare. However, elite disciples, once recognized by Tongtian, would invoke his concern if they were to perish under mysterious circumstances. Thus, while there were many disciples in the Jiejiao, gaining elite status would still command respect from various factions within the primordial world. Disciple Xiao Yuan, I pay my respects to my teacher. Xiao Yuan immediately bowed. Tongtian nodded in approval. This disciple not only possessed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, but also displayed commendable poise in his presence. From today onward, you shall establish a place of cultivation on Kunlun Mountain. Given your remarkable aptitude for the sword path, I bestow upon you this Mo Yuan sword. With a sudden motion, Tantian summoned a streak of radiant light that landed before Xiao Yuan. It was a long sword of a deep black hue, emanating a cold gleam. Its surface shimmering with spiritual brilliance and a palpable aura of sword intent, brimming with vitality. Xiao Yuan gazed at the sword, his heart swelling with exhilaration. This was, astonishingly, a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. It is said that there are no more than 500 innate spiritual treasures in the primordial realm, and some Deluo Jingxian do not possess such treasures. Moreover, with the conclusion of the second lecture at the Xiao Palace and the dissemination of the three-corpse severing method, the value of innate spiritual treasures has only increased. To his amazement, he had now acquired one. It is often said that the three clear ones are immensely wealthy, and this proved to be true. Xiao Yuan resolved to cling tightly to this fortunate opportunity. Chapter 3. Xiao Yuan. I decline thank you for bestowing this treasure upon me, Master, Xiao Yuan said, hastily bowing in gratitude. Be on your way. Tantian waved his hand and subsequently departed from the upper clear palace. Within the palace, many disciples began to disperse. Junior brother, come with me to select a practice venue, the fire and water boy said as he approached. He held a favorable impression of Xiao Yuan, appreciating his politeness, which is always a commendable trait. Thank you for your assistance, senior brother, Xiao Yuan replied gratefully. He wished to offer something to the fire and water boy to strengthen their camaraderie, but alas, he was devoid of material possessions, promising to make amends in the future. Mount Kunlun, the sacred ground of the three clear ones, was vast and expansive. Under the guidance of the fire and water boy, Xiao Yuan chose a location abundant in spiritual energy as his practice venue. He did not intend to invest too much thought into this choice, as he understood that the three clear ones would eventually part ways. No matter how well he arranged his practice venue on Mount Kunlun, it would ultimately be futile. He would have to leave in the end. Senior brother, as I cultivate here in Kunlun, is there any particular etiquette for paying respects to our master and the two uncles? Xiao Yuan inquired. Paying respects? The fire and water boy chuckled upon hearing this. It seems you truly understand the ways of courtesy, junior brother. The three elders are preoccupied with their pursuit of the Tao and seldom concern themselves with worldly matters. If you wish to express your regards, a simple bow outside the palace will suffice. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude once more. His inquiry was not born of idleness. He recognized that the three clear ones were still united. He thought that if he took some time to pay his respects, perhaps he might glean some insights from these esteemed figures, which could prove invaluable. Even if he gained nothing in the end, he would suffer no loss. After all, it was a chance worth taking. After arranging his new practice venue, Xiao Yuan proceeded to the Taking Palace, Yuqing Palace, and Shangqing Palace to pay his respects. The three clear ones offered no response to his gestures. Naturally, this act attracted the attention of several disciples, most of whom mocked Xiao Yuan for his futile efforts, believing that the three great figures of Kunlun would never acknowledge him. Xiao Yuan, however, paid them no heed. What was faced compared to the potential benefits he sought? After attending to these trivial matters, he began his seclusion. Time swiftly passed, and 5,000 years went by. Xiao Yuan thoroughly assimilated the teachings he had previously received and successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm. The path of cultivation grew increasingly arduous as he progressed further. Even though Xiao Yuan is endowed with a golden attribute, he understands the importance of progressing step by step. Naturally, he believes that if he could acquire a few more attributes, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate. Regrettably, despite the passage of time, Xiao Yuan has not had the opportunity to trigger the system selection. Upon exiting his seclusion, he adhered to tradition and proceeded to the three palaces to pay his respects to the three esteemed elders. Offering incense and praying is a practice that emphasizes sincerity. Thus, persistence is of utmost importance. The Eastern Prince of Zifa Prefecture has come to visit the three fellow practitioners. Outside Kunlun, a resounding voice echoed, seemingly accompanied by an overwhelming might that struck at the heart, compelling Xiao Yuan to feel an involuntary sense of submission. The Eastern Prince? It appears that he must be planning significant moves. His arrival at Kunlun Mountain is undoubtedly aimed at enlisting his teacher and the two senior uncles to prepare for the establishment of the Celestial Court, Xiao Yuan mused. The second lecture of Xiao Palace has decreed that the Eastern Prince is to be regarded as the foremost among male immortals. Having received this title, the Eastern Prince is filled with ambition, intent on gathering the many top-tier powerhouses of the primordial realm to strategize for grand endeavors. Naturally, the three pure ones are among his targets for recruitment. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan did not dwell on this matter further, recognizing that such affairs among the greats are beyond his involvement. Moreover, he is confident that his teacher and the two senior uncles would never collaborate with the Eastern Prince. The three pure ones, manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit combined with the pure energy of the wilderness, are the most eminent of the innate sanctified beings and would undoubtedly refuse to submit to another. Regardless of the promises of benefits the Eastern Prince may offer or how eloquently he speaks, he cannot sway the three pure ones. Furthermore, events transpired as Xiao Yuan anticipated. The Eastern Prince arrived with high hopes, but departed in disappointment. However, not long after the Eastern Prince's visit to the three pure ones, disturbances began to emerge within Kunlun Mountain. Xiao Yuan, my junior brother, you must think this through carefully. This is a rare opportunity, and it would be a grave pity to miss it. The Eastern Prince is the Dao ancestors' personally appointed foremost male immortal, representing the orthodox lineage of the primordial realm. Following him would undoubtedly yield countless benefits. A middle-aged daoist in a crimson robe urged earnestly outside Xiao Yuan's dojo. Ding! The Eastern Prince has extended an invitation to you. Please make your choice. Option 1. Accept the Eastern Prince's invitation. Reward, immortal golden body, gold, attribute. Option 2. Decline the Eastern Prince's invitation. Reward, sword escape, gold, attribute. Option 3. Decline the Eastern Prince's invitation and rebuke those disciples tempted by him. Reward, void, great escape, gold, attribute. Immortal golden body, gold. This is one of the most powerful physical forms in the primordial realm, difficult to be shaken. Sword escape, gold. Merging with the sword, one integrates into the blade, allowing for an exceedingly swift escape technique. Even beings of superior cultivation can only gaze in admiration. Void, great escape, gold. You can merge into the void to achieve spatial leaps. I choose option 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yuan made his decision upon examining the three options. He has realized that although the Eastern Prince was rebuffed by the three pure ones, he evidently has not lost hope. Unable to sway them, he has begun to pursue the disciples of the three pure ones, calculating that should their disciples become involved, the three pure ones would inevitably have to intervene. One must admit, it is a clever strategy. However, there is no doubt that the Eastern Prince has miscalculated once more. At most, he could only entice a few nominal disciples. But the three pure ones would not be drawn into the chaotic turmoil of the primordial era because of these disciples. Xiao Yuan is certain that those who fall under the Eastern Prince's sway are destined for a grim fate. Furthermore, he is well aware that the celestial court is on the verge of collapse. To rush forward in such a situation would be sheer folly. This precarious vessel is not worthy of boarding. As for the third option, which is to refuse and reproach those disciples, Xiao Yuan deems it entirely unnecessary. Their misfortunes in the future are their own affair. He simply wishes to shut the door and cultivate in peace, avoiding any unnecessary conflicts. I am grateful for Brother Qi Xian's goodwill, but I prefer to engage in solitary cultivation on Kunlun Mountain, Zhou Xian replied, gazing at the middle-aged daoist. Ah, in that case, I shall not press the matter further. Should you have a change of heart, feel free to seek me out again, the middle-aged daoist sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. The Eastern Prince had assured him that for every Qing disciple he could win over, he would receive a handsome reward. He had assumed that Xiao Yuan, being newly initiated into Kunlun with a shallow foundation, would readily agree. Watching the figure of the middle-aged daoist recede, Xiao Yuan shook his head. In his eyes, this senior brother was likely not far from his demise. Soon, a golden light entered Xiao Yuan's brow, manifesting as the golden attribute, sword escape. He felt quite pleased with this new attribute. With the sword escape attribute equipped, he essentially possessed a form of escape technique. In the perilous primordial era, being able to flee swiftly would undoubtedly enhance his chances of survival, granting him greater confidence in future ventures. Chapter 4. Immense fortune falls upon me. The Eastern Prince's attempts to entice the three pure ones disciples had stirred quite a commotion within Kunlun, particularly among the Qing disciples. Many had succumbed to the generous promises made by the Eastern Prince, especially after witnessing their own masters in action. Moreover, the Eastern Prince's generosity was not mere empty promises. He indeed offered tangible rewards. Brother Qi Xian approached Xiao Yuan several times, yet Xiao Yuan remained unmoved, leading Brother Qi Xian to eventually cease his visits. Xiao Yuan continued his disciplined practice, periodically visiting the three palaces to pay his respects, adhering to a strict routine. Meanwhile, within the Taiji Palace, the three pure ones convened. Third brother, your disciples have been rather unruly of late, Yuan Shi remarked, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. He found little merit in the disciples accepted by Tong Tian. Yuan Shi had already expressed his concerns to Tong Tian, Yet Tong Tian persisted in his recruitment of nominal disciples. Now, the Eastern Prince had devoted considerable effort to seducing their Qing disciples, and they were aware that many had already fallen under his influence. Second brother is correct. Those individuals indeed require a stern reprimand. Tong Tian nodded, acknowledging that this issue stemmed from his side. Upon hearing Tong Tian admit his fault, Yuan Shi was filled with a smoldering anger, unsure where to direct it. Tong Tian always behaved in this manner. I have erred. I acknowledge my error. Yet I refuse to change. This infuriated Yuan Shi to no end. Between us brothers, why should we allow such trivial matters to create rifts? The third brother has a commendable disciple, devoted to diligent practice, unperturbed by worldly disputes, and untouched by the generous offerings made by the Eastern Prince. He is respectful and courteous, frequently paying his respects to us. He deserves commendation. The old master stroked his long beard and chuckled. Junior brother, come forth. For there is splendid news. Just as Xiao Yuan was in seclusion, an urgent call echoed. Xiao Yuan gazed at the fire and water boy, a look of confusion crossing his face. Senior brother, what splendid news? Ah, quickly come with me. The three esteemed ones have summoned you. The fire and water boy replied with a grin. Ah, what? Xiao Yuan paused at the words, then inquired. Do you know why the master and the two esteemed uncles have summoned me? There is indeed a tale to tell. You should be aware that the Eastern Prince has been extensively recruiting disciples for our kingdom. The three esteemed ones are rather displeased with this. The fire and water boy elucidated. You, junior brother, have immersed yourself in your practice, ignoring these disputes, and you are well-mannered. I surmise that the three esteemed ones wish to establish you as a model, to admonish those disciples swayed by the Eastern Prince. Joy surged within Xiao Yuan's heart. If they are to establish a model, rewards must certainly follow. Could it be that such immense wealth is finally to grace my presence? Xiao Yuan adjusted his attire and followed the fire and water boy straight to the taking palace. Disciple Xiao Yuan pays respects to the master and the two esteemed uncles. Xiao Yuan bowed deeply to the three deities seated above. Brothers, this is my disciple Xiao Yuan. This young man possesses considerable talent in the way of the sword. Having his disciple recognized by the two brothers was a matter of pride for Tong Tian, and naturally, he did not hold back his praises. Indeed, you have taken in a fine disciple. The old master nodded at Xiao Yuan. Then from his sleeve emerged a radiant object, a pill bottle. This contains 3 6-transmutation pure void pills I have concocted, and today I bestow them upon you. Thank you, esteemed uncle, for your generous gift. Xiao Yuan hastily expressed his gratitude. The 6-transmutation pure void pill can significantly enhance one's cultivation. A single pill could save a millennium of arduous effort, proving advantageous even to those at the Tei de Luo level. Naturally, the pills produced by taking are of exceptional quality. Should this vial of pills fall into the wrong hands, it would likely incite a fierce struggle for possession. You are indeed remarkable. Yuan Shi nodded at Xiao Yuan. It is said that Yuqing Yuan Shi holds disdain for those who are bestial in nature, and this is no mere rumor. The primary reason for Yuan Shi's aversion lies in the untamed wildness of such creatures, who often disregard etiquette and law. Although Xiao Yuan, as a transformed fire crow, belongs to that category, his adherence to propriety and decorum has left a relatively positive impression on Yuan Shi. This is a spiritual treasure I casually forged. I bestow it upon you. Raising his hand, another radiant object settled before Xiao Yuan. Do not be misled by Yuan Shi's words of casual creation. For a figure of his stature, even a casually crafted item is remarkable. Moreover, as a top-tier master of artifact crafting in the primordial realm, anything that emerges from his hands is bound to be extraordinary. Before Xiao Yuan lay a superior postnatal spiritual treasure, the Bagua diagram, primarily for defense. Although it is classified as a superior postnatal spiritual treasure, its true power may not be inferior to that of an ordinary exquisite postnatal spiritual artifact. Thank you. Second master uncle. Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude with utmost politeness. I am not as affluent as you two esteemed masters. Please take this trinket and enjoy it. Tong Tian replied with a warm smile, subsequently releasing a ray of spiritual light. The gift from Tong Tian was a spiritual object known as primordial spiritual essence. This object possesses the remarkable ability to enhance one's innate aptitude. In terms of value, it is even more precious than what the primordial one bestowed. Thank you, master. Xiao Yuan continued his expressions of gratitude. Xiao Yuan, if I am not mistaken, you possess some proficiency in fire magic, correct? The primordial one suddenly interjected. Master uncle, your praise is unwarranted. I merely stumbled upon the mastery of the solar divine flame. Xiao Yuan replied candidly. Indeed, To have grasped the solar divine flame at your level indicates that your expertise in fire magic is likely not far behind your swordsmanship. The primordial one nodded. Then turned to Tong Tian. Third brother, my taking palace is rather desolate at present, and there is no one to tend to the alchemical furnace. Would it be possible for your disciple to stay in my taking palace for a while? Xiao Yuan, what do you think? Tong Tian inquired. I leave it entirely to your discretion, master, Xiao Yuan responded promptly, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Although it merely involved visiting the alchemical furnace at Taking Palace, the intricacies within held immeasurable significance. Once he entered Taking Palace, any teachings from Master Uncle would undoubtedly enrich him immensely. Moreover, in traversing the vast wilderness, the importance of one's background and connections cannot be overstated. Being associated with Taking Palace is a fortuitous opportunity many could only dream of. Agreed. It is settled then. You may take your leave, Tong Tian said with a smile. Xiao Yuan respectfully exited Taking Palace. Junior brother. The water and fire boy approached Xiao Yuan as he emerged from Taking Palace, his smile radiating sincerity. Previously, the water and fire boy had shown Xiao Yuan kindness due to his polite demeanor. However, now that Xiao Yuan had been elevated as a model by the three esteemed elders, his status in Kunlun was sure to rise significantly, making it wise to cultivate a good relationship with him. Senior brother, both my master and the two esteemed uncles have bestowed rewards upon me. Master Uncle, noticing my proficiency in fire magic, has asked me to assist him in observing the alchemical furnace at Taking Palace, Xiao Yuan said cheerfully. Chapter 5. Extraordinary insight. The water and fire boy was taken aback upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words. He was aware that the three elders intended to grant rewards, as they aimed to establish Xiao Yuan as a model. However, the fact that Xiao Yuan was chosen to enter Taking Palace to observe the alchemical furnace was beyond the water and fire boy's expectations. With his astuteness, he understood the implications of this, that esteemed elder was not like their own master, and not just anyone could capture his attention. It seemed that this junior brother possessed exceptional qualities that he was unaware of. Senior brother, since entering Kunlun Mountain, I have received much care from you. Please accept this 6 transformation pure void pill, Xiao Yuan offered. Junior brother, you must not. This is absolutely unacceptable, the water and fire boy insisted, shaking his head repeatedly. You not accepting this would be a slight to me. Xiao Yuan firmly placed the 6 transformation pure void pill into the water and fire boy's hands, then took his leave. Previously, the fire and water youth had indeed treated him well, yet Xiao Yuan placed greater significance on the future relationship with the fire and water youth. Interpersonal connections are akin to literature. This truly is the case. The fire and water youth shook his head as he observed Xiao Yuan's departing silhouette, simultaneously bestowing upon him the label of worthy of deep friendship. Though their interactions were limited, it was evident that Xiao Yuan understood propriety, knew when to advance and retreat, and possessed commendable talent. Now, having risen with the winds, he remained unpretentious. There would certainly be ample opportunities for future exchanges. Upon returning to the Dao's temple, Xiao Yuan entered seclusion to cultivate his skills. He first retrieved the innate spiritual essence to begin its refinement. In the primordial chaos, the inherent qualities of living beings varied greatly. There are distinctions among postnatal roots, innate roots, and chaotic roots. It is said that the pinnacle of innate deities possesses chaotic roots. Xiao Yuan could be considered of medium-grade postnatal roots. In many respects, one's innate quality represents potential. Furthermore, there are rumors that without innate roots, one could not ascend to the Great Luo realm. Although the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm still lay far ahead of Xiao Yuan, he understood the necessity of preparation. Shortly after Xiao Yuan commenced his secluded cultivation, news of his summons by the 3 Pure Ones and the rewards he received quickly spread throughout Kunlun, igniting a wave of excitement. The disciples all lamented their fate, wishing they could replace Xiao Yuan. Many began to emulate him, bowing before the 3 palaces. However, they were destined for disappointment. Their excessive ambition and lack of opportunity akin to Xiao Yuan's would yield no fruitful outcomes. Of course, among these disciples were also those of keen intellect, aware that the 3 Pure One summons served as a subtle admonition. Soon, some returned the benefits bestowed by the Eastern King, severing ties with that faction. Naturally, there remained fools and those pretending to be oblivious, reluctant to part with the advantageous gifts. A century later, after thoroughly refining the spiritual essence, Xiao Yuan emerged from his seclusion. Although his cultivation did not experience significant advancement during this brief period, his roots had ascended 2 levels, reaching the pinnacle of postnatal quality. It was time to visit the Taking Palace. Xiao Yuan had certainly not forgotten his intention to observe the alchemical furnace and learn something from the Taking Palace. Come in. As Xiao Yuan approached the entrance of the Taking Palace, the gates swung open, revealing the voice of Lao Zi. "I have come to see you, Master Uncle." Xiao Yuan stepped into the Taking Palace, performing the customary salutations. "You should understand the purpose of my summoning. From now on, your duty will be to oversee the alchemical furnace and monitor the fire's intensity. Here are the 108 techniques of fire control that I have compiled. You must grasp them at a preliminary level." Lao Zi spoke in a gentle tone, then flicked his fingers, sending a flash of spiritual light into Xiao Yuan's mind. "Do not underestimate my words. The 108 techniques of fire control were personally compiled by me, beyond merely watching over the alchemical furnace. They are also 108 formidable fire control techniques. If presented to the outside world, even great Luo golden immortals would vie for them." To receive such benefits upon arriving at the Taking Palace brought Xiao Yuan considerable joy. Subsequently, Lao Zi ceased to oversee Xiao Yuan, allowing him to focus on his own cultivation. 500 years later, the solar flames danced around Xiao Yuan, their radiance ebbing and flowing in accordance with his will. In just a fleeting moment, the technique of fire control, comprising 108 methods, was executed in succession. Intriguingly, despite the youth's low cultivation, his comprehension is remarkably sharp, having mastered the fire control techniques within a mere 500 years. Although I had not been particularly attentive to Xiao Yuan, the commotion at Taking Palace could hardly escape my notice. At this moment, astonishment flickered in my eyes. The fire control methods, though devised by me, are not easily grasped. I had originally planned to grant Xiao Yuan 2,000 years for his training as a modest test. If he failed to master it, he would simply have to return from whence he came. However, he managed to attain a preliminary mastery in just 500 years, far exceeding my expectations. It appears you have indeed begun to grasp the fire control techniques. In addition to this, you must also become well-versed in alchemical skills. I possess a compendium of medicinal knowledge that I shall impart to you. Manifesting myself, I once again unleashed a fragment of spiritual light. Xiao Yuan began to ponder over the medicinal compendium. The path of alchemy is vast and profound. As the foremost alchemist of the primordial era, the compendium I compiled is undoubtedly precious, albeit obscure and intricate. Yet, for Xiao Yuan, endowed with the extraordinary trait of heavenly comprehension, such challenges are hardly formidable. He now feels immensely grateful for his choice of the heavenly comprehension trait, truly a versatile asset, applicable in myriad situations. Without it, he might have missed this grand opportunity. Soon, another millennium passed. Xiao Yuan mastered the medicinal compendium, once again astonishing me. Initially, I had intended to give him 5,000 years to familiarize himself with it. Yet he surpassed expectations once more. Even I came to believe that Xiao Yuan is indeed a promising talent. After successfully completing my 2 challenges, Xiao Yuan officially commenced his duties. Perhaps due to his exceptional performance, I occasionally took the time to guide him on matters of alchemy and cultivation. As the saying goes, true teachings can be conveyed in a single sentence, while false teachings require countless volumes. With guidance from a top-tier expert like myself, Xiao Yuan's skills in both alchemy and cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. After spending 5,000 years in Taking Palace, he smoothly broke into the mid-stage of the Xianxian realm, simultaneously solidifying his foundation, which would greatly aid his future endeavors. "Junior brother, I have a matter to discuss with you." The Water and Fire Boy approached Xiao Yuan. Over the years, the bond between Water and Fire Boy and Xiao Yuan had grown increasingly close. "Elder brother, please speak," Xiao Yuan replied. "A millennium hence, the Eastern King and the Western Queen will invite the powerful beings of the primordial realm to gather in Zifu Prefecture to discuss the Dao. I wonder if Junior brother has any intention of accompanying me. If you are inclined, I can assist you in making arrangements," the Water and Fire Boy proposed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan understood that the Eastern King was preparing to invite the pinnacle experts of the primordial realm for a discourse, aiming to consolidate power and establish an immortal court. This is indeed a significant occurrence within the primordial realm. Chapter 6. Opportunities in Zifu Prefecture. Shortly thereafter, a melodious voice resonated in Xiao Yuan's ears. After nearly 10,000 years, the system notification sound re-emerged. Ding. The Eastern King desires to invite top-tier experts to Zifu Prefecture for a discourse on the Dao and to consolidate power in establishing an immortal court. Please make your choice. Host. Choose 1. Proceed to Zifu's Hu and receive the reward of Naxi Shaoxian, gold, entry. Choose 2. Decline to go to Zifu's Hu and receive the reward of Li Neng Huantian, gold, entry. Naxi Shaoxian, gold. You possess unique techniques for concealing your aura, rendering even formidable adversaries who surpass you by several realms incapable of discerning your true nature. Li Neng Huantian, gold. Your strength is immensely powerful, surpassing that of your peers within the same realm. As your prowess advances, your might will grow ever more formidable, potentially reaching the ability to shake the heavens and the earth. I choose one. Xiao Yuan swiftly made his decision. The establishment of the Celestial Court by the Eastern King is a grand event of the Primordial Era, attracting numerous top-tier powerhouses to engage in discourse. Should he be granted the opportunity to attend, it would be an immense fortune that many would yearn for in vain. Furthermore, he would have the chance to witness the grandeur of the occasion and encounter those renowned figures of the Primordial Era. Moreover, among the two entries presented, Zhou Xian leaned more towards selecting Naxi Xiaoxian. This entry is undoubtedly the preferred choice for a schemer, capable of bringing others to ruin. Xiao Yuan believed that the more such entries he acquired, the better. He relished the role of a schemer. Thus, he said to his senior brother, "I shall trouble you with this. Junior brother, allow me to share a secret with you. I do not possess absolute confidence in this matter, at most. I can merely mention it favorably to the Lord." Shui Huatongzi replied with a smile. "No worries, senior brother, just do your best." Xiao Yuan understood that Shui Huatongzi was willing to devise a plan for him, due to their amicable relationship. Were it anyone else, Shui Huatongzi would likely not even spare them a glance. This underscores the significance of connections. Before long, joyous news arrived from Shui Huatongzi. Tong Tian was willing to bring Xiao Yuan along when heading to Zifuzhu. This was also due to Xiao Yuan's outstanding performance, which had earned him praise from Lao Zi, thus garnering Tong Tian's increased regard for him. Coincidentally, Shui Huatongzi had spoken a few words in Xiao Yuan's favor, prompting Tong Tian to agree. Xiao Yuan was filled with elation. As the banquet at Zifuzhu approached, Xiao Yuan was summoned to the Shanqing Palace. He respectfully greeted his master and acknowledged senior brother Duobao and senior sister Jinling. Xiao Yuan approached and performed his salutations. Currently, Tong Tian had accepted two personal disciples, who were none other than the future renowned Duobao Doran of the Jie Sect and the Jinling Holy Mother. Duobao appeared as a slightly plump young man clad in a golden robe, exuding a most amiable demeanor. In contrast, Jinling Holy Mother bore a more austere countenance, radiating an air of sharpness, which was undoubtedly tied to her expertise in the sword. Upon seeing Xiao Yuan, the two responded and exchanged greetings with him. Tong Tian led his disciples to join his two brothers. In addition to Tong Tian and his disciples, there were also disciples following Yuanxi. And Xiao Yuan surmised that this must be the first disciple of the Chan sect, Nanji. "Let us depart." Lao Zi spoke. Zifuzhu, situated above the Eastern Sea, is one of the most distinguished spiritual locales of the Primordial Era, serving as the temple of the Eastern King and the Western Queen Mother. Presently, the Eastern King desires to gather numerous powerful figures in Zifuzhu for a grand discussion of doctrines. Thus, Zifuzhu is bustling with activity, attracting the vast majority of formidable beings from the Primordial Era. It must be noted, however, that the Eastern King's capabilities alone may not suffice to summon such a multitude of powerhouses. The esteemed figures gathered at the banquet primarily to honor the venerable Dao ancestor, for after all, the Eastern Prince is the foremost male immortal personally appointed by him. "Brothers of the Dao, please enter swiftly. Your presence truly illuminates my humble abode," he proclaimed. Given the formidable status of the three pure ones, it was only natural for the Eastern Prince to personally extend his welcome. "My dear Dao friends, you are too kind," Lao Zi responded with a smile. After exchanging a few cordial pleasantries, the three pure ones took their seats under the guidance of the Eastern Prince. Their position was notably to the right of the main seat, indicating the respect afforded to them. As for disciples like Xiao Yuan, they dutifully stood behind their master, lacking seats yet positioned at the very core of the gathering. Although they lacked formal seating, their location was of utmost significance when discussions of the Dao commenced. This would be the epicenter of profound insights, a place envied by many. As time passed, an array of powerful beings arrived, including the likes of Daijun, Tei, Fuxi, Noa, Hong Yun, Janiazi, and Minghe, all of whom are titans within the primordial realm. Although Xiao Yuan had never encountered these illustrious figures, he could discern their formidable auras, each distinct and easily recognizable. Had it not been for the protective presence of his master, he might have been overwhelmed by the potent energies radiating from these greats. Beyond these top-tier beings, many others of the great Luo golden immortal caliber also made their appearance, and it goes without saying that those below this level were in abundance. It is no exaggeration to state that nearly 90% of the formidable beings from the primordial realm had converged upon the Purple Mansion state. Now that all our esteemed friends have arrived, let us commence our discussions on the Dao. I shall take the liberty of initiating the discourse," proclaimed the Eastern Prince with great authority. He then began to elucidate the path of the Supreme Yang. As the embodiment of the first strand of innate Supreme Yang energy, he was unparalleled in this domain. In an instant, The essence of the Tao began to permeate the air, leading many beings into a state of enlightenment. Xiao Yuan, of course, seized this opportunity. Although he did not cultivate the path of supreme yang, he understood that all laws converge towards the same truth. And the Eastern Princess teachings provided him with immense inspiration. Following the Eastern Prince, numerous quasi-saint powerhouses took turns expounding their philosophies. Daijun's path of supreme yang, Tai's path of divine flame, Noah's path of creation, Fuxi's path of the 8 trigrams, and Laozi's path of the Taiji. This grand discussion on the Tao persisted for an astonishing 5,000 years, during which countless beings reaped the rewards of enlightenment, with many achieving breakthroughs in their realms. Oh, this little fellow possesses some remarkable talent, Fuxi suddenly remarked, directing his gaze towards a specific direction. The other great beings also took notice of Fuxi's shift in attention and followed his gaze. One of my disciples has gleaned some insights. I beg your pardon for the distraction, Tongtian said with a smile. The focus of their attention was indeed Xiao Yuan, who, despite the conclusion of the discourse, remained enveloped in the rich essence of the Tao, his form illuminated by the radiant hues of various laws, clearly immersed in a profound state of comprehension. It is truly enviable that you, upper clear Tao friend, have such an outstanding disciple. Indeed, such profound cultivation has enabled the condensation of a seed of immense supernatural power, promising an unlimited future. Numerous mighty beings offered their accolades in unison. Within the primordial realm, a distinction exists between supernatural powers and grand supernatural powers. Typically, only those who ascend to the great Luo golden immortal realm are deemed worthy of comprehending grand supernatural powers. Yet now, Xiao Yuan has condensed a seed of grand supernatural power even while still in the Xian immortal realm, which astonished these formidable beings. Your compliments are excessive, Xiao Yuan humbly responded, though the smile at the corners of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. At their level, reputation holds paramount importance. Xiao Yuan's comprehension of grand supernatural power elevated Tongtian's status in front of his peers. Chapter 7. The Virtue of the Heavenly Tao under Tongtian's protection. Xiao Yuan soon awakened from his state of enlightenment. He felt a significant advancement in his cultivation, having stepped into the later stage of the Xian immortal realm. Additionally, he had grasped a grand supernatural power known as the Hunyuan Shield. This power could absorb the energies of various laws, serving both to ensnare foes and provide defense, capable of absorbing even those of supernatural caliber. However, before Xiao Yuan could revel in his achievements, he became acutely aware of the gazes from those mighty beings, sending a shiver down his spine. Most of these powerful beings smiled kindly at him before shifting their focus elsewhere. For them, Xiao Yuan's comprehension of grand supernatural power was merely a minor ripple in the grand scheme. Seeing that the mighty beings had turned their attention away, Xiao Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Dear fellow cultivators, I have summoned you here not only to discuss the Tao, but also to announce an important matter. Dong Wanggong began. The assembled mighty beings had anticipated this, knowing that Dong Wanggong's grand gathering could not be for such a simple purpose. I, Dong Wanggong, am appointed by the Tao ancestor as the foremost male immortal to uphold the operations of the primordial realm and maintain order within it. Today, I wish to establish the primordial immortal court, with the heavens as witness, Dong Wanggong declared with conviction. In the next moment, auspicious clouds of 9 colors surged above the purple mansion prefecture. Golden lotuses blossomed, and purple chi extended for 30,000 miles, heralding numerous auspicious signs. Confirm. The voice of the heavenly Tao resonated throughout the primordial realm. Immediately thereafter, a brilliant golden light appeared, showering a vast amount of virtue that fell upon Dong Wanggong and the others, transforming into radiant wheels of virtue exuding an aura of auspiciousness. At this moment, the fortune above the purple mansion prefecture coalesced into a golden dragon, producing a resounding roar. Boom. Just then, the entire eastern sea trembled. Following this, a celestial mountain emerged from the depths of the eastern sea, radiating brilliant immortal light and ethereal spirit energy. It was none other than Penglai, one of the 3 celestial mountains beyond the seas. This was one of the rewards bestowed upon Dong Wanggong by the heavenly Tao. Seeing this, Dong Wanggong felt a surge of confidence, believing himself to be destined by the heavens. Fellow cultivators, my immortal court has just been established, and I extend a warm invitation to all of you. Those who wish to join shall not find themselves at a disadvantage. Dong Wanggong reiterated to the powerful beings of the primordial realm. At this moment, many among the previously hesitant primordial powers began to feel a stirring of interest. After all, with the heavenly Tao's endorsement of the immortal court, it seemed unlikely to be a pitfall. Those who joined early would likely reap greater benefits. Dong Wanggong. My brother and I have matters to attend to and must take our leave, one of them stated. Di Jun rose and, after speaking, departed with Tai Yi. Upon witnessing this, the smile on Dong Wanggong's face faded somewhat. He understood that both he and Di Jun possessed the imperial destiny. A rivalry between them was inevitable. He needed to find an opportunity to eliminate these two brothers. Following Di Jun and Tai Yi's departure, formidable beings such as the three clear ones, Noah, and Fuxi also bid their farewells and left in succession. Under Tong Tian's guidance, Xiao Yuan returned to the Shangqing Palace, having ventured to Zifa Prefecture. What are your thoughts on the future development of the Immortal Court? Tong Tian inquired, casting his gaze upon Xiao Yuan and the others. Master, Senior Dong Wanggong occupies the legitimate position, and the Immortal Court attracts countless exceptional talents from the Hongwang. Its momentum is unstoppable, destined for prosperity, replied Duo Bao after a moment of contemplation. My thoughts align closely with that of my senior brother. The Immortal Court gathers immense fortune, flourishing like the sun at its zenith, poised to achieve dominion over the Hongwang, added Jinling. And what do you think, Xiao Yuan? Tong Tian turned to him. Master, I concur with my senior siblings. The Immortal Court is bound to thrive. However, the situation in Hongwang is ever-changing. Consider the ancient Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan clans, which once flourished, only to meet a tragic end, Xiao Yuan expressed thoughtfully. Astute, Tong Tian chuckled, reflecting on how this young man spoke with such precision, neither offending Duo Bao nor Jinling while articulating his perspective. Your junior brother speaks wisely. The dynamics of Hongwang are unpredictable, and even we cannot foresee them. Despite the grand appearance of the Immortal Court, many top-tier powerhouses harbor discontent towards Dong Wanggong. It won't be long before chaos erupts in Hongwang. You all dwell in Kunlun and should cultivate in seclusion, avoiding entanglement in external conflicts, Tong Tian advised his disciples. Though he could overlook the name disciples, he could not ignore his direct disciples. The most reliable bond in Hongwang is that of master and disciple, should his direct disciples become embroiled in conflict. Tong Tian would inevitably be drawn into the fray as well. We obey your teachings, Master, Xiao Yuan and the others replied in unison. While I have this moment to spare, feel free to raise any questions you may have regarding your cultivation. I shall provide answers, Tong Tian continued. Duo Bao and Jinling promptly presented their queries concerning their cultivation challenges. After they had finished, Xiao Yuan, mindful of his position as a named disciple compared to his two direct seniors, finally spoke up. Master, I have one more question. How can one acquire merit? Xiao Yuan inquired. Upon witnessing Dong Wanggong's acquisition of heavenly merit, a surge of fervor ignited within him. Heavenly merit, bestowed by the Tao of heaven, serves as a blessing. If one's merit flourishes to a certain degree, even sages would hesitate to harm you. Moreover, merit can be utilized to enhance one's cultivation and aptitude, coveted even by the most formidable beings in Hongwang. Merit is granted by the Tao of heaven, and to evoke its bestowal, one must engage in actions beneficial to Hongwang. Tong Tian elucidated slowly. There are various methods to acquire merit, such as imparting teachings, eliminating karmic obstacles, establishing paths in the postnatal realm, and slaying fierce beasts. All these actions yield merit. However, your current cultivation remains somewhat lacking. The path to achieving merit is fraught with challenges. It would be prudent to focus on your practice and seek merit later. Tong Tian provided a detailed explanation of the merits associated with the Tao of heaven, simultaneously advising Xiao Yuan not to excessively pursue such merits, but rather to concentrate primarily on his cultivation. Thank you for your guidance, Master, Xiao Yuan promptly replied. Should you have any further inquiries, feel free to visit the Shangqing Palace for consultation, Tong Tian remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan was elated. Recognizing this as a privilege reserved for direct disciples, he suspected that his teacher had intentions of designating him as a direct disciple. Despite both direct and nominal disciples being categorized as disciples, the distinction between them is vast. Nominal disciples receive casual guidance, while direct disciples benefit from close companionship, constant instruction, and the transmission of profound teachings. Furthermore, the most significant aspect of becoming a direct disciple is that it signifies representing the will and dignity of one's teacher in the outside world. If one were to become a direct disciple of Shangqing, it would not only grant them an imposing presence in the wilderness, but also discourage most from provoking them. Moreover, given that Tong Tian is destined to attain sainthood, being a direct disciple of a saint already elevates one's status to rival that of quasi-saintly powers. Xiao Yuan's conjecture was indeed accurate. Tong Tian harbored thoughts of accepting him as a direct disciple. With exceptional comprehension, reverence, and cleverness, Xiao Yuan had also enhanced Tong Tian's reputation on several occasions. The only shortcoming was his low level of cultivation. Tong Tian planned to officially accept him once Xiao Yuan demonstrated further progress in his abilities. Xiao Yuan first requested a leave of absence from Taixing Palace, preparing to retreat and cultivate, as he had yet to fully assimilate the knowledge gained from Zifa Prefecture. And he needed to further strengthen the seed of divine powers from the Great Divine Mixed Origin Shield. Lao Zi readily granted his request with a wave of his hand. In Chapter 8, Fire Crow Ancestor, Xiao Yuan's retreat lasted another 5,000 years. He successfully broke through to the pinnacle of the Xinxian realm, just a step away from entering the Golden Immortal stage. Upon emerging from his seclusion, Chixuan Daorist visited again, attempting once more to persuade Xiao Yuan to join the Celestial Court. After all, Xiao Yuan had made quite a name for himself in Zifa Prefecture, and it was evident to discerning eyes that Tong Tian held him in high regard. Moreover, the conditions publicly offered by the Eastern King were particularly generous, even promising Xiao Yuan a low-grade innate spiritual root, the Scarlet Fire Wutong Tree. In terms of value, a low-grade innate spiritual root surpasses a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Although Xiao Yuan felt tempted by this offering, he ultimately declined Chixuan Daorist's invitation. Simultaneously, he increasingly perceived Chixuan Daorist as fearless. Given that both his teacher and two uncles had already cautioned him, yet he persisted in his endeavors. Alas, this time, the system did not present itself. After watching Chixuan Daorist depart, Xiao Yuan sighed in disappointment, having anticipated a choice from the system with this invitation, only to be left disillusioned. He then proceeded to Taixing Palace to resume his duties. Such tranquil days continued for approximately another 2,000 years. I am Emperor Jun. Today, I established the demon clan in the wilderness. All mountains, rivers, flora, fauna, and creatures shall become demons. Demon clan established. A resounding voice echoed throughout the wilderness, followed by radiant streams of light cascading across the land, allowing countless beings to take form beneath this luminous shower. These radiant streams are the imperial essence, formed from the convergence of the celestial energies of the stars, possessing the ability to aid sentient beings in their transformation. Our esteemed Emperor Jun, Tei Noa Fuxi, sought to establish the celestial court in the primordial chaos, taking upon himself the solemn duty of upholding the order of the cosmos. In the wake of Emperor Jun's founding of the demon race, formidable auras began to permeate the primordial realm. Indeed, it was the establishment of the celestial court by Emperor Jun and the other three powerful beings. This commotion undoubtedly attracted the attention of many formidable entities in the primordial chaos, causing a significant upheaval. Those with discernment could easily perceive that the establishment of this celestial court was a clear challenge to the heavenly court. Emperor Jun has displayed considerable prowess, successfully rallying Fuxi and Nuwa to undertake grand endeavors. Though lacking in orthodox titles, he has ingeniously forged a path for the demon race to amass fortune. A conflict between the celestial court and the heavenly court is inevitable, and the tranquility of the primordial realm is once again poised to be disrupted. Numerous powerful beings engaged in discussions regarding the establishment of the celestial court. Some chose to affiliate themselves with either the celestial court or the heavenly court, seeking opportunities for great paths, while many others retreated to their sanctuaries, disregarding the ensuing discord. The three pure ones naturally belonged to the latter category. Xiao Yuan continued to cultivate diligently, remaining unconcerned with the affairs of the outside world. After all, as long as he remained within Kunlun Mountain, he would face no danger. Soon, 3,000 years passed. The conflict between the celestial and heavenly courts had commenced, with both sides experiencing victories and defeats. Junior brother, the ancestor of the Fire Crow clan seeks an audience with you. Will you meet him? Just as Xiao Yuan was overseeing the alchemical furnace in the Taixing Palace, the water and fire boy conveyed the message. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brows upon hearing this. The ancestor of the Fire Crow clan? He was of the Fire Crow lineage, a prominent clan in the primordial realm, and the ancestor was a being of the great Luo Golden Immortal level. However, since his arrival in this realm, Xiao Yuan had remained solitary, without any contact with his so-called kin. After some contemplation, Xiao Yuan ultimately decided to meet him. Regardless of the circumstances, blood ties are indelible, and there exists a karmic connection between him and the Fire Crow clan. Junior brother, I have heard that the Fire Crow clan has grown quite close to those two on the Solar Star, and they have already joined the Heavenly Court. It is likely that they have a specific purpose in seeking you out, so do take heed, the water and fire boy cautioned. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yuan felt a sense of clarity. When he arrived outside Kunlun Mountain, he beheld an elder clad in a red robe, radiating a searing aura, awaiting him. With Xiao Yuan's keen perception, he discerned that this elder was at least a Tei Golden Immortal, if not a being of the great Luo caliber. I have encountered the esteemed elder before, Xiao Yuan remarked, bowing respectfully to the elder. Indeed, as expected of our clan's prodigy, your demeanor is truly exceptional. The elder regarded Xiao Yuan, stroking his long beard with a smile, and said, addressing me as senior feels somewhat distant. I am Liang, the ancestor of the Fire Crow clan. Simply call me Ancestor. I wonder what brings you here, Ancestor? Xiao Yuan inquired directly. Currently, our Fire Crow clan stands as a direct lineage under the Heavenly Emperor, under his benevolent care. I have come to persuade you to take a position in the Heavenly Court. With your potential, you are certain to be valued by the Heavenly Emperor. Liang replied with a warm smile. Xiao Yuan understood immediately upon hearing this. If he was not mistaken, the so-called Heavenly Emperor was none other than the ruler of the Heavenly Court, Emperor Jun. This individual appears to harbor intentions akin to those of the Eastern Prince, seeking to subtly ingratiate himself with the master and his two esteemed uncles. Otherwise, how could he, with such limited prowess, possibly attract the attention of such formidable figures? Ding. You have received an invitation from the Celestial Court. Please make your choice. Option 1. Decline the invitation from the Celestial Court. Reward: Eye of Void, gold, entry. Option 2. Accept the invitation from the Celestial Court. Reward: Spirit Thief's Hand, entry. Eye of Void, gold. Your gaze can penetrate the vast majority of mysteries of the primordial chaos, revealing the essence of all things before your eyes. Spirit Thief's Hand, gold. You possess the most exquisite thieving skills, with success rates varying according to the strength of your target. I choose 1. Xiao Yuan made his decision without hesitation. The Celestial Court is but a frail vessel. Is the Celestial Court any different? Ultimately, they will all meet their demise. Moreover, Xiao Yuan is acutely aware that his ability to receive successive invitations from two major forces is due to the backing of the three Pure Ones. His own master and two uncles are evidently unwilling to become entangled in this murky affair. Should he plunge into it, he would face dire consequences. Subsequently, a beam of golden light flashed and entered Xiao Yuan's brow. Instantly, he felt a plethora of information about the surrounding world manifest before his eyes. For instance, he could now discern the realm of the Fire Crow Ancestor, mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Ancestor, I have entered Kunlun solely to devote myself to my cultivation. Xiao Yuan articulated with subtlety. Since you are resolute in your intentions, so be it, replied Liang, who did not press Xiao Yuan further. He then produced several spiritual items and placed them before him. Ancestor, what are these? Xiao Yuan was taken aback by the sight of the spiritual treasures. He had assumed that Liang's earlier words were final, yet it appeared he was not entirely resigned and sought to entice him with benefits. Do not misunderstand. These items are not from the Celestial Court, but resources for your cultivation provided by our clan. After all, you are the pride of the Fire Crow lineage. How could the clan neglect you? Liang gestured, his tone earnest. I know you are devoted to the path and hope that if our Fire Crow clan encounters great peril in the future, you will extend your assistance within your means. The situation in the primordial world is ever-changing, and no one can predict the outcome of the conflict between the Celestial Court and the Heavenly Court. He seeks to secure a fallback for his lineage. Very well. Seeing that Liang had spoken to this extent and his request was not excessive, Xiao Yuan found no reason to refuse. Furthermore, the abundant spiritual resources before him were precisely what he needed for his cultivation. Having joined the Shanqing Palace, he had garnered the favor of Tong Tian. He had already acquired the aspects of law, partner, and land. Only the aspect of wealth remained for him to devise himself. He had only recently joined the Shanqing Palace, and thus, his resources in this regard were indeed somewhat lacking. With these items, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate. Chapter 9. Perhaps I should grant you a Dao title. The Fire Crow Ancestor did not linger long outside Kunlun Mountain. After bestowing the items upon Xiao Yuan, he departed. Xiao Yuan then returned to the Shanqing Palace without further contemplation. The role of overseeing the alchemy furnace in the Shanqing Palace was quite leisurely, allowing him occasional moments to ponder the intricacies of alchemy. Xiao Yuan felt that he should now be capable of concocting a fourth-tier celestial elixir. Unfortunately, lacking an alchemical furnace, this remained purely theoretical with no practical application. In the future, if an opportunity arises, he must acquire an alchemical furnace to test his skills. During this period of secluded cultivation, the conflict between the Heavenly Court and the Celestial Court intensified, resulting in the demise of even great Luo Golden Immortals amidst the strife. As time swiftly passed, a span of 10,000 years elapsed. The Celestial Court and the Heavenly Court found themselves in a stalemate, leading to a significant calm in the chaotic realm. However, many powerful beings in the primordial world were acutely aware that both sides were merely gathering strength. heralding the onset of an impending storm. Throughout this time, Xiao Yuan persistently sought a way to ascend to the golden immortal realm. The transition from the profound immortal to the golden immortal stage represents a monumental threshold. Achieving the status of a golden immortal allows one to forge an indestructible golden body, enabling them to evade numerous tribulations. Golden immortals are regarded as the backbone of the primordial realm, capable of reigning supreme in certain remote areas. Alas, despite Xiao Yuan's exceptional aptitude, he found himself ensnared at this juncture, requiring an opportunity for breakthrough. Recently, his master had also ceased alchemical work, leaving Xiao Yuan without any tasks related to the furnace. Thus, he continued his secluded cultivation at the dojo, hoping to transcend this formidable barrier. Suddenly, he heard a call. "Xiao Yuan, are you present?" He rose and stepped outside, only to encounter an unexpected figure, Brother Duo Bao. The visitor was none other than Daoist Duo Bao, and Xiao Yuan could now clearly discern his cultivation level, peak Tai Golden Immortal. As the foremost disciple of the Upper Clear Sect, his profound foundation was evident, just a step away from breaking into the Great Luo realm. Moreover, such a formidable figure, being a direct disciple, would likely surpass most Great Luo Golden Immortals. Yet, Xiao Yuan felt puzzled, uncertain about the purpose of this senior brother's visit. The master mentioned that you are facing a bottleneck in your cultivation. Given the current turmoil in the primordial world, I have been instructed to take you on a journey through the primordial realm, Duo Bao remarked with a smile. Now aware that Xiao Yuan was the third direct disciple designated by their master, Duo Bao felt a growing affinity towards him. At that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in Xiao Yuan's mind. Ding! Duo Bao invites you to traverse the primordial realm. Please make your choice. Choice 1. Agree to Duo Bao's proposal and embark on a journey through the primordial realm in search of opportunities. Reward: fate surpassing all. Gold. Entry. Choice 2. Decline Duo Bao's invitation to continue secluded cultivation. Reward: Sovereign of Waters. Gold. Entry. Fate surpassing all. Gold. You possess the most supreme fortune in the primordial realm. Even while walking, you may sense the presence of innate spiritual treasures. Sovereign of Waters. Gold. You are the master of the laws of water, the sovereign of water, possessing profound expertise in the way of water. Upon witnessing the sudden system prompt, Xiao Yuan did not deliberate long before making his decision. I choose 1. Since it was the arrangement of his master, there was naturally no reason to refuse. Furthermore, with a formidable expert like Duo Bao safeguarding him, concerns for safety were unnecessary. After Xiao Yuan made his choice, the familiar golden light flashed once more. However, this time, upon the golden light entering his body, Xiao Yuan found himself devoid of any unusual sensations. Previously, after the entry of the term into his being, Xiao Yuan felt a distinctly noticeable change. However, the term destiny crowned seemed to differ from others. In the primordial realm, the concept of destiny is profoundly enigmatic and mysterious, eluding even the comprehension of quasi-saints and saints alike. From Xiao Yuan's perspective, the entry of destiny crowned into his essence should enhance his fortune. He then entrusted this matter to his senior brother, Zhou Suandao. You're too polite, said Duo Bao with a hearty laugh, as he and Zhou Suandao departed from Kunlun. Junior brother, accompanying me on this venture is indeed a blessing. I am a transformed being, the Duo Bao mouse of the primordial realm, highly attuned to the essence of various spiritual treasures. I will undoubtedly lead you to many marvelous finds. During their previous journey to Zifuzhu, with Tontian by his side, Duo Bao had been rather reticent. Now, accompanied by Xiao Yuan, he seemed liberated, his words flowing freely. This indicated that Duo Bao was quite amiable. Not long after leaving Kunlun, Xiao Yuan sensed a peculiar disturbance. A golden notification suddenly materialized before his eyes. Destiny crowned. Gold. You are favored by destiny. By heading towards the location indicated by the heavenly Dao, you may acquire a mid-grade innate spiritual item. In the primordial realm, spiritual treasures are categorized into grades, divided further into postnatal and innate. Each of these two major categories can be subdivided into 4 minor grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. The innate spiritual marrow previously awarded to Xiao Yuan by Tontian was a mid-grade innate spiritual item, quite rare indeed. With the appearance of the golden notification, Xiao Yuan immediately felt a pull. Senior brother, let's head this way. I believe I've sensed the aura of an innate spiritual item, he called out to Duo Bao. Duo Bao, puzzled, responded, innate spiritual item? Why wasn't I aware of it? However, since Xiao Yuan had mentioned it, Duo Bao willingly acquiesced, as it required little effort. Under the guidance of the aura, Xiao Yuan and Duo Bao soon arrived at a mist-laden valley. Upon their arrival, the fog began to dissipate. revealing a glimmering spiritual light that subsequently transformed into a stream of brilliance, darting into Xiao Yuan's hands. Mid-grade innate spiritual item, Jingjin Divine Copper. Duo Bao's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the object in Xiao Yuan's grasp. He had initially thought that Xiao Yuan's perception was mistaken, but it turned out that there was indeed a treasure. Furthermore, innate spiritual items, like the Jingjin Divine Copper, are safeguarded by innate spiritual prohibitions. Before their arrival, the innate spiritual prohibitions surrounding the Jingjin Divine Copper had not been lifted. Even with his exceptional talents, Duo Bao could not sense the innate spiritual item through the barrier, which explained his prior lack of awareness. However, upon their arrival, the spiritual prohibition had been activated, and astonishingly, the Jingjin Divine Copper eagerly slipped into Xiao Yuan's hands. Junior brother, this Jingjin Divine Copper is an excellent material for forging spiritual treasures. With exquisite craftsmanship, it could be fashioned into a superior postnatal spiritual item, Duo Bao remarked, suppressing his astonishment. Luck, he thought, was merely luck. Otherwise, how could it be so fortuitous? After securing the Jingjin Divine Copper, Xiao Yuan continued his journey alongside Duo Bao. Senior brother, I have once again sensed the presence of an innate spiritual artifact. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yuan continued to speak, with Duo Bao trailing behind him. This time, Xiao Yuan acquired yet another inferior innate spiritual item. Senior brother, I have sensed it once more. After Xiao Yuan had obtained over 10 innate spiritual artifacts, Duo Bao grew numb to the occurrences. It is truly outrageous. Despite the numerous instances, Xiao Yuan has never returned empty-handed. Each time, he has gained something. Once could be attributed to luck, but what about the countless times thereafter? Reflecting on his own initial journey out of Kunlun, when he boasted about seeking spiritual artifacts alongside Xiao Yuan, Duo Bao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Suddenly, Duo Bao contemplated whether to bestow his own title of Duo Bao upon Xiao Yuan instead. Chapter 10. The 9-Fire Red Dragon Furnace Junior Brother. Are you truly a transformed Fire Crow? I have never heard of the Fire Crow bloodline possessing the ability to seek treasures. Duo Bao could no longer contain himself and posed the question. Senior brother, I suppose it is merely good fortune. Xiao Yuan scratched his head in response. He had not anticipated that the fortune bestowed attribute would be so formidable. While journeying through the world, he could perceive various innate spiritual artifacts. Even he, the one experiencing it, found it hard to believe. Simultaneously, Xiao Yuan felt grateful that Duo Bao had accompanied him on this venture. During their treasure-seeking endeavors, the emergence of innate spiritual artifacts had repeatedly attracted the attention of other beings. Indeed, when a superior innate spiritual item surfaced, the commotion it caused was significant, even drawing the attention of a Tai Golden Immortal. However, that Tai Golden Immortal was ultimately frightened away by Duo Bao. Regrettably, despite traversing the vast wilderness for thousands of years, Xiao Yuan and Duo Bao had yet to encounter any top-tier innate spiritual artifacts, let alone innate spiritual treasures or roots. On the contrary, Xiao Yuan's realm barrier appeared to be loosening. Traveling through the wilderness indeed proved to be an effective method. Fortune bestowed. Gold, you are favored by fortune. Upon reaching the designated location guided by the heavenly path, you may acquire a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure. At that moment, the fortune bestowed attribute refreshed once again, startling even Xiao Yuan. Astonishingly, they had truly stumbled upon the trace of an innate spiritual treasure, and it was none other than a medium-grade innate spiritual item. Senior brother, I sense the aura of a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, Xiao Yuan declared. Duo Bao felt no desire to engage in further conversation. He now fully believed in Xiao Yuan's words. As if innate spiritual artifacts were not enough, they had now even detected an innate spiritual treasure. Where is the fairness in this? In which direction shall we hasten? The emergence of an innate spiritual treasure will surely cause quite a stir. Duo Bao's expression turned serious as he urged. Over here. Xiao Yuan promptly indicated the direction. The two immediately set forth towards the location guided by the heavenly path. As before, upon Xiao Yuan's arrival, the spiritual barrier sealing the innate treasure vanished without a trace. In the next instant, a column of fire surged skyward. This area was instantly enveloped in a layer of crimson mist, with a scorching aura radiating outward, and fiery red lotus blossoms blooming in that moment. Subsequently, a streak of fire-red light darted forth, landing before Xiao Yuan. When the enveloping crimson mist dissipated, a small, intricate furnace was revealed, spinning ceaselessly before Xiao Yuan. It was a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, the 9-Fire Red Dragon Furnace. Xiao Yuan once again experienced the extraordinary nature of the fortune-bestowed attribute. Realizing he was in desperate need of an alchemical furnace, and unexpectedly encountered one. The cultivator ahead declared, "The innate spiritual treasure belongs to those of virtue. If you lack the merit to wield it, hasten to surrender the treasure, and I may allow your departure." Suddenly, an immensely powerful aura surged toward Xiao Yuan's direction, nearly pinning him to the ground upon its emergence. Startled, Xiao Yuan realized that the 9-fire red dragon furnace had attracted the attention of a great Luo golden immortal. The situation was dire. He quickly turned his gaze toward Duo Bao. "No problem, junior brother. Wait here. I'll be back shortly." Duo Bao responded cheerfully before transforming into a streak of light and heading toward the great Luo golden immortal. Boom. In no time, a series of fierce impacts accompanied by a resounding roar came crashing in. Xiao Yuan promptly summoned the Bagua diagram to shield himself. "Spare my life." Not long after, the epicenter of the disturbance echoed with pleas for mercy, followed by a chilling scream. "Humph! What audacity to covet my junior brother's spiritual treasure." Duo Bao scoffed, striding forth. "Senior brother, you're incredible." Xiao Yuan admired sincerely. The great Luo golden immortal was a formidable being, yet his senior brother had dispatched him with such ease. Delighted by Xiao Yuan's look of admiration, Duo Bao felt a sense of pride. Initially, he had intended to accompany his junior brother to seek opportunities for gain. But his junior brother's prowess had proven exceptional, effortlessly collecting various innate spiritual items. Now, he had somewhat restored his senior brother's reputation. After Duo Bao eliminated the great Luo golden immortal, the covetous gazes vanished completely, no longer daring to provoke the duo. "Senior brother, I believe I have sensed an opportunity to break through." Xiao Yuan spoke again. The 9-fire red dragon furnace resonated profoundly with him, and upon acquisition, it immediately stirred his cultivation. "Let us find a secluded place to undergo our breakthrough." Duo Bao led Xiao Yuan to a valley rich in spiritual energy, where he began to safeguard Xiao Yuan's progress. A millennium later, the valley was enveloped in layers of profound Dao rhythms, crimson clouds filling the sky. Xiao Yuan, having seized the opportunity, officially entered the realm of golden immortals. "Thank you for your protection, senior brother." Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude. "Junior brother, no need for such formality. Now that you have broken through, let us return." Duo Bao replied with a smile. Their purpose for venturing out had been to assist Xiao Yuan in finding the chance to transcend. With Xiao Yuan's successful breakthrough, there was no longer a need to linger outside, especially considering the current dangers of the external world. The two then made their way back to Kunlun. Xiao Yuan was grateful for Duo Bao's protective efforts and wished to present him with some innate spiritual items. However, Duo Bao refused them all, leaving Xiao Yuan with no choice but to relent. Upon returning to his place of cultivation, Xiao Yuan began to enter seclusion to solidify his newfound realm. A millennium later, Xiao Yuan emerged from his retreat, his aura stable and foundation solid. During this period, he not only consolidated his realm, but also initially refined the 9-fire red dragon furnace, named for its 9 flames. The furnace contained 9 types of innate spiritual fire: the true fire of Samadhi, solar spiritual fire, nirvana sacred fire, crimson gold divine fire, wood elemental divine fire, 6 Jia divine fire, 6 Ding divine fire, azure primordial true flame, and void spiritual flame. Although the 9 types of innate spiritual flames, when considered individually, may not rival the solar divine flame governed by Xiao Yuan, their combined power is indeed formidable. When the 9-fire red dragon furnace is summoned, it can call forth 9 fire dragons born from these innate flames, wielding tremendous might, beyond its capacity to vanquish foes. The 9-fire red dragon furnace also serves as an excellent tool for alchemy, enhancing the success rate of pill concoction. With the furnace in hand, Xiao Yuan resolved to experiment with alchemy. His theoretical knowledge of pill making was already extensive, yet he had never put it into practice. He decided to begin by refining a batch of second-tier pills, feeling little concern should they be imperfect. A century later, the alchemical process was complete. The faint aroma of elixirs permeated the entire dojo. He had successfully produced 8 pills, a satisfactory outcome. Observing the 8 plump pills within the furnace, Xiao Yuan nodded in approval. The pills he had crafted were named Pure Spirit Pills, known for their ability to calm the mind and suppress inner demons. In the primordial realm, where the number 9 signifies extremity, Xiao Yuan's inaugural attempt at alchemy yielded 8 high-quality pills, suggesting he faced no significant hurdles in this discipline. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan set about refining 4th-tier pills, which represented the pinnacle of his theoretical capabilities. He focused on crafting the 4th-tier Marvelous Spirit Pills, intended for breakthrough purposes, which are notably challenging to produce. This endeavor consumed a millennium of effort. Ultimately, he succeeded in creating 5 pills, though their quality left much to be desired. Indeed, a gap existed between theory and practice. Despite the less-than-ideal outcome, Xiao Yuan gained valuable insight into his current level of alchemical prowess and identified several areas for improvement. In the ensuing days, Xiao Yuan attempted several more batches of pills, organizing the challenges he faced in alchemy, before making his way to the Tacking Palace. Master Uncle, I have some inquiries regarding alchemy that I wish to discuss with you. Oh, you have begun to experiment with alchemy on your own? Pray, share your experiences. Although Lao Zi's physical form did not manifest, his voice resonated clearly. Xiao Yuan proceeded to recount the difficulties he encountered during his alchemical endeavors. Lao Zi offered his insights. Astonished by Xiao Yuan's achievements, he had not anticipated that, after such a brief period at the Tacking Palace, Xiao Yuan could successfully refine fourth-tier celestial pills. It was worth noting that he had merely imparted a solitary alchemical text to Xiao Yuan and occasionally provided guidance regarding medicinal substances. The remarkable progress Xiao Yuan had made in alchemy was indicative of his extraordinary talent. Thank you, Master Uncle. Upon clarifying his doubts, Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude. His Master Uncle, renowned as the foremost alchemist of the primordial world, adeptly resolved all of Xiao Yuan's queries and elaborated on numerous aspects of alchemy. Afterward, Xiao Yuan took his leave from the Tacking Palace, returning to his alchemical pursuits. This lad possesses considerable innate talent in alchemy. Had he not been taken under the wing of my third brother, I might have considered accepting him as a formal disciple, Lao Zi mused. He had encountered numerous beings, yet none surpassed Xiao Yuan's aptitude in the art of alchemy, stirring within him a sense of admiration for such talent. However, that was where his sentiments would rest. Upon returning, Xiao Yuan began to refine elixirs in accordance with the teachings of Lao Zi. Under Lao Zi's guidance, his alchemical skills significantly improved. He could now ensure the successful creation of more than 7 4-transformation elixirs, achieving a quality that reached the upper echelons. Thus, after another 10,000 years, Xiao Yuan ventured into the realm of 5-transformation elixirs. Naturally, he remained diligent in his cultivation. Moreover, with his newfound ability to concoct elixirs, the majority of those he produced served as nourishment for his spiritual advancement. Xiao Yuan had now entered the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. Junior brother Xiao Yuan. Junior brother. The fiery water and fire boy rushed in, calling out loudly. Senior brother, what has happened? Xiao Yuan, having cultivated a more composed demeanor due to his alchemical pursuits, inquired. The master has summoned you to the upper clear palace. I suspect he intends to accept you as his direct disciple, the water and fire boy whispered, his eyes gleaming with joy, genuinely pleased for Xiao Yuan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's heart trembled with excitement. While he had an inkling that his teacher might have plans to take him as a direct disciple, especially since his teacher had previously sent the elder brother to accompany him on a journey through the primordial world in search of breakthrough opportunities, this moment still stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. Soon, under Xiao Yuan's guidance, the water and fire boy arrived at the upper clear palace. Disciple Xiao Yuan pays respects to the master, Xiao Yuan said, bowing to Tantian, who sat cross-legged on a mat above. Xiao Yuan, I wish to accept you as my third direct disciple. Are you willing? Tantian inquired, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Yuan. He had long contemplated this decision, but previously hesitated due to Xiao Yuan's weaker cultivation. Now, with Xiao Yuan having reached the golden immortal stage, he deemed it sufficient. Moreover, he had heard frequent praises from his elder brother regarding Xiao Yuan's exceptional alchemical talents. Tantian was somewhat concerned that his elder brother might entice Xiao Yuan away, prompting him to act decisively and secure Xiao Yuan as his direct disciple. Thank you for your kindness, master. I am willing, Xiao Yuan replied immediately. From this day forth, you shall be my third direct disciple. I bestow upon you the upper grade innate spirit treasure, the void mirror. With a gesture, Tantian summoned a stream of light that descended before Xiao Yuan. The upper grade innate spirit treasure, the void mirror, possesses the ability to seal and traverse space. Whether used for trapping foes or for escape, it is an exceptional choice. With the void mirror, along with the 9-fire crimson dragon furnace and the Mo Yuan sword he possessed, Xiao Yuan now had 3 innate treasures at his disposal. Such a wealth of resources could easily outmatch many great Luo golden immortals. Furthermore, I shall impart to you the upper clear divine flame's profound path scripture. Tantian directed another spark of spiritual light to Xiao Yuan's brow. Previously, Xiao Yuan had cultivated the upper clear mysterious spirit method, gleaned from Tantian's teachings, which was relatively common among the disciples of the upper clear sect and considered a mid-tier method in the primordial realm, capable of leading to the pinnacle of the Tei golden immortal stage. In contrast, The Upper Clear Divine Flame's profound path scripture was a top-tier method tailored specifically for Xiao Yuan by Tong Tian, aiming directly at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Beyond the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, cultivation could not be defined merely by techniques. It required personal enlightenment. Proceed and earnestly contemplate the path of cultivation. Should any doubts arise, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. If I am unavailable or in seclusion, you may consult your senior brothers and sisters. Master, I have heard that your mastery of swordsmanship and formation techniques is unparalleled in the primordial realm. Might you offer me some guidance on formations? Xiao Yuan did not depart immediately, but instead spoke up. One's skills should never be excessive. I believe that all my concurrent practices serve my personal needs. Cultivating swordsmanship enhances my offensive capabilities. And only through mastering the sword can I fully unleash the potential of the sword escape technique. Engaging in alchemy allows me to concoct elixirs for my own consumption, thus saving time in arduous training. Meanwhile, cultivating formation techniques is essential for protection on my journey through the primordial realm. The utility of formations surpasses that of medicinal pills. They are indispensable for self-defense, trapping enemies, and establishing sacred grounds. None of these skills is superfluous. With my innate talent, as indicated by the heaven-defying insight attribute, I am confident that I can master them with time. Hearing this, Tong Tian chuckled. You, my boy, primarily cultivate the path of heavenly fire while also dabbling in swordsmanship and alchemy. Now you wish to include formations as well. Even with your remarkable aptitude, one cannot chew more than one can swallow. After all, our energies are finite. However, since you have expressed interest, it would be no trouble to teach you a few things. I shall bestow upon you a tome of formations. With a flick of his hand, Tong Tian sent forth a stream of spiritual light that entered Xiao Yuan's mind. Thank you, master. Thank you. Xiao Yuan repeatedly expressed his gratitude before departing from the Upper Clear Palace. This initiation into personal discipleship had yielded immense rewards. The tangible benefits of spiritual treasures and techniques were plentiful, but the myriad of intangible advantages were even more numerous. Upon returning, Xiao Yuan immediately entered seclusion once more. The first task at hand was to transition his cultivation approach, a process that consumed him for 3,000 years. Upon completion, he could distinctly perceive that his foundation had become significantly more robust, with his internal magical power exceeding 5 times its previous quantity and quality. This exemplifies the distinction between ordinary techniques and those of the highest caliber. Subsequently, he began to refine the void treasure mirror, for his future escapes would depend heavily on this spiritual treasure and the sword escape technique. Xiao Yuan believed that if he were to flee at full speed, even a Tai Golden Immortal would be unable to catch him. Next, he delved into the study of the formation tome. Although Tong Tian expressed concerns that Xiao Yuan might overextend himself and disperse his focus on formations, the tome provided extensive insights into various formations. With this tome in hand, if he could master it thoroughly, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he could dismantle 99% of the formations in the primordial realm with ease. In the following period, Xiao Yuan continued his study of the formation techniques passed down by Tong Tian. The profundity of the path of formations rivaled that of alchemy. Even with the assistance of the heaven-defying insight attribute, it took him nearly a millennium to grasp the basics. Once he gained a foothold, subsequent studies became considerably more manageable. 5,000 years later, Xiao Yuan emerged from his seclusion, having made notable progress in the art of formations. He then made his way to the Upper Clear Palace. Over the years, he had accumulated various questions regarding his cultivation and formation techniques, and it was the perfect opportunity to consult his master. At the opportune moment, Tong Tian found himself with some leisure time and swiftly addressed all of Xiao Yuan's inquiries regarding his cultivation. However, when Xiao Yuan began to pose questions concerning the intricacies of formation techniques, Tong Tian was suddenly taken aback. Surely, it had not been long since he had imparted the formation classics to Xiao Yuan. Yet, this young man had already begun to grasp the nuances of the subject. With Tong Tian's discerning eye, he could easily discern the profundity of Xiao Yuan's inquiries. It was evident that such questions could not have arisen without a certain level of insight into the realm of formations. Xiao Yuan, your perception is indeed remarkable. Yet do not let pride cloud your judgment. The vastness of the primordial world is daunting, filled with exceptional talents. One must always maintain a sense of reverence. After elucidating Xiao Yuan's doubts regarding formation techniques, Tong Tian offered a few words of guidance. He harbored a desire for Xiao Yuan to focus his energies and refrain from pursuing too many disciplines simultaneously. However, witnessing Xiao Yuan's formidable aptitude, which ensured success upon learning, he hesitated to dampen the young man's enthusiasm. Moreover, it was evident to Tong Tian that despite Xiao Yuan's diverse pursuits, his cultivation had not faltered. Thus, he allowed Xiao Yuan the freedom to follow his inclinations. Master, I shall remember your words, Xiao Yuan replied with a nod. As a transmigrator, he was acutely aware of the perils that lurked within the primordial realm and the terror of the calamities that awaited. He was still in the process of developing his strength and could not afford to grow arrogant or complacent. After bidding farewell to Tongtian, Xiao Yuan departed from the Shanqing Palace. He cast a glance in the direction of the Yuqing Palace. Among the 3 pure ones of Kunlun, he had already established ties with Taiji and Shanqing and had acquired knowledge of alchemy and formation techniques. However, he had yet to grasp the teachings of the artifact path imparted by the Yuqing Palace. Xiao Yuan understood that the 3 pure ones would eventually part ways, making it exceedingly difficult to seek tutelage from his 2 senior uncles later on. Yet, Yuan Shi had never shown any inclination to draw near to Xiao Yuan, and the latter felt a certain trepidation towards his second master. Ding. The host has developed a desire to seek knowledge from the Yuqing Palace. Please make a choice. Option 1. Retreat in fear and refrain from seeking knowledge from the Yugzu Palace. Reward. Yumu Jiexing, gold, entry. Option 2. Proceed to the Yugzu Palace to seek knowledge. Reward. Qi Dao Tong Xian, gold, entry. Yumu Jiexing, gold. You possess an extraordinary affinity for various spiritual plants in the primordial realm, enabling them to flourish in your presence. Qi Dao Tong Xian, gold. You possess exceptional comprehension and practical skills in the artifact path. You are inherently destined for artifact crafting. I choose option 2. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Yuan made his decision. Firstly, he was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Once the 3 pure ones separated, acquiring the teachings of the artifact path from his second master would undoubtedly be a far greater challenge. By approaching now, even if his second master was reluctant to impart knowledge, it would merely cost him a bit of face. Secondly, this choice was also motivated by the practical nature of the rewards. In Xiao Yuan's view, the Qi Dao Tong Xian entry was far more useful than the Yumu Jiexing entry. Therefore, he resolved to take the plunge. As a man of action, Xiao Yuan immediately set forth for the Yuqing Palace. Disciple Xiao Yuan, here to pay my respects to my second master, seeking the teachings of artifact crafting. Soon after, a streak of spiritual light burst forth from the Yuqing Palace, piercing into Xiao Yuan's brow. Grant you the artifact classics. The ethereal and distant voice of Yuan Shi reached Xiao Yuan's ears, clearly indicating no intention of engaging in conversation. The 3 pure ones are united as one. And this is not merely a saying. As a direct disciple of the upper clear, Xiao Yuan still commanded a measure of respect from Yuan Shi, who held a fairly favorable view of him. However, should Xiao Yuan seek to further impose on Yuan Shi by inquiring about matters of artifact refinement, Yuan Shi would be reluctant to oblige. The granting of the artifact canon was already a generous gesture on his part. Thank you, second master uncle. Zhou Xian expressed joyfully upon receiving the artifact canon, bowing once more towards the Jade Clear Palace. Despite Yuan Shi's cold demeanor, Zhou Xian was not greedy and silently acknowledged this favor. He promised himself that should he ever face disciples of the Chan teaching, he would certainly hold back. Upon returning to the dojo, Zhou Xian immersed himself in studying the artifact canon bestowed upon him. His primary intention was to test the capabilities of the newly acquired entry. To his astonishment, he discovered that with the assistance of the entry, mastery of artifact path, his comprehension of the canon was remarkably swift. In merely a century, he had grasped the fundamentals of the artifact canon, a feat tenfold quicker than his previous endeavors with the elixir and array cannons. It was his first encounter with the remarkable efficacy of targeted entries. Xiao Yuan recalled that during the initial selection of entries, there had been a targeted entry for alchemy, Master Alchemist, yet he was uncertain if he would have the opportunity to acquire more in the future. The targeted entry for arrays had yet to reveal itself. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuan did not dwell on these matters. He recognized the immense potential of these entries and vowed to acquire them all when the opportunity arose. As time swiftly passed, another 10 millennia slipped by. Xiao Yuan continued his diligent cultivation, occasionally visiting the Taking Palace to assist Lao Zi with the alchemical furnace while seeking guidance on matters of alchemy. In his leisure, he also maintained connections with Duo Bao and Jinling. Both regarded Xiao Yuan with affection, providing him with considerable care. At times, he sought advice from his elder brothers and sisters regarding his cultivation. During this period, Xiao Yuan observed a frequent influx of powerful beings entering Kunlun Mountain. From the Water and Fire Boy, he learned that they were either from the Celestial Court or the Heavenly Court, seeking to invite the 3 pure ones to join them. Though all overtures had been declined. Brother, what is the current situation in the primordial chaos? Xiao Yuan inquired of the Water and Fire Boy, who was well informed as he accompanied their master. The conflicts between the Celestial Court and the Heavenly Court have intensified in recent years. With even quasi-saint level experts joining the fray, the Water and Fire Boy replied. The Celestial Court has been courting disaster by provoking the Witch Clan. Consequently, the 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan converged on Penglai, and that individual was soundly beaten by the Eastern Prince, to the extent that he dared not emerge. It is said that Penglai Island was nearly devastated, resulting in significant losses for the Celestial Court. Xiao Yuan was taken aback. Who would have thought that the Witch Clan would intervene in the downfall of the Celestial Court? It is unexpected that the two warring factions of the Witch and Demon races would find common ground. The Heavenly Court will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to strike down the Celestial Court while they are down. It seems their end is nigh. To my knowledge, the Heavenly Court has already dispatched troops to Penglai. The Water and Fire Boy sighed. In the early days of the Celestial Court's establishment, the grandeur was truly unparalleled. Powerful beings from all sides gathered to celebrate, their fortunes soaring like dragons, thriving in prosperity. Moreover, the Immortal Court holds the name of legitimacy. Backed by the Dao ancestor and favored by the Heavenly Dao, many beings of the Primordial Era believed that the Immortal Court could endure and become a dominant force. However, the outcome of their struggle against the Heavenly Court has left them in a dismal state. How could one not feel a pang of sorrow? Chapter 13. Devouring the Heavens and the Earth. The transformation of bloodlines as Xiao Yuan conversed with the Fire and Water Boy. A sudden and violent upheaval resonated throughout the primordial world. Following this, a roar filled with rage erupted. Dijun, I am the foremost male immortal appointed by the Dao ancestor. How dare you kill me without fearing the consequences when the Xiao Palace opens again and the Dao ancestor holds you accountable? Undoubtedly, the battle between the Heavenly Court and the Immortal Court had reached a critical juncture, with the Heavenly Court achieving an overwhelming victory. Dong Wanggong, since the establishment of the Immortal Court, your actions have been tyrannical and brutal. You deserve death. Accompanied by a chilling scream, a rain of blood fell upon the primordial realm. The quasi-saint had brushed against the threshold of the Dao, merging with the heavens and earth. The demise of a quasi-saint invoked universal mourning. I never imagined Dijun would truly dare to kill Dong Wanggong, the Fire and Water Boy remarked with astonishment. Senior brother, if he did not kill Dong Wanggong, it would indeed be foolish. If it were to drag on until the third lecture at Xiao Palace, Dong Wanggong could report to the Dao ancestor, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Now that Dong Wanggong is dead, the Dao ancestor can only hold the Heavenly Court accountable at most. Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. Your reasoning is sound. The Fire and Water Boy nodded in agreement. After conversing for a while longer, Xiao Yuan returned to his retreat. The death of Dong Wanggong served as a stark warning for Xiao Yuan. Without attaining sainthood, one remains insignificant, unable to transcend the confines of the game. Although Dong Wanggong was a quasi-saint and the appointed foremost male immortal, he ultimately met his demise with a mere flick of fate. Only by attaining sainthood or achieving the state of Hunyuan can one transform from a mere pawn into a player of the game. Therefore, greater diligence in cultivation is imperative. Time flew by, and after the Immortal Court's destruction over countless years, a resonant and somber bell tolled throughout the realm. Many powerful beings sensed the call and hastened beyond the primordial realm. Even the three pure ones, after a brief exchange, departed from Kunlun together. Ding! The Xiao Palace has opened. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Enter retreat to cultivate, disregarding worldly matters. Reward, Witch God bloodline, gold. Choice 2. Embark on a solitary journey through the primordial realm. Reward, devouring heavens and earth, gold. Witch God bloodline, gold. You are of the Panga lineage, the 13th ancestor witch of the primordial world. Should you visit the Witch Clan, you will receive a warm welcome. Devouring heavens and earth, gold. You possess an extraordinary ability to devour. Nothing is beyond your grasp. Anything you consume can be refined into essence, serving as nourishment for your advancement. The system prompt echoed once more. Upon seeing the two choices, Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The Witch God bloodline entry was indeed formidable. Once acquired, it would grant him the Panga bloodline, elevating him to the status of the 13th ancestor witch. Not only would this bestow exceptional innate talents, but it would also garner the protection of the Witch Clan. However, Xiao Yuan was acutely aware of the Witch Clan's fate. Due to their violent temperament and disregard for the laws of heaven and earth, they were destined for annihilation. What distinguishes joining the Witch Clan to become one of the 13 ancestors from courting death? The entry for devouring heaven and earth had previously appeared once, and it was among the entries that Xiao Yuan fervently desired, as it allowed one to rapidly enhance their cultivation by consuming various spiritual entities. Moreover, with the opening of the Xiao Palace, nearly 90% of the formidable beings in the primordial world had departed, significantly increasing the safety factor. Just as his cultivation resources were dwindling, it was time for him to procure more from the primordial world. Even if the system did not activate, Xiao Yuan was already inclined to take a stroll through the primordial realm. The choice was clear. I choose option 2. After making his selection, a beam of golden light entered his brow. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan experienced an overwhelming sense of hunger. He casually retrieved a 4th-grade elixir and swallowed it. In an instant, the elixir transformed into a warm flow, circulating throughout his limbs and body. Xiao Yuan could distinctly perceive a notable enhancement in his cultivation. And what delighted him the most was a slight improvement in his foundational roots. It was important to note that Xiao Yuan's only shortcoming lay in his foundational roots. If he could elevate them to the innate level, his cultivation speed could potentially multiply several times. However, it was evident that the elixirs and spiritual items he possessed were insufficient for the advancement of his innate foundational roots. He would need to search externally for more innate spiritual entities. Before departing Kunlun, Xiao Yuan concealed his aura to the early stage of the profound immortal realm. With the concealing breath entry, even ordinary great Luo golden immortals would struggle to discern his true essence. Should any foolhardy individuals attempt to seize his spiritual items, he would be ready to unleash a thunderous retaliatory strike. The surprise would be immense. Once prepared, Xiao Yuan left Kunlun Mountain. His next destination was the Eastern Sea. With the future relocation of the Jie Sect to the Eastern Sea, he wished to familiarize himself with the surroundings in advance. Shortly after leaving Kunlun, the fortune covering the top entry responded, guiding Xiao Yuan to the location of innate spiritual items. A millennium later, he arrived at the Eastern Sea. Had he not been preoccupied with seeking innate spiritual items along the way, his journey would have been even swifter. During this millennium, Xiao Yuan reaped abundant rewards, acquiring 9 innate spiritual items, one of which was a supreme innate item. Naturally, during the process of collecting these items, he faced ambushes, but he successfully turned the tables on all of them. Xiao Yuan even encountered a Tei golden immortal, who, after taking the items, fled immediately. The Tei golden immortal nearly broke their legs in pursuit, yet failed to capture him. First, he needed to find a place to refine the collected spiritual items, which should be sufficient to elevate his foundational roots to the innate level. Xiao Yuan murmured to himself, subsequently locating a spirit island. This island was originally occupied by a late-stage Xian immortal-level red flame serpent. Upon Xiao Yuan's arrival, the serpent willingly vacated its territory. He then set up a formation on the island, utilizing flags he had crafted during his leisure time. With the strength of this formation, even a powerful Tei golden immortal would require considerable time to breach it. I shall devour. Xiao Yuan retrieved a spiritual artifact and promptly consumed it, showing no discrimination towards whatever divine copper or what it might be. Once these spiritual treasures were ingested, they instantly transformed into the purest essence of energy. This energy not only elevated Xiao Yuan's cultivation, but also enhanced the quality of his innate constitution. Upon refining the last spiritual item, his body was immediately enveloped in a blaze of flames. With a resounding cry, Xiao Yuan manifested his fire crow form, spreading his wings and emitting a piercing call. Simultaneously, every feather on his body appeared to ignite in flames. The lineage of the fire crow tribe originates not from the innate creature known as the 3-legged golden crow, but from the primordial demon god, the ancient fire crow, who governs the path of heavenly fire. Xiao Yuan's current transformation of his bloodline, however, had not yet reached the level of the ancient fire crow but resided in the transitional phase of the heavenly fire crow. Most formidable members of the fire crow tribe exist at this level. The last time the ancestor of the fire crow tribe, Lai Yong, sought out Xiao Yuan, he was indeed a heavenly fire crow and likely possessed a superior innate constitution. In contrast, Xiao Yuan's innate foundation currently lay within the inferior innate tier, rendering him somewhat less formidable. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuan was confident in his ability to catch up. Chapter 14. The Crimson Flame Mysterious Serpent. Acquired as a disciple during this period of seclusion, Xiao Yuan devoted nearly 500 years to his cultivation. When he emerged once more, his cultivation had ascended to the later stages of the golden, immortal realm. The teachings at the Zixiao Palace are said to last for 3,000 years. And now half of that time had elapsed. The primary purpose of Xiao Yuan's return was to gather spiritual artifacts for his cultivation. However, to enhance his innate foundation, he had nearly exhausted the artifacts he had collected. With the remaining 1,500 years, he intended to gather more. Before that, he planned to visit the Dragon Clan. Xiao Yuan's visit to the Dragon Clan was chiefly to procure a maritime chart of the East Sea. The vastness of the East Sea harbors numerous dangers, and possessing a chart would greatly facilitate his journey. Come forth. I shall occupy your sacred ground for my cultivation. Consider it a fateful connection between us. Do you have any requests? Xiao Yuan beckoned, and a crimson mysterious serpent gracefully approached. This was the original sovereign of the spiritual island, the Crimson Flame Mysterious Serpent. While Xiao Yuan was in seclusion, this entity had dutifully acted as his guardian. In the primordial realm, fate and connection are paramount. And Xiao Yuan's choice of this island and his encounter with the Crimson Flame Mysterious Serpent were indeed fateful. Naturally, Xiao Yuan found the serpent pleasing to the eye and invited it to express its desires. Otherwise, he could have easily dismissed it with a trivial reward. Senior, I wish to follow you, the Crimson Flame Mysterious Serpent murmured. I am in need of a disciple, Xiao Yuan inquired. As a being of the golden immortal realm and the third direct disciple of the upper clear, it was only fitting to have an apprentice. Moreover, Xiao Yuan was overwhelmed by the multitude of his pursuits, and having a disciple would surely alleviate some of his burdens. Yes, indeed. Crimson Flame pays respects to the esteemed lord. The Crimson Flame Mysterious Serpent quickly bowed its head. Xiao Yuan then flicked his finger, sending a stream of crimson spiritual light into the serpent's third eye. The Crimson Flame Serpent lightly quivered, transforming into a youthful figure clad in a resplendent red robe. A delicate child sculpted from jade. I am immensely grateful for your assistance in my transformation, the Crimson Flame boy expressed joyfully. Despite having reached the realm of Xianxian, his original bloodline was marred, rendering him incapable of assuming human form. However, with the flicker of red light that Xiao Yuan had just bestowed upon him, he was able to reshape his corporeal form and purify his lineage. Xiao Yuan was thoroughly pleased with the appearance of the Crimson Flame boy. In his perspective, having a youthful companion and a mount was a typical hallmark of an enlightened immortal. Moreover, many immortals possessed pairs of apprentices, one male and one female. Akin to the two disciples of Daezu Hongjun, Haoshan and Jie Sect. Xiao Yuan felt no urgency regarding such arrangements. He would wait until he encountered a suitable match. Come, let us proceed together to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Xiao Yuan exclaimed with a hearty laugh, leading the Crimson Flame boy towards the majestic Dragon Palace. The Dragon clan, once rulers of the primordial world, though now diminished, still possessed a certain grandeur. After all, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. The entire East Sea Dragon Palace was resplendent, radiating opulence. It is no wonder others claim that the Dragon clan hoards wealth from the four seas. Who goes there? State your name. Before Xiao Yuan could approach the palace, he was met with a blockade of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. I am the humble Daoist Xiao Yuan. Seeking an audience with the Dragon King of the East Sea, he replied courteously. Please hold for a moment. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals, taken aback by Xiao Yuan's extraordinary demeanor and his direct request to meet the Dragon King, hastened to report to the palace. Dragon King, there is a Daoist outside who claims to be Xiao Yuan and wishes to meet you, one of the soldiers announced upon entering. Xiao Yuan, I have not heard of him. This Dragon King does not entertain just anyone. Send him away at once. The East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang waved his sleeve, impatience evident in his tone. Even in its decline, the Dragon clan maintains a certain stature, and the Dragon King was not inclined to acknowledge someone unknown to him. Begone. Return whence you came. Upon returning, the soldier regarded Xiao Yuan with irritation. He had initially presumed Xiao Yuan was a familiar face of the Dragon King, only to find himself in a miscommunication. Fortunately, the Dragon King did not hold it against him. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. Xiao Yuan, hearing their words, felt somewhat helpless and called out from outside the palace. I, Xiao Yuan, a direct disciple of the Jie Sect atop Kunlun Mountain, have come to pay my respects to the Dragon King of the East Sea. I humbly request an audience. He had intended to make a discreet entrance, but it seemed that would no longer be possible. I reveal my identity. I am a disciple of a prominent figure. If you refuse to see me, it would be a slight to my master. A distinguished disciple of the esteemed Jie Sect. Please, do come in, Ao Guang exclaimed, immediately stepping forth with enthusiasm. In the vast primordial realm, who was not aware of the illustrious name of the three pure ones? The fact that Xiao Yuan was a direct disciple of the upper clear was sufficient for the Dragon clan to extend the highest courtesy in welcoming him. Indeed, it is evident that one's background holds great weight. Please, do take a seat, friend, Ao Guang said, grasping Xiao Yuan's hand and ushering him into the Dragon Palace. He promptly brought forth fine wines to entertain him, calling upon numerous sea maidens to sing and perform, creating a lively atmosphere. Ao Guang showed no concern that Xiao Yuan might be an impostor. In this primordial chaos, would one dare impersonate the direct disciple of a supreme cultivator, courting death with such audacity? Dragon Sovereign, I have come to request the maritime charts of the Eastern Sea. The charts? A trivial matter, boomed Ao Guang, Turtle Grand Chancellor hastened to retrieve the Dragon Clan's meticulously compiled charts of the four seas. Without hesitation, he not only fulfilled Xiao Yuan's request, but even exceeded it. Before long, the exquisitely inscribed charts of the four seas were presented before Xiao Yuan. May I venture a humble inquiry? Ao Guang stroked his silvery, flowing beard. What purpose do you intend for these charts, fellow Daoist? To be candid, Xiao Yuan replied with a serene smile. I plan to traverse the Eastern Sea in search of primordial spiritual treasures, resources vital to my cultivation. He withheld the truth that the Jie Sect would one day establish its abode here, and instead wove a plausible pretext, the pursuit of primordial essences. Yet you hail from the Upper Clarity Sect. How could such a lineage lack the spiritual provisions requisite for cultivation? Ao Guang asked, genuinely astonished. The Dragon Sovereign is unaware. Xiao Yuan explained that our master advocates self-reliance above all, and my path demands resources far beyond the ordinary. He spoke no falsehood. Indeed, he cultivated multiple Daoist arts in parallel, a prodigious endeavor that devoured spiritual energy at an extraordinary rate. And now, with the newly acquired, heaven-devouring, earth-consuming trait, his cultivation accelerated in direct proportion to the abundance of spiritual treasures. Primordial essences, therefore, were not merely desirable, they were indispensable. I see, Ao Guang murmured, his expression shifting to one of sudden, profound comprehension, while a subtle, incisive gleam flickered in his eyes. Fellow Daoist, would you consider accepting the Dragon Clan as patronage? Patronage? Xiao Yuan's brow furrowed faintly. Precisely, Ao Guang replied, his voice rich with quiet expectation. The Dragon Clan provides generous support to select cultivators of exceptional talent. In ordinary times, no duties are imposed. Only in moments of dire need would we ask for assistance, within the bounds of your capacity. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Kirin clans, once triumphant rulers of the primordial era, had all suffered grievous wounds during the Longhan Cataclysm. Of the three, the Dragon Clan now stood preeminent, not by accident, but by shrewd acumen. Their wealth was vast, their networks extensive. Through strategic alliances with powerful cultivators, they had rebuilt their prestige and influence. Yet to this day, no dragon sovereign had secured the patronage, or even the acknowledgement, of a quasi-sage. For during the Longhan calamity, the three clans had sown immense karmic debt across the world, and the Dragon Clan, in particular, bore the crushing weight of that accumulated sin. Moreover, quasi-sages were not so easily swayed, neither by wealth nor by flattery. Thus, when Xiao Yuan, a direct disciple of a quasi-sage, appeared before him, Ao Guang saw not merely a promising cultivator, but a rare bridge to celestial authority. Chapter 15. Crimson Rain Falls. Han Yun perishes. Fellow Daoist, I cannot decide this matter unilaterally. I must first seek my master's counsel before committing. Xiao Yuan instantly grasped Ao Guang's intent. Accepting patronage would bind him as an honored guest of the Dragon Clan, entangling him in karmic obligation. He did desire primordial treasures. His cultivation, though fortified by the fortune-crowned trait, remained arduous and time-consuming without them. He did wish to foster amity with the Dragon Clan. Yet he also knew Ao Guang's interest lay not in him, but in his master. To act rashly, to presume authority where none was granted, would be to grasp a sesame seed while losing an entire melon. Of course, Ao Guang said, smiling warmly. Though Xiao Yuan had not assented, the mere possibility was a beacon of hope. After a few more exchanges of courteous, measured words, Xiao Yuan took his leave, departing the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea with quiet grace. He unfurled the nautical chart, skillfully avoiding the perilous zones indicated upon it, and commenced his voyage across the East Sea. Soon, over a millennium elapsed, Xiao Yuan reaped considerable rewards, acquiring 11 primordial spiritual artifacts. Regrettably, fortune did not favor him with the discovery of primordial roots or treasures this time. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. If such primordial roots and treasures were easily found, the vast wilderness would be overwhelmed with them. As the 3,000-year period drew near, and the formidable beings of the wilderness prepared to return, Xiao Yuan chose not to linger and promptly made his way back to Kunlun Mountain. Upon his return, he settled Qi Yin securely and imparted to him the various customs and taboos of Kunlun. The young Qi Yin proved to be quite astute, quickly adapting to his new surroundings. He also became increasingly adept at assisting Xiao Yuan with various tasks, alleviating much of Xiao Yuan's burdens. Suddenly, as Xiao Yuan was in the midst of his seclusion, a resounding thunderclap resonated throughout the wilderness, followed by a torrential downpour of blood rain, filling the heavens and earth with an overwhelming sense of sorrow. All creatures of the wilderness were taken aback, for such occurrences had transpired before. notably at the time of Dong Wang Gong's demise at the hands of Di Jun. The re-emergence of this scene indicated a grave reality. Another quasi-saint had fallen. For the vast majority of the beings in the wilderness, quasi-saints were figures of unattainable reverence, and now, one had perished. Xiao Yuan, come to the taking palace. The voice of his master echoed in his ears, snapping Xiao Yuan from his reverie. Realizing his master had returned from the Xiao palace, he hurried to the taking palace to pay his respects. Upon his arrival, he found Duo Bao and Jin Ling already present. It seemed that during his absence, they had not been remiss in their cultivation. Tong Tian smiled as he observed his three direct disciples, easily discerning their progress, particularly with Xiao Yuan, whose broad array of studies was quite remarkable. According to his second brother, this lad had even sought the artifact scriptures from the Yuqing Palace. Fortunately, his cultivation had not been hindered. Otherwise, he would certainly have learned the hard way why flowers bloom so vividly. Master, is it true that the blood rain has fallen due to another quasi-saint's demise? Duo Bao inquired. Indeed, Hongyun Daoist has met his end at the hands of an ambush. Tong Tian sighed. A chill ran through Xiao Yuan's heart. He had suspected the fallen one was indeed Hongyun, and his intuition had proven correct. Xiao Yuan deemed Hongyun Daoist to be the embodiment of misfortune in the wilderness. When the Xiao Palace first opened, Hongyun had offended Kunping over a dispute regarding a mat. After the three discussions concluded, he acquired the primordial purple energy, while Kunping gained nothing, fostering deep resentment. In collusion with the brothers Ming, he and Di Jun, they plotted against Hongyun. Had he not shown such benevolence, he might have avoided his tragic fate. If he were not the embodiment of misfortune, who else could claim that title? If you have any questions regarding your cultivation, feel free to voice them. Your master shall provide answers. Tong Tian evidently preferred to steer the conversation away from Hongyun. The three, not wishing to pursue the topic further, began to present their inquiries about cultivation, to which Tong Tian provided thorough explanations. Teacher, I previously ventured to the Dragon Clan, and during this opportunity, Xiao Yuan conveyed the matters of the Dragon Clan to Tong Tian. These are merely trifling affairs. You may handle them as you see fit. Tong Tian casually waved his hand, indicating his agreement. Upon returning to the dojo, Xiao Yuan promptly replied to Ao Guang. Upon receiving the news, Ao Guang was elated and personally visited Kunlun Mountain to pay his respects to Xiao Yuan. Friend Xiao Yuan, this is a spiritual artifact bestowed by my Dragon Clan. From now on, I shall present one to you at every Yuan meeting. After exchanging pleasantries, Ao Guang produced the spiritual artifacts he had brought. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback at the sight of these items. The Dragon Clan truly exhibits grand generosity. This collection included 10 innate spiritual artifacts and 100 postnatal artifacts, enough to move even a great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, this would be a continuous offering. Once every Yuan meeting. Do you believe this arrangement is feasible? Ao Guang asked nervously, concerned that Xiao Yuan might not be satisfied. This is already quite splendid. Xiao Yuan replied. That is reassuring. Ao Guang sighed in relief. After further pleasantries, Ao Guang departed with satisfaction. Xiao Yuan also requested that Ao Guang keep an eye on the spiritual lands and islands within the Eastern Sea. The three teachings of Xiao Palace have concluded, and the separation of the three pure ones is not far off. Xiao Yuan resolved to prepare in advance, so he would not need to exhaust himself seeking a dojo later. He then contemplated another matter. The offerings from the Dragon Clan were substantial, yet he could not disdain an abundance of spiritual artifacts. He considered utilizing his three acquired skills. In the primordial world, whether it be elixirs, postnatal spiritual treasures, or formation diagrams, there is a significant demand. He could certainly engage in business within these realms. This would not only hone his various skills, but also enable him to earn spiritual artifacts, achieving multiple benefits. This would establish a virtuous cycle, ensuring a steady supply of spiritual artifacts in the future. Xiao Yuan was resolute and sought out the Water and Fire Boy, given his extensive connections. Junior brother, your idea is indeed feasible. Just among the disciples under the Upper Clear Sect, there are quite a number who might consume what you refine. May I be so bold as to inquire, how proficient are you in these three disciplines at present? The Water and Fire Boy asked curiously. Many disciples of the Upper Clear Sect were aware that Xiao Yuan practiced several paths, yet few comprehended the extent of his mastery. I would say it is passable. I can currently refine 5-turn immortal pills and mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasures. My skills in formation are slightly lacking, as I can only produce 4 pattern diagrams, like elixirs and treasures. Formation diagrams also possess varying grades, ranging from 1 to 9 patterns, with 9 pattern diagrams being the highest tier. Xiao Yuan had not neglected his studies in elixirs, treasures, and formations over the years. Although he began the path of artifacts later, targeted efforts had allowed him to catch up significantly. The Water and Fire Boy exclaimed, "Is this what you call passable? Do you have some misunderstanding regarding the term?" Chapter 16, Methods of Acquiring Merit Now. The Water and Fire Boy finally understood why their esteemed master permitted Xiao Yuan to pursue so many paths concurrently. "It is entirely due to the extraordinary talent of my junior disciple, who excels in every discipline he undertakes." Junior, your mastery in these 3 areas has already reached impressive heights. Henceforth, you may entrust me with the handling of the items you refine. The Water and Fire Child took on the responsibility. "I appreciate your assistance, senior brother." Xiao Yuan, feeling no need for formality, was relieved to leave these matters to the Water and Fire Child, as he was not particularly adept in this regard. With their rapport, there was no need for excessive politeness. In the days that followed, Xiao Yuan continued his methodical cultivation. The only difference was that he had successfully established a steady stream of sales for pills, spiritual treasures, and formation diagrams, making him busier than ever, yet also more fulfilled. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. Tong Tian had recruited numerous named disciples, and the number of disciples under the kingman had surpassed 1,000, continuing to grow. Additionally, Tong Tian had accepted a personal disciple, Yudang, who would later become renowned as the Holy Mother of Yudang. Due to Tong Tian's extensive recruitment of disciples, several disputes arose between him and Yuan Shi. However, thanks to Lao Zi's mediation, the conflicts did not escalate. "My lord, the Dragon King of the East Sea requests an audience." Just as Xiao Yuan was in quiet meditation, the Crimson Flame Child reported. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow. Over the years, he had maintained contact with Ao Guang. If there were any matters of concern, Ao Guang could simply send a message. His personal visit indicated that something significant had occurred. "Please, come in," Xiao Yuan replied. "My friend, I apologize for the sudden intrusion. It is quite presumptuous of me, and I hope you do not take offense." Ao Guang began, revealing a look of anxiety etched upon his brow. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Xiao Yuan asked. "If it were a trivial matter, I would not have sought you out. This time, my clan has inadvertently offended the ancestor Kunpeng." Ao Guang sighed and recounted the situation to Xiao Yuan. The matter was, in essence, quite straightforward. The Dragon Clan had accidentally injured a descendant of Kunpeng, prompting the ancestor to demand exorbitant compensation. In truth, the Dragon Clan was not at fault. The Kunpeng descendant had long claimed dominance in the North Sea, preying upon the Dragon Clan. The incident arose from the Kunpeng's excessive bullying, and the North Sea Dragon Palace could no longer endure it, leading to a retaliatory strike. However, Kunpeng turned the tables on them. Despite the Dragon Clan being in the right, they were compelled to bow their heads, for in the primordial world, power speaks volumes. Kunpeng was not only a quasi-saint but also a celestial master, someone the Dragon Clan could not afford to provoke. The Dragon Clan sought peace. Yet Kunpeng's greed knew no bounds. He demanded a vast amount of spiritual treasures, including 2 innate spiritual artifacts. Even with the Dragon Clan's profound heritage, such demands could deplete their resources entirely. They feared that Kunpeng would take advantage of the situation, draining them of everything. Consequently, the Dragon Clan sought assistance. But their connections were insufficient to engage with matters at the quasi-saint level, leading them to turn to Xiao Yuan. "Please wait here. I shall consult with my master," Xiao Yuan said. After all, as a recipient of the Dragon Clan's offerings, it was his duty to act on their behalf. Disciple Xiao Yuan pays respects to the master. Xiao Yuan made his way to the Taking Palace. "What brings you here?" Tong Tian inquired. Teacher Xiao Yuan recounted the troubles faced by the Dragon Clan. "Friend Kunpeng, your actions in this matter are indeed somewhat excessive, your demands rather unseemly. I shall have a word with him. Master, I have conceived a method to acquire merit. Would you care to listen?" Xiao Yuan continued. Upon learning of the Dragon Clan's plight, he recalled this notion. "Oh, pray, enlighten me," Tong Tian responded with a smile, seemingly dismissive. He did not believe Xiao Yuan possessed any substantial method for acquiring merit. Even if he did, it would likely yield only a meager amount, which someone of his stature would hardly regard. Countless races exist in the primordial realm, yet their scripts remain ununified. If we could unify the characters of the primordial world, it would undoubtedly yield a significant amount of merit. Xiao Yuan spoke confidently. His words were not mere fantasies. Soon after, Kunpeng would indeed create a new script, garnering great merit. Similarly, the creation of characters by the human sage Kangxia also earned him the merit of the heavenly Dao. Xiao Yuan had only just recalled this upon hearing Ao Guang mention Kunpeng. However, the task of unifying the scripts of myriad races was no simple endeavor, one beyond the capacity of a mere minor figure like Xiao Yuan. Hence he chose to report the matter. Even if the 3 pure ones were to leave him a meager portion, Xiao Yuan would be more than satisfied. as Tong Tian absorbed Xiao Yuan's words. His initial indifference gradually transformed into deep concentration. According to his calculations, the method proposed by Xiao Yuan was indeed feasible. Xiao Yuan, I shall discuss this matter with my two esteemed uncles, Tong Tian declared. Xiao Yuan then departed from the Upper Clear Palace. How did it go, my friend? Ao Guang inquired eagerly upon Xiao Yuan's arrival, revealing the immense pressure Kunpeng exerted on the Dragon Clan. Xiao Yuan was their sole hope. Master has already prepared to speak with Ancestor Kunpeng. You shall soon receive news, Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. Thank you, my friend, Ao Guang said, exhaling with relief. A smile emerging on his face. My friend, according to the news from within the clan, Ancestor Kunpeng has softened his stance. As long as our Dragon Clan offers slight compensation, matters can be resolved. Then I congratulate you, my friend, Xiao Yuan remarked. The oppression from Kunpeng felt like a calamity to the Dragon Clan, yet for Tong Tian, it was merely a matter of words. Within the North Sea Palace, Kunpeng's expression was far from pleasant. Initially, he believed that pressuring the Dragon Clan for benefits was a certainty, but unforeseen complications arose. Tong Tian from the Three Pure Ones unexpectedly intervened on behalf of the Dragon Clan. Despite his reluctance, Kunpeng dared not confront Tong Tian. All the formidable beings of the primordial realm were aware that the Three Pure Ones had all become direct disciples of the Dao ancestor, endowed with the foundational essence of the primordial chaos, and were likely to achieve sanctity in the future. Not only Kunpeng, but even the Lord of Heaven would think twice before offending the Three Pure Ones. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Grand Pure One, third brother, could you consult us before acting? Why did you unilaterally interfere in the affairs between the Dragon Clan and Kunpeng? Yuan sure expressed his discontent. Second brother, this is merely a trivial matter, hardly worth discussing, Tong Tian replied nonchalantly. In a state of agitation, Yuan sure was acutely aware that this matter was trivial. However, he could not conceal his dissatisfaction with Tong Tian's demeanor. All right, second brother, I have pressing matters to discuss with you. Tong Tian, preferring not to engage in further disputes with Yuan Shi, responded, pressing matters? What are they? Laozi inquired. Elder brother, this notion was proposed by my disciple, Xiao Yuan. He believes there is a way for us to accrue great merit. Tong Tian replied with a smile. A mere golden immortal claims to possess a method for us to accumulate great merit? How audacious! Yuan Shi scoffed. Ignoring Yuan Shi, Tong Tian proceeded to articulate Xiao Yuan's concept before Laozi and Yuan Shi, embellishing it with his own insights, thereby rendering the plan for the unification of written language far more comprehensive. As the discussion unfolded, the expressions of Yuan Shi and Laozi mirrored that of Tong Tian's initial indifference, which gradually shifted to a more serious demeanor. Elder brother, second brother, what do you think of this proposal? Tong Tian inquired after concluding his explanation. Based on my calculations, this endeavor is highly feasible. Unifying the written language across the vast wilderness will facilitate the dissemination of various laws and enhance intertribal exchanges. This is indeed a significant act of merit, and I believe we should proceed, Laozi stated solemnly. Yuan Shi nodded in agreement. Since this endeavor is viable, let us, as brothers, embark upon it. However, I have a small request. Since this idea originated from Xiao Yuan, I wish to include him in our undertaking, Tong Tian expressed. That is only fitting. Laozi acquiesced with a nod. I have no objections, Yuan Shi concurred. As Tong Tian remarked, the idea was indeed Xiao Yuan's, and including him was entirely justified. Xiao Yuan, I have conferred with your two esteemed uncles. The unification of the written languages of the myriad tribes is a grand initiative that will benefit the vast wilderness. I shall ensure your inclusion, and you need only to accompany us, Tong Tian assured. Yes, Xiao Yuan immediately responded, understanding that this was a privilege granted to him by his master. When the time for merit to descend arrives, he would undoubtedly reap abundant rewards. Before long, the Three Pure Ones departed from Kunlun Mountain, beginning their journey among the myriad tribes. With the strength and status of the Three Pure Ones, all tribes of the wilderness were compelled to show them respect. Even the mightiest of the Wu and Yao tribes had to accord them a degree of honor. Xiao Yuan trailed closely behind Tong Tian, silent and unassuming, merely serving as a small ornament in their entourage. What were the Three Pure Ones intending to accomplish? Why had they suddenly begun traversing among the major tribes? No one knew. It was rumored that the Three Pure Ones sought to acquire the legacies of various tribes. Yet the significance of their actions remained a mystery. The mere stamp of their feet could send tremors throughout the wilderness. Their overt actions did not escape the keen eyes of many powerful beings within the wilderness, though the true purpose behind the Three Pure Ones' endeavors eluded them. It was not until 3,000 years later that a resounding voice echoed from Kunlun Mountain. I, taking, Yuqing, Shanqing. Feeling the inconvenience of communication between the myriad tribes and the hindrance of the transmission of various laws across the wilderness, hereby unify the written language of the myriad tribes today. The voice of the three pure ones resonated throughout the vast wilderness. Above the firmament, golden light surged forth. A manifestation of the heavenly Dao. Good. The words of the heavenly Dao reverberated. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light descended, representing the vast merits of the heavenly Dao. The totality of these merits was comparable to that of the celestial court established by the Eastern sovereign, and perhaps even surpassed it. Subsequently, these merits were divided into numerous portions, cascading into the primordial chaos. This time, Laozi, Yuanxi, and Tongtian each received a share of 20%. The various clans that aided in the formation of the primordial text garnered 35%. The remaining half a portion fell behind Xiao Yuan. Despite Xiao Yuan receiving only half a portion, the amount of merit was substantial enough to make even a quasi-saint envious. Xiao Yuan himself was astonished by the extent of his share. Who would have thought that a mere suggestion could yield such a significant reward? The powerful beings of the primordial realm watched in envy as the three pure ones celebrated their bountiful merits. How dare you seize my opportunity? Just as the three pure ones and Xiao Yuan were joyously dividing the merits, a harsh and furious voice echoed from afar. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Xiao Yuan instinctively recoiled, for it was none other than the ancestral figure of Kunpeng. According to the guidance of the heavenly Dao, these merits should have rightfully belonged to Kunpeng. But due to Xiao Yuan's intervention, the three pure ones had claimed them first. To usurp another's fortune was far graver than the act of killing one's parents. The moment the three pure ones unified the text, Kunpeng felt the weight of lost opportunity, and his composure shattered. In the primordial realm, fortune belongs to the virtuous. Begone! Tongtian bellowed, his sword intent surging, the four swords of extermination already summoned, poised to strike down Kunpeng. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Kunpeng suddenly snapped back to reality. Earlier, in a fit of anger, he had acted recklessly, but now, with clarity restored, he dared not further provoke them. Esteemed friends, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please do not hold it against me. Kunpeng quickly conceded and turned to leave, no longer daring to confront the three pure ones. This upheaval was swift to arise and equally swift to dissipate. Xiao Yuan regarded the scene with a mix of melancholy and reflection. The notion that fortune and resources belong to the virtuous is often merely a matter of strength and backing. Had someone else been the beneficiary of the merits, even a great Luo golden immortal might have found themselves extinguished by Kunpeng's machinations. After receiving such an abundance of merit, Xiao Yuan intended to retreat into seclusion for cultivation and breakthrough. However, before he could do so, he was summoned to the Taiji Palace. The three pure ones sat at the head, their faces beaming with smiles as they regarded him. Disciple Xiao Yuan pays his respects to the masters and two esteemed uncles. He greeted respectfully, Xiao Yuan, you have accomplished a great feat. Thus, I bestow upon you this 9-turn golden pill, Laozi proclaimed with a grin. The merits acquired due to Xiao Yuan's contributions warranted a reward. Although Xiao Yuan was reluctant to accept, the three pure ones could not refrain from offering it, lest others question their generosity. With a wave of his hand, a beam of golden light descended before Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan's heart momentarily halted. He had believed that his substantial share of merit was already a remarkable fortune, yet he had not anticipated an additional reward. Moreover, he was astonished by the grand gesture of his master uncle, who had directly conferred upon him the illustrious 9-turn golden pill. The 9 Revolutions golden elixir is renowned as the most potent elixir of the primordial era, crafted from a myriad of rare spiritual materials and forged by the foremost alchemist. Laozi. A single ingestion of the 9 Revolutions golden elixir allows a being to ascend directly to the great Luo realm. Beyond this extraordinary effect, it possesses numerous other remarkable applications, rendering it a coveted treasure even among quasi-saint powers. Presently, however, Xiao Yuan has come into possession of one. Thank you, Master Uncle. Xiao Yuan exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the 9 Revolutions golden elixir, hastily expressing his gratitude. Good brother, your generosity is indeed overwhelming. If I were to be stingy, I fear I would become the subject of ridicule from our third brother, Yuanshi chuckled, raising his hand to reveal a small black bell that gracefully floated before Xiao Yuan, spinning in midair. The post-heavenly treasure is exceedingly rare, with no more than a handful crafted throughout the primordial realms. Such a treasure, possessing immense power, rivals even innate spiritual artifacts. Moreover, even Yuanshi's collection of post-heavenly treasures is limited. Had Laozi not first bestowed the 9 Revolutions golden elixir, it would have been impossible for Yuanshi to grant such a precious item. making Xiao Yuan quite fortunate indeed. Thank you, second master uncle, Xiao Yuan said, stowing away the soul-dissipating bell and turning his gaze towards his own teacher. With both master uncles exhibiting such lavishness, he was certain his teacher would not be lacking in generosity. Chapter 18. The Mount, the Fiery Beast. What are you looking at me for? Tong Tian laughed. Rest assured, your rewards shall not be lacking. With that, Tong Tian shook his sleeve, and a small beast tumbled forth. This creature resembled a diminutive cat adorned with fiery patterns, possessing a single horn atop its head and a collar around its neck, exuding an air of innocence. Yet, Xiao Yuan could discern that this little feline was a being of the mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal. This is the Fiery Beast, a rare species of the primordial realm, sustained by various innate spiritual flames. If properly nurtured, it possesses the potential to ascend to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Seeing that you are in need of a companion for speed, I bestow this upon you, Tong Tian remarked, patting the fiery beast on the head. The fiery beast then transformed into a streak of light, landing upon Xiao Yuan's shoulder. Gazing up at him with an endearing expression that belied its formidable status as a Tai Golden Immortal creature. Thank you, teacher, Xiao Yuan quickly expressed his gratitude. The gift of this fiery beast from his teacher held value equal to that of the treasures bestowed by his master uncles, and it resonated deeply with Xiao Yuan's desires. With such a powerful companion, not only could it serve as a source of speed, but it could also act as a guardian, its potential for greatness promising further accomplishments. After receiving his rewards, Xiao Yuan departed from the Taqing Palace. Upon returning, he began to assess his newfound treasures. As he extracted the 9 Revolutions golden elixir, the entire dojo was enveloped in its fragrant aroma, and with a deep inhalation, Xiao Yuan felt the tremors of cultivation resonate within him. Truly, it is the most formidable elixir of the primordial realm, exuding an overwhelming potency. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuan hesitated to consume the 9 Revolutions golden elixir immediately. Although it promised an instant ascent to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, such an elevation would result in his cultivation halting for life. For the vast majority of beings in the primordial realm, the Great Luo Golden Immortal is an elusive pinnacle. Yet, Xiao Yuan is resolutely unwilling to remain stagnant at this threshold. He is indeed a man destined to attain the Tao of the primordial unity. How could a mere Great Luo Golden Immortal suffice? This 9 transformation golden pill must be consumed only after reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage to unleash its utmost potential. So Xiao Yuan wisely decided to keep it for the time being. Subsequently, he retrieved the postnatal supreme treasure, the soul-dissipating bell. This artifact can directly affect the soul, making it an insidious tool that catches one off guard, yet Xiao Yuan found it rather appealing. Subtlety is advantageous. It allows for unexpected strikes. Next came the flame-treading beast, a gift from his esteemed master. This small creature appeared to have been tamed by his mentor. Thus it was docile in Xiao Yuan's presence. Moreover, the collar around the beast's neck, a countermeasure left by Tong Tian, would constrict should the creature dare to act unruly. If Xiao Yuan so wished, he could even tighten it to the point of suffocation. Fortunately, since the flame-treading beast had followed Xiao Yuan, it had remained quite obedient, even when out of Tong Tian's sight. This was largely due to the pure spiritual flame that Xiao Yuan possessed, which the beast found irresistible. Were it to be in the presence of another, the flame-treading beast might not have been as compliant, but now it regarded Xiao Yuan as its long-term provider. For the sake of sustenance, it behaved well and was discerning enough to appreciate the difference between being well-fed and hungry. Once Xiao Yuan had organized his belongings, he began his seclusion, ready to refine the immense merits he had acquired. A millennium later, Xiao Yuan emerged from his retreat, having made significant advancements in his cultivation. Now standing at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm, the next step would be to enter the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Achieving the Tai Golden Immortal realm requires the amalgamation of the 5 vital energies within one's being, also known as the 5 elements. These consist of the Eastern Wood energy, the Western Metal energy, the Northern Water energy, the Southern Fire energy, and the Central Earth energy. Once these 5 energies are gathered, one can ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. However, Xiao Yuan was in no rush to break into this higher state. Having just reached the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal stage, he needed time to consolidate his gains. During the millennium of Xiao Yuan's seclusion, significant events unfolded in the primordial world. The Wu and Yao clans had entered into war. After the Heavenly Court had decimated the Immortal Court, it ascended to the position of dominion over the primordial realm. During the 3 lectures at the Purple Cloud Palace, the Dao ancestor refrained from holding the Heavenly Court accountable, which only inflated their arrogance further. Following these lectures, the momentum of the Heavenly Court became unstoppable, poised to subjugate all races and dominate the primordial realm. To unify the entirety of the primordial world, the Heavenly Court could not bypass the Wu clan. Upon learning of the Heavenly Court's intentions to subdue them, the ancestral witches were incensed. We, the Wu clan, hold no reverence for heaven and earth. What is the Heavenly Court to us? With that sentiment, war was declared. Nevertheless, despite the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans, it did not affect Kunlun Mountain, as neither clan dared to provoke the three pure ones. Thus, another 10,000 years passed, and Xiao Yuan was summoned to the Upper Clear Palace. Xiao Yuan, the Heavenly Emperor, wishes to wed the two goddesses of the Moon Star. You shall represent Kunlun Mountain to offer your congratulations, Tong Tian spoke. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Under pressure from the Wu clan, Emperor Jun's marriage to Zai and Changzi was a strategy to bolster the Heavenly Court's power and was also a heavenly decree established by the Dao. The absence of my own teacher and two senior uncles is likely a calculated move to avoid offending the witch clan. However, why should this matter fall upon me? Not to mention that I still have senior brothers and sisters above me, and there is also Nanji from Yugzu Palace. Your senior brother has just recently entered the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal and is currently in seclusion to solidify his cultivation. As for your senior sister, as you well know, she prefers to shy away from such bustling affairs. Similarly, Nanji from Yugzu Palace is in seclusion, akin to your senior brother. Tong Tian seemed aware of Xiao Yuan's sentiments and proceeded to elucidate the situation. He understood that Xiao Yuan, too, harbored a disdain for such trivial matters. Yet the burden had now fallen upon him. It would be unreasonable to send the youngest disciple of the Jie Sect in his stead. Xiao Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. He truly had no alternative. However, on a brighter note, attending the celestial wedding promised a sumptuous feast, which could hardly be deemed a loss. After receiving his teacher's order, Xiao Yuan summoned the tanned beast. The creature transformed into the size of an adult leopard, shedding some of its cuteness for an air of majesty and ferocity. Xiao Yuan mounted the tanned beast, and at his command, it unleashed its spiritual flames as it raced towards the heavenly realm. The tanned beast exhibited remarkable speed, rivaling Xiao Yuan's full sprint, making it an exceptional specimen among the Tai Golden Immortals, which only heightened Xiao Yuan's satisfaction with it. Nonetheless, even with the tanned beast's swiftness, it took nearly a century for Xiao Yuan to reach the vicinity of the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm is perched atop Mount Buzhu, adorned with ethereal palaces, cascading waterfalls, and abundant spiritual energy, radiating golden brilliance, a truly magnificent sight. As Xiao Yuan journeyed on the tanned beast towards the heavenly realm, he encountered numerous beings making their way, presumably to partake in the heavenly feast. I, Xiao Yuan from Kunlun Mountain, have come at my teacher's behest, presenting 10 immortal apricots and a 9-turn golden pill to congratulate the heavenly emperor, he declared loudly as he approached the southern heavenly gate. Upon his words, the beings surrounding the southern heavenly gate instinctively parted to create a path for him, including several Tai Golden Immortals and even Deluo Golden Immortals, such as the might bestowed by one's identity and background. Chapter 19. A Great Opportunity? A Major Pitfall. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged scholar emerged from the heavenly realm, a warm smile gracing his face as he approached Xiao Yuan. Young friend Xiao, please, come inside, he welcomed. This scholar was none other than Baizhe, one of the 10 great demon gods. Had the 3 purities been present, it would have been Emperor Jun himself to greet them. As for Xiao Yuan, the arrival of Baizhe to welcome him was indeed a significant honor. After exchanging pleasantries with Baizhe, Xiao Yuan entered the heavenly realm and took his seat as arranged by Baizhe. During this time, several powerful figures approached Xiao Yuan to engage in friendly conversation, to which he responded with a smile. Xiao Yuan firmly believed in the adage that having more friends opens more paths. After all, engaging in casual conversation and offering a friendly demeanor bore no loss, and such relationships might prove beneficial in the future. This demeanor astonished the powerful figures, who had not anticipated that this direct disciple of the Supreme Clear would possess no air of arrogance whatsoever. Xiao Yuan's reputation for being affable quickly spread throughout the gathering. Xiao Yuan, I did not expect you to be sent from Kunlun. As the esteemed ancestor of the Fire Crow clan, Lai Yang naturally graced the banquet with his presence. Upon spotting Xiao Yuan, he approached with a warm smile. Over the years, Lai Yang had maintained correspondence with Xiao Yuan, fully aware that the 3 pure ones were reluctant to involve themselves in the disputes of the primordial era. Consequently, he refrained from suggesting that Xiao Yuan take an official position in the heavenly court. Xiao Yuan, for his part, did not harbor any disdain towards this venerable ancestor. On the contrary, he held him in considerable respect. Alas, with my senior brothers and sisters in seclusion, it seems I am the only one left to attend. Xiao Yuan lamented. Huh, Countless beings in the primordial world yearn for an invitation to this feast, yet find themselves without the opportunity. And here you are, expressing discontent. Liang chuckled. You should find time to revisit your ancestral grounds. The Fire Crow clan boasts a rich history, and we possess some legacies that may prove beneficial to you. I shall certainly make the time, Xiao Yuan replied earnestly. At that moment, a sinister-looking elder entered the hall, casting a malevolent glance in Xiao Yuan's direction before grunting and taking a seat. Huh, that old wretch Kunping, unable to vent his frustrations on your masters, resorts to intimidating a mere junior like you. Pay him no mind, Lai Yang remarked with a cold smirk. It was evident that the relationship between the Fire Crow ancestor and Kunping was far from amicable. Xiao Yuan nodded. He had recognized the elder's identity the moment he received that hostile gaze. This was the demon master, the one with a vendetta against the Kunlun Mountains. It was worth noting that Kunping's loss of the opportunity to create literary works was indeed a consequence of Xiao Yuan's actions, though few were privy to this information. Otherwise, Kunping's disdain would have been far more pronounced. Xiao Yuan, however, was not foolish enough to expose himself. After all, a few disdainful glances from Kunping would not cost him anything. Once the Heavenly Court's key members and numerous guests had gathered, the banquet officially commenced. Noah, wielding a red embroidered ball as the officiant, united Emperor Jun with the sisters Zai and Changzi in a celestial marriage, thus establishing a bond of fate in the primordial world. The Heavenly Dao showered the event with abundant merit. Throughout the banquet, Xiao Yuan primarily indulged in the exquisite offerings. It must be said that the Heavenly Court provided a splendid feast, featuring various spiritual wines and fruits, as well as divine elixirs. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuan was reluctant to fully indulge, as he represented Kunlun Mountain at this gathering. After the festivities concluded, Xiao Yuan mounted his fiery beast, preparing to return to Kunlun. During his initial journey to the Heavenly Court, time constraints had prevented him from gathering spiritual treasures. This time, however, he had ample time to collect some along the way. As the thought of treasure hunting crossed his mind, an entry labeled Fortune Bestowed manifested. The description indicated a significant opportunity was at hand, and the Heavenly Dao would guide him to its location. Xiao Yuan immediately urged his fiery beast towards the direction indicated by the Dao. Before long, he arrived at the site where the heavenly machine had pointed him. Without waiting for his reaction, a swirling mass of crimson mist enveloped him. This startled Xiao Yuan greatly, prompting him to summon the Void Treasure Mirror and the Mo Yuan Sword, preparing to utilize Spatial Leap and Sword Escape to flee. Young friend, please do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. At that moment, an ethereal figure gradually coalesced from the mist. Xiao Yuan of the Upper Purity Sect. I pay my respects to Senior Hong Yun. Upon seeing the figure, Xiao Yuan was somewhat taken aback and hurriedly bowed. The apparition emerging from the red mist was none other than Hong Yun, whom Xiao Yuan had encountered once in Zifa Prefecture. Following the 3 lectures of the Purple Cloud Palace, a blood rain had descended. Even his own master had confirmed that deist Hong Yun had perished, yet now he spoke. Young friend, your conjecture is correct. I have indeed fallen. What remains is merely a fragment of my divine consciousness. Hong Yun sighed deeply. Since you have come here, it indicates a fateful connection between us. There is a matter I wish to entrust to you. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan immediately recalled certain narrative elements, receiving a great master's legacy and aiding in vengeance. Senior, I am but weak and dare not intervene in your disputes. Xiao Yuan hastily replied. What a jest. The ones who sought to slay Hong Yun were Kuan Peng, Ming He, and Di Jun Tai. Do I possess the audacity to confront such formidable figures? You misunderstand, young friend. I do not seek your assistance in vengeance. I merely wish for you to visit the Wuzhuang Temple and deliver the 99 Scattersoul Red Gourd to Brother Jin Yuanzi. In return, I shall bestow upon you a superior innate spiritual treasure, Hong Yun implored, a beseeching look upon his face. Ding. The deist Hong Yun has entrusted you with a task. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Accept the commission, reward, forewarning of catastrophe, gold. Choice 2. Decline the commission, reward, karma reversion, gold. Forewarning of catastrophe, gold. You possess an extraordinary ability to perceive disasters, granting you foresight before calamities arrive, allowing you to guard against the majority of tribulations. Karma reversion, gold. You no longer fear the encroachment of karma, and can even refine karma for your own use. At this moment, the system reappeared, prompting Xiao Yuan to make a decision regarding Hong Yun's request. Xiao Yuan felt quite hesitant. The death of Hong Yun had far-reaching implications. It was said that over the years, many powerful beings had not ceased their search for Hong Yun's relics, striving to uncover that fragment of primordial purple qi. The primordial purple qi was declared by the Dao ancestor as the foundation for sanctification, capable of driving the mighty of the wasteland to madness. Becoming entangled in this matter was undoubtedly ill-fated. Had he known this would transpire, he would not have come. What a stroke of misfortune. It felt less like a grand opportunity and more like a deep pit. Chapter 20. A gathering of great powers. Senior. May I inquire about the primordial purple chi? Xiao Yuan asked again. After being struck down by Kuan Peng and Ming He, the purple chi fled and vanished without a trace. Were it not for the purple chi, I would not have faced such calamity, Hong Yun replied. Very well, I shall undertake this task for you. Xiao Yuan contemplated before ultimately making his decision. He had already engaged with Hong Yun and found himself ensnared in trouble. Regardless of whether he accepted Hong Yun's commission, he would attract scrutiny from various parties. Fortunately, he has a sufficiently formidable backing. Thus, it would be more prudent to acquiesce to this matter, as it would allow him to acquire a superior innate spiritual treasure. Who in the primordial world would ever disdain having an excess of innate treasures? Thank you, my young friend. Red Cloud expressed his gratitude hastily, then continued, after my demise. Within my remnants, several little ones were nurtured. If it is convenient for you, I kindly ask you to take care of them. No problem. I shall escort them to Kunlun and have them pay homage at Kunlun Mountain, Xiao Yuan replied. It was only upon Red Cloud's mention that he recalled the beings nurtured by Red Cloud, Yun Zongzi, Zhao Gongming, and the three Xiaos. Yun Zongzi, embodying the thunder of the clouds, shares a master-disciple bond with the esteemed Yuqing, and is the second direct disciple under Yuqing. Zhao Gongming, representing the clear winds of the clouds, and the three Xiaos, manifestations of Red Cloud's essence, also share a connection with their teacher, destined to become the backbone disciples of the Jie Sect. For Xiao Yuan, this was merely a matter of convenience. Red Cloud, upon hearing this, felt even more grateful. After bowing to Xiao Yuan, his form dissipated, leaving behind a gourd, its surface appearing shattered. It was indeed Red Cloud's spiritual treasure, the 99 scattered soul red gourd. Albeit severely damaged from the impact it had endured. Alongside the gourd was a hammer, entirely black with fiery red patterns adorning it. This was the superior innate spiritual treasure. The Howan hammer, capable of shattering anything it struck with immense force. Xiao Yuan was in need of a hammer for forging spiritual treasures. Just as Xiao Yuan secured the two treasures, 5 auras emerged from the red mist, revealing 5 young boys and girls, Yun Zongzi and his companions. These 5 youngsters appeared youthful, their features tender, casting timid glances at Xiao Yuan. Yet, upon closer inspection, their extraordinary qualities were evident. Their energies radiated outward, enveloped in innate spiritual essence. All 5 possessed innate roots, showcasing exceptional talent, making them stand out in the primordial realm. Freshly transformed, they already bore the cultivation of golden immortals, prompting a tinge of envy in Xiao Yuan. You shall accompany me to Kunlun Mountain, where I will guide you in seeking a master, Xiao Yuan declared. The 5 young ones had long since awakened their intelligence and were aware of the transaction between Xiao Yuan and Red Cloud. Thus, Xiao Yuan hastened back to Kunlun with them at his side. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he departed with Yun Zongzi and his companions, the red mist dissipated, exposing Red Cloud's essence. Numerous powerful beings across the primordial realm immediately sensed this disturbance and sprang into action. What commotion has this rascal stirred up again? The contemplative Tong Tian detected the disturbance and chuckled wryly to himself. Among his disciples, none could stir things up quite like Xiao Yuan. The heavenly Dao has guided my second disciple into the world. Third brother, I shall accompany you, Tong Tian declared, just as Yuanxi joined him, not having yet left Kunlun. Laozi, too, sensed the disturbance but chose not to intervene, trusting that his 2 brothers would handle the matter adeptly. How many mighty beings are now fixated upon me? Xiao Yuan, accompanied by his 5 companions, soon sensed a frantic pulsation from the newly acquired forewarning of catastrophe entry, which had also been updated. Forewarning of catastrophe. You have attracted the attention of many formidable beings in the primordial realm due to the legacy of the Red Cloud. Warning, warning, warning. While hastening his journey, Xiao Yuan quickly sent a message to his mentor, hoping for a timely arrival. Young friend Xiao Yuan, why have you not visited my heavenly court while attending the banquet? A sudden voice echoed, followed by the sight of a colossal hand reaching out toward him. Xiao Yuan attempted to evade, but it was futile. The fiery beast was equally immobilized by the overwhelming aura emanating from the figure, who was none other than Emperor Jun, the sovereign of the heavenly court and a formidable being at the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm. The disparity in strength left Xiao Yuan powerless to escape. Friend Emperor Jun, do you not feel any shame in laying hands on a junior? A voice resonated, and a streak of sword light sliced through the space, directly aimed at the massive hand reaching for Xiao Yuan. The hand, deterred, retreated. Master. Xiao Yuan felt an immense relief. His mentor had arrived just in time. Had he been captured and taken to the heavenly court, he would have been at their mercy. Friend Tontian, your 3 purities have been favored by the Dao ancestor, each receiving a strand of primordial purple energy. Is it not overly greedy to seize yet another strand? Emperor Jun chuckled. At that moment, nearly all the renowned quasi-saint powers from the primordial realm had gathered. Ming He, Kuan Peng, Tai Yi, and Fu Shi, all distinguished figures. The stakes were high, concerning the opportunity for ascension to sainthood, leaving no room for carelessness. Esteemed seniors, I regret to inform you that the final remnant of the divine consciousness of the Elder Red Cloud has indicated that the purple energy vanished after his soul perished. Leaving no trace behind, Xiao Yuan spoke weakly. He could hardly fathom being cornered by so many illustrious beings. It truly felt like a matter of life and death. The many quasi-saints present frowned. With their capabilities, it was clear that Xiao Yuan was not lying, and his cultivation could not conceal the presence of purple energy. Perhaps you truly have not obtained the purple energy, but who knows if the Red Cloud shared any clues regarding it with you? Kuan Peng retorted coldly. Among those present, none were as obsessed with the purple energy as he was. Even if my disciple were aware of the whereabouts of the purple energy, what then? Do you, Kuan Peng, intend to seize him and force answers? Tontian chuckled, having already summoned the 4 swords of extermination. Among the 3 purities, Tontian was the most straightforward, eager to resolve matters through confrontation. Though Yuan Shi remained silent, he too had summoned the Panga banner, as this matter involved his designated disciple, of which he was naturally concerned. Kuan Peng found himself momentarily speechless. I can swear an oath to the heavenly Dao that I do not know the whereabouts of the primordial purple energy. Should I lie, may the heavens strike me down. My form and spirit obliterated, Xiao Yuan declared promptly. Kuan Peng, do you have anything further to say? Tontian turned his gaze back to Kuan Peng. The oaths of the primordial realm were not to be taken lightly. With the heavenly Dao as witness, to violate such an oath could lead to eternal stagnation in cultivation, damage to one's foundation, regression in strength, or even death. Friend Tontian, you jest. Your disciple's demeanor is open and honest, unlike one who would lie. Di Jun smiled faintly before taking his leave, although Kun Peng felt a tinge of reluctance. He ultimately had no choice but to depart after casting a lingering glance at Xiao Yuan. The remaining powerful beings also dispersed. Xiao Yuan immediately sensed the overwhelming urgency dissipate into thin air. They returned to Kunlun, escorted by Tontian and Yuan Shi, and with such formidable protectors, none dared to obstruct their path. Chapter 21. Ascending to the Tei Golden Immortal upon their return to Kunlun Mountain. Xiao Yuan recounted all that had transpired to the 3 Pure Ones. He also presented the 99 Scatter Soul Red Gourd for their examination. Given that the 3 Pure Ones possessed the primordial purple energy, they were not overly concerned about the whereabouts of the strand of purple energy associated with Hong Yun. Subsequently, Yuan Shi took Yun Zongzi as his direct disciple, while Tontian accepted Zhao Gongming and the Sengxiao sisters as his disciples, though not as direct ones. This was not due to any lack of talent on Zhao Gongming and the Sengxiao sisters' part, but rather a matter of fate. The selection of direct disciples among such powerful beings is a matter of great significance, reliant on the will of heaven. After all, the master-disciple relationship is the most steadfast bond in the primordial realm, unparalleled by any other. Xiao Yuan's acceptance as a disciple under Tontian stemmed purely from Tontian's admiration for him, as Xiao Yuan was indeed to his liking. Do not leave Kunlun for the time being, as the turmoil surrounding Hong Yun has just settled, Tontian advised, directing a meaningful look at Xiao Yuan. Despite Xiao Yuan having cleared his name, it was inevitable that some would still harbor ulterior motives. In the face of temptation, even the 3 Pure Ones' authority might not suffice to deter all powerful beings. Understood, Xiao Yuan replied promptly, having resolved not to venture out amidst the rumors. Jininzi of Wuzhuang Temple has come to pay his respects to the 3 friends, a resonant voice echoed from outside Kunlun Mountain. It was evident that Jininzi had also come in relation to Hong Yun, but his intentions were solely for Hong Yun himself, not for the primordial purple energy. Since Jininzi and Hong Yun had gained sentience, their bond had been one of mutual dependence and profound closeness. Jininzi, please come in. Tontian welcomed him into Kunlun. The 3 Pure Ones were aware that Jininzi had come for Xiao Yuan, which is why Tontian went to greet him. Greetings, esteemed Jininzi. I have been entrusted by Senior Hong Yun to deliver the 99 Scatter Soul Red Gourd into your hands, Xiao Yuan said, presenting the gourd. It was a burden he wished to relinquish, and Jininzi's arrival was timely. Thank you, young friend, Jininzi expressed his gratitude. gazing at the nearly shattered 99 scatter-soul red gourd with a sorrowful countenance. "My humble gift is but a token of respect," Jie Yuan said, raising his hand as 3 streaks of green light descended before Xiao Yuan. A refreshing fragrance immediately wafted through the air, invigorating Xiao Yuan's spirit. Without waiting for Xiao Yuan to decline, Jie took his leave with remarkable decisiveness. "Jie Yuan's generosity is indeed commendable. He has gifted you 3 ginseng fruits, which will be quite beneficial for your breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm," Tong Tian remarked. The ginseng fruit, also known as the grass return elixir, is one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, bearing fruit from the ginseng fruit tree. Consuming 1 can enhance one's cultivation by 10,000 years, and 3 will amount to 30,000 years. Xiao Yuan stood on the threshold of transcending into the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, with 3 ginseng fruits perfectly suited to lay a solid foundation for his impending breakthrough. Once he had addressed all matters, he retreated to his secluded cultivation. A millennium later, rumors began to circulate in the vast wilderness that Zhen Yuanzi had acquired a relic from Hong Yun, revealing the whereabouts of a strand of primordial purple energy. The veracity of this information remained uncertain, yet it was said to have been disseminated by Zhen Yuanzi himself. Nevertheless, despite the knowledge of this news, none dared to provoke Zhen Yuanzi's wrath. As a being transformed from the ginseng fruit tree, he held dominion over the Earth Book, one of the 3 sacred texts of heaven and earth, establishing a profound connection with the Earth's spiritual formations and veins. Anyone bold enough to challenge him would undoubtedly incur the backlash of the Earth's veins. Upon hearing this intelligence, Xiao Yuan could not help but admire the benevolence of the elder Zhen Yuanzi. He understood that this action was a deliberate ploy to divert the attention of the formidable beings of the wilderness away from himself. Time swiftly passed, and nearly 100,000 years elapsed. The conflict between the Wu and the Yao factions escalated, plunging the wilderness into turmoil, affecting numerous races residing in Kunlun. Xiao Yuan remained largely unscathed. During this century-long period, he devoted himself to rigorous cultivation, successfully refining the 3 ginseng fruits gifted by Zhen Yuanzi, ultimately uniting the 5 elemental energies within him and breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. "Brother, of late, the disputes between our master and second uncle have intensified, and it is uncertain when it will come to an end," Zhao Gongming lamented as he entered Xiao Yuan's dojo, accompanied by the 3 sisters of the Sengxiao. Zhao Gongming and the Sengxiao sisters, whom Xiao Yuan had brought to Kunlun, shared a close bond with him. Whenever they encountered challenges in their cultivation, they would seek Xiao Yuan's counsel, to which he responded with unwavering patience. After 100 millennia, Zhao Gongming and the Sengxiao had become well-versed in life on Kunlun Mountain, shedding their initial reservations. Notably, the Sengxiao sisters had blossomed into exquisite beauties. Yungxiao exuded grace and composure, Kaingxiao radiated gentleness and charm, while Bixiao possessed a playful and mischievous spirit. Each sister possessed her unique allure, attracting the admiration of many disciples from the upper clear lineage. Though they remained indifferent to their advances, favoring only Zhao Gongming and Xiao Yuan. "There will always be a way to resolve it," Xiao Yuan assured with a smile. As the war between the Wu and Yao factions commenced, Kunlun Mountain was not devoid of unrest. The central conflict stemmed from an old issue, Tongtian's indiscriminate acceptance of disciples and Yuanshi's reprimands. Their differing philosophies clashed. Tongtian believed in offering education to all, asserting that every spirit of the wilderness deserved the opportunity to learn the ways of the Dao, aspiring to emulate the Dao ancestor by imparting wisdom to all beings. In contrast, Yuanshi emphasized a selective approach, admitting only those of exceptional talent and auspicious fate. He was also concerned that Tongtian's indiscriminate recruitment would invite morally questionable individuals, thereby tainting the collective fortune. Their disagreements often erupted into heated arguments, with a few instances coming perilously close to blows, fortunately averted by Lao Zi's intervention. Xiao Yuan recognized that the 3 pure ones would inevitably drift apart. After all, this was a conflict of ideologies and paths, leaving no room for peaceful coexistence. "Ah, brother, the matters concerning our master and second uncle are beyond our purview, so let us not add to our worries," Zhao Gongming remarked. Bixiao stepped forward, naturally taking Xiao Yuan's arm, and said, "Senior brother, I have encountered some issues in my cultivation lately. Could you kindly elucidate them for me?" "Of course," Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. After addressing her queries, Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos took their leave. At that moment, Xiao Yuan received a communication. The Dragon Clan had discovered a premier spirit island on the verge of emerging. "It seems a visit is in order," Xiao Yuan murmured. He was already aware of the impending separation of the three Pure Ones and knew that the upper Pure lineage intended to relocate to the East Sea. Hence, he had previously enlisted the Dragon Clan to keep an eye on the Spirit Islands in that region. When the time came, he would not need to expend effort searching for a place of cultivation. He could simply move in with his belongings. Xiao Yuan promptly transformed his appearance, concealed his aura, and tucked the Tanyan beast into his sleeve before setting off for the East Sea. Although the turmoil surrounding Hongyun Dairist had subsided, Xiao Yuan felt it prudent to exercise caution. Upon his arrival, Ao Guang appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. He was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiao Yuan. Early Golden Immortal? If I recall correctly, the last time I encountered Xiao Yuan, he was at the late Golden Immortal stage. However, Ao Guang quickly regained his composure, realizing that Xiao Yuan must have concealed his cultivation level. He felt a degree of admiration for Xiao Yuan's skillful concealment of his aura, as even his own late Tai Golden Immortal prowess could not detect any hint of it. In truth, not even a great Luo Golden Immortal could unveil Xiao Yuan's facade. Chapter 22, Spirit Island Ingzhou, the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Xiao Yuan cut straight to the point. Smiling as he inquired, I received a message from a fellow cultivator, claiming that a premier spirit island has been discovered. How credible is this information? Rest assured, my friend, for if I dared to convey this news to you, it is undoubtedly reliable, Ao Guang replied, stroking his long beard with a self-satisfied expression. The Dragon Clan had established itself as a formidable presence in the East Sea, capable of gathering intelligence. The spirit island that had been discovered was suspected to be one of the three immortal islands of the overseas realm, which should meet your requirements. 3 immortal islands of the overseas realm? That certainly aligns with my desires. Xiao Yuan momentarily paused, then his face brightened with joy. The 3 immortal islands are Pinglei, Ingzhou, and Fangzong. When Dong Wanggong established the Celestial Court, Pinglei emerged, and Xiao Yuan was present at that moment. The towering, ethereal scene of Pinglei's emergence remained vivid in his memory. Pinglei could undoubtedly be regarded as one of the most esteemed places of cultivation in the primordial world, with its concentration of spiritual energy rivaling that of Kunlun Mountain. The other 2 islands, Ingzhou and Fangzhong, were equally remarkable, also recognized as premier cultivation sites. Should Xiao Yuan succeed in acquiring Ingzhou or Fangzhong, it would far exceed his expectations in the search for a place of cultivation. However, my friend should be aware that while premier spiritual lands are desirable, gaining dominion over them depends on fate and affinity, Ao Guang continued. In the primordial realm, spiritual lands choose their masters, particularly those of the highest caliber. Upon emergence, they are guarded by formidable innate spiritual restrictions, and without the land's acknowledgement, one cannot enter. As for the criteria by which spiritual lands select their masters, that delves into the realm of the mystical. I understand this well. If you guide me to the site of the spiritual land's emergence, I shall consider this favor already repaid, Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. Indeed, Ao Guang affirmed. Ao Guang smiled as he led Xiao Yuan ahead, who promptly followed suit. Speaking of the 3 immortal islands overseas, since the fateful battle of Ur, Pinglei had been rendered desolate, its spiritual veins severed. Recently, it seemed to have been occupied by a ferocious beast, comparable to quasi-saint powers, and was now designated as a new forbidden zone in the East Sea. If you have nothing pressing, my friend, I advise you to steer clear of that vicinity. Ao Guang cautioned during their journey. Xiao Yuan nodded, aware that the beast Ao Guang referred to was likely the golden Ao of the East Sea. Friend, we have arrived. Ao Guang gestured ahead, revealing a mist-shrouded spiritual island rising from the sea, though its form remained elusive and indistinct. This obscurity was not merely due to the fog, but rather because of the inherent spiritual prohibitions that enveloped the island. Even a great Luo Golden Immortal, let alone a quasi-saint, would find it challenging to breach or discern the true essence of the island. Outside the spiritual island, numerous powerful beings had gathered, many of whom were at the great Luo Golden Immortal level. However, these formidable figures could only gaze in awe, for every attempt to enter was thwarted by the spiritual restrictions. It appeared that such a premier spiritual realm was indeed difficult to claim. Observing this, Xiao Yuan felt a twinge of uncertainty, yet having arrived, he was resolved not to retreat. My friend, I shall give it a try, he declared, and with that, he glided into the mist. The surrounding beings began to murmur. Another one, a mere golden immortal early-stage whelp. Can't he see that even those of the great Luo realm cannot enter? How audacious! They scoffed, mocking Xiao Yuan's boldness. However, the subsequent scene astonished all present. Xiao Yuan astonishingly pierced through the mist and the inherent spiritual prohibitions, gaining access to the island. Is this truly feasible? Xiao Yuan himself was momentarily taken aback. What had begun as a mere attempt had unfolded with unexpected ease. It must be the manifestation of the fortuitous favor, a tribute, he mused. The selection of a master by the spiritual land seemed to hinge upon that ethereal luck. Stepping onto the spiritual island, Xiao Yuan was immediately enveloped by a refreshing aura. As if his body and mind were being cleansed, sharpening his thoughts. He was taken aback, for he had not experienced such a reaction amidst Kunlun Mountain, indicating that the island harbored profound mysteries. Fortuitous favor. You are favored by the heavenly Dao, recognized as the master of Yingzhou Island. The attribute, fortuitous favor, suddenly manifested, accompanied by an explanation. In the next moment, a faint golden ray descended before Xiao Yuan. It was a small, exquisite stone tablet inscribed with two grand characters, Yingzhou. This tablet was the very core, or perhaps the heart, of Yingzhou Island. By refining this tablet, one could command the entire island and manipulate the inherent spiritual prohibitions upon it. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan set about the task of refining the stone tablet. After 5,000 years, he finally succeeded in fully refining it, and the tablet merged into the center of his brow. The myriad entities upon Yingzhou cannot escape Xiao Yuan's perception. Truly, as a premier spiritual land, a mere glance allowed Xiao Yuan to sense no fewer than 36 innate spiritual treasures on Yingzhou Island, among which there are 3 supreme innate spiritual artifacts. In addition to these treasures, there exists a primordial spiritual root on the island. It is a well-known fact that top-tier spiritual lands typically nurture such roots, which are among their most precious assets. For instance, Kunlun boasts the exquisite supreme innate spiritual root, the celestial apricot tree. In contrast, the spiritual root on Yingzhou Island is the high-grade innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree. This root significantly aids in the comprehension of the Dao, greatly enhancing cultivation efficiency. Even among spiritual roots, the enlightenment tea tree ranks among the finest. Had news of this tree's existence spread earlier, it would have undoubtedly attracted the attention of even quasi-saint experts. It is no wonder that upon entering Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan experienced a clarity of mind, likely a result of the enlightenment tea tree's influence. However, for one endowed with the heaven-defying comprehension trait like Xiao Yuan, the effectiveness of the enlightenment tea tree was somewhat diminished, rendering it rather superfluous. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuan remained undeterred. Even if he could not utilize it himself, it would serve as an impressive gift for guests. He held a profound satisfaction with Yingzhou Island as his sanctuary. Quickly, Xiao Yuan gathered all the innate spiritual treasures birthed by Yingzhou Island and secured them. Subsequently, he collected some leaves from the enlightenment tea tree before departing the island. Given the current instability in the Honghuang realm, it was prudent to remain close to his master. Young friend, this spiritual land is beyond your grasp. Should you relinquish control of its core, I shall personally take you as my disciple, came a voice, as several powerful auras descended upon him. A great Luo golden immortal spoke, attempting to coerce Xiao Yuan. Fellow Daoist, I am Xiao Yuan, a direct disciple of Shanqing. Are you certain you wish to take action against me? Xiao Yuan replied with a cold laugh. The great Luo golden immortal's expression shifted instantly. Ah, it is indeed you. Daoist Xiao. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's name, the great Luo golden immortal promptly apologized and turned to leave, causing the covetous gazes to vanish as well. Being a direct disciple of Shanqing was not something they dared to provoke. Xiao Yuan had always considered himself to be quite low-key, yet circumstances did not permit such modesty. One must admit that having a powerful background is undeniably gratifying. Chapter 23. Kunpeng's Ambush. Domineering ascendancy. Xiao Yuan re-established the spiritual barrier around Yingzhou Island, without his permission. Even quasi-saints would struggle to breach it. Moreover, given his status as a direct disciple of Shanqing, no quasi-saint would dare to attempt such a thing. Xiao Yuan was prepared. Once his master and disciples relocated to the East Sea, he would make his residence on Yingzhou Island. Disaster warning. Alert. Your location has been exposed. Kunpeng has dispatched his avatar to capture you. Xiao Yuan. Damn it. That wretched Kunpeng still hasn't given up. Upon receiving the warning, Xiao Yuan was both alarmed and furious. Without hesitation, he summoned the Void Treasure Mirror and executed sword escape, fleeing at maximum speed towards Kunlun. His velocity surpassed that of an ordinary great Luo Golden Immortal's escape technique. Trying to escape? Do you truly believe you can? As Xiao Yuan fled, a shadow closely pursued him, a manifestation of Kunpeng at the pinnacle of the Dao, a being of immense power. At this moment, he was taken aback. He had concealed his presence and approached stealthily, yet Xiao Yuan had somehow detected him. Ever since the last encounter where Xiao Yuan managed to escape, Kunpeng had harbored deep suspicions, convinced that Xiao Yuan was hiding something. Moreover, Kunpeng's heart was filled with resentment towards the three pure ones, stemming from a grievance over lost opportunities. Unable to confront them directly, he sought revenge on their disciples, and Xiao Yuan became his target. Damn it! I can't shake him off, Xiao Yuan thought, increasingly anxious. Kunpeng was renowned as the fastest entity in the primordial realm, and his avatar was unparalleled in speed, far beyond that of an ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortal. Despite Xiao Yuan exerting his utmost speed, he could not rid himself of Kunpeng's avatar. Engaging in combat was out of the question, and even if he sought aid from his master, it would be too late. This situation was starkly different from the last. Previously, the appearance of Hong Yun had alarmed many powerful beings, but this time, it was a premeditated ambush orchestrated by Kunpeng. Little one, I've caught you. Kunpeng's avatar sneered, blocking Xiao Yuan's path and reaching out to capture him. How audacious to commit such violence in the East Sea. Just as Kunpeng was about to seize Xiao Yuan, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air, and a colossal azure dragon leaped from the depths of the East Sea, its sharp claws aimed at Kunpeng's avatar. Ao Kun, how dare you thwart my plans? Kunpeng's avatar exclaimed in frustration upon seeing the azure dragon and swiftly evaded the approaching claws. Xiao Yuan is a distinguished guest of my dragon clan. Do not make this difficult for me. The azure dragon resolutely positioned itself in front of Xiao Yuan. Kunpeng clenched his teeth, realizing he could not prevail. Ao Kun, a formidable figure at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, was one of the last bastions of the dragon clan. With Ao Kun's protection, Kunpeng knew he could not capture Xiao Yuan, and revealing his identity would lead to dire consequences when Tong Tian arrived. Thank you for your timely assistance, esteemed elder. Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude with a bow towards Ao Kun. Had it not been for this venerable elder of the dragon clan, he feared he would have been captured by Kunpeng. You are too kind, young friend, Ao Kun replied, transforming into an elderly man clad in a green robe, exuding a gentle aura. Although the villain has been startled away, he may return with vengeance. Allow me to escort you back to Kunlun. Please do, Xiao Yuan replied, not daring to be coy. Ao Kun accompanied Xiao Yuan back to Kunlun. In truth, Kunpeng did contemplate returning with a vengeance, as this opportunity would not present itself again. However, with Ao Kun in tow, his ambitions were thwarted. After escorting Xiao Yuan to Kunlun, Ao Kun took his leave. Xiao Yuan etched this kindness in his memory. Master, you must stand up for me. Someone dared to attack me in the East Sea, clearly disregarding you and my two esteemed uncles. Once he had composed himself, Xiao Yuan collapsed in the Shanxing Palace, weeping loudly. Do you know who has laid hands upon you? Tong Tian was engulfed in fury. As Xiao Yuan had stated, the assailant regarded him with utter disdain. Yet, the perpetrator acted with utmost secrecy, disrupting the celestial order, which prevented Tong Tian from deducing their identity. Master, I suspect it to be the ancestor Kunpeng. However, we lack substantial evidence, Xiao Yuan ventured timidly. He recognized the attacker as Kunpeng due to the hints provided by the foreknowledge of calamity entry. I too surmise it was that fellow. Kunpeng, being petty, dares not act against us directly, thus directing his ire towards you. Rest assured, I shall settle this score on your behalf. With a muffled grunt, Tong Tian transformed into a streak of light and soared towards the North Sea. Meanwhile, within the North Sea Palace, Kunpeng was equally distraught. His meticulously devised plans had culminated in failure. Fortunately, his actions had been shrouded in secrecy, and he had obscured the celestial mechanisms, leaving no trace of his involvement. However, as soon as Kunpeng's thoughts settled, a resounding crash echoed through the halls. The entire North Sea Palace began to collapse around him. Kunpeng's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to flee. Kunpeng, you shall perish. Tong Tian seemed to have anticipated Kunpeng's escape, unleashing the four swords of extermination to encircle him, trapping him within. Tong Tian, have you lost your mind? I have done you no harm. Kunpeng shouted in exasperation. You are well aware of your own deeds. Do you truly believe that the absence of evidence will deter me from taking action? I, Tong Tian, require no proof. Tong Tian retorted coldly, the overwhelming sword intent surging towards Kunpeng, who now found himself genuinely alarmed. The commotion echoed throughout the primordial realm, inevitably attracting the attention of numerous powerful beings. What transpired? Why has Tong Tian turned against Kunpeng? I have no idea. It occurred so suddenly. The great powers of the primordial realm were left bewildered. Tong Tian, what is the meaning of this? Why such fury? Emperor Jun emerged, hastily intercepting Tong Tian. After all, Kunpeng was a subject of the heavenly court, and he felt compelled to protect him. Emperor Jun, this old wretch Kunpeng has covertly attacked my disciple. Today, I grant you leniency, offering a minor reprimand. Should he dare to repeat this, I shall ensure his demise. Tong Tian raised his hand, retracting the sword array with grace, then departed with poise. Your Majesty, you must arbitrate on behalf of this old minister. Tong Tian has recklessly destroyed my North Sea palace and assaulted me without cause. At that moment, Kunpeng appeared disheveled, his body marred with bloodstains, looking exceedingly wretched. Kunpeng, do not presume you are the most astute. Emperor Jun shot a piercing glance at him, silencing Kunpeng immediately. You know well that due to the Wu clan, our efforts to unify the primordial realm have faced significant obstacles. We are in a precarious period, and we cannot afford to create formidable enemies. Henceforth, you must act with greater caution. Emperor Jun's tone softened, concluding with a sigh. This old minister understands. Kunpeng acquiesced. Chapter 24. Enlightenment and Formation. The old wretch Kunpeng received a thorough lesson from me. Even if he had 3 times the audacity, he would not dare to lay a hand on you again. Returning to the upper clear palace, Tong Tian declared with great arrogance. His actions served not only to reprimand Kunpeng, but also to send a clear message to the mighty of the primordial realm. Do not dare to bully my disciples. For I, Tong Tian, will truly lose my temper. Xiao Yuan was taken aback, having anticipated that his teacher would merely advocate for him through verbal rebuke. After all, at the level of quasi-saint, one would typically refrain from physical confrontation unless there was a profound enmity. To his astonishment, his teacher exhibited remarkable boldness by directly confronting the matter. This alleviated much of the pent-up frustration within Xiao Yuan, yet he resolutely marked this grievance in his heart. The 30 Yuan Association in the East and the 30 Yuan Association in the West do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Xiao Yuan had already resolved that. When he acquired sufficient power, he would ensure that Kunpeng would face the consequences. However, for now, he must endure and remain concealed. After departing from the Shanqing Palace, Xiao Yuan devoted himself to rigorous training. Time flew by, and 100,000 years swiftly passed. Although Xiao Yuan had not broken through to a higher realm, he had made significant progress. His greatest achievement lay in the enhancement of his foundation after consuming numerous spiritual substances. He had now reached the mid-stage of the innate realm. Suddenly, while he was in seclusion, a powerful tremor jolted him from his meditative state. What could have transpired? Xiao Yuan was bewildered, for he was in Kunlun Mountain, the very place guarded by the 3 purities. Had someone intruded, or was there a clash between his teacher and his second master? Upon exiting his sanctuary, he beheld a dazzling sky, adorned with twinkling stars, as the vast power of the celestial bodies surged forth. Beneath that stellar radiance stood a colossal figure wielding a battle axe, radiating an aura of wild ferocity. The earlier violent tremor was the result of the clash between the celestial power and the giant. Xiao Yuan was momentarily stunned by this sight. What unfolded before him was no longer a mere celestial display or the towering giant, but a multitude of intertwining lines and the trajectories of various cosmic laws. At that moment, he was enveloped by a profound essence, plunging into a state of enlightenment. The extraordinary phenomenon he evoked naturally drew the attention of many disciples from Shanqing. Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos were among the first to arrive. What has befallen our senior brother? Bai Xiao inquired. I have heard the teacher mention that this is indicative of a state of enlightenment, Zhao Gongming replied. At that moment, Tong Tian approached with measured steps. We pay our respects to the teacher. The Shanqing disciples collectively bowed. Do not create too much disturbance. Xiao Yuan is likely comprehending the grand celestial formation and the 12 capital heavenly god formation. We must not disrupt his insights, Tong Tian cautioned. The disciples nodded in agreement. Their gazes towards Xiao Yuan tinged with deep envy. Enlightenment is a rare opportunity, often deemed a fortuitous encounter. There are even rumors that a single moment of enlightenment can lead to a complete transformation. While this may be somewhat exaggerated, it underscores the immense benefits that such realizations can confer. Compared to other Shanqing disciples, Tong Tian possessed a deeper understanding. He recognized that Xiao Yuan's enlightenment pertained to the realm of formations. Once this state of enlightenment concluded, Xiao Yuan would undoubtedly ascend to a new level in his mastery of formations. Tong Tian felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had imparted the knowledge of formations to Xiao Yuan. Otherwise, he would have squandered the talents of his disciple. Not long after, Xiao Yuan's state of enlightenment came to an end, and the ethereal resonance surrounding him dissipated. Sudden comprehension is distinct from conventional enlightenment. It relies on a fleeting moment of inspiration, a spark of brilliance captured in an instant. Following this moment of clarity, although Xiao Yuan's cultivation did not significantly advance, his mastery of formations experienced remarkable enhancement. His proficiency in formation techniques escalated from 4 symbols to the level of 5. Upon encountering his master, Xiao Yuan bowed respectfully. Master, I truly did not anticipate the formidable power of formation techniques, he expressed. At this moment, Duo Bao remarked with a sense of wonder, naturally. Formation is one of the primordial paths, possessing its own merits. Tong Tian responded cheerfully, well-versed in this art himself and generous with his praise. Currently engaged in battle were the two foremost formations of the primordial realm, the celestial array of the demon clan, which harnessed the power of the constellations, capable of shifting the sun and moon and transforming the universe, and the giant's formation of the witch clan, the 12 capital heavenly gods array, which could manifest the physical form of Pangu, wielding boundless might. As Tong Tian elaborated, a profound concern shadowed his brow. While Tong Tian was enlightening his disciples, the titanic formations of the witch and demon clans continued to clash, intensifying their struggle. In the primordial realm, an endless tide of karma surged, painting the heavens and earth in shades of crimson, making it unfathomable how many souls perished in this conflict. If the witch and demon clans continue their assault, it may jeopardize the very foundation of the primordial world, Tong Tian lamented. Master, is there truly no one who can intervene to halt the witch and demon clans? Jin Ling inquired. It is difficult, Tong Tian replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. The formations of the witch and demon clans are too formidable. Anyone daring to intervene would likely be crushed by their might. Even if the three pure ones were to unite, it would be futile. The only hope lies in the emergence of your ancestral master, yet he has already merged with the way. Just as he finished speaking, a radiant golden light suddenly appeared in the primordial realm, and a figure gracefully descended into existence. Cease this conflict at once. The figure merely gestured, and the clashing formations, the celestial array and the 12 capital heavenly gods array, came to a standstill. We pay our respects to the Dao ancestor. The numerous powerful beings of the primordial realm bowed in reverence, for the one who had appeared was none other than Dao ancestor Hongjun. Xiao Yuan cast a curious glance, but, even with his eye of void, could not discern the depth of Hongjun's cultivation, likely due to the vast disparity in their levels. Hongjun, do not meddle unnecessarily. Today, my witch clan shall surely annihilate the demon clan. The ancestral witches declared fiercely, their defiance unwavering. The other powerful beings of the primordial realm yielded to Hongjun, but the witches remained unyielding. You witch clan, born from the legacy of the great Pangu, should not mislead yourselves, Hongjun admonished, casting a glance toward the 12 capital heavenly gods array. That formidable formation crumbled instantaneously, injuring the 12 ancestral witches. Witnessing this, all the powerful beings of the primordial realm trembled. Although many had heard teachings from the Dao ancestor, none had ever witnessed his might firsthand. Now, they comprehended the overwhelming power of a sage. From this day forth, the demons shall govern the heavens, and the witches shall govern the earth, establishing a ceasefire for a primordial assembly. Those who contravene this decree will face the wrath of the heavenly Dao. After Hongjun finished speaking, his figure vanished once more. Adhering to the edicts of the Dao ancestor, numerous powerful beings from the primordial realm promptly acknowledged their orders. Even the defiant witch clan was subdued. Following the appearance of the Dao ancestor, the witch and demon clans hastily commenced their withdrawal. Chapter 25. Noah's Path to Enlightenment Master. I wish to learn the art of formations. In the midst of Kunlun Mountain, Yungziao gazed earnestly at Tong Tian. After witnessing the formidable power of formations today, something profound stirred within his heart. I implore you, Master, to impart your teachings. Many disciples of the Upper Clear Sect echoed his sentiments. At that moment, Tong Tian's gaze shifted to Xiao Yuan, who immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Tong Tian then declared, recently, I have attained significant insights in my cultivation and shall enter seclusion for a while. For now, I will entrust Xiao Yuan to guide you in the art of formations. Ding. Tong Tian has tasked you with teaching formations in the Upper Clear Palace. Please make a choice. Option 1. Accept the teaching, reward, heavenly prodigy of formations, gold. Option 2. Decline the teaching, reward, runic master, gold. Heavenly prodigy of formations, gold. Your innate talent in the art of formations is unparalleled. All formations hold no secrets before you, and those you arrange will possess an increase of 30% in efficacy. Runic master, gold. Your talent in the realm of runes is exceptionally formidable, allowing you to perceive the laws of all things and explore the truths governing runic operations. Xiao Yuan did not expect that his master, who often acted as a hands-off mentor, could trigger a system prompt. This was an unexpected delight. I choose option 1. Xiao Yuan decisively made his choice. He could not refuse his master's request, and moreover, he yearned far more for the heavenly prodigy of formations than the runic master title. The path of runes is also one of the primordial great ways, elucidating the profound truths of heaven and earth through intricate symbols. When the three pure ones initially created written language, they too delved into this doctrine. In truth, the path of runes is not inferior to the realms of alchemy, artifacts, and formations. However, Xiao Yuan currently lacked the energy to engage further with it. The title, Heavenly Prodigy of Formations, was undeniably an exclusive designation for the art of formations. At present, Xiao Yuan's proficiency in the three arts of alchemy, artifacts, and formations has seen the path of artifacts rise to prominence, allowing him to barely craft high-quality postnatal spiritual treasures. This illustrates the formidable power of exclusive titles. Among the three auxiliary arts Xiao Yuan practiced, formations were the weakest. Nevertheless, with the acquisition of the Heavenly Prodigy of Formations title, one could imagine the remarkable advances Xiao Yuan's understanding of formations would achieve. Conversely, his initial focus on alchemy has yet to yield a corresponding title. Xiao Yuan was not anxious. This was not something to be rushed. When the time was right, it would naturally come. After making his choice, a golden light surged into Xiao Yuan's being, signifying the Heavenly Prodigy of Formations title. As this title integrated within him, Xiao Yuan immediately perceived a newfound clarity in the art of formations. Many previously obscure aspects suddenly became lucid, and he swiftly grasped the pivotal concepts. Xiao Yuan could not help but marvel at the efficacy of this targeted title. The upper clear disciples harbored no resentment toward Xiao Yuan, for among Tangdian's 4 direct disciples, he alone excelled in the art of formations. Moreover, the profound epiphany that Xiao Yuan had just experienced was witnessed by all the Shanxing disciples, leaving them deeply impressed and wholeheartedly convinced. Following the cessation of hostilities between the Wu and Yao clans, the vast expanse of Honghuang gradually settled into a serene, enduring peace. Xiao Yuan's modest, yet insightful lectures on the art of formation commenced as scheduled. A considerable number of Shanxing disciples attended, eager, attentive, and deeply reverent. Even Duo Bao, the elder disciple and master of the sect, who himself pursued no mastery in formation arts, graced the gathering, lending his august presence to honor and support Xiao Yuan's scholarly endeavor. The way of formation stands among the 3,000 Great Dao of Honghuang, vast, profound, and ineffably intricate. Its mastery demands the perfect confluence of celestial timing, terrestrial advantage, and human resonance. With serene confidence, Xiao Yuan began his discourse, articulate, lucid, and methodical, guiding his audience from foundational principles to ever deeper insights. Even Duo Bao, a novice in this arcane discipline, found the exposition remarkably compelling. Though not a practitioner, he had long absorbed its essence through proximity to Tongtian, his venerable master, whose wisdom had seeped into his very being like dew upon spring leaves. Yet as Xiao Yuan's lecture progressed, a subtle dissonance stirred within Duo Bao's mind. The essence of formation art lies in Yin, the subtle, the concealed, the imperceptible, Xiao Yuan declared. A true formation ensnares its foe without sound or sign, claiming life before awareness dawns. It thrives on cunning, on layered deception, 9 apparent configurations masking 99 hidden permutations, each interwoven with guile and grace, rendering defense futile. By the time Duo Bao heard this, his thoughts had grown hazy, bewildered, even unsettled. He recalled Tongtian's own teachings, elegant, harmonious, aligned with cosmic rhythm, not steeped in shadow or stratagem. Yet he could not refute Xiao Yuan, not a single word. For what Xiao Yuan described was undeniably potent, ruthlessly effective. Every principle he advanced bore the unmistakable weight of truth, its application promising exponential amplification of power. The disciples listened, rapt and entranced, each word sinking deep, each insight taking root in fertile minds. In truth, Xiao Yuan's perspective was forged not in abstraction, but in sober remembrance, drawn from fragments of the coming divine mandate cataclysm. He remembered how the Jie Sect's disciples, though masters of formations, be it the 10 uttermost formation, the Fire Dragon formation, or the 9-fold Yellow River formation, had deployed them with open grandeur, inviting scrutiny and countermeasures. Their brilliance lay in design, not deployment, in structure, not subterfuge. Had Xiao Yuan orchestrated those same formations, they would have struck like silent thunder, unseen, unheralded, inevitable. His lectures spanned nearly 1,000 years, meticulous, immersive, transformative. Among his students, the 3 Xiao sisters shone most radiantly, their innate talent for formations nothing short of extraordinary. To speak without embellishment, had Xiao Yuan not possessed the celestial boon prodigy of formation arts, even his own brilliance might have paled beside theirs. And by the end of that millennium, Xiao Yuan had come to discern the subtle wisdom behind his master's design. This entire endeavor was not merely instruction, but a profound act of refinement, an invitation to consolidate, deepen, and perfect his own understanding. So, in quiet reflection, he re-examined every principle, restructured every insight, and firmly anchored his mastery upon unshakable foundations. Time flowed like a silent river. 3 myriad years passed in the blink of a celestial eye. Amidst abundant celestial resources and unceasing cultivation, Xiao Yuan's cultivation advanced once more, ascending to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Just as he savored this quiet triumph, a voice, resonant, sovereign, and radiant with primordial authority, sounded across all Hongwang. I am Nuwa. Today, guided by celestial portent, I shall create mankind. Mankind shall now be born. Instantly, the heavens blazed. 10,000 zhang of golden radiance roiled across the vault of heaven. Then, a boundless cascade of merit descended from the celestial firmament, pure, luminous, and overwhelming. Every mighty being across Hongwang turned their gaze toward the foot of Buzhu Mountain, where the torrent of virtue shimmered with incandescent splendor. A collective gasp rose from the immortal realms, awestruck, awed beyond speech. So much merit, so vast, so inexhaustible at the moment when the 3 purities unified the primordial texts. The merit bestowed was already considerable. However, the merit descending from the heavenly Dao at this juncture surpassed that previous occasion by more than tenfold. It is no exaggeration to proclaim that such a vast accumulation of merit had never before graced the primordial realm. Furthermore, the descent of merit had not yet concluded. Upon receiving an overwhelming influx of merit, Nuwa radiated with a resplendent golden-purple light. In an instant, golden lotuses blossomed throughout the primordial expanse, accompanied by ethereal melodies that reverberated in the air, and a purple aura extended for tens of thousands of miles, as various miraculous phenomena simultaneously emerged. Subsequently, an irresistible pressure emanated from Nuwa, prompting Laozi to realize that a momentous event had transpired. Had Nuwa attained the status of a sage? Upon sensing this formidable aura, Laozi's usual calm demeanor was replaced by astonishment, his countenance shifting dramatically. The essence of this energy was reminiscent of that which he had only felt from his own master. Humjun. Nuwa's attainment of sagehood was not only perceived by Laozi. Other powerful beings of the primordial realm also sensed it, displaying reactions akin to his own: shock, bewilderment, envy, and admiration. The ascension to sagehood was a pursuit they had long yearned for. With Nuwa's elevation, the chasm between her and the others widened significantly. My brothers and I, all of whom possess the primordial purple aura, if Nuwa can achieve sagehood, then surely we can as well, declared Yuanxi. His words resonated with truth, and Tongtian nodded in agreement. Let us together inquire Nuwa about her path to enlightenment, Laozi decided resolutely, and the 3 brothers hastened towards the Nuwa palace. Other powerful beings of the primordial realm, similarly inspired, made their way to the palace as well. Soon, a multitude of quasi-sages gathered at the Nuwa palace. We pay our respects to the sage, they intoned in unison upon their arrival, bowing in reverence. This gesture signified their respect, for indeed, a sage stood on a higher plane than themselves. Esteemed friends, you flatter me, Nuwa replied, seated gracefully within the palace, her aura ethereal and inscrutable. She then recounted her journey to enlightenment to the gathered powers. Nuwa elucidated that her attainment was guided by the heavenly Dao, through which she created living beings, ultimately culminating in the emergence of humanity. It was then that she grasped the fleeting light of enlightenment, resulting in the bestowal of merit from the heavenly Dao, thus achieving her sagehood. Moreover, Nuwa elaborated that without the guidance of the heavenly Dao, no sage could intervene in the workings of the primordial realm. This revelation left the high-ranking members of the demon clan, including Daijun, feeling disheartened. They had anticipated that Nuwa's ascension would allow for the complete subjugation of the witch clan, thereby unifying the primordial realm. However, they were taken aback to learn that Nuwa, after her ascension, was rendered unable to act. Fortunately, as a sage, Nuwa possessed the ability to stabilize the fortunes of the heavenly court. With her presence, the demon clan would flourish increasingly, and it was only a matter of time before they could firmly suppress the witch clan. After the gathering at the Nuwa palace dispersed, the various powers of the primordial realm returned to their respective domains. Many began to emulate Nuwa, engaging in the creation of new beings. The emergence of new races indeed attracted the descent of merit from the heavenly Dao. Among them, the most successful was the ancestor of the Blood Sea and Nether River, who established the Azura clan, garnering a substantial amount of merit, though it still paled in comparison to that which Nuwa had received, let alone her achievement of sagehood. Since the moment Nuwa attained enlightenment, numerous formidable beings have been pondering the path to sanctity. The atmosphere within Kunlun Mountain has grown notably tense. The Sanking have long regarded themselves as the true successors of Pangu. Though Nuwa surpassed them in her attainment, they remain utterly at a loss. Nuwa possesses the primordial purple energy, a quality they also share. She has created living beings, an endeavor they have attempted as well, yet to no avail. Subsequently, a significant event unfolded in the primordial chaos. Hutu manifested the cycle of reincarnation, establishing the 6 paths of reincarnation. With Nuwa, a saintly figure, overseeing the demon race. The witch clan finds itself at a distinct disadvantage. Hutu, unwilling to remain idle, transformed under the guidance of the heavenly Dao, suppressing the fortunes of the witch clan, thus restoring a semblance of balance between the two races. As for Xiao Yuan, although he understands that both the creation of life and the crafting of reincarnation are steeped in immense merit, offering boundless benefits with even a mere touch, he refrains from seeking involvement in these matters. He is acutely aware that his cultivation level is insufficient. To recklessly engage, even with the protection of his teacher, could lead to his utter annihilation. Yet, while Xiao Yuan yearns for a tranquil path of cultivation, the system insists on presenting him with dilemmas. Ding. The Sanking are in pursuit of opportunities for enlightenment. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Offer counsel to the Sanking. Reward. Revival. Gold. Entry. Choice 2. Remain indifferent. Reward. Rock-solid Dao heart. Gold. Entry. Revival. Gold. By entrusting a fragment of your soul to a designated location. Even if you are slain, you can reconstruct your physical form using that fragment. Note, this ability can only be utilized 3 times. Rock-solid Dao heart. Gold. Your aspiration towards the Dao is exceptionally steadfast. Even the extraterritorial demons cannot waver it. Xiao Yuan gazed at the 2 entries displayed by the system, his eyes widening with intrigue. Both entries are highly desirable to him. The revival entry is undoubtedly a life-saving technique, essentially granting him 4 lives, eliminating concerns of unforeseen circumstances. The rock-solid Dao heart entry would significantly enhance his cultivation, particularly in overcoming inner demons. During the calamity of the Longhan era, a struggle between the Dao and demons ensued. The demon ancestor, Lahu, was defeated by the Dao ancestor, Heng, establishing the realm of demons. He proclaimed that while the Dao may rise an inch, demons would rise a foot, and ever since, beings of the primordial chaos have been plagued by inner demons, especially when ascending to the status of a great Luo golden immortal, facing the tribulation of inner demons. The chances of overcoming this tribulation are merely 20%, underscoring its perilous nature. With the enhancement of the rock-solid Dao heart, the likelihood of surmounting the tribulation would drastically improve. I choose the first option. After much contemplation, Xiao Yuan ultimately selected revival. In his view, preserving his life takes precedence. As for the inner demon tribulation at the Great Luo stage, there are numerous methods to increase the chances of success. Moreover, by that time, his teacher would have attained sanctity, and ensuring his safety should not pose much of a problem. Additionally, he is aware that should he offer counsel, his teacher and 2 uncles would likely reward him once again. With the Sanking on the brink of separation, this may be the final opportunity to benefit from his uncle's generosity, as future chances to do so may be scarce. Xiao Yuan promptly made his way to the Shanqing Palace. Xiao Yuan, what brings you to seek your master? Tong Tian inquired. Have you encountered difficulties in your cultivation? Recently, he had been preoccupied with the pursuit of enlightenment and had somewhat neglected other matters, leading him to believe Xiao Yuan had come to seek guidance on his cultivation. Master, I sensed a perplexity in your heart, and thus I have come to offer a few words of solace, Xiao Yuan replied. Haha, you are quite considerate. Pray tell, how do you propose to enlighten me? Tong Tian chuckled. I believe that you and the 2 esteemed uncles should not solely fixate on the Lady Nuwa's path to enlightenment, but rather delve into her journey of attaining it. Have you forgotten that our revered ancestor successfully achieved enlightenment as the first sage of the primordial era? As his direct disciple, perhaps you could draw inspiration from our ancestors' methods, Xiao Yuan articulated thoughtfully. Tong Tian paused momentarily, realizing the validity in Xiao Yuan's words. They had indeed become somewhat impatient after witnessing Nuwa's enlightenment, hastily attempting to replicate her path. Xiao Yuan's insights genuinely sparked a revelation within him. His master had attained enlightenment through the education of the primordial beings. Perhaps it was time for them to focus on teaching as a means to their own enlightenment. You speak with wisdom. I shall confer with your 2 uncles. This shall be noted as your merit, Tong Tian proclaimed with a hearty laugh before hastily departing. Before long, the 3 pure ones collectively left Kunlun, embarking on a quest through the primordial realm in search of opportunities for enlightenment. Chapter 27. The Day of the 5 Saints. The separation of the 3 pure ones after his visit to the Shanqing Palace. Xiao Yuan chose to remain humble, and diligently pursue his cultivation. 30,000 years later, the primordial realm witnessed a remarkable phenomenon of enlightenment. Laozi began to educate the human race, imparting the golden elixir path to humanity, establishing the Renjiao, and invoking the merits of Pangu's primordial power to achieve saintly status. Soon after, Yuan Shi established the Chanjiao, and Tongtian founded the Jiejiao, both attaining enlightenment in quick succession. Yet, this was not the end. The two figures from the West also emulated the three pure ones by establishing a Western sect. Though they garnered the favor of the heavenly Dao, they lacked Pangu's protection, rendering their merits somewhat deficient. Fortunately, Jian and Zunyi, being astute, devised a method of borrowing, making grand vows to borrow immense merits from the heavenly Dao, thus achieving their saintly status. However, this action burdened them with significant debt, the repayment of which remains uncertain. The merits of this choice are subject to interpretation, with no consensus on whether it is good or ill. Thus, the emergence of the five saints sent ripples throughout the primordial realm, particularly among the top-tier powerhouses who were already closely aligned with the three pure ones, stirring a sense of urgency within them. Subsequently, others followed suit, aspiring to attain the status of saints through the establishment of their own sections. Among the most noteworthy was the Minghe, who founded the Jie Sect, similarly invoking substantial merits, but still failing to attain sainthood. Ultimately, through the experiences of the saints within the primordial realm and the explorations of numerous powerhouses, several key elements for achieving enlightenment were identified. First, the presence of the primordial purple energy is essential. Second, one must sever the three corpses. Third, an abundance of merits is required. The second element, in fact, was satisfied by some strong individuals. As for the third element, the two Western saints had already demonstrated a method to borrow from the heavenly Dao. Therefore, the most crucial element remained the primordial purple energy. To this day, many formidable beings in the primordial world have come to truly comprehend the intrinsic value of the Hongmeng purple qi. Those who failed to obtain the purple qi lament their missed opportunities, regretting their inaction in seizing the 6 Daoist lotus pedestals. Among them, Kunpeng feels the deepest sorrow, as he had already secured one pedestal. Had it not been for Hong Yun's act of yielding, he would not have lost this chance. Kunpeng now wishes he could confront Hong Yun a dozen times over. However, these powerful entities are acutely aware that the opportunity presented by the Xiao Palace is irrevocably lost. It cannot be reclaimed. Thus, they have shifted their gaze toward the solitary strand of Hongmeng purple qi, which Hong Yun once possessed. Jie Yuan, who claims to know the whereabouts of this strand, has become the target of collective ire. Numerous powerful beings have sought to visit Wuzhuang Temple, only to be met with closed doors. Jie Yuan, being connected to the primordial earth veins, harbors no fear of them. If you are unafraid of retribution, by all means, feel free to attack me. In the worst case, we shall perish together. Who fears whom? These mighty beings are left both furious and desperate, ultimately finding themselves powerless against Jie Yuan. Xiao Yuan, I have heard from your master that it was your insightful reminder that has inspired us. What reward do you seek? I smiled at Xiao Yuan. It is entirely up to my teacher and my two uncles to decide, Xiao Yuan replied. Such cleverness. I see you are not far from the great Luo golden immortal realm. Thus, I bestow upon you 2 9-turn pure heart pills and 1 9-turn golden pill, I declared, waving my hand to grant the rewards. The 9-turn pure heart pill is also a supreme elixir of the primordial realm. This pill is not intended for enhancing cultivation, but specifically targets the heart's demons, significantly increasing the chance of overcoming the tribulations of the heart. As for the effects of the 9-turn golden pill, there is no need for elaboration. Evidently, the rewards I bestow this time are far more generous than the last, considering Xiao Yuan has facilitated our path to enlightenment. Since my elder brother is so magnanimous, I too shall not be stingy. I once fortuitously obtained a seed from the 36th grade chaotic blue lotus, which I now present to you, Yuan Shi interjected. The 36th grade chaotic blue lotus, which once nurtured Pangu, is the foremost spiritual root of chaos. Subsequently, the chaotic blue lotus disbanded into numerous innate spiritual treasures, such as the 5 directions flags and the 4 lotus platforms. The seed of the chaotic blue lotus is a rare treasure of chaos, surpassing innate spiritual entities in rank. It is said that consuming a seed from the chaotic blue lotus grants one the chance to randomly comprehend a grand supernatural ability, a value that is undeniably significant. After expressing his gratitude, Tongtian also produced a radiant spiritual light. This is the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the heart-piercing lock, which can shatter one's soul with but a thought. Indeed, Tongtian has not disappointed Xiao Yuan. This also marks the first supreme innate spiritual treasure under Xiao Yuan's command. It is noteworthy that Xiao Yuan now possesses several innate spiritual treasures: the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Moiwan sword; the medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, the nine-fire red dragon furnace; the high-grade innate spiritual treasures, the void treasure mirror and the Howan hammer, along with the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the heart-piercing lock. Remarkably, Xiao Yuan's collection of innate spiritual treasures has reached an astonishing 5. Such a revelation would surely astonish many. Furthermore, Xiao Yuan occupies Yingzhou Island, where a high-grade innate spiritual root, the Enlightenment Tea Tree, flourishes. Some prospective saints may not possess such wealth. Upon receiving his rewards, Xiao Yuan felt a sense of joy. Yet, he also harbored a tinge of regret, for such opportunities may be scarce in the future. As anticipated, after the three purities attained sainthood, the conflict between Tongtian and Yuan Shi erupted in full force. The issue remained unchanged. Tongtian sought to impart the Tao to the primordial chaos, and particularly after achieving sainthood. He aimed to seize a glimmer of hope for all sentient beings, an act that was, of course, contrary to the natural order. In stark contrast, Yuan Shi established the Chan teaching, aligning with the heavenly mandate, opposing Tongtian's philosophy entirely. As the saying goes, those whose paths differ cannot collaborate. The discord between Yuan Shi and Tongtian had escalated to a contest of Tao, a dispute that even Laozi could no longer mediate. With matters having reached this juncture, there was little left to discuss. Since Kunlun Mountain could no longer accommodate my Chan teaching, I shall seek another place to establish my foundation, Tongtian declared coldly. Yuan Shi's expression stiffened at once. While he disdained Tongtian's rampant recruitment of disciples that jeopardized the fortunes of the mystical gate, he had never intended to expel Tongtian. As the tree branches separate, it is time for my brothers and me to part ways. Second brother, I shall entrust Kunlun to your care, Laozi sighed. Having mediated between Tongtian and Yuan Shi for so many years, he had reached the limit of his influence. Should Tongtian depart from Kunlun, outsiders would undoubtedly accuse him of being complicit in Yuan Shi's expulsion. It was perhaps best for him to discreetly withdraw. Alas, Yuan Shi found himself at a loss for words. Thus, the decision was made. Tongtian, with his characteristic decisiveness, promptly announced the relocation. Many disciples of the Chan teaching were left bewildered. This was all too sudden. Only Xiao Yuan, well aware of the impending separation among the three purities, did not invest much effort into the preparations at Kunlun Mountain, finding the process exceedingly simple. Accompanied by the fiery child Qi Yin, Xiao Yuan mounted the blazing beast, ready for departure at a moment's notice. Wait, junior brother, are you truly prepared? Duo Bao exclaimed in astonishment at Xiao Yuan's readiness. Given the frequent quarrels between master and second uncle, I sensed that, in Master S temperament, he would not remain at Kunlun, so I made the necessary preparations. Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. Duo Bao gave Xiao Yuan a thumbs up. I must say, you are truly a genius. Chapter 28. How did you comprehend again upon receiving Tongtian's notification? The disciples of the Shangqing lineage swiftly packed their belongings. To be frank, the Shangqing disciples felt somewhat disgruntled. They were well aware of the escalating discord between their master and second uncle. However, why should it be their master who left Kunlun? It felt as though they were being expelled. You need not overthink this. My departure from Kunlun was my own decision. Not only I, but your master uncle will also leave Kunlun to seek another place for our teachings. Tongtian seemed to sense the thoughts of his disciples and clarified. Hearing this, many disciples of the Chan teaching felt considerably relieved. Master, where shall we go? Duo Bao inquired. Although the witch and demon clans have paused their hostilities, conflict is inevitable in the future. I wish to travel to the Eastern Sea and establish Penglai as our new place of teaching, distancing ourselves from the battlefield, Tongtian stated. For it was evident he had long contemplated this course of action. Although Penglai lies in ruins, it is no difficult task for the sage, with his formidable powers, to manipulate the cosmic forces and reshape the ley lines. Let us depart. With a flourish of his sleeve, Tongtian retracted the upper clear palace and led his disciples away from Kunlun. The commotion atop Kunlun Mountain did not escape the notice of the formidable beings of the primordial era. Matters concerning the sages are never trivial, especially when they pertain to three of them. The division of the three clear ones sent ripples throughout the entire primordial world. Various rumors circulated, yet the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, the two figures from the west, upon hearing of the division, expressed their delight. Tongtian, accompanied by his disciples, had already arrived near the immortal island of Penglai in the Eastern Sea. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as a colossal golden tortoise leaped from the sea, opening its gaping maw towards Tongtian and his entourage. This beast, a ferocious creature of the Eastern Sea, was born of the karmic energies of the primordial era. exhibiting a savage temperament devoid of fear. The golden tortoise was enveloped in malevolent energy, its ferocity so immense that even ordinary quasi-saint beings would struggle against it. Abomination. Seeking death, Tong Tian uttered with a low grunt, drawing forth his Qingping sword. It transformed into a streak of azure light, piercing through the golden tortoise's body, utterly shattering its life force in one decisive strike. The heavy form of the tortoise crashed back into the eastern sea, sending towering waves surging into the air. The disciples of the Jie Sect were left in awe. They could faintly sense the beast's ferocity, only to witness their master dispatch it with a single stroke. Xiao Yuan observed Tong Tian's actions intently. The moment the Qingping sword was drawn, he felt an overwhelming sword intent sweep through the air, as if that singular blade were the sole existence in the cosmos. Unconsciously, Xiao Yuan found himself immersed in the comprehension of that sword. The essence of Dao began to spread once more, and the sword intent enveloped him. Master, junior brother Xiao Yuan has achieved enlightenment again, Dao Bao exclaimed, astonished. Is enlightenment truly such an effortless endeavor? How could Xiao Yuan attain it once more so soon after his last? The other Jie Sect disciples were equally bewildered. What on earth is happening? Another moment of enlightenment? This is utterly astonishing. Even Tong Tian was momentarily taken aback, though he recognized it as a fortuitous occurrence. This instance of enlightenment did not consume much time. Xiao Yuan soon awakened, the sword intent dissipating, yet he bore an added air of sharpness. Master, esteemed brothers and sisters, I apologize, this was beyond my control. Xiao Yuan smiled apologetically. The Jie Sect disciples thought to themselves that they too would welcome such a lack of control. Xiao Yuan's recent enlightenment primarily pertained to the sword path. He focused on the way of heavenly fire while also dabbling in swordsmanship, weaponry, alchemy, and formations, with swordsmanship being the least of his studies. However, by fortunate chance, he had made significant progress in the sword path this time. Now, with the ley lines of Penglai severed, I must exert my great powers to restore the spiritual veins of Penglai. You all should retreat to a safe distance, Tong Tian instructed. The Jie Sect disciples complied, retreating under the guidance of their senior brother, Dao Bao, as Tong Tian began to invoke his divine powers. In an instant, the ambient spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently, coalescing above Penglai into a celestial rain of pure qi. This ethereal downpour lasted but a fleeting moment, yet in its wake, the immortal Isle of Penglai shimmered anew with revitalized splendor. Moreover, the golden Ao, a colossal divine turtle that had once fallen beside the island, transformed into a vast, sacred landmass. Its veins of spiritual energy now seamlessly interwoven with Penglai's own celestial meridians. Henceforth, Penglai shall serve as my personal cultivation sanctuary, declared Tong Tian, his voice resonant with sovereign authority. And Jinao Island shall become the hallowed ground where disciples of the Jie Sect gather to debate the profound Dao. By Master's decree, chorused the disciples in unison, their voices reverent and unwavering. I am Tong Tian, he proclaimed once more, this time not merely to his followers, but across the boundless expanse of Honghuang itself. Today, I establish my Daoist abode upon Penglai. In 3,000 years' time, I shall expound the Dao here. And all beings, regardless of origin, nature, or station, who possess the karmic affinity shall be welcome to attend, to Jie, to sever, to intercept, to grant a sliver of salvation to all sentient beings, to teach without distinction. That is the very essence of my Dao. To advance further upon the path of the Dao, I must remain unwavering in this principle. In Kunlun, Tong Tian had tempered his vision, restrained, out of deference to his elder brother. But now, having founded his own sovereign sanctuary, no authority could curtail his will. The announcement ignited a wildfire of fervor across Honghuang. To become a disciple of the Jie Sect was to stand beneath the very shadow of a celestial sovereign. Yet Xiao Yuan contemplated deeper. Once rooted in the eastern sea, the Jie Sect would burgeon with astonishing speed, drawing 10,000 immortals to its gates, ascending to become the preeminent sect of Honghuang. On the surface, the coming Fengshen cataclysm arose from the celestial court's desperate need for celestial officials. In truth, however, it was a profound contest of celestial fortune among the sovereigns themselves. Fortune in Honghuang was finite. As the Jie Sect flourished, its share of fate swelled, eroding the dominion of others. In time, even Tong Tian's own brothers, Lao Zi and Yuanxi, could no longer abide its ascendancy. And the two Western sovereigns, ever eager to witness the schism within the Suanmen, fanned the flames with subtle machinations, until at last, the great sects united in a concerted assault upon the Jie Sect. So long as the Jie Sect continued its meteoric rise, the Fengshen cataclysm was inevitable. Xiao Yuan knew, however, that his sole recourse was relentless cultivation. Only through ever-deepening strength could he carve out a sliver of salvation, and only through unassailable power could he command a voice in the celestial symphony. Once Tong Tian had settled his disciples, Xiao Yuan mounted the flame-treading beast and, accompanied by the Crimson Flame youth, journeyed toward Yingzhou Island. "Master, where are we?" the youth asked, brows gently furrowed in quiet bewilderment. "This," Xiao Yuan replied with a gentle smile, "is the Daoist sanctuary I have long sought in the Eastern Sea. Henceforth, this shall be our abode." A subtle thought then stirred within him. With the relocation complete, could the Crimson Flame youth alone manage the vast expanse of Yingzhou Island, its daily affairs, its inevitable guests, its future banquets and assemblies? One attendant, however devoted, would soon be overwhelmed. Hardly had the thought settled when a hearty, resonant voice rang out. Warm, unpretentious, and unmistakably regal. "Dearest friend Xiao Yuan, my humble, unbidden visit, I trust, finds no offense." Chapter 29. The Merfolk clan. The visitor was none other than Ao Guang, Dragon Sovereign of the Eastern Sea. News of the Jie Sect's relocation had reached the Dragon clan swiftly, yet their ties ran only as deep as Xiao Yuan. To approach Tongtian directly would have been unthinkable. Thus, Ao Guang came, not to the sovereign, but to the disciple whose name already carried quiet weight. Moreover, Ao Guang did not arrive alone. He was accompanied by a strikingly beautiful lady. Esteemed friend, Xiao Yuan promptly came forward to greet them, remembering the favor owed to the Dragon clan's elder. He welcomed the two into the Yizhu Island and brewed a pot of enlightenment tea. "Dear friend, I have just moved to Yizhu Island and have yet to arrange my abode, so it may appear somewhat simplistic. I hope you won't take offense." "Not at all," Ao Guang swiftly replied with a smile. "My visit is not merely a courtesy call. Allow me to introduce you to the matriarch of the Merfolk, Huan Sha." Xiao Yuan turned to regard the enchanting woman beside Ao Guang. Initially, he had assumed she was a formidable member of the Dragon clan, but he soon discerned that her aura was distinctly different. According to his knowledge, the Merfolk had once been vassals of the Dragon clan and were considered a significant lineage in the Primordial era, possessing considerable renown. It was said that the Merfolk could weave exquisite silk and produce rare pearls. The silk was esteemed as a fine fabric in the Primordial realm, highly valuable and not meant for the common folk, also serving as an excellent material for crafting spiritual treasures. The pearls, on the other hand, boasted healing properties for various ailments and could also be utilized in alchemy, their worth surpassing that of the silk. However, it was rumored that after the calamity of the Dragon Han era, the Merfolk had fallen into decline. Xiao Yuan found himself puzzled by Ao Guang's intentions in bringing the leader of the Merfolk to Yizhu Island. "Dear friend, I have come with the hope of leading the entire Merfolk clan to seek refuge under your banner. I earnestly request your protection." Huan Sha seemed to have anticipated Xiao Yuan's thoughts and spoke up. "You may be unaware, dear friend, but the circumstances of the Merfolk have been quite dire in recent years. Knowing that you have recently established your domain and may require assistance, we have taken the liberty to approach you." Ao Guang further elucidated the situation. The renowned silk and pearls produced by the Merfolk had brought them both prestige and misfortune. A man of humble means bears the burden of possessing treasures. In recent years, various factions had pressured the Merfolk to produce silk and pearls, even resorting to the rampant abduction of their kin, leaving the Merfolk in a state of despair. Huan Sha sought refuge with the Dragon clan, but the former guardians were themselves in peril and could not extend their protection. Ultimately, Ao Guang thought of Xiao Yuan. As a disciple of the sage, Xiao Yuan's ability to shield the Merfolk would be effortless. Furthermore, Ao Guang surmised that Xiao Yuan could benefit from additional hands to assist him, thus undertaking this journey. Ding. The Merfolk have come seeking allegiance. Please make a choice, host. Option 1. Accept the allegiance of the Merfolk. Reward Master of Alchemy, gold, entry. Option 2. Reject the allegiance of the Merfolk. Reward Purple Cloud Divine Eye, gold, entry. Master of Alchemy, gold. You possess profound insight and dexterity in the field of alchemy. With dedicated study, you may attain the status of a master alchemist, surpassing all in the primordial realm. Purple Cloud Divine Eye, gold. Your eyes are infused with the essence of the purple cloud, allowing you to see through illusions and emit divine light that repels all malevolence. I choose option 1. Xiao Yuan made his decision without hesitation. His auxiliary paths were nearly complete, save for the absence of a specific entry for alchemy. This was a rare opportunity to obtain an alchemical entry, and he was determined not to let it slip away, for who knew when another chance might arise. He was troubled by the lack of management for his dojo, and the Merfolk tribe seemed to be an exceptionally suitable choice. Being a well-established community with inherent productivity, they could generate immense value for Xiao Yuan. Moreover, The leader of the merfolk was a being of early Tei golden immortal stage, which would prove useful in many matters. Thus, the selection process required no further deliberation. If a friend were to perceive Ao Guang's silence as disapproval from Xiao Yuan, that would be a misunderstanding. Xiao Yuan chuckled, admitting he was merely momentarily taken aback. "Greetings, my lord," Huan Sha exclaimed. The merfolk leader was filled with delight. Establishing a connection with a directly taught disciple of a sage was a significant fortune for his tribe. Sensing this, Xiao Yuan nodded. Despite being a Tei golden immortal, the merfolk leader exhibited no arrogance, demonstrating utmost humility, which greatly pleased Xiao Yuan. Had Huan Sha displayed even the slightest hint of defiance or ulterior motives, Xiao Yuan would have certainly declined their alliance. He agreed to accept the merfolk tribe into Yingzhou Island, where they would serve as attendants and stewards. What Xiao Yuan required was obedience and loyalty. Once this matter was settled, Huan Sha led the merfolk tribe to migrate to Yingzhou Island. At present, their population was still fewer than 10,000. The merfolk, engaged in the production of fish silk and pearls, expended their life force in the process. An excessive production would lead to a notably shortened lifespan. This was a primary reason for their dwindling numbers, as well as the urgency for the merfolk to find a protector. Without support, the tribe risked extinction. Therefore, Huan Sha clung to Xiao Yuan as a lifeline. Unwilling to let go, Yingzhou Island was vast, and it sufficed to allocate a small area for the merfolk's settlement. "Huan Sha, you shall henceforth be the chief steward of Yingzhou Island, entrusted with all matters of administration," Xiao Yuan declared. "I shall not disappoint you, my lord." Huan Sha replied with a hint of deference, still cautious as she had yet to fully grasp her master's temperament. Her decision to ally with Xiao Yuan stemmed from her trust in Ao Guang. "Perform your duties well, and I shall ensure that both you and the merfolk are well taken care of. Subsequently, I will announce that the powerful beings in the East Sea released the captured merfolk," Xiao Yuan said slowly. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." Huan Sha expressed her gratitude eagerly. The merfolk not only produced fish silk and pearls, but were also renowned for their beauty. Those powerful beings in the East Sea took pride in having merfolk attendants. Some of these beings even confined merfolk to toil day and night in producing pearls and silk, subjecting them to dire conditions. While Huan Sha wished to rescue her kin, her abilities were limited. Now that Xiao Yuan had spoken, this issue would be resolved. Huan Sha was profoundly grateful to him. Following Xiao Yuan's proclamation, nearly 5,000 merfolk converged from all directions to Yingzhou Island, where Huan Sha successfully settled them. Expressing her gratitude once more in front of Xiao Yuan. The art of governance requires a balance of grace and authority. Huan Sha and the merfolk tribe did not disappoint Xiao Yuan. In a short span, they managed to organize Yingzhou Island meticulously, relieving Xiao Yuan of any concerns regarding trivial matters. Subsequently, after a moment of contemplation, he extended formal invitations to his fellow disciples of the Jie Sect, those with whom he shared close ties, urging them to gather on Yingzhou Island a century hence. Among those invited were several of his senior and junior cultivation siblings, Duo Bao, Jinling, Liu Deng, and the younger sister Gui Ling, recently accepted as a direct disciple by their shared master. Also included were Zhao Gongming and the three Xiaos, as well as the water and fire immortal children, none overlooked. Chapter 30. The Enigma of the Great Luo Immortal Ascension in Truth. This gathering served not only to deepen fraternal bonds, but also to seek counsel on the profound and perilous tribulations attendant upon attaining the rank of Great Luo Immortal, a matter of urgent import. For Xiao Yuan had already reached the mid-tier of the Tei Golden Immortal cultivation realm, and knew well the wisdom of preparing long before the storm arrives. All those invited responded affirmatively, pledging their presence without reservation. A century passed like the fleeting sigh of a breeze, and soon, Duo Bao and the others arrived, true to their word. Senior cultivators, esteemed sisters and brothers, pray, enter and be welcome. Xiao Yuan himself stepped forward to greet them. Young brother, Duo Bao observed, gazing about with genuine admiration. Your abode is truly exquisite, so much so that even I, an elder brother, find myself yearning to establish one just like it. The others echoed his sentiment. Yingzhou Island, already famed for its celestial grace and abundant spiritual energies, had been further refined and elevated by the artistry of the merfolk, its pavilions soaring with dignified elegance, its gardens exquisitely balanced, every detail whispering of cultivated harmony and sublime refinement. So captivating was its aura that each guest felt a quiet stirring within, tempted, almost, to seek out their own secluded sanctuary in some distant, pristine realm. Should you ever discover a suitable spiritual land for your own hermitage, Xiao Yuan replied with a gentle smile, I shall gladly offer counsel and assist in its refinement. Thereafter, he ushered his guests into the assembly hall, where he had prepared not only the rare Wu Dao tea, whose leaves unfurled like whispered truths beneath the steam, but also celestial wines and nectars distilled from the essence of ancient stars, as well as luminous fruits plucked from immortal groves. Laughter and light-hearted discourse flowed like clear spring water. The atmosphere, warm and unhurried, resonated with the ease of kindred spirits reunited. Then, turning to Duo Bao, Jinling, and the Water and Fire immortal children, each already sovereign among the great Luo immortals, Xiao Yuan spoke with respectful earnestness. Senior brother Duo Bao, senior sister Jinling. Elder brothers of Water and Fire, I beg your indulgence. Today, I wish to humbly inquire after the nature of the great Luo immortal tribulations. At his words, even those not yet standing upon that lofty threshold, Zhao Gongming, the three Xiaos, and the rest, leaned in with rapt attention, though the hour of their own trial remained distant. Foresight is the wisest of virtues. To listen now was to sow wisdom for tomorrow's storm. Duo Bao nodded, his voice calm and resonant as a temple bell. The tribulations of the great Luo immortal unfold in three distinct, yet interwoven trials. The first is the Thunder Tribulation, the trial of the flesh, where celestial lightning descends to test the vessel of the body, forging it anew in purifying fire. The second is the Wind Tribulation, the trial of the spirit, where ethereal gales scour the soul, exposing every fissure in one's inner clarity, every tremor of doubt in the mind's stillness. The third, the most insidious, is the Demon Heart Tribulation, wherein the self confronts its own shadows, illusions born of desire, fear, and ego rise like phantoms, seeking to shatter the integrity of the Tao heart. Only the unwavering, the utterly resolute, may pass unbroken. Yet the intensity of each trial is never fixed. It shifts like moonlight on water, shaped by the cultivator's innate virtue, karmic weight, and celestial resonance. A prodigy of rare brilliance may summon thunderstorms of unparalleled ferocity, yet should they endure, their reward is commensurately profound. Conversely, one burdened by grievous karmic obstructions, by deeds that stain the soul, shall find the heavens themselves arrayed against them, their trials magnified tenfold. And remember this, the great Luo immortal must gather the three flowers of the crown. Their number of petals, 7 or fewer, or 8 and beyond, reveals the breadth of one's future path. Those whose blossoms fall short of the 7th petal shall likely never ascend to the rank of quasi-sage. Only those whose flowers bloom in full, radiant splendor, 7 petals or more, may hope to tread the hallowed threshold of that exalted station. Duo Bao spoke with the quiet authority of lived truth, each word a polished gem, each insight drawn from the crucible of his own ascension. And as he spoke, Jinling and the Water and Fire immortal children interwove their own wisdom, offering subtle clarifications, ancient parables, and rare observations, enriching the tapestry of understanding with threads of profound experience. The junior disciple has now entered the mid-phase of the Tei Golden Immortal Realm, and the distance to the Deluo realm is no longer considerable. He may seek the guidance of his master to acquire the 8-9 Profound Arts, a technique that can refine the physical body and assist in overcoming the tribulations of thunder. It was through mastering the 8-9 Profound Arts to the 4th transformation that I was able to endure the Thunder Tribulation, continued Duo Bao. As for the Wind Tribulation, I leveraged the innate spiritual object, the 10,000 Souls Stone. However, I have heard that the second master has bestowed upon you the soul-dispelling bell, which, in your hands, is far more beneficial than the 10,000 Souls Stone. Lastly, for the Heart Demon Tribulation, I utilized an 8 transformation, Tranquil Heart Pill. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan was pleasantly surprised, realizing that he had almost gathered the necessary items for the tribulations without even intending to. The soul-dispelling bell gifted by the second master for the Wind Tribulation, and the 9 transformation, Tranquil Heart Pill bestowed by the master for the Heart Demon Tribulation. Now, he merely needed to master the 8-9 Profound Arts to have everything in place. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters, for sharing this wisdom, Xiao Yuan expressed gratefully. Such experiences are invaluable treasures in the outside world, highlighting the advantages of having a commendable lineage. Do not be modest with your capabilities. Ascending to the Deluo realm should not pose a challenge. The true difficulty lies in how many blossoms one can achieve in the end. I have long accumulated my efforts, hoping to blossom into the 9th grade, yet I ultimately failed. Among our fellow disciples, you possess the greatest potential. In due time, you shall bring honor to our master. Duo Bao patted Xiao Yuan on the shoulder. I shall do my utmost, Xiao Yuan replied, feeling a wave of humility wash over him. He believed his senior brother held him in too high regard. He was acutely aware that his current achievements were buoyed by his golden attributes. In terms of innate talent, He could not compare to his senior brothers and sisters. However, after hearing Duo Bao's words, a glimmer of hope ignited within Xiao Yuan. He now sought not only to successfully break through to the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, but also to strive for a ninth-grade blossom. The banquet was a joyous occasion for all. Duo Bao and the others took their leave. Xiao Yuan did not rush to seek his master for the 8-9 profound arts, as the opening of the Jie Sect was imminent, and he presumed his master was busy. After all, he was not in a hurry. Instead, Xiao Yuan took the opportunity to study the newly acquired title of Master Alchemist. With targeted attributes for the alchemical formations now in place, his progress was surging ahead. Before long, the 3,000-year period agreed upon with Tong Tian arrived. Huan Xia, I entrust you with the guardianship of Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan declared. Rest assured, my lord. Huan Xia promptly replied. Xiao Yuan mounted the blazing beast and set forth towards Jinao Island. Yingzhou Island was not far from Jinao Island. Upon arrival, he stored away the blazing beast, bowed to his master, and took his seat. At this moment, Jinao Island was surrounded by layers of beings. Both in the sky and in the sea, a throng of life brimming with anticipation. The authority of a sage to impart teachings is indeed profound. I, Tong Tian, shall deliver a discourse today at Jinao Island. Anyone capable of comprehending the sublime principles of the upper clear can enter the gates of my Jie Sect. Tong Tian's voice resonated, and thus he commenced his teachings. This discourse lasted for 3,000 years. Many beings found enlightenment, and Xiao Yuan similarly reaped substantial rewards. Among the nearly 10,000 beings who attended, many comprehended the sublime principles of the upper clear. We pay our respects to the teacher. Those newly admitted disciples of Jie bowed deeply, their reverence shaking the very heavens and earth. Above the Jie Sect, celestial fortune flourished resplendently. The 4 swords of Zhu Xian, guardians of its sovereign destiny, rang forth with crystalline, silvery chimes. When the celestial discourse concluded, the disciples of Jie dispersed like scattered clouds at dusk. Xiao Yuan, however, ascended the steps of the Shanqing Palace. Master, he intoned reverently, your disciple humbly petitions to receive the Ba Jiu Xian Gong, the 8-9 mysterious art. A gentle, knowing smile graced Tong Tian's lips. Indeed, this oversight is mine. With a single, luminous fingertip, he traced a golden sigil that pierced the air like a comet, then dissolved into Xiao Yuan's brow. Therein resided the Ba Jiu Xian Gong, a peerless cultivation method distilled from the Jiu Zhuan Xian Gong, originally conceived by the 3 pure ones. It stood among the most exalted corporeal arts of the primordial chaos. Legend held that its highest attainments granted the practitioner the power to withstand even the devastating force of divine treasures with bare flesh alone. Beyond sheer resilience, the art harbored boundless metamorphic potential, shifting form, essence, and spirit with sovereign grace. Among all my disciples seated beneath this hall, Tong Tian added, his gaze warm with quiet confidence, you are the one I hold in highest regard. Do not disappoint me. Bloom your great Luo lotus to its 9th and most sublime tier, and grant your master a moment of genuine delight. Xiao Yuan blinked, perplexed. The eldest senior brother, perhaps, but even master himself now joins this teasing charade? Chapter 31. That wily old man. Deceitful to the core, the Ba Jiu Xian Gong, though among the most exalted corporeal arts of the primordial chaos, demanded extraordinary discipline and profundity to master. Even Duo Bao, the eldest disciple of Jie, whose innate talent ranked among the rarest, had required a millennium merely to breach its threshold and attain the 4th transformation. Fortuitously, I am at leisure, Tong Tian remarked, shifting tone with effortless grace, and shall guide you through its foundational principles. With a sovereign of heaven as his tutor, his luminous wisdom dissecting each verse, each arcane resonance, Xiao Yuan's path was immeasurably smoothed. A century passed, like breath drawn and released beneath the vault of eternity. Then one dawn, Xiao Yuan's body shimmered, radiant as flawless white jade, before drawing that incandescent luminescence inward, sealing it deep within his marrow and meridians. Disciple, Tong Tian observed, voice both tender and grave. You have now stepped across the threshold of the Ba Jiu Xian Gong. What follows is slow, deliberate, and sacred cultivation. Its roots lie deep within the Jiu Zhuan Xian Gong. Vast as the cosmos, profound as the abyss, and infinitely subtle. Should your spirit find room beyond your other pursuits, devote your contemplation to this art. His gaze lingered upon Xiao Yuan, not with mere approval, but with quiet awe. This feat had once again redefined Tong Tian's understanding of his disciple's celestial aptitude. The Ba Jiu Xian Gong was, by universal reckoning, one of the most arduous arts ever conceived in the primordial chaos. Even Duo Bao, paragon of talent, pillar of Jijiao, had required 1,000 years to merely enter it. Xiao Yuan had done so in 1/10 that span. If Tang Tian's earlier jest about the 9th-tier Great Luo Lotus had borne the lightness of paternal banter, it now carried the weight of sincere, fervent hope. I shall uphold your sacred instruction without fail, Xiao Yuan affirmed, bowing low. In truth, even had his master remained silent, Xiao Yuan would have devoted himself wholeheartedly to the art, not only to weather the tempests of heavenly tribulation, but because the ever-shifting landscape of the primordial chaos bristled with unforeseen perils, subtle, insidious, and merciless. One could never know when fortune might falter, or when fate might turn treacherous in the shadows. Layer upon layer of defense, timeless, unyielding, and wise, was never obsolete. Moreover, the arts of talismans, elixirs, and formation arrays, now each fortified by their own sovereign, resonant keywords, had advanced with astonishing momentum. Their flourishing now granted Xiao Yuan the rare luxury of time to delve, to refine, to ascend. Thus, having taken his leave from Pinglai, Xiao Yuan returned to Yingzhou Isle. 3 millennia later, he attained the second transformation of the Ba Jiu Xiangong, a pace so breathtaking that, were Duo Bao and the others to learn of it, their astonishment would surely eclipse even the rising sun. Master, came the soft, measured voice of Huan Sha. Lord Lai Yong, the venerable patriarch of the Firecrow clan, has arrived to pay his respects. In recent years, Huan Sha had assumed stewardship over the entire Yingzhou Isle, its true and trusted grand steward. Her nature was serene, her devotion unwavering. Every command Xiao Yuan issued, she carried out with flawless fidelity, never diluting intent, never faltering in execution. Not only does Xiao Yuan possess remarkable abilities, but he also finds great comfort in utilizing them, thus earning his own recognition. Upon hearing of Lai Yang's visit, a twinge of guilt washed over Xiao Yuan. He had established his own dojo yet had never formally invited this esteemed elder. Moreover, this venerable ancestor had previously extended an invitation for Xiao Yuan to visit the ancestral grounds of the Firecrow clan, an invitation he had regrettably postponed until now. Now that the elder had come to his doorstep, Xiao Yuan quickly gathered his composure and gestured for Lai Yang to enter. "Ha! This place is truly splendid," Lai Yang exclaimed with hearty laughter. After engaging in some light conversation, Lai Yang then stated, "The reason for my visit today is to invite you to journey to the ancestral grounds of the Firecrow clan." "Ancestor, I sincerely apologize for not having the time to visit sooner," Xiao Yuan responded with genuine remorse. "Not at all. I am not here to reproach you," Lai Yang replied, stroking his long beard with a smile. "The reason I have been so eager for you to visit the ancestral grounds is due to a significant opportunity." Hearing this, Xiao Yuan recalled that Lai Yang had previously mentioned some ancient legacies within the clan. "You should be aware that the bloodline of our Firecrow clan can be traced back to the ancient Fire Divine Crow. This primordial being was once one of the 3,000 demonic deities in the chaotic realm, and our Firecrow lineage emerged from the remnants left behind in the primordial wilderness. Today, those remnants reside within the ancestral grounds, possessing the power to purify the bloodline of our people," Lai Yang elaborated slowly. "Thus, I hope you will accompany me on this journey. Since the elder has personally come to invite me, it would be ungrateful of me to decline," Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. The personal invitation from Lai Yang was one reason, but Xiao Yuan was also intrigued by the elder's words. His current shortcoming lay in the foundation of his bloodline. With a medium-grade innate root, he had only reached this level after expending numerous spiritual materials and elixirs. Even he was uncertain when he might elevate to a superior innate root. If this journey to the Firecrow clan could enhance his root, it would be an immense boon. After giving a few instructions to Huan Sha, Xiao Yuan followed Lai Yang to the ancestral grounds of the Firecrow clan. The ancestral site, located in the southern part of the primordial wilderness, was once associated with the Phoenix clan. During the Dragon and Han calamity, they had suffered considerable setbacks. Now allied with the Heavenly Court, their bloodline, closely related to the three-legged Golden Crow, had rendered them favored by Di Jun and Tai Yi. Thus, even without a quasi-saint to oversee them, the Firecrow clan thrived and prospered. The ancestral grounds of the Firecrow clan were awash in crimson, with various spiritual flames flickering in every direction. Numerous fire crows soared about, exuding a vibrant vitality. As Xiao Yuan drew closer to the ancestral site, he felt an increasing sense of kinship. After all, one cannot sever the ties of blood. When Lai Yang returned to the ancestral grounds with Xiao Yuan, the fire crows all called out to the elder, their curious gazes fixed upon Xiao Yuan. "Grandfather." Just moments after Xiao Yuan entered the ancestral grounds, a slender fire crow, emanating the aura of a Tai golden immortal, flapped its wings and swiftly approached Lai Yang and Xiao Yuan. It soon transformed into a young woman clad in a fiery red raincoat. "Allow me to introduce you," said Lai Yong with a cheerful demeanor. "This is my granddaughter, Lai Yun. Yuner, this is the Xiao Yuan I often speak of." "So, you are the Xiao Yuan my grandfather mentioned. You seem rather ordinary," Lai Yun remarked dismissively, casting a rather unfriendly glance at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan felt bewildered. It was evident that Lai Yun had been well protected by Lai Yong, giving her the air of a spoiled young lady. However, he was certain he had not offended her. What could be the source of her hostility? "Xiao Yuan, what do you think of my granddaughter? If you were to unite, you would undoubtedly produce a superior next generation." Lai Yong stroked his long beard, chuckling. Xiao Yuan was taken aback. Now he understood why the old man had been so eager for him to come to the Jinwu ancestral land. It was all a matchmaking scheme. After Lai Yong made his proposal, Lai Yun did not dispute it, but appeared somewhat displeased, indicating that Lai Yong had already done a good job of convincing her. That crafty old man had set a trap for him. "Grandfather, I must decline." Xiao Yuan quickly replied. "I am willing to become your partner, yet you refuse despite your grandfather's assurances?" At this moment, it was Lai Yun who became irate. "Lai Yun, my dear friend, I am wholeheartedly devoted to the path and currently have no intention of seeking a partner," Xiao Yuan said with a wry smile. "Ah, then I shall not press the matter." Lai Yong sighed regretfully, not wanting to coerce Xiao Yuan, recognizing that if he had no such intentions, it would be best to let it go. He did not wish to alienate this proud member of the Fire Crow clan over such trivialities. Let us proceed to the ancestral land to receive the inheritance. Chapter 32, Bloodline Inheritance, the ancient fire god Crow under Lai Yang's guidance. Xiao Yuan made his way to the very heart of the Fire Crow clan. He sensed multiple powerful auras guarding the vicinity, with the strongest reaching the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal level. This demonstrated the clan's deep reverence for this sacred site. As he approached, Xiao Yuan felt his bloodline power pulsating, as if something was summoning him. "Open!" Lai Yong summoned a jade tablet, which instantly radiated brilliant light. Before Xiao Yuan's eyes, a portal shimmering with red light appeared. "Go forth." Xiao Yuan dove headfirst into the portal. "Grandfather, although Xiao Yuan is a member of our Fire Crow clan, his heart does not belong to us. Is it truly necessary for him to receive the ancestral inheritance?" Lai Yun expressed her dissatisfaction. The ancestral inheritance of the Fire Crow clan was not limitless. Generally, only exceptionally talented individuals were deemed worthy of entering. Over the years, the resources had dwindled, making the inheritance increasingly precious. "You are being too narrow-minded. Xiao Yuan is a direct disciple of a sage and possesses extraordinary talent. Investing in him will surely yield returns in the future," Lai Yong replied with a smile. Meanwhile, upon entering the portal, Xiao Yuan felt as though he had entered a realm of flames, surrounded by a mesmerizing array of spiritual fires. Screech! In the next moment, those spiritual fires began to converge, transforming into the shape of a fire crow. It is not merely an ordinary fire crow, nor is it the Tianhuo crow endowed with innate roots, but rather the ancestral ancient fire divine crow of the fire crow lineage. The moment the fire crow took shape, it surged towards Xiao Yuan with astonishing speed, enveloping him entirely. In that instant, Xiao Yuan was immersed in the boundless transformations of the path of heavenly fire, instantly entering a state of enlightenment. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yuan, the ancestral land of the Fire Crow clan was undergoing tumultuous changes as well. The spiritual energy and flames within the ancestral grounds began to converge towards its core, causing a stir among the Fire Crow people. Fortunately, with Lai Yang presiding over the situation, chaos was averted. "Grandfather, could these disturbances be caused by Xiao Yuan?" Lai Yun exclaimed, astonished. At this moment, only that young man was receiving the inheritance. So it must indeed be him. Lai Yang's eyes also reflected surprise. Having presided over the Fire Crow clan for many years, he had witnessed numerous clan members accept their inheritances. The greater the commotion caused, the more substantial the benefits reaped. Yet, even Lai Yun, who was acclaimed as the most gifted of the Fire Crow clan, had never stirred such a significant uproar during his own inheritance. Indeed, his commotion had not even reached 1% of this magnitude. Lai Yun now recognized the gap between himself and Xiao Yuan. A millennium had fleetingly passed. However, the disturbances in the ancestral land of the Fire Crow did not subside. Instead, they escalated further. Above the ancestral grounds, an ethereal figure of the ancient fire divine Crow materialized, exuding an imposing and majestic presence. "Lying, what is happening here?" Even His Majesty has taken note of this commotion. Baizhe descended gracefully into the ancestral land of the Fire Crow. "Grandfather Baizhe, someone is receiving the inheritance in our Fire Crow clan," Lai Yun replied. "It seems a new prodigy has emerged from the Fire Crow clan. I shall assist in petitioning His Majesty for resource allocation. Such a talent must be nurtured with care, Jie chuckled. Brother, you have misunderstood. The one receiving the inheritance is Xiao Yuan, a disciple of the Jie Sect, Liang quickly clarified. I see, Jie said, a hint of regret crossing his features. He had hoped the Fire Crow clan had birthed another prodigy, only to find it was the commotion stirred by Xiao Yuan. He understood that Xiao Yuan was destined not to join the heavenly court. Just then, the ancient fire divine crow hovering above the ancestral grounds let out a sharp and resounding cry, which then transformed into streams of fire and vanished into the void. At this moment, Xiao Yuan's figure materialized. Compared to a millennium ago, Xiao Yuan's aura had risen significantly, as he had once again broken through. Stepping into the late stage of the Tei Golden Immortal Realm, his roots had also been elevated, reaching the level of high-grade innate roots. Moreover, Xiao Yuan had comprehended the grand supernatural power of Heavenly Fire Funeral. In contrast to the Hunyuan shield he had grasped, this was a wholly pure offensive supernatural ability. With the emergence of Heavenly Fire, it could extinguish all things and spirits with overwhelming might. Xiao Yuan had initially hoped to enhance his roots and cleanse his bloodline. But now he found his cultivation had advanced, and he had grasped the grand supernatural power. This journey had proven to be immensely rewarding. However, facing Liang, Xiao Yuan felt a profound sense of guilt. Because he completely obliterated the ancestral legacy of the Fire Crow clan. To be precise, he drained it entirely. Nevertheless, the day of the ancestral legacy's exhaustion would inevitably come. You have merely accelerated its arrival. Although Liang felt a profound sorrow, he did not overtly express it. After all, Xiao Yuan was invited by him, and he was certain that Xiao Yuan would remember this bond with the Fire Crow clan. Senior Baze, you are here as well. Upon seeing Baze, Xiao Yuan offered a respectful greeting. You have caused quite a stir, even alarming the Heavenly Emperor, so I was sent to check on you. Baze replied kindly. Understanding that Xiao Yuan had no intentions of joining the Heavenly Court, he chose not to prolong the conversation and took his leave. Rest assured, I will remember this kindness from the Fire Crow clan and will repay it in the future, Xiao Yuan spoke earnestly. That is good to hear. But you truly do not consider. Before Liang could finish his sentence, Xiao Yuan interjected. I do not consider. Liang, aside from Yunar, there are numerous beautiful women from the Fire Crow clan for you to choose from. With your exceptional bloodline, it would be a travesty not to leave some descendants. Liang lamented passionately. Xiao Yuan felt a wave of frustration. This old man had truly ill intentions, wanting him to become a breeding stallion. Naturally, he declined decisively. Xiao Yuan did not linger in the Fire Crow clan for too long. He feared that Liang might employ some trickery to entangle him in breeding within the clan, and thus decided to make an early exit. Liang did not insist on keeping him, knowing well that he could not be detained. Grateful for the Fire Crow clan's kindness, Xiao Yuan suggested that they refrain from participating in the war of witches and demons as much as possible. However, Liang gently declined, stating that the Fire Crow clan was already deeply ensnared in the conflict. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to acquiesce. He resolved that if the Fire Crow clan were to face calamity, he would do everything in his power to assist them. Upon returning to Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan resumed his seclusion. His foundational roots had just been enhanced, his cultivation had just advanced, and he had recently comprehended new divine abilities. It took him nearly 10 millennia to solidify his progress. Subsequently, he continued his diligent practice for another 30,000 years, making substantial advancements in all aspects. Recently, the chaotic atmosphere in Honghuang suggested that turmoil was once again on the horizon. The stipulated deadline set by the Dao ancestor for a ceasefire between the witch and demon clans had already passed, and both factions were beginning to stir restlessly. Is that the 10 suns emerging? Xiao Yuan suddenly gazed into the distance, observing 10 blazing orbs rising from the eastern sea. A closer inspection revealed that these were not merely orbs of fire, but rather 10 golden crows. Chapter 33, Bloodline Plunder. Seizing the golden crows, if Xiao Yuan's memory served him right. The spark that ignited the Second Great War between the witches and demons was indeed the event of Dai, shooting down the suns. Emperor Jun and Changzi united to give birth to the 10 little golden crows. Later, Emperor Jun placed the 10 little golden crows in the Tang Valley, even transplanting the exquisite innate spiritual root, the Fuzang tree, into the valley. This clearly demonstrated Emperor Jun's high regard for the 10 golden crows. With Emperor Jun's permission, the 10 golden crows could take turns flying out of the Tang Valley. Even from Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan could see the golden crows soaring in and out. However, today, all 10 golden crows suddenly took flight simultaneously. Whoosh! At the moment the 10 golden crows ascended, an arrow suddenly streaked through the air. Caw! A mournful cry resonated through the heavens as a golden crow was struck by an arrow, plummeting into the eastern sea, causing astonishment among the myriad beings of that realm. Gazing toward the shores of the eastern sea, one could discern a towering figure poised with bow and arrow. This imposing silhouette was none other than the great shaman of the Wu clan, Dui. He had come seeking vengeance for the death of his friend, Hua Fu, at the hands of a golden crow. Ding. As he aimed to shoot the sun, a choice was presented to the host. Option 1. Assist the in slaying the golden crow. Reward. Distant horizon, gold. Entry. Option 2. Aid the golden crow in evading Yi's assault. Reward. Burning blood, gold. Entry. Option 3. Remain indifferent. Reward. Bloodline plunder, gold. Entry. Distant horizon. Gold. You are adept in the ways of space. With a single step, you can traverse vast distances. Burning blood. Gold. By igniting your own essence, you can unleash quintuple your strength. Bloodline plunder. Gold. You can siphon the bloodlines of myriad beings to rectify your own deficiencies, amalgamating the strengths of many. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yuan chose the third option, displaying a complete lack of concern for the rewards on offer. The celestial event unfolded. As he aimed at the sun, entangling himself in the machinations of the saints. According to Xiao Yuan's understanding, the 10 little golden crows had been deliberately released by someone to incite a war between the Wu and the Lich clans. The saints could not possibly stand by and allow either clan to unify the vast wilderness. Should one of the clans achieve dominion, they would amass unparalleled fortune, beyond even the saints' capacity to suppress, potentially surpassing them. Thus, a mutual devastation between the two clans was precisely what the saints desired, and Xiao Yuan dared not involve himself in such a conflict. After making his choice, a beam of golden light surged into his being, though it did not provoke any immediate change within him. At that moment, the remaining 9 golden crows, startled, scattered in all directions. However, before they could flee far, arrows rained down upon them, each crow succumbing in turn. Originally, Yi's quest had no bearing on Xiao Yuan, but fate had it that a crow's carcass fortuitously fell upon Yingzhou Island. Xiao Yuan could only shake his head in disbelief. Even mere spectatorship seemed to stir trouble. Yet, despite his exasperation, as the golden crow's body landed upon Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan felt compelled to act, rising to catch it. The crow had been pierced through entirely by an arrow, its form still flickering with the flames of the sun god, yet devoid of life. The crow's demise was so complete due to Yi's arrow, crafted from the primordial cold iron of the Yin star, infused with pure Yin energy. The interplay of Yin and Yang, represented by the golden crow and the cold iron arrow, created a fatal imbalance. Xiao Yuan initially intended to collect the crow's remains, awaiting the celestial court's arrival for retrieval. However, upon touching the crow's body, he sensed the bloodline plunder entry pulsating within him. Without further delay, he extended a hand toward the golden crow's carcass and activated bloodline plunder. In the next moment, the power of the crow's bloodline began to flow into Xiao Yuan. As the crow's form gradually dimmed, Xiao Yuan immediately sensed the transformative power of the golden crow's bloodline coursing through his veins, causing a profound alteration within his own lineage. He felt as if his bloodline was continuously being replenished. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. He might be harnessing the essence of the golden crow to enhance his own bloodline, potentially giving rise to an entirely new lineage that transcended even the ancient fire god crow and the 3 clans of golden crows. This was indeed a fortuitous development, a stroke of unparalleled fortune. Having embarked on this endeavor, he resolved to pursue it to its fullest extent. With determination, Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth and departed from Yingzhou Island, embarking on a quest to locate the remaining corpses of the golden crows. He recognized that a complete transformation of his bloodline would yield unimaginable benefits. Even if collecting the corpses of the 3-legged golden crows and extracting their bloodline might provoke the heavenly court, he felt compelled to disregard such concerns. Once the bow was drawn, there was no turning back. What difference did it make whether he extracted 1 or 9? Such an opportunity might never present itself again. Moreover, he hoped that the prolonged conflict between the witch and demon clans would obscure the source of the bloodline power he was drawing. Even if his actions were eventually exposed, he found solace in the presence of his mentor. The heavenly court would not dare to eradicate him. As he raced across the eastern sea, Xiao Yuan reached the pinnacle of his speed. Yet despite his fervent efforts, he could only locate 5 golden crow corpses. Before he could continue his search, a formidable pressure descended upon the eastern sea. You seek your own demise, Dijun proclaimed as he appeared, launching a direct assault that swiftly claimed Yi's life. Xiao Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the pursuit of the remaining golden crow corpses, hastily returning to Yingzhou Island. Dijun, How dare you strike against my witch clan's great shaman? The ancestral shamans moved swiftly, but they were ultimately unable to save Yi, witnessing his death with growing fury. The heavenly court was equally enraged, particularly Dijun, who was consumed by grief for the 9 sons he had lost. This vendetta demanded retribution. A fierce battle erupted between the witch and demon clans, shaking the very foundations of the world. Xiao Yuan returned to Yingzhou Island just in time to activate the innate spiritual barrier of the island, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Without further delay, he extracted the bloodline power from the remaining 4 Golden Crow corpses, infusing it into his own lineage. Upon completing this task, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. Although his foundational roots had not visibly strengthened, the sensation was undeniably different. Transforming into his original form, Xiao Yuan now radiated a brilliant golden light, with divine flames flickering about him. He bore the semblance of both the celestial fire crow and the 3-legged golden crow, embodying the virtues of both. In that moment, he felt the risks he had taken were not in vain. The 3-legged golden crow was among the most esteemed clans of the primordial era, and the prospect of absorbing such a bloodline again was uncertain at best. Regret washed over him for not securing the remaining 4 corpses, as the onset of war between the witch and demon clans made their whereabouts uncertain, rendering the pursuit nearly impossible. Thus, he resigned himself to this fate. After extracting the bloodline power from the 5 golden crows, Xiao Yuan chose to ignore the ongoing strife between the witch and demon clans, continuing instead with his secluded cultivation. Following a Yuan meeting, the 2 clans once again ceased hostilities, this time thanks to the united intervention of the 6 saints. Chapter 34. Wandering incompletely in the heavenly court. Dijun seethed with rage. These scoundrels, what schemes do they have? Why do they not confront me directly, but instead plot against my children? The 10 golden crows had always heeded his commands, and their simultaneous departure from Tang Valley suggested that someone was orchestrating a scheme against him. Only those transcendent saints could obscure the heavenly secrets and keep him, the heavenly emperor, in the dark. With only one of his 10 offspring remaining, Dijun's frustration mounted. Brother, as we are currently engaged in battle with the witch clan, we cannot contend with those saints, Tai Yi replied, equally furious yet helpless. In truth, they had already learned from Nuwa who was behind the machinations, the 2 western saints. It seemed they wished to exploit the chaos to their own advantage in the east. Of course, the 3 purities were not blameless either. Their nephews had perished in the eastern sea. If Tong Tian had intervened, such a tragedy would not have occurred. The 3 purities clearly relished the conflict between the witch and demon clans, hoping to prevent their unification in the vast wilderness while pretending to be peacemakers afterward. I am aware that once I unify the wilderness and gather its fortunes, I shall attain the unparalleled imperial position, compelling even the saints to bow before me. Then, I shall settle the scores one by one. Dijun hissed through clenched teeth, a flicker of sorrow crossing his gaze. Second brother, you must journey to the eastern sea and retrieve the remains of my children. Those who have defiled their bodies shall face merciless retribution. Tai Yi immediately complied and departed for the eastern sea. As a 3-legged golden crow and the uncle of the 10 young crows, he could easily locate their remains through the bloodline's guidance. When he arrived at the eastern sea to search for the bodies of his nephews, he was ablaze with fury. Some reckless individuals had dared to desecrate the bodies of the young golden crows, refining them into spiritual treasures or extracting their marrow and blood to concoct elixirs. In a fit of rage, Tai Yi annihilated those audacious individuals and even exterminated their entire clans. The commotion reverberated throughout the eastern sea, causing many of its inhabitants to tremble in fear. At this moment, Xiao Yuan felt a twinge of apprehension. Despite his meticulous preparations, he remained concerned about the potential confrontation. Tai Yi arrived at the heavenly court, requesting that Xiao Yuan, his young friend, come forth to converse. In truth, Tai Yi had long been aware that most of his nephew's remains were with Xiao Yuan. However, due to Xiao Yuan's unique status, he chose to address the other remains before finally visiting Yingzhou Island. As he descended, the surrounding waters instantly boiled. A true burning of rivers and boiling of seas. A fiery crimson haze enveloped the entire Yingzhou Island, signaling that his visit was far from amicable. Please, esteemed Elder Tai Yi, come inside at once. Xiao Yuan endeavored to maintain his composure as he welcomed Tai Yi to Yingzhou Island. Before Tai Yi could utter a word, Xiao Yuan exhaled deeply and said, Esteemed Senior Tai Yi, at the time when the Great Yi eliminated the 9 Golden Crow Brethren, my capabilities were limited, and I was unable to render timely assistance. I could only exert my meager strength to gather the remains of the Golden Crow brothers. The 5 Golden Crow corpses lay behind Xiao Yuan. Tai Yi, upon noticing this, was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that Xiao Yuan, relying on his status as a direct disciple of a sage, had transformed the corpses of his kin into elixirs or treasures, and he was filled with righteous indignation. He thought that even if he could not vanquish Xiao Yuan, he must at least teach this young man a lesson. However, to his surprise, the 5 golden crow corpses were entirely intact. Tai Yi's expression softened considerably. Xiao Yuan continued, "Senior, these golden crow brethren were injured by cold iron arrows. Their bloodlines and essence drained. I was powerless to intervene, so I implore you not to hold it against me." This was not mere fabrication on Xiao Yuan's part. The cold iron arrows indeed possessed the ability to erode bloodlines. Moreover, it was fortunate that the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans had persisted for so long. Lending credence to his words, "You have performed admirably," Tai Yi replied, harboring no suspicions, nor could he fathom that Xiao Yuan had extracted the bloodlines of the golden crows. After all, even sages could not achieve such a feat while preserving the physical integrity of the bodies. This matter shall be recorded by the heavenly court. Tai Yi expressed his gratitude and departed Yingzhou Island with the 5 golden crow corpses. Once Xiao Yuan sensed Tai Yi's presence had completely vanished, he let out a long sigh of relief, realizing he had successfully navigated the situation. Not only had he managed to deceive Tai Yi, but he had also ensured that the heavenly court would acknowledge his contribution. Xiao Yuan suddenly felt a surge of confidence, recognizing his own brilliance. With this matter finally behind him, he could set his mind at ease. Subsequently, the heavenly court dispatched Bai Zhe to present Xiao Yuan with a generous gift. As a token of gratitude for preserving the golden crow corpses, this gesture left Xiao Yuan feeling somewhat unworthy. For millennia thereafter, Xiao Yuan devoted himself to rigorous cultivation. However, upon reaching the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, advancing further proved to be exceedingly challenging, as mere diligence offered little aid. Consequently, Xiao Yuan resolved to embark on a journey through the primordial wilderness. He also wished to visit Mount Buzhu, the transformed spine of Pangu, which served as the pillar of the primordial world, nurturing myriad beings and concealing numerous treasures and spiritual artifacts. According to Xiao Yuan's knowledge, Mount Buzhu was fated to collapse during the Third Great War between the Wu and Yao clans, and if he did not explore it now, he would have no opportunity in the future. Given the current cessation of hostilities between the two clans, the primordial realm would likely remain tranquil for a time, presenting an opportune moment for exploration. Moreover, Xiao Yuan held confidence in his abilities. With his sword escape technique and foresight of calamities, he felt no fear unless faced with a quasi-saint's ambush. Riding upon the fiery beast, Xiao Yuan progressed at a measured pace. As he sensed the presence of certain innate spiritual entities, which required time to gather, after 3,000 years, he finally arrived near Mount Buzhu. As the foremost spiritual mountain of the primordial realm and the origin of its veins, Mount Buzhu rose majestically, connecting heaven and earth, even at its base. Xiao Yuan felt his own insignificance. Xiao Yuan found it difficult to fathom that the magnificent Buzhu mountain would soon collapse. Yet before he could fully appreciate this thought, the entry for Fortune Bestowed began to activate, and the familiar tug of the heavenly Dao re-emerged. A millennium later, Xiao Yuan had collected 13 innate spiritual treasures. This compelled him to exclaim that the world's foremost spiritual mountain truly lived up to its illustrious reputation. The only regret he harbored was his failure to acquire any innate spiritual objects or roots, as Buzhu Mountain was renowned for its abundant production of such treasures. Notably, the famed 7 treasures gourd and the 24-petal primal lotus both originated from Buzhu Mountain. Just as Xiao Yuan was preparing to revisit Buzhu Mountain in search of further opportunities, he suddenly heard a melodious sound of a guqin. In an instant, he felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, cleansing his heart of all restlessness and the desire for immediate success. Chapter 35. The Divination of Fuxi. Young friend, you are somewhat impatient and restless. This will not bode well for your future cultivation. After an indeterminate period, a soothing voice reached Xiao Yuan's ears. A kind-faced middle-aged man dressed in a green robe, cradling a guqin, approached him with measured steps. Having encountered Senior Fuxi, I am deeply grateful for your intervention, Xiao Yuan said, bowing respectfully upon recognizing the visitor. He felt a profound gratitude as his cultivation journey had been relatively smooth thus far. Coupled with the support of the entry, his progress had been remarkably swift, leading to the emergence of numerous distracting thoughts. While these thoughts might not pose a significant issue during ordinary times, they could summon inner demons at critical moments, disturbing his mental state. The recent guqin melody had effectively purged these distractions from his mind. Do not stand on ceremony. Come, sit, and converse, Fuxi said with a warm smile, conjuring a stone table and 2 cushions with a wave of his hand. 2 steaming cups of tea appeared on the table. How could I refuse such an invitation? Xiao Yuan replied, albeit with a hint of confusion. Although he had encountered Fuxi several times, they were not familiar, and they had never exchanged a word, leaving Xiao Yuan uncertain as to why this esteemed figure sought him out. Nevertheless, he resolved to accompany him. I am well versed in the art of divination. Recently, I cast an oracle for myself, and the results indicated that I face a calamity. Should I fail to navigate it, my existence would come to an end. Fuxi explained with a smile. Since you have foreseen this calamity, why not evade it? Xiao Yuan could not help but inquire. Our calculations, though finite, pale in comparison to the infinite workings of the heavenly Dao. Once one is ensnared in the web of fate, evasion is impossible, Fuxi replied with a bitter smile. I sought you out because I could not bear to see my knowledge and skills vanish into oblivion. Thus, I divined again and found the most suitable successor. Senior, I have already taken on a master, Xiao Yuan interjected hastily, realizing Fuxi's intention. While most would be overjoyed at the prospect of receiving teachings from such a powerful figure, he had already pledged himself to the Upper Clear Sect and would not change his allegiance. I am aware of that. I simply require a successor, not necessarily a disciple. Fuxi clarified. I have already conferred with the Saint of Upper Clear, and he has consented. Xiao Yuan understood then that the esteemed figures had already arranged a transaction, and his previous worries were entirely unfounded. After Fuxi finished speaking, he pointed with a finger, and a stream of light descended into Xiao Yuan's brow. Instantly, the primordial 8 trigrams took shape beneath him. Simultaneously, he could distinctly sense the term foreknowledge of calamities pulsating continuously. Xiao Yuan quickly comprehended why Fuxi deemed him suitable for inheriting the art of divination. Perhaps foreknowledge of calamities was indeed an exclusive term of this profound path. The teachings of Fuxi contain the primordial principles of divination, harboring the mysteries of the ancient world, allowing one to glimpse the celestial timing and discern fate. Indeed, I was not mistaken. You are truly apt for cultivating the art of primordial divination. Fuxi, witnessing that Xiao Yuan had swiftly grasped the fundamentals of this ancient art, displayed a look of astonishment, coupled with a hint of regret for not being able to fully take him under his wing. Thank you for imparting your wisdom, esteemed elder, Xiao Yuan said, bowing respectfully to Fuxi, unsure whether to rejoice or lament. His desire to learn was already vast, and now he had acquired yet another discipline. However, upon delving into this path, Xiao Yuan also began to grasp its intricacies. In conjunction with the term foreknowledge of calamities, he could calculate celestial mechanisms, gaining insights into past and future events. The deeper he delved into the practice, the more he could discern. My young friend, remember this. Although you have learned the art of divination, you must not place blind faith in it. The ancient world possesses many means to obscure and disrupt celestial mechanisms. The will of heaven is akin to a blade. It must not be recklessly interpreted, and one must hold it with reverence, Fuxi continued. Since you have inherited my teachings, I too must make a gesture. Allow me to divine for you and present 3 hexagrams. With that, Fuxi took out a divination stick, casting it forcefully, causing the divination slips to transform into glimmers of light that enveloped Xiao Yuan. After a considerable time, Fuxi's lips bled slightly, and he retrieved the divination slips with a wave of his hand. Are you all right, esteemed elder? Xiao Yuan inquired with concern. It is nothing. Your fate is elusive and does not conform to the norm of the ancient world. It is difficult to divine, Fuxi replied, wiping the blood from his lips, his brow furrowing. Xiao Yuan thought to himself that this ancient master of divination was indeed formidable, nearly revealing his identity as a traveler from another realm. Now, I shall present you with 3 hexagrams. The first hexagram advises you to continue your journey within Mount Buzhu, heading eastward, where great opportunities await you. The second hexagram warns that upon your ascent to the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, you will encounter additional tribulations. I have laid some measures within you that may prove useful. The third hexagram suggests that when you reach the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, you should venture southward, where you may find what you seek. Could you provide more specific details, esteemed elder? Xiao Yuan asked, furrowing his brow. The mention of great opportunities caused him a headache, recalling the previous instance when the term destiny overwhelming nearly led to his demise. Furthermore, both the second and third hexagrams were rather vague. I have already faced backlash for divining these 3 hexagrams for you. My young friend, you are being a bit greedy. Do you not understand that the celestial mechanisms must not be divulged? Fuxi chuckled. Xiao Yuan understood. Those who practice divination often speak in riddles. He surmised that once he mastered the art of divination, he too would likely adopt a similar manner of speaking, half revealing, half concealing. For the heavenly path indeed imposes true retribution. My young friend, I bid you farewell." Fuxi rose and departed with an air of nonchalance. Xiao Yuan also rose to his feet, bowing towards the direction in which Fuxi had departed, watching him leave. Initially, he had merely intended to visit Mount Buzhu to seek out spiritual treasures, never expecting such a fortuitous encounter. Once Fuxi's aura faded, Xiao Yuan proceeded eastward as instructed. After an indeterminate period of time, a streak of luminous light darted before him, and sensing its significance, he swiftly intercepted it. This streak of light revealed itself to be a small shard, no larger than a thumb, emanating a pearl-scent glow. The moment Xiao Yuan grasped the shard, he discerned its true nature, a fragment of the creation jade disc. The creation jade disc, a spiritual treasure of the chaos, embodies 3,000 wonders and possesses boundless creativity. When Pangu opened the heavens, the creation jade disc shattered, and later, the Dao ancestor Heng Jun devoted immense effort to gather its fragments for reconstruction. However, these shards evaded celestial scrutiny, eluding even the calculations of the heavenly Dao. Consequently, a few fragments remained hidden within the primordial realm. The shard Xiao Yuan had acquired was indeed one of those lost pieces, a treasure so rare that even the fortune covers all entry could not detect it. This must be the grand opportunity foretold by Fuxi's first hexagram. Xiao Yuan, wary of lingering too long, quickly concealed his aura and departed at great speed. Chapter 36. The Old Turtle of the North Sea. After Xiao Yuan's departure, several formidable auras descended to investigate. It was revealed that a shard of the creation jade disc had manifested in this location, but alas, its whereabouts were now unknown. Each shard of the creation jade disc harbors immeasurable creativity, yet it remains beyond our reach. Observing the aura here, it seems that Fuxi had indeed visited, perhaps taking it with him. Among these powerful presences, there were certainly saints, illustrating that even they could not resist the allure of the creation jade disc fragments. To refer to it as a great opportunity is no exaggeration. Had Fuxi not disrupted the celestial machinations, Xiao Yuan might have been exposed to the gaze of those formidable beings. Moments later, the auras dissipated, as if they had never been present. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yuan, following his acquisition of the creation jade disc fragment, he left Mount Buzhu and hastened back to Yingzhou Island. This time, he did not delay along the way, taking nearly 1,000 years to arrive. Upon reaching Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan felt a sense of tranquility and, after calming his thoughts, took out the fragment of the creation jade disc. However, after thoroughly examining the shard, he found it unresponsive, yielding no insights whatsoever. Could this object be merely superficial? Xiao Yuan murmured to himself. He had initially thought he had obtained a great treasure, only to discover it was rather lackluster. Contemplating further, he surmised that perhaps his own power was insufficient to fully comprehend the shard's secrets, prompting him to set out for Penglei Island. After all, why not consult those with first-hand knowledge? The fragment of the creation jade disc? So, you have obtained that opportunity. Upon learning of Xiao Yuan's intentions, Tong Tian was momentarily taken aback. He too had sensed the aura of the creation jade disc fragment when it first appeared, having been aided by the elder Fuxi who granted him 3 hexagrams, thereby helping him seize this chance. Xiao Yuan candidly remarked, "This fragment of the cauldron of creation remains utterly inert in my possession. It appears that my friend Fuxi has lent his assistance. It seems you have indeed mastered the art of divination." Tong Tian, displaying a knowing expression, responded with playful admonishment, "You rascal, do not be coy after reaping the benefits. The fragments of the cauldron of creation are coveted even by sages. I humbly beseech your guidance, Master," Xiao Yuan quickly interjected. The cauldron of creation harbors the essence of the 3,000 great avenues. Each fragment encapsulates a singular path, awaiting the moment of activation. The bearer of such a fragment shall establish a postnatal path. A pathmaker, favored by the heavenly Dao, shall accrue boundless merit and manifold advantages, Tong Tian elucidated. "Oh, so the timing is not yet ripe. I am grateful for your teachings, Master." Upon hearing Tong Tian speak of the immense opportunities hidden within the cauldron of creation fragments, which could lead to the establishment of a postnatal path and great merits, Xiao Yuan's spirits soared. He then seized the opportunity to inquire about various matters concerning cultivation before taking his leave. At that moment, the water and fire boy entered, announcing, "Master, that old turtle refuses to depart, insisting on obtaining the transformation method. Please send him away. His predicament stems from having devoured something he should not have. A matter beyond even my capabilities to resolve." Tong Tian waved his hand dismissively. The water and fire boy complied and departed. Xiao Yuan, suddenly struck by an idea, hurriedly followed behind. "Senior brother, what old turtle are you referring to?" he inquired. "Junior brother, you are unaware? Recently, An ancient turtle from the North Sea has sought an audience with our master. Curiously, despite its profound cultivation, it is unable to transform or cultivate independently. The water and fire boy explained. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan realized who it was. Senior brother, I wish to accompany you to take a look, he declared. The water and fire boy, naturally, readily agreed to this request. Friend Xiangui, the water and fire boy called several times. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool erupted on the ocean's surface, followed by the emergence of a colossal peak rising above the waves, its expanse comparable to half of Penglai Island. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was not merely a peak, but rather a giant turtle shell. Soon after, a tremendous turtle head arose, its vast, profound eyes imparting a sense of ancient wisdom. Its aura was immensely powerful, rivaling that of quasi-saint level beings. Friend Water and Fire, what did the sage say? The ancient Xiangui inquired with urgency and humility. My master conveyed that you have consumed something inappropriate, resulting in your current predicament. Even he finds himself helpless regarding this matter, the water and fire boy replied truthfully. The ancient Xiangui seemed poised to respond, but ultimately fell silent, exhaling deeply. Disappointment evident in his eyes. Thank you for conveying the message, my friend. With that, the ancient Xiangui slowly turned away, preparing to return to the North Sea. Please, esteemed friend Xiangui, do not depart just yet. Xiao Yuan called out urgently. The ancient Xiangui paused momentarily, casting a puzzled glance at Xiao Yuan. Esteemed friend, this is Xiao Yuan, a direct disciple of the sage, the water and fire boy introduced, though he himself was unaware of the reason behind Xiao Yuan's call. It is indeed you, deus Xiao Yuan. What brings you here? Inquired the Xiangui. I may possess a means to resolve your concerns. Would you be willing to accompany me to Yingzhou Island? Replied Xiao Yuan. Very well. Xiangui nodded in agreement. Yet, deep within, he harbored little hope regarding Xiao Yuan's claim of a solution, considering even the sages could not resolve his plight. His acquiescence was merely to honor the sage. Brother, do proceed with caution. Should this ancient turtle lose his sanity, you may find it beyond your capacity to contain him, quietly advised the water and fire boy. Rest assured. Brother, I am well aware of the situation, Xiao Yuan chuckled. Dearest friend, please follow me. Xiao Yuan beckoned, leading the venerable Xiangui towards Yingzhou Island. Is your assertion of having a remedy for my predicament genuine, or merely a ruse? The old Xiangui questioned upon their arrival at Yingzhou Island. Indeed, it is genuine. Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. The ancient Xiangui was no ordinary being. He was a relic of untold years, rumored to have existed since the dawn of creation. On one fortuitous occasion, he had inadvertently consumed the primordial essence of Pangu, thereby causing his form to swell immensely, yet he remained unable to manifest a primordial body. Trapped in his current state, rich in potential, yet barred from the path of enlightenment. During the cataclysmic battle between the Wu and the Lich, when Gong Gong struck the Buzhu mountain in a fit of rage, the Xiangui's resentment magnified, leading him to wreak havoc and consume countless beings of the primordial realm, resulting in boundless slaughter. Guided by heavenly insight, Tongtian vanquished the Xiangui, severing his limbs to create the four pillars that uphold the heavens, thus dividing the realms. If you are willing to align with my sect in the future, I can reveal the method to you, Xiao Yuan proposed. Chapter 37. This entry is simply magnificent. As the calamity of the Fengshen approached, the Jie Sect would face siege. Naturally, Xiao Yuan sought to unite all available forces. The ancient turtle, with his profound heritage, if liberated from this tribulation, could attain great fortune and ascend to the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Simultaneously, Xiao Yuan wished to ascertain whether he could rescue the old Xiangui, thus testing if the fate of the minor sect could be altered. I can accept this matter. The Xiangui from the North Sea replied, without much deliberation. He possessed a heart yearning for the Dao, yet he could not discern the path. In the vast primordial expanse, the North Sea Xiangui felt akin to an outcast. Should he find the opportunity for transformation and embark on the path of enlightenment, he would willingly pay any price. Moreover, the Jie Sect was a revered sect of sages. Aligning himself with it would not tarnish his honor. To extricate yourself from your shackles, you must await the opportune moment, which may require some time. When that moment arrives, you may follow my guidance, and your wishes shall come to fruition, Xiao Yuan elucidated, subsequently detailing the method to the old Xiangui. At this moment, the old Xiangui remained skeptical. For Xiao Yuan's words were indeed quite extraordinary. You may likely be beset by inner demons at that time. I shall bestow upon you a 9 turns clear heart pill, which can dispel the tribulations of the heart. Xiao Yuan contemplated, retrieving another 9 turns clear heart pill. This was one of the 2 bestowed upon him by his esteemed master. one should suffice to navigate the tribulations of the Great Luo. The collapse of Mount Buzhu has unleashed chaos, likely instigated by the celestial demons, leading the Black Tortoise of the Northern Sea to amplify its grievances and commit the heinous act of devouring countless souls. To safeguard against potential repercussions, a 9-turn clear heart pill was bestowed upon it. After all, the endeavors of Xiao Yuan are of considerable magnitude. Fear not, my friend, should this plan succeed. I shall unwaveringly honor my promise. The old Black Tortoise did not engage in pleasantries with Xiao Yuan and accepted the 9-turn clear heart pill. Observing Xiao Yuan's willingness to present such a precious item, the Black Tortoise felt a renewed sense of trust in him, understanding that such a gesture signified a measure of confidence. Subsequently, the old Black Tortoise took its leave and returned to the Northern Sea. Ding. The final battle between the witch and the demon is imminent. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Seize this opportunity to inform the Dragon Clan of the method to reduce karmic burdens and repay past debts. Reward: multitasking, gold, entry. Choice 2. Remain silent and continue your solitary cultivation. Reward: void concealment, gold, entry. Multitasking, gold. Your thoughts can be divided into multiple facets for diverse aspects of cultivation. Void concealment, gold. In times of peril, you can completely merge your form into the void, evading all harm. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the sudden system notification. He had intended to enter seclusion for cultivation, unaware that the system would intervene. The karmic ties with the Dragon Clan stemmed from the time Ao Kun rescued him. For Xiao Yuan, repaying the Dragon Clan's karmic debt was a trivial matter, an opportunity that frequently presented itself. However, the multitasking entry caught his attention, captivating him entirely. The greatest vexation for Xiao Yuan at present was the sheer volume of knowledge he needed to acquire. The way of heavenly fire, the sword path, alchemy, artifice, formation, the 8-9 profound arts, and the recently learned art of calculation. It is a testament to Xiao Yuan's extraordinary capabilities that he could pursue so many disciplines simultaneously. Though he managed to cope, he was approaching his limits. The multitasking entry felt like a timely boon, while its precise effects were unknown. Its description suggested it would alleviate his current burdens significantly. Thus, Xiao Yuan did not hesitate. I choose 1. Once again, the familiar golden light swiftly entered his brow. In the next moment, Xiao Yuan felt a tingling sensation in his head, not an indication of an impending intellect, but rather a sign that his consciousness seemed to be fragmenting. And the process was remarkably painless. It transpired rapidly. Xiao Yuan sensed that his consciousness had neatly divided into 7 distinct parts, each forming a miniature avatar. One avatar, bathed in flames, represented his primary focus on the way of heavenly fire. Another cradled an alchemical furnace, symbolizing alchemy. A third wielded a hammer, embodying the artifice. A fourth held a formation plate above its head, denoting the formation. A fifth was surrounded by sword intent, representing the sword path. A sixth was engaged in physical refinement, symbolizing the 8-9 profound arts. The 7th avatar displayed the celestial calculations of the art of calculation behind it. Each avatar undertook its designated role, and Xiao Yuan immediately felt a clarity of mind as the 7 paths of his cultivation began to advance in unison. Xiao Yuan contemplated the efficacy of multitasking in his situation, yet he never anticipated such remarkable results. Dividing his consciousness into 7 parts was akin to employing his mind in 7 distinct ways, allowing each to function independently without impeding the growth efficiency of the others. This concept was simply extraordinary. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Yuan felt that he had alleviated a significant concern. Qiyan, I entrust you to visit the Dragon Palace and invite the East Sea Dragon King to Yizhu Island for a discussion, Xiao Yuan instructed the young attendant. To summon Ao Guang directly would be somewhat discourteous, as he was not Xiao Yuan's subordinate. Sending the attendant was the most appropriate course of action. Qiyan accepted the command and set off for the East Sea. Upon hearing that it was Xiao Yuan who had extended the invitation, Ao Guang disregarded other matters and hastened to arrive at great speed. My friend, what brings you to seek my presence? If it pertains to a matter within the capabilities of my Dragon Clan, do not hesitate to ask, Ao Guang responded with alacrity, assuming Xiao Yuan required assistance. You misunderstand. My dear friend, I did not summon you to request anything, Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. Ao Guang furrowed his brow in confusion. Then why have you called for me? My friend, I am reminded of the profound kindness bestowed upon me by the esteemed Ao Kun. I possess a method that can alleviate the karmic burdens of the Dragon Clan, and I wonder if you would be willing to listen, Xiao Yuan spoke slowly. Seated across from him, Ao Guang's eyes widened in surprise, quickly transforming into a look of delight. I am all ears. During the great calamity of the Dragon and Han era, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan clans waged war, resulting in untold suffering. In the aftermath of the calamity, the three clans bore immense karmic debts. As long as these debts persisted, the clans could not hope to thrive. Indeed, even maintaining their current state would be a formidable challenge, as these karmic forces permeated every aspect of their existence. They impeded the clan's reproduction and stunted the strength of their members. Since the calamity, the dragon clan's fertility had plummeted, leading to a significant decline in pure-blood dragons. The strength of dragon clan members faced increasingly insurmountable barriers. For instance, Ao Guang had been stagnating at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal for nearly 10 epochs. Not due to lack of talent, but rather the hindrance of karmic influence. The dragon clan had explored numerous remedies over the years, diluting their bloodlines, intermarrying with other clans to invigorate their lineage, bowing in subservience to powerful beings for the sake of protection, nurturing waterways, and orchestrating rain. These strategies yielded some results. After many years, the karmic burdens overshadowing the dragon clan were reduced by a third. However, the remaining two-thirds still loomed like an insurmountable mountain, stifling the clan's progress. Now, upon hearing Xiao Yuan mention a method to diminish karmic debts, Ao Guang was filled with anticipation. He understood Xiao Yuan's character well enough to trust that he would not speak without substance. I have come to learn that a great calamity is about to descend upon the primordial world, heavens collapsing, earth sinking, celestial rivers reversing, and chaotic energies surging. The beings of the primordial realm will find themselves in jeopardy. Should the dragon clan prepare in advance to save them, they will surely earn merit to counterbalance their karmic burdens, Xiao Yuan articulated with deliberation. Thank you for your guidance, Ao Guang expressed, rising to bow in gratitude. He fully believed in Xiao Yuan's words, knowing that as a disciple of a sage, it was not beyond reason for him to possess foreknowledge of such events. After receiving this vital information, Ao Guang returned to the Dragon Palace, immediately summoned the other three Sea Dragon clans for a council, and awakened the remaining esteemed elders of the Dragon clan, who are great Luo Golden Immortals. Since we are to embark on this endeavor, we shall certainly engage in it grandly. Such an opportunity for acquiring merit is rare and precious. The Dragon clan is resolute in maximizing the value of this news. As for Xiao Yuan, after attending to the matters of the Dragon clan, he chose not to venture outside, but rather devoted himself to seclusion and cultivation on Yingzhou Island. Time flew by, and 2 Yuan Hui passed. During this period, Xiao Yuan did not take a single step beyond Yingzhou Island. With the acquisition of the multitasking skill, his cultivation efficiency saw a remarkable enhancement. Consequently, Xiao Yuan's cultivation reached a pinnacle, breaking through to the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, merely a step away from attaining the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal. While Yingzhou Island remained tranquil, the broader expanse of the primordial chaos was anything but peaceful. Following the Second Great War between the Wu and Yao clans, minor skirmishes persisted unabated. As time progressed, these conflicts began to escalate. Not long ago, the Water and Fire Boy made a visit to Yingzhou Island, indicating that the Wu and Yao clans were likely to reignite their war and warned Xiao Yuan to remain within his sanctuary. In truth, even without this warning, Xiao Yuan would not have left Yingzhou Island. Not even the allure of innate spiritual treasures outside would tempt him. Boom! A tremendous tremor jolted Xiao Yuan from his meditation. As he gazed toward the epicenter of the disturbance, he beheld the once steadfast Mount Buzhu, the pillar of the primordial world, leaning precariously and collapsing. Though he had anticipated this event, the reality of its occurrence stirred an unsettling turmoil within him. Mount Buzhu has fallen. At this moment, countless beings watched in despair as the mountain crumbled, releasing mournful cries. An atmosphere of sorrow enveloped the cosmos. Before those beings could react further, the waters of the heavenly river began to surge into the breach created by the mountain's collapse. The heavenly river, a celestial barrier that separated the chaos from the primordial realm, was composed of the lethal Juxuan weak water. Anything that fell within its depths would not float, but would instead be dissolved, rendering it a most malevolent force in the primordial world. Now, as the waters cascaded down, flooding into the realm, all beings tainted by the heavenly river were consumed and dissolved. The air was filled with piercing screams of agony. Moreover, with the loss of Mount Buzhu's support, the sky of the primordial realm began to descend. When heaven and earth ultimately converged, the primordial realm would revert to chaos, and all life within would meet its end. Xiao Yuan's words proved true. The primordial realm faced a great calamity. My kin, join me in rescuing the myriad beings of the primordial realm, Ao Guang exclaimed upon witnessing the collapse of the pillar and the inundation of the heavenly river. Across the 4 seas, countless dragons sprang into action. The Dragon clan, adept with water, possessed a formidable resistance to the Juxuan weak water. Having foreseen this calamity, Their rescue efforts were remarkably successful. Dear friends, swiftly prop open the heavens and earth. The 6 saints of the primordial realm were stirred, their faces reflecting a mix of astonishment and dread, even though they had ascended to the status of saints, transcending the ordinary. However, should the primordial chaos return, they too would be unable to escape calamity. Simultaneously, the saints bore expressions of chagrin. They had intended for the 2 clans of the Lich to exhaust one another, preventing their unification of the primordial wilderness, yet they never anticipated that Gong Gong would recklessly crash into Mount Buzzhu. Go, I commanded, invoking the Taiji diagram, transforming it into a golden bridge to uphold the heavens. The primordial beginning and the heavenly passage, along with the 2 saints of the west, lent their strength. Nuwa then presented the map of mountains and rivers, seeking to seal the breach and halt the deluge from the river of heaven. The 6 saints took action, alleviating the situation considerably. The convergence of heaven and earth slowed significantly, and the reverse flow of the heavenly waters was mitigated. Yet, the problem remained unresolved. Even saints have their limits of power. With the guidance of the heavenly mechanism, I can seek the 5 colored stones to mend the sky. Nuwa proclaimed. Rest assured, my fellow deist, I shall temporarily seal this breach. The enlightened one then summoned the 12-petal golden lotus of virtue to take Nuwa's place in blocking the gap. Nuwa withdrew, embarking on a quest for the 5 colored stones in the primordial wilderness. I too have received the guidance of the heavenly mechanism and can seek an object to uphold heaven and earth, Tong Tian declared before also departing. Xiao Yuan sat serenely on Yingzhou Island, refraining from seeking merit as the Dragon Clan had done. The primordial wilderness was beset by great calamities, and to perish outside would be a grievous loss. It was wiser to remain cautious. He permitted certain beings to take refuge on Yingzhou Island, which was naturally fortified by innate spiritual barriers. Friend Xiangui, you must muster your resolve, lest my master slay you, Xiao Yuan remarked, casting a furrowed brow towards the direction of the northern sea. Meanwhile, old Xiangui sensed the calamity befalling the primordial wilderness, his eyes wide with astonishment. Unlike the Dragon Clan, he had dealt with Xiao Yuan on numerous occasions and trusted his words. When Xiao Yuan spoke of the collapse of the heavenly pillar, old Xiangui had initially dismissed it as mere nonsense, believing little of it. Yet, the reality spoke volumes. The heavenly pillar had indeed fallen, heralding the arrival of the primordial calamity. At that moment, old Xiangui suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of chaotic thoughts. A voice was enticing him to recklessly plunder and consume the beings that fell into the heavenly waters. Devour them. By consuming them, you shall attain form and discover your own path. How unjust is the heavenly Dao, that countless beings may take form, yet you are denied the same. Kill. Slay those beings. Old Xiangui was momentarily entranced, nearly losing his mental composure. He swiftly retrieved the 9-transformation heart-purifying pill that Xiao Yuan had given him and consumed it. Chapter 39. Xiangui transforms. The medical path emerges upon swallowing the 9-transformation heart-purifying pill. Old Xiangui immediately felt waves of Dao sounds resonating within his heart, washing away the chaotic and malevolent thoughts in an instant. Faintly, he could hear the enraged howls of the demon that had sought to entice him. What a close call. Old Xiangui breathed a sigh of relief. After the crisis had passed, he recalled Xiao Yuan's words, gazed skyward, and proclaimed loudly, I am the Xiangui of the Northern Sea. Today, feeling the great calamity descending upon the primordial wilderness, as heaven and earth converge, I willingly offer my being to become a pillar of the primordial universe. Excellent. After the words of the ancient tortoise resonated, the voice of the heavenly Dao echoed forth. In the next moment, a vast golden beam enveloped the North Sea tortoise. Instantly, all the essence of its flesh and blood converged towards its limbs, which transformed into 4 colossal pillars reaching for the heavens, stretching towards the 4 corners of the primordial world. At this juncture, Tong Tian had just arrived and was left dumbfounded by the scene before him. Guided by the heavenly Dao, he intended to slay the North Sea tortoise and use its limbs to forge the heavenly pillars. The North Sea tortoise, having consumed the essence of Pangu, possessed extraordinary gifts. Its limbs were indeed prime material for the new supports of heaven. However, Tong Tian did not anticipate that before he could strike down the North Sea tortoise, it would willingly sacrifice itself. Thus, he was left in solitude. Following this, an immense amount of merit descended, all directed towards the spot where the North Sea tortoise had been. Though its physical form was lost, its soul remained. Alas, I shall lend you a hand, Tong Tian sighed. Shaking his head, and with a pointed finger, the merit began to converge towards the tortoise's soul, transforming into a golden silhouette. As the golden light dissipated, an elderly figure with kind eyes emerged. Thank you, sage. There is no need for such formalities. Your self-sacrifice to restore the primordial realm is indeed a grand merit. Now that you have taken shape through this merit, your future is boundless. Remember to cultivate diligently. With that, Tong Tian turned and departed. His words regarding the boundless future were not mere flattery. The ancient tortoise, having reshaped its body through merit, possessed profound foundations. Although it had just reconstructed its form and was at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, with diligent cultivation, reaching the quasi-saint realm would not be arduous for it. There was even a chance it could become one of the top powerhouses in the primordial world. Tong Tian, in his pursuit of forming a benevolent connection, remained unaware that the tortoise had already been taken under the wing of his own disciple. The ancient tortoise paid its respects in the direction Tong Tian had departed, its eyes brimming with gratitude. Having received guidance from Xiao Yuan and assistance from Tong Tian in condensing its merit into a physical form, this kindness would not be forgotten. Simultaneously, the ancient tortoise pledged to honor its commitment to serve the Zhijiao. Success. Xiao Yuan, observing the commotion in the North Sea, let out a long sigh of relief. He had advised the ancient tortoise but held no certainty in his heart. Yet now, with the tortoise sacrificing its physical form to reshape it through merit, its life was preserved. This indicated that even the most dire circumstances could be altered. Meanwhile, Nuwa had successfully collected the 5 colored stones, sealing the breach in the heavens. The 6 saints employed their great powers to redirect the waters of the heavenly river back to their rightful place. The grave crisis facing the primordial realm had thus been averted. However, despite the crisis being resolved, the expressions of the 6 saints were far from pleasant. The primordial realm had suffered greatly from this calamity, its vital energy severely wounded, and it was uncertain how many years it would take to restore. Lao Zi sighed, acknowledging that although the heavens had been reopened and the breach repaired, the subsequent restoration could never rival the original. Following this catastrophe, the spiritual energy of the primordial realm had diminished by at least 30%, with further repercussions being even more significant. The 2 clans of Wu and Yao had perished together. Nuwa gazed sorrowfully towards the direction of Buzhu Mountain. The reason for Gongong's rage against Buzhu Mountain was that during a battle with Zerong, he was ambushed by the demon clan wielding the Slaughter Wu sword, leading to Zerong's demise. Witnessing the demise of his own brother, Gongong was consumed by fury, crashing against Mount Buzhu with the intent to obliterate the celestial realm that stood upon it. As Mount Buzhu crumbled, the heavenly abode plummeted. While the 6 saints were preoccupied with propping up the heavens and mending the fabric of existence, the remaining 9 ancestor witches, filled with wrath, led the witch clan into a final confrontation against the demon clan. Both the 9 ancestor witches and the 3 demon emperors perished in this cataclysm, with casualties among the witch and demon clans numbering in the countless. A pervasive sense of desolation enveloped the entirety of the primordial wilderness. Dear friends, neither the witch nor demon clans have unified the primordial realm. Are you not pleased? Nuwa scoffed coldly, her heart heavy with the loss of her beloved elder brother in this great calamity. In this moment, regardless of whether it was the 3 saints of the Suanmen or the 2 saints of the West, all were rendered silent. They had indeed miscalculated gravely. After a pause, Lao Zi spoke. Lady Nuwa, Fuxi has the opportunity for reincarnation, and great fortune still lies ahead for you. There is no need for excessive sorrow. Yet, Nuwa offered no response, turning away as the other 5 saints followed suit, returning to their respective sanctuaries. On Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan had initially planned to wait until the primordial realm had settled before venturing out. However, the fragments of the Tao of creation jade plate floated before him, radiating a brilliant white light beyond his control. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yuan realized that the great calamity had inflicted severe harm upon myriad beings, necessitating the establishment of a healing path. As Tong Tian had previously indicated, each fragment of the Tao of creation contained a pathway. This particular fragment embodied the healing arts. Guided by the Tao of creation, Xiao Yuan could traverse the primordial wilderness, healing the wounded and establishing the postnatal medical path. By cultivating this path, he could accrue great merit and attract the favor of the heavenly Tao. Naturally, he would not let such an opportunity slip by, believing that his chance to ascend to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal lay before him. Without further contemplation, Xiao Yuan collected the fragment of the Tao of creation and mounted his fiery beast, accompanied by the red flame youth, setting forth towards the inland. Above the East Sea, the presence of a saint's sanctuary and timely aid from the dragon clan mitigated the casualties. Yet, upon entering the inland, Xiao Yuan was confronted with the shocking reality of the primordial wilderness. Corpses lay strewn across the land, and wails of despair echoed throughout. This led to a proliferation of karmic obstacles, afflicting countless beings with illness and pestilence. Even Xiao Yuan found it hard to bear. Without delay, he commenced his rescue efforts. Initially, he crafted medicinal pills to aid the injured, but soon realized that while the pills were effective, their production was exceedingly slow and costly. Thus, he turned his mind to concocting herbal remedies. Already proficient in the art of alchemy, he devised simple yet potent decoctions that significantly improved efficiency. Xiao Yuan began to traverse the primordial wilderness, tailoring different prescriptions to various ailments. Wherever he went, the suffering beings gradually recovered from their injuries and illnesses, and his remedies spread far and wide, saving countless lives. Chapter 40. The Postnatal Medical Path, the Indestructible Golden Body. Thus, Xiao Yuan wandered through the primordial wilderness for an entire epoch. During this period, he devoted himself entirely to healing and saving lives, neglecting cultivation or any other pursuits. Throughout a single Yuanhui, Xiao Yuan's footsteps nearly traversed the vast eastern regions of the primordial world. The beings he healed were innumerable, and countless souls expressed their gratitude towards him. Unbeknownst to him, a considerable number of followers began to accompany Xiao Yuan, predominantly those whom he had rescued and who were deeply moved by his compassion. Xiao Yuan imparted his healing methods to these followers, and with their assistance, his journey of salvation became significantly smoother. As I wander through the primordial world, mending the wounded, today marks the culmination of my endeavors, and I wish to deliver a discourse here. Xiao Yuan paused beneath a sacred mountain, seated cross-legged, and began to speak. Sharing his teachings on the art of healing served as both a summary of his arduous journey and the final step in establishing his doctrine. A multitude of beings, nearly 10,000 in number, followed him, obediently sitting down, eagerly anticipating his words. In the next moment, Xiao Yuan commenced his discourse. Instantly, the essence of the Dao permeated the air, and the radiance of the celestial Dao descended upon him, enveloping him in an ethereal aura. The beings listening soon found themselves immersed in the profound deic resonance emanating from Xiao Yuan, earnestly striving to comprehend its intricate wonders. Time passed swiftly as Xiao Yuan expounded his teachings, and 3,000 years elapsed in a fleeting moment. I seek to establish the art of healing within the primordial realm. May the heavenly Dao bear witness, Xiao Yuan declared, opening his eyes with fervor. Fragments of the creation jade plate floated before him, and visions began to materialize, scenes of Xiao Yuan traversing the primordial expanse, healing countless beings. Subsequently, the creation jade plate transformed into a stream of light, ascending into the heavens, solidifying the foundation of his newly established doctrine. Good. The voice of the Dao resonated throughout the primordial world, the purple aura stretching for 3,000 miles with great grandeur. This remarkable event instantly captured the attention of many formidable beings within the primordial realm. Who possesses such extraordinary prowess to establish a new path? Is this individual Xiao Yuan of the Jie? The powerful figures of the primordial world displayed expressions of astonishment. Anyone capable of establishing a doctrine could become a progenitor of that path, receiving the celestial Dao's accolades and numerous benefits. They could foresee that Xiao Yuan's future was undoubtedly boundless. After establishing his art of healing, a multitude of merits descended from the heavens. 80% of these merits fell upon Xiao Yuan, transforming into brilliant golden wheels of virtue. The remaining 10% was divided into 10 portions, bestowing upon the 10 most distinguished disciples listening to Xiao Yuan's teachings, who had contributed significantly during his healing endeavors, second only to Xiao Yuan himself. The final 10% manifested in countless fragments, showering upon the other listeners. The heavenly Dao is just, merits are rewarded, and all who witness partake in the blessings. Moreover, for Xiao Yuan, this merit is not a one-time boon. As the art of healing continues to develop and flourish within the primordial realm, the merits will perpetually flow towards him. This is a path to accruing merit that even saints covet, and it remains one of the reasons why powerful beings are eager to establish doctrines. Today, Xiao Yuan can be regarded as the ancestral figure of healing in the primordial world. Would you, 10 individuals, be willing to join my ranks and become my named disciples? Xiao Yuan then spoke again, his gaze fixed upon the 10 most distinguished individuals in the realm of medicine. The dissemination of medical knowledge is not an endeavor achieved in a day, nor can it be shouldered by a single person. Xiao Yuan is akin to the source of a flame, spreading the flickering light far and wide. These 10 disciples stand as the inheritors of that radiant fire. We pay our respects to our esteemed teacher. The 10 individuals, their eyes brimming with joy, bowed in unison. They had long been captivated by Xiao Yuan, and to become his official disciples was a stroke of immense fortune. I shall impart to you 10 volumes of medical texts. I hope you will delve deeply into their study and carry forth the legacy of medicine. Xiao Yuan raised his hand, and 10 streams of light descended into the foreheads of the 10 disciples. We shall diligently heed the teachings of our master. They responded in unison. You may go. You may go. With another flick of his sleeve, Xiao Yuan summoned the flame beast and, accompanied by the red flame boy, departed from that place, returning to Yingzhou Island. The subsequent matters no longer required his direct supervision. The seeds had been sown. It remained to be seen what harvest would follow. Upon his return to Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan immediately entered seclusion for cultivation. Although he had not practiced during this Yuan meeting, the immense merit accrued and the celestial rewards conferred had directly facilitated his advancement and furthered his progress in various paths. Xiao Yuan estimated that the tremors of the celestial law had spared him nearly 5 Yuan meetings of arduous practice. Should he wish, at the moment the celestial merit descended, he could attempt to break through and step into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, Xiao Yuan, being of a cautious nature, refrained from rash actions, especially since the second hexagram devised by Fuxi had clearly indicated potential upheavals upon his ascension to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Although Fuxi had arranged for contingencies, Xiao Yuan remained somewhat uneasy. He resolved to first elevate his 9 mysteries of profound arts to another level, then refine his spirit and temper his state of mind before proceeding. Soon, 5,000 years passed. Xiao Yuan was nearly prepared for every eventuality. At this moment, the familiar mechanical voice echoed once more. Ding. The tribulation of the great Luo is imminent. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1. Undergo the tribulation immediately. Reward. Immortal body, gold, entry. Choice 2. Postpone the tribulation, continue accumulating. Reward. Power to shake heaven, gold, entry. Immortal body, gold. Your physical strength is exceedingly formidable, comparable to that of the same realms which clan. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, your body can withstand innate spiritual treasures. Power to shake heaven, gold. Your strength is unparalleled, far exceeding that of your peers. Upon attaining a certain realm, you can even shake the heavens and the earth. Xiao Yuan did not anticipate that he would trigger a system response at the threshold of tribulation. For him, whether to undergo the tribulation immediately or to delay it was of little consequence. Thus, the choice primarily depended on the nature of the entries offered. Both, immortal body and power to shake heaven, were entries that had appeared before, but for various reasons, Xiao Yuan had previously refrained from selecting them. I choose one. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yuan made his decision. Compared to the power to shake heaven entry, the immortal body entry was what Xiao Yuan truly desired at present. Due to the significance of the great Luo tribulation, the presence of the immortal golden body attribute greatly diminishes the difficulty of overcoming the great Luo thunder tribulation. After making his choice, a familiar golden light flashed and entered through Xiao Yuan's brow, whereupon he immediately sensed profound changes occurring within his body. Externally, no apparent differences were visible, yet his physical strength had undeniably increased significantly. Even more astonishing to Xiao Yuan was the fact that his 8-9 mysterious art had, with the aid of this attribute, experienced a breakthrough. Previously, with the assistance of righteous merits and 5,000 years of diligent cultivation, Xiao Yuan had advanced the 8-9 mysterious art to the 5th transformation. Now, with the attribute support, he instantly transitioned into the 6th transformation. This immortal golden body attribute appears to be exclusively tailored for the cultivation of the 8-9 mysterious art, demonstrating an exquisite synergy between the two. At this moment, Xiao Yuan would dare to confront treasures of the innate spiritual treasure level head-on. Chapter 41. The Demon Lord Bo Sun ascends to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm following this episode. Xiao Yuan began to disperse the beings on Yingzhou Island and started to draw upon the cosmic energies. In an instant, dark clouds gathered over Yingzhou Island, and several lightning dragons surged within them. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of various factions in the East Sea. Is my junior disciple about to undergo the great Luo tribulation? How swift! Duo Bao could not help but exclaim. When Xiao Yuan first entered Kunlun Mountain, he was merely at the Xian Immortal Realm, yet now he was on the verge of crossing into the threshold of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Your junior disciple's tribulation is no ordinary one. Its difficulty likely surpasses even yours. This thunder tribulation appears to be the 99 Dongxiao Divine Yuan Tribulation, Tong Tian remarked. The 99 Dongxiao Divine Yuan Tribulation? Duo Bao suddenly exclaimed. In the wilderness, the number 9 signifies the ultimate. When he himself faced tribulation, it was the 8-9 mysterious spiritual Azure Yuan Tribulation. In terms of power, it pales in comparison to the 99 Dongxiao Divine Yuan Tribulation. Yet, even when undergoing the 8-9 mysterious spiritual Xiao Yuan tribulation, Duo Bao had nearly faltered. While the master and disciple were conversing, a bolt of calamity lightning descended from the tribulation clouds enveloping Yingzhou Island. Xiao Yuan, bathed in the lightning, emitted a sound of comfort, as if he were undergoing electric therapy. See, I was not mistaken. This lad has silently cultivated the 8-9 mysterious art to the 6th transformation. Tongtian's lips twitched slightly. A 6th transformation of the 8-9 mysterious art. He has yet to reach such a level himself. Is this fellow truly a prodigy, mastering everything with such finesse? However, Duo Bao felt a sense of relief in that moment. The 6th transformation of the 8-9 mysterious art was more than sufficient to contend with the 9-9 Dongxiao divine Yuan tribulation. Soon, 81 bolts of tribulation lightning descended. Xiao Yuan endured them all with the strength of his physical body. Even though his physical prowess was formidable, he was left in a rather disheveled state. Xiao Yuan was grateful that he had unlocked the immortal golden body attribute before facing the tribulation. Otherwise, overcoming this thunder tribulation would not have been so easily accomplished. After the thunder tribulation, the clouds in the sky dispersed, but the tribulation was not yet over. The thunder tribulation was merely the first of the 3 tribulations of the Great Luo. Following the thunder tribulation came the second calamity, the wind calamity. The winds of the wind calamity originate from the primordial chaotic winds, capable of severing bones and piercing souls. Compared to the thunder tribulation, the wind calamity posed an even greater challenge. However, Xiao Yuan had long been prepared, summoning the postnatal treasure, the soul-dispelling bell, bestowed by the primordial one. The bell's function lies in its influence over the spirit. Once struck, it can disband an opponent's soul or even shatter it entirely. When the primordial one forged this bell, he infused it with a plethora of the chaotic winds of the Hunyuan. At this moment, the soul-dispelling bell hovered above Xiao Yuan's head, and the chaotic winds within transformed into a protective shield, safeguarding his spirit. The tempestuous winds unleashed by the tribulation could not penetrate the bell's defenses to extinguish Xiao Yuan's soul. This was indeed a case of magic countering magic, yielding remarkable results. Thus, Xiao Yuan navigated this tribulation with relative ease. Next came the 3rd tribulation, the trial of the heart demon. At this juncture, Xiao Yuan remained acutely vigilant. The fact that neither the thunder nor the wind tribulations had manifested the hexagrams of Fuxi indicated that the true challenge lay within the heart demon trial. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan consumed the 9-turn tranquil heart pill. A series of harmonious sounds enveloped his mind. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a disorienting wave wash over him, his consciousness beginning to falter. Little friend, the mere 9-turn tranquil heart pill cannot withstand my presence. It was your hand that prevented the ancient tortoise from succumbing to the demonic influence, and this karmic debt is yours to repay. Come with me. Xiao Yuan was taken aback. What is happening? The 9-turn tranquil heart pill was renowned as the most potent antidote against heart demons in the primordial world. It was said that even heart demon kings, rivaling quasi-saints, could not breach its defenses. How could it fail him now? Before Xiao Yuan could gather his thoughts, a colossal hand reached out towards him. He sensed that if captured by this hand, his fate would be dire. Boom. Fortunately, in the next instant, a melodious sound of a guqin resonated, and a phantom emerged behind Xiao Yuan. It was Fuxi. The colossal hand halted abruptly. Bashan, this primordial realm is not a place for you to wreak havoc. Depart. In that moment of pause, a sharp flash of sword light sliced through, severing the hand that had reached for Xiao Yuan. A wave of relief washed over him as the oppressive force dissipated. After the cataclysmic struggle between the Dao and the demonic forces, the demon ancestor established the demon realm upon the foundation of the 12-petal black lotus of annihilation. Bashan, as the sovereign of the demon realm, held a status comparable to that of a saint, a being whom even saints found formidable. Xiao Yuan had not anticipated that such a formidable figure would intervene during his Luo thunder tribulation. From Bashan's tone, it seemed that his intervention was due to Xiao Yuan's assistance to the ancient tortoise, thereby forging a connection of karma. Thankfully, Fuxi had foreseen this tribulation and prepared accordingly, allowing his mentor time to render aid. Otherwise, it could have spelled disaster for Xiao Yuan. Amidst the chaos, he faintly heard an ethereal voice. Little friend, consider yourself fortunate this time. There will be opportunities in the future. Xiao Yuan responded. Wait, have you taken an interest in me, old fellow? Being under the scrutiny of the demon, Lord weighed heavily on him. Focus your mind. The voice of Tongtian resonated in Xiao Yuan's ears. He dared not entertain further thoughts and immediately centered his consciousness. After the expulsion of Bo Sun, Xiao Yuan immediately sensed a remarkable clarity in his consciousness. Above his head, two blossoms materialized, one a copper flower, the other a silver flower. Subsequently, a glimmer of light began to emanate from his Niwen palace, gradually coalescing into a golden bud, poised to bloom. At this moment, Xiao Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. The buds settled atop the copper and silver flowers, forming a triangular arrangement. Suddenly, with a flourish, the bud began to unfurl, cascading radiant light. The flower blossomed at the first tier, then the second, all the way to the 8th tier. The process unfolded with remarkable fluidity. Yet, the spectacle did not conclude there. After the 8th tier, yet another bud began to develop. As time elapsed, the 9th tier blossomed in full splendor. Ethereal melodies resonated throughout the primordial realm, seemingly in celebration. The sight of this extraordinary occurrence stirred excitement even among the powerful beings of the primordial world. The upheaval in the primordial realm could not escape their notice. These formidable entities were equally astonished, for it had been ages since a being of such caliber had emerged. At this moment, Xiao Yuan, oblivious to the thoughts of others, focused solely on consolidating his newfound realm after his breakthrough. Huansha immediately initiated the most stringent defenses to safeguard Xiao Yuan's path. The entirety of Yingzhou Island fell into a profound silence, with no visitors daring to intrude at such a critical juncture. Millennia later, a surge of energy rippled across Yingzhou Island as Xiao Yuan solidified his realm and awakened. Chapter 42. The Dragon Clan's Gratitude. The true monarch of North Sea merits. Xiao Yuan opened his eyes and expelled a breath of murky air. Having stepped into the realm of Deluo Jinxian, he had ascended to the ranks of formidable beings within the primordial realm, acquiring a measure of influence. Moreover, he realized that upon entering the Deluo Jinxian stage, the attributes he possessed seemed to invigorate and enhance in efficiency. Although the breakthrough to Deluo Jinxian should be a cause for celebration, the recollection of Bo Sun's lingering words filled Xiao Yuan with disquiet. He pondered how long it would be before this old trickster resurfaced to trouble him again, an incessant source of annoyance. My lord, the flying fish deist from the island of all spirits has come to visit. My lord, the Mo Yuan deist from the Black Skull Island seeks an audience. Before Xiao Yuan could contemplate further, Qi Yintong Zi frequently arrived with news of visitors. Most of the guests hailed from the East Sea. Following Xiao Yuan's tribulation and the blooming of the 9th tier, the East Sea circle erupted in excitement. The blooming of the 9th tier heralded boundless potential. Additionally, Xiao Yuan was a direct disciple of a saint. Upon learning of Xiao Yuan's emergence from seclusion, they all flocked to pay their respects and offer gifts. Eager to ingratiate themselves, Huansha, as the chief steward of Yingzhou Island, graciously attended to these guests. The present Huansha and the merfolk were elated beyond measure. Xiao Yuan's ascension to Deluo Jinxian and the blooming of the 9th tier had sent ripples through the primordial realm. Countless races cried out in longing to align themselves with Xiao Yuan, yet they found no opportunity. The status of the merfolk rose in tandem, filling them with immense gratitude. Dear friend Xiao Yuan, congratulations. Ao Guang also represented the Dragon Clan in this gathering. Presently, Ao Guang radiated joy, his face aglow with delight as he gazed at Xiao Yuan, his eyes brimming with gratitude. This was due to the strategy proposed by Xiao Yuan, which enabled the Dragon Clan to assist the beleaguered beings of the primordial world during the collapse of the Heavenly Pillar, thereby accruing a significant amount of merit. The burden of karma pressing upon the Dragon Clan was thus reduced by nearly 1/3, igniting a glimmer of hope for the complete dissolution of their karmic debt. Therefore, upon Xiao Yuan's emergence from seclusion, Ao Guang arrived bearing lavish gifts to express his thanks. Xiao Yuan was indeed taken aback by the generosity of the Dragon Clan. Among the 20 innate spiritual treasures he received, there was even a low-grade innate spiritual artifact, the silver hook brush. Truly, the affluent are deserving of their wealth. My friend, your generosity is truly overwhelming, Xiao Yuan remarked, astonished by the bountiful rewards for merely sharing a thought. Nonsense. The reduction of our karma is entirely thanks to your assistance. Ao Guang replied with a smile. Whether it be innate spiritual treasures or innate artifacts, they are but external possessions. If we can eradicate our karma entirely, we would not hesitate to empty the Dragon Clan's treasury. By the way, I wonder if you possess further methods for eliminating karma. If you could share such knowledge, I assure you the rewards would be ample, Ao Guang said, his expression filled with anticipation as he looked at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan thought to himself, you truly believe I am the sovereign of ideas in the primordial world, don't you? My friend, the timing is not yet ripe. When the moment arrives, I shall certainly impart my wisdom, Xiao Yuan replied thoughtfully. He was well versed in the historical development of the primordial world and could indeed discover means to assist the Dragon Clan in alleviating their karma. However, as he stated, the time was not yet right. I understand. Ao Guang nodded eagerly in response. My lord, the Venerable of Merit from the Northern Sea has come to visit. At that moment, Qi Yin Tongzi reported. Quickly, please invite him in, Xiao Yuan said with a smile gracing his features. Although the title of Venerable of Merit was unfamiliar, the aura emanating from him felt remarkably familiar. Shortly thereafter, an amiable elderly gentleman entered, and upon seeing Xiao Yuan, immediately bowed in respect. I have come specifically to express my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving assistance, the elder proclaimed. Ao Guang was momentarily taken aback by this scene. Upon the elder's entrance, Ao Guang could sense an overwhelming and vast aura emanating from him. A quasi-saint, without a doubt. Ao Guang was filled with confusion. The dragon clan was widespread across the four seas, but when had such a formidable quasi-saint emerged from the Northern Sea? Moreover, the fact that such a powerful being would bow deeply to Xiao Yuan nearly caused Ao Guang's jaw to drop in astonishment. Since you are here to receive guests, I shall take my leave, Ao Guang, discerning the situation, courteously excused himself. Xiao Yuan then invited the elder to take a seat. You are too modest, my friend. I merely contributed a small effort, the elder replied. This elder was none other than the Northern Sea's Xian Gui, who had been granted a second chance at life thanks to Xiao Yuan's guidance. During this period, Xian Gui had solidified his cultivation, severed a corpse, and ascended into the quasi-saint realm, becoming a powerful figure within the primordial world. Grateful for his newfound strength, Xian Gui understood that his current state was entirely due to Xiao Yuan's intervention, prompting him to visit and fulfill his promise. I have come at your invitation to serve as a vessel for the teachings of the Jie Sect, Xian Gui solemnly stated. Fellow cultivator, you need only to focus on your practice. When the time comes for my sect to require assistance, I shall act accordingly. Xiao Yuan smiled, feeling elated, for the mysterious tortoise had indeed honored its promise, justifying the risks he took to save its life from the clutches of Bo Sun. Naturally, the tortoise was a being of quasi-saintly caliber, possessing the potential to become a formidable force. Xiao Yuan would not treat it as mere livestock, but rather regard it as a strategic piece to be employed at the opportune moment. Rest assured, as long as you summon me, I shall undoubtedly respond. The tortoise nodded in agreement. After bidding the tortoise farewell, Xiao Yuan made his way directly to the Shanqing Palace. Until the threat of Bo Sun was dispelled, he could not find peace. Are you here regarding the matter of Bo Sun? Before Xiao Yuan could utter a word, Tong Tian chuckled. After Xiao Yuan attained the 9th grade of blooming flowers, Tong Tian had grown increasingly satisfied with his disciple. Master, your foresight is unparalleled, Xiao Yuan replied, his expression strained. Though he was unsure how he had attracted the attention of the Demon Lord, he need not worry excessively. The primordial world adhered to its own rules. The Demon Lord, while formidable, could not strike at will. The last time, during Xiao Yuan's tribulation, he had inadvertently given the Demon Lord an opportunity. That failed scheme had cost the Demon Lord significantly. You merely need to maintain a clear mind and prevent him from finding an avenue to descend, Tong Tian advised. After hearing his master's words, Xiao Yuan felt considerably reassured. He had also devised 2 strategies. The first involved keeping an ample supply of the 9-turning tranquility pills to thwart any invasive demonic thoughts. As long as it was not during the heart demon tribulation, the pills would suffice to guard against Bo Sun's arrival. The second strategy was to unlock the rock-solid heart attribute, which was remarkably effective against heart demons. Had he known he would be targeted by Bo Sun, he would have exchanged for the rock-solid heart attribute long ago. However, lamentation was futile at this juncture. Upon leaving the Shanqing Palace, Xiao Yuan did not follow his fellow disciples to assist the human race. For him, accumulating merit was pointless without the means to enjoy it. Until this hidden danger was eliminated, he could not afford to engage in other endeavors. Upon returning to Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan began secluding himself to delve into the art of alchemy. In truth, with his standing, he could have requested several 9-turning tranquility pills from Shouyang Mountain. But Xiao Yuan preferred to avoid such complications. Moreover, favors diminished with use. They must be applied judiciously. A more pressing reason was that Xiao Yuan had gained confidence in attempting to refine the 9-turning pills himself. For 3,000 years on Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan diligently honed his alchemical skills. The benefits of fostering a good relationship with the Dragon Clan became apparent. With a mere word, the Dragon Clan would promptly deliver alchemical materials. With their assistance, Xiao Yuan lacked not a single ingredient over these 3,000 years of alchemical pursuit. With the attributes of Master Alchemist and unparalleled comprehension aiding him, along with significant advancements in his cultivation, he finally succeeded in crafting the 9-turning tranquility pills. The first batch yielded 5 pills, of average quality. Xiao Yuan promptly began to reflect on the issues he encountered during his alchemical endeavors. undertaking a thorough review and improvement process. In his second furnace, he successfully produced 6 elixirs, significantly enhancing their quality, with 2 of them being exceptional. He continued to compile his experiences. In the third furnace, he created 8 elixirs, 5 of which were of superior quality. With this, Xiao Yuan decided to cease his efforts. Qian, take these 5 9-transformation tranquil heart elixirs to the Dragon Palace and present them to the Dragon King. Xiao Yuan retrieved a vial and placed the 5 ordinary 9-transformation tranquil heart elixirs inside, instructing the young attendant Qian to deliver them. The Dragon Clan had provided materials without any expectation of recompense, yet Xiao Yuan felt compelled to express his gratitude. The 5 elixirs were more than sufficient to offset the value of those materials. Qian, carrying the 5 9-transformation tranquil heart elixirs, arrived outside the Dragon Palace. Although he was merely a young attendant, Ao Guang personally received him. Dragon King, my master has refined 5 9-transformation tranquil heart elixirs for you. Qian announced as he presented the vial. 9-transformation tranquil heart elixirs. Ao Guang exclaimed in astonishment. Over the years, the Dragon Clan had sent numerous materials to Yingzhou Island, all of which had passed through Ao Guang's scrutiny. His keen insight led him to recognize that Xiao Yuan was delving into alchemical arts. But he had never anticipated that Xiao Yuan could successfully concoct elixirs of the 9-transformation caliber. Such elixirs were exceedingly rare in the primordial realm, produced by no more than a handful of alchemists. It was not an exaggeration to state that, regardless of Xiao Yuan's other identities, his ability to forge 9-transformation immortal elixirs alone would earn him the respect of quasi-saint powers. Ao Guang suddenly felt an increasing sense of mystery surrounding Xiao Yuan, solidifying his resolve to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan carefully stored the remaining 9-transformation tranquil heart elixirs, which would sufficiently meet his needs for an extended period, alleviating any concerns regarding the repercussions from the Demon Lord. He then retrieved a lotus seed, the chaos blue lotus seed gifted by Yuan Shi. Upon consumption, it would grant him comprehension of a profound divine ability. Truly a rare treasure amidst the chaos. Previously, he had refrained from refining it, fearing the potential waste of its effects. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan swallowed it whole and began to channel his spiritual energy for refinement, while that devouring heaven and earth, entry vibrated in resonance, evidently exerting its influence as well. After 3,000 years, the Chaos Lotus Seed was completely refined by Xiao Yuan. Within this seed lay the essence of a remarkable divine ability, Blue Lotus Incarnation. In battle, he could manifest 8 incarnations, each possessing 30% of his original strength. If these were to form a formation, their combined might would be formidable. Additionally, this technique could be employed for escape. By dispersing his incarnations, even quasi-saints would be unable to discern his true self. Beyond the Chaos Lotus Seed, Xiao Yuan possessed another valuable item, the 9-transformation golden elixir, and he had 2 of them, a gift from his grandmaster. He had intended to consume them after attaining the status of a great Luo golden immortal. The time had now come. Xiao Yuan promptly swallowed both 9-transformation golden elixirs and devoted another 10,000 years to their refinement. As a result, his aura surged dramatically. He had remarkably reached the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm and could feel the formidable nature of the 9-transformation golden elixir. The 2 elixirs had undoubtedly spared Xiao Yuan countless years of arduous cultivation. If he were to acquire a few more, his cultivation would surely soar. In truth, with Xiao Yuan's current alchemical proficiency, he could barely manage to refine the 9-transformation golden elixir. However, the true rarity of the 9-transformation golden elixir lies in its ingredients. The primary material required is the Chaos Spiritual Essence, a treasure of chaotic origin. As rare as the Chaos Lotus Seed, it was only through serendipity that Lao Zi acquired some in the past. It is said that he managed to refine only 2 batches of 9-transformation golden elixirs, totaling 18. As the long years have passed, it is likely that he possesses very few, if any, left now. With his meditation concluded, it was time to venture into the primordial wilderness. Beginning with the Fire Crow clan, Xiao Yuan murmured. According to the information he had gathered, the Fire Crow clan had not fared well in recent years. His esteemed ancestor, Lai Yong, had ultimately perished in the Third War of the Witch and Demon. This news weighed heavily on Xiao Yuan's heart, for he had benefited from the Fire Crow clan and could not sever the bond of blood. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan rode the flame-treading beast towards the ancestral grounds of the Fire Crow clan. The speed of the flame-treading beast was impressive, and during their time together, it had consumed numerous fine delicacies, advancing its cultivation to the late stage of the Tei Golden Immortal Realm, nearing the pinnacle of that level. In just 300 years, Xiao Yuan arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Fire Crow clan. Upon sensing the surroundings, he furrowed his brow. Compared to the last visit, the number of fire crows had diminished by nearly 80%, most likely having perished in the calamity of the witch and demon. The Fire Crow clan now had only one remaining existence at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Furthermore, Xiao Yuan sensed the presence of other races within the ancestral grounds, indicating that the decline of the Fire Crow clan had rendered even their ancestral land vulnerable. I am Xiao Yuan of the Fire Crow clan. Those who are not of my clan, leave my ancestral grounds at once, or face annihilation. His voice resonated throughout the ancestral grounds, accompanied by the aura of a mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. As this formidable presence emanated, the races and powerful beings occupying the ancestral grounds were seized by terror. Rest assured, Venerable One, we shall depart immediately. They hastily vacated the premises. How curious. Was it not said that the ancestor of the Fire Crow clan had perished? Where did this Great Luo Golden Immortal emerge from? I heard a prodigy from the Fire Crow clan had become a disciple of a supreme sage. Perhaps this is him. Did he not have a distant relationship with the Fire Crow clan? It seems the rumors were erroneous. Forget the rumors. Let us leave quickly. After the swift departure of those factions, the Fire Crow clan experienced a stir, and soon several Fire Crows descended, transforming into human forms before Xiao Yuan. At the forefront was Lai Yun, who had once crossed paths with Xiao Yuan. Compared to his former spirited self, Lai Yun now appeared rather haggard. Though he had matured significantly. You have arrived, just as my grandfather foretold. He was indeed correct. Lai Yun smiled, and upon seeing Xiao Yuanzi, the worry etched on her brow began to dissipate. Chapter 44. The Essence of the Yuan Phoenix. Unity of Bloodlines. Initially, Lai Yun was resolute in allowing Xiao Yuan to inherit the ancestral legacy, and Lai Yun felt that Xiao Yuan lacked loyalty to the Fire Crow clan, deeming him unworthy of such a privilege. However, she has now come to comprehend her grandfather's profound intentions. With Xiao Yuan present, the foundation of the Fire Crow clan is assured. Where lies our ancestors' resting place? Xiao Yuan sighed. Follow me, Lai Yun responded, leading the way to the heart of the ancestral grounds of the Fire Crow clan, where many of their forebears were interred. My grandfather led our elite against the forces of the Witch clan, leaving no trace of his remains. We can only erect a tombstone in his honor here, Lai Yun lamented. In the future, should the Fire Crow clan encounter any matters, you may directly contact me, Xiao Yuan stated, acknowledging that this was all he could offer at present. My friend, this is a dying wish from my grandfather that I am to entrust to you, Lai Yun said as she produced a six-sided crimson crystal, within which was preserved a drop of red liquid. Despite the traces of a sealing formation, a pure essence of fiery law emanated from it upon closer inspection. This contains a drop of Yuan Phoenix essence blood, acquired by my grandfather by chance. He instructed me to pass this to you upon your return to the Fire Crow clan, Lai Yun elaborated. Xiao Yuan thought to himself, that old man, even in death, remained cautious of me. He understood that had he been ungrateful and not returned to the Fire Crow clan, this drop of Yuan Phoenix essence blood would have been forever beyond his grasp. Yet, Lai Yun's actions were not without merit. This item holds great significance for me. I am grateful. I wish to enter seclusion at the ancestral grounds of the Fire Crow clan. I kindly ask you to find me a quiet chamber, Xiao Yuan said, foregoing pleasantries as he accepted the Yuan Phoenix essence blood. Very well, Lai Yun agreed. Xiao Yuan immediately began his seclusion and cultivation with the Yuan Phoenix essence blood. The Yuan Phoenix, a progenitor of the Phoenix clan, is one of the most extraordinary beings of the primordial era, possessing chaotic roots. Its essence blood is the quintessence of its being, exceedingly precious. Others who obtain this drop of essence blood might directly refine it for cultivation resources. However, for Xiao Yuan, such an approach would be a tremendous waste. He possessed the attribute, bloodline plunder, allowing him to completely refine and absorb the bloodline power contained within this essence blood. While it may not directly enhance his strength, it would solidify his foundation, paving a smoother path for his cultivation journey. Previously, Xiao Yuan had contemplated utilizing the bloodline plunder attribute to absorb the bloodlines of other beings to augment his own bloodline power. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, he chose to abandon this idea due to concerns regarding bloodline contamination. While the absorption of another being's bloodline might yield positive developments, he feared potential taboos that could lead to adverse effects, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. Thus, Xiao Yuan approached the consumption of bloodlines with utmost caution. The Yuan Phoenix, as a divine phoenix, possessed a bloodline power akin to his own and practiced the same fire path, making the enhancement of his bloodline power through the Yuan Phoenix essence blood exceedingly appropriate. Moreover, Xiao Yuan harbored a premonition that should he refine this drop of essence blood, he might elevate his bone structure to the pinnacle of innate perfection. Without further contemplation, he immediately activated the bloodline plunder entry. 3,000 years later, in the ancestral land of the Fire Crow clan, waves of crimson Dao rhythms began to permeate the atmosphere. This phenomenon brought immense comfort to the clan's members, who became enraptured in this Dao resonance, even perceiving an elevation in their cultivation, with the very essence of their bloodlines simmering with vigor. Lu Yun recognized that this was the result of Xiao Yuan refining the essence blood of the primordial phoenix, without disturbing Xiao Yuan's cultivation. He urged the clan members to absorb these Dao rhythms with full force. Suddenly, a remarkable occurrence transpired within the ancestral grounds, centered around Xiao Yuan's secluded space. An endless blaze of fire swiftly spread. In the next moment, 3 fiery crimson phantoms manifested above the ancestral land of the Fire Crow clan. Lu Yun instantly identified the nature of these 3 phantoms: the primordial bloodline of the ancient fire god Crow, the 3-legged golden crow of the Sun Star, and the divine phoenix of the undying volcano. Each possessed chaotic bone structures, embodying some of the most superior bloodlines of the primordial era. Before Lu Yun's astonished gaze, the 3 phantoms began to intertwine, ultimately merging into one. This amalgamation soon transformed into a colossal bird, an entity embodying the forms of the ancient fire god Crow, the 3-legged golden crow, and the divine phoenix, yet distinct from each, a fusion of all 3. Beneath its mighty wings, 7 colored flames radiated, dazzling and magnificent, exuding an overwhelming presence. However, the great bird swiftly morphed into a stream of light and vanished into Xiao Yuan's secluded chamber, causing the extraordinary phenomena within the ancestral land to dissipate as though nothing had transpired. At that moment, Xiao Yuan, who had been in seclusion, opened his eyes, a flicker of fiery brilliance flashing within. During this period of introspection, he had thoroughly melded the bloodlines of the ancient fire god Crow, the 3-legged golden crow, and the divine phoenix, forging a new strength of bloodline. Thus, his bone structure ascended to the pinnacle of innate perfection. He marveled at the fact that a single drop of essence blood from the primordial phoenix proved to be even more potent than the bloodline strength of the 5 golden crows. Yet, upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. The primordial phoenix was a being of the Hunyuan golden immortal level, possessing chaotic bone structure. In contrast, the lesser golden crows were merely of the Deluo level, their bone structures of a lower grade, and their bloodlines had yet to undergo transformation, falling short of their forebears, merely achieving the pinnacle of innate bone structure, naturally yielding lesser effects. Xiao Yuan felt a sense of melancholy. If elevating his bone structure to the pinnacle of innate perfection was so arduous, how long would it take to rise to the level of chaotic bone structure? Should such sentiments be known to other beings, they might well be driven to despair. For creatures of the primordial realm, their bone structures were predetermined at birth, and upgrading them was an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Unlike the path Xiao Yuan had trodden, yet he remained unfulfilled. Determined, Xiao Yuan resolved to seek out additional bloodlines from the 3-legged golden crows and the phoenix lineage, naturally, those possessing chaotic bone structures. Though Dijun, Tai, and the primordial phoenix had perished, remnants of their remains surely lingered. In due time, he would seek opportunities to uncover them, not in haste. As Xiao Yuan concluded his retreat, he noticed Lai Yun waiting outside. Initially, when Lai Yun first met Xiao Yuan, she harbored thoughts of competing with him. However, those sentiments had long since faded. She now realized that she would forever look up to him. Within this secluded place of meditation, he had left behind some insights into the Dao, which the distinguished members of the Fire Crow tribe could later comprehend. Xiao Yuan believed in the principle of repaying even the smallest kindness with great gratitude, and the Fire Crow tribe had shown him substantial favor. Whether it was the ancestral legacy or the precious essence of the phoenix, both were exceedingly rare treasures. Moreover, having absorbed the ancestral heritage, it was only reasonable for him to replenish it. Previously, his cultivation had not sufficed, but now Xiao Yuan's prowess was ample. The Dao insights he left behind even encompassed the understanding of the grand divine funeral of heavenly fire, though one would need considerable aptitude to grasp it. Chapter 45, Fated Transmission, Sacred Stone of Mysterious Soul. In addition to leaving behind a legacy, Xiao Yuan spent nearly 5,000 years with the Fire Crow tribe. During this time, he established a formidable formation for them, one that even beings of the Deluo golden immortal level would struggle to breach. Furthermore, he crafted numerous spiritual treasures and elixirs for the tribe, which elicited profound gratitude from Lai Yun and her kin. After completing these tasks, Xiao Yuan prepared to depart. Lai Yun personally saw him off, her lips quivering as she hesitated to speak, ultimately saying nothing. In truth, She wished for Xiao Yuan to leave a legacy within the Fire Crow tribe, fully understanding her grandfather's benevolent intentions. The lineage of a clan, whether blessed with superior bloodlines or not, is an entirely different matter. Perspectives shape perceptions. As the current leader of the Fire Crow tribe, Lai Yun was burdened with the mission of revitalizing her people. She even contemplated the possibility of a fleeting romantic encounter with Xiao Yuan. Yet, in the end, she refrained from pressuring him, knowing that he had no such inclinations, and she did not wish to jeopardize their friendship. Xiao Yuan, too, discerned Lai Yun's thoughts. She had inherited her grandfather's essence. During his time with the Fire Crow tribe, Lai Yun would often linger around him. Yet Xiao Yuan remained entirely focused on his own path. With the impending calamity of the divine sealing, distractions were ill-timed. Women, he mused, would only hinder his swiftness in drawing his sword. After departing from the Fire Crow tribe, Xiao Yuan set his sights on Mount Buzzhu. Having experienced the benefits of the Phoenix essence, he sought to seize further opportunities. After all, both Emperor Jun and Tai Yi had perished at Mount Buzzhu. The mountain had now completely collapsed, leaving a landscape of ruin. Additionally, due to its location at the epicenter of the war of witches and demons, the area was rife with karmic turbulence, the dissipating miasma lingering indefinitely. After searching thoroughly, Xiao Yuan returned empty-handed. It was to be expected. Much time had elapsed since the conflict, and any treasures that once lay there had likely been claimed by others, leaving little chance for him to find anything valuable. Undeterred, Xiao Yuan rode his blazing beast, continuing to explore the vast wilderness, gathering various spiritual materials along the way. Fortune bestowed, you are favored by destiny, blessed by the heavenly path, guided by divine insights, and may acquire an exceptional disciple. As Xiao Yuan collected spiritual artifacts, the entry for Fortune bestowed frequently refreshed, revealing the locations of various treasures. This time, however, it was neither a spiritual item nor a treasure. Was the heavenly path sending him a disciple? Xiao Yuan's expression turned peculiar. In the primordial realm, the bond between master and disciple is of utmost significance. Their fates are intertwined, thriving together or suffering together. Great beings, when recruiting their direct disciples, always require the guidance of divine insights. Xiao Yuan never anticipated that one day, the guidance to accept a disciple would fall upon him. With the divine guidance at hand, he naturally prepared to investigate. Soon, Xiao Yuan arrived at the location indicated by the heavenly insights. To his surprise, he discovered it was a settlement of the human race. Since the creation of humanity by the goddess Nuwa, they had attracted the attention of various forces throughout the primordial realm. Later, Laozi's establishment of the human teaching and the dissemination of the golden elixir path further elevated the human race's renown. Unfortunately, the demon race committed widespread slaughter against humanity to forge the slaughter witch sword, decimating nearly 80% of the human population and causing a significant decline in their fortunes. Today, the humans are but a minor tribe in the primordial realm. Yet, Xiao Yuan understood that humanity was destined to be the protagonists of the primordial world. With the assistance of the heavenly path and the backing of the six saints, it would be challenging for humanity not to flourish. In the future development of the primordial realm, they would surpass both the witch and demon races in foundational strength. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors each possessed peak quasi-saint combat power, and the status of the 3 sovereigns could rival that of the saints. Oh, is that a familiar presence? Xiao Yuan sensed an aura within the human settlement that surprised him slightly. He made no effort to conceal his presence as he descended upon the flame steed, naturally drawing the attention of the humans in the settlement. Might I inquire what brings you to our spirit healer tribe, esteemed elder? A brave human asked. However, before he could finish, an excited voice interjected. Greetings, Master Mingling. The speaker was an elderly human clad in a white robe, exuding an air of authority. Yet upon seeing Xiao Yuan, the elder respectfully bowed in greeting. Mingling was one of the 10 named disciples Xiao Yuan had accepted during his travels throughout the primordial realm to propagate the healing arts. After Xiao Yuan had dispersed them, Mingling established the Spirit Healer tribe, imparting medical knowledge. Today, the Spirit Healer tribe had gained considerable fame among humans, with many from other races seeking their medical expertise. Rise. It appears you have taken my words to heart and made commendable progress in the healing arts. Xiao Yuan said with a warm smile. This was not mere flattery, but a genuine compliment. After imparting teachings to those 10 disciples, Xiao Yuan had taken a hands-off approach. Over the years, the merits accrued from the transmission of the healing arts had been continuous, a testament to the efforts of those disciples. Furthermore, Xiao Yuan could easily discern Mingling's diligence, recognizing that the Spirit Healer tribe had been well established. I have received divine guidance, indicating that a destined direct disciple is to emerge here, hence my visit, Xiao Yuan explained. Hearing this, Ming Ling felt a surge of envy. Though it was merely a fleeting emotion, he understood that, given his qualifications, being able to study under a master was an extraordinary stroke of luck, and he dared not wish for anything more. Subsequently, under the guidance of Ming Ling, Xiao Yuan entered the spirit medicine clan. Master, this is a wondrous tree that has thrived in this land. The radiance emitted by this tree possesses remarkable efficacy in healing injuries and dispelling karmic afflictions. The reason I chose this location to establish the spirit medicine clan is precisely because of this, Ming Ling said, gesturing towards a sizable tree ahead. The tree, which would require at least 100 people to encircle, stood lush and verdant, its branches and leaves robust and vigorous like a coiling dragon. Just as Ming Ling described, the tree emanated a stream of white light, and beneath this luminescence, one could feel a warm sensation enveloping the body. Xiao Yuan immediately realized that this was destined to be his personal disciple. However, to be precise, his true disciple was not the tree itself, but rather something enveloped within it. The presence of this spirit tree concealed the essence of the item, making it challenging to discern. Nonetheless, with Xiao Yuan's cultivation, he could perceive the hints. Moreover, he recognized its origin. The object wrapped within the tree was the chaotic spirit item, the Xian Sacred Stone. It was said that this item was born from the essence of chaos and possessed the power to heal all wounds. The value of such a spirit item was undoubtedly comparable to that of the chaotic lotus seed. Had it not been for the tree's concealment, it would likely have been taken by other powerful beings long ago. Furthermore, it was due to the tree's shroud that the Xian Sacred Stone could develop a semblance of intelligence. Chapter 46. The Arrival of the Ancestor. Seizing the initiative, Xiao Yuan was certain that if the Xian Sacred Stone could take form, its innate qualities would be extraordinary, perhaps even possessing chaotic roots from birth. However, this Xian Sacred Stone remained in a gestational phase, not yet ready to manifest. Ming Ling, I intend to stay with your spirit medicine clan for a while. Xiao Yuan contemplated aloud. A disciple of such caliber was exceedingly rare, and if he could take them under his wing, it would indeed be a splendid affair. He had resolved to remain in the spirit medicine clan for a period to impart teachings to the Xian Sacred Stone. In simpler terms, he aimed to provide prenatal education, which would help lay a solid foundation for the Xian Sacred Stone and assisted in taking form sooner. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Ming Ling was overwhelmed with joy. If his master could stay in the spirit medicine clan, he could seek guidance for any issues that arose. And even a casual revelation from his master would yield immense benefits. Ming Ling was deeply attentive to Xiao Yuan's affairs, ensuring that the clan members did not disturb him. Thus, Xiao Yuan settled into the spirit medicine clan. Besides his quiet cultivation, he occasionally shared teachings with the Xian Sacred Stone, allowing Ming Ling and the entire spirit medicine clan to benefit as well. Moreover, because Xiao Yuan did not deliberately conceal his actions, his other 9 named disciples soon learned of his presence in the spirit medicine clan and came to visit one after another. Xiao Yuan generously offered them guidance in their cultivation. This period of stay extended for nearly 10,000 years, during which the news of a transcendent sage residing in the spirit medicine clan spread far and wide. Although many beings have come out of admiration, they dare not disturb too much. Master, I, the ancestor of the human race, wish to meet you. Just as Xiao Yuan was in meditation, Ming Ling entered to report this. Xiao Yuan was slightly taken aback upon hearing the news. The human race has 3 ancestors, Swiren, Zi, and Yushao. Swiren discovered fire by friction, which was used for cooking and driving away wild beasts. Yushao constructed houses, providing shelter for humanity. Zi created clothing, enabling humans to withstand the cold. Each of these 3 ancestors made significant contributions to the human race, earning them great merit and high prestige among their people. Please come in. Xiao Yuan did not expect to attract a visit from an ancestral figure. Naturally, he did not put on airs. As the human race is destined to be the protagonist of the future, the status of the ancestors will rise accordingly, and establishing a good relationship with them could only be advantageous. The ancestor of humanity, Swiren, appeared before him. Swiren, a robust middle-aged man clad in animal skins, possessed bright, piercing eyes, and behind him radiated a glow of merit. Xiao Yuan immediately discerned the ancestral figure's cultivation level, which reached the late stage of the Tei Golden Immortal. The ancestor was polite, and Xiao Yuan smiled, inquiring, "What brings you to me, esteemed ancestor?" Seeing Xiao Yuan's kindness, Swiren felt a sense of relief. "Master, our human race is frail and struggles to survive in the vast wilderness. We seek your guidance to escape our current plight." Swiren spoke earnestly and sincerely. The human race, born in the wilderness, lacks the strength of bones and claws, making their existence arduous. Particularly after the demon race slaughtered humanity to forge the slaughter-witch sword. The human race has yet to recover their vitality. The three ancestors have devoted themselves to the development of humanity, seeking assistance from numerous immortal mountains, yet finding no aid. Thus, upon hearing that a wise healer presided over the spirit medicine department, Xiao Yuan personally came to explore the opportunity, unwilling to let any chance slip by. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Xiao Yuan fell into deep contemplation. The rise of the human race is a decree of the heavenly Dao, orchestrated by the six saints. The reason the six saints are so invested is that in aiding the rise of humanity, they can earn merit, gain the favor of the heavenly Dao, and even partake in the distribution of human fortune. At present, it seems that the heavenly Dao has yet to provide guidance. Xiao Yuan believed that if he were to engage in the plan for the rise of humanity at this moment, he could undoubtedly seize the initiative and allow Jie Jiao to claim an advantage. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yuan resolved firmly, since the opportunity lay before him. To refrain from action would indeed be foolish. Even if the other saints or great sects were to hold him accountable later, it would not matter. He did not initiate this request, but was approached by the ancestor himself. Of course, Xiao Yuan's greatest confidence stemmed from having a saintly mentor. Esteemed ancestor, what difficulties does the human race currently face? Xiao Yuan inquired. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's question, Xiao Yuan's face immediately brightened with joy. Since Xiao Yuan asked, it indicated his willingness to assist the human race in resolving their troubles. Master, our human race presently confronts two major issues, Xiao Yuan said, calming his emotions and speaking slowly. Firstly, we frequently endure invasions from other beings, suffering heavy casualties. Secondly, our clan faces a dire scarcity of sustenance, relying on hunting for survival. However, the perilous nature of hunting often results in the loss of clan members. If the esteemed ancestor of medicine is willing to extend a helping hand to our human race, we shall pledge our devotion for generations to come. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's mind began to formulate a plan, and after a brief moment, he spoke. To address the pressing issues confronting humanity, I propose the enhancement of our weaponry and equipment. I am willing to impart advanced forging techniques to our kin. Furthermore, I shall assist in cultivating suitable crops for consumption, which will alleviate our food shortages. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. Xiao Yuan, overwhelmed with gratitude, prepared to bow deeply in reverence. After so many years, there is finally someone willing to extend a hand to our people, genuinely helping us resolve our challenges. Xiao Yuan, being a person of discernment, understood profoundly the significance of Xiao Yuan's proposed solutions for the human race. Moreover, should the ancestral figure desire, I can also invite some of my fellow disciples and acquainted friends to provide further assistance to humanity. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yuan continued, recognizing that since he had already intervened, it would be inappropriate for him to reap the benefits alone. Furthermore, involving disciples from the Jie Sect early on would yield substantial advantages. Xiao Yuan trembled with emotion, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. He had indeed encountered a benefactor today. There is no need for thanks, esteemed ancestor. My assistance to humanity is driven by mutual benefit. Let us each gain what we require. Xiao Yuan laid the matter bare, ensuring that when the human race flourishes, there would be no blame for any perceived scheming. The esteemed ancestor's generosity is such that as long as our kin possesses it, we shall take it, even if it costs me my life. Xiao Yuan declared with great vigor. The human race should prepare. I shall now send word to my fellow disciples and acquaintances to come forth. Xiao Yuan stated. Excellent. Xiao Yuan promptly departed, hastening to make the necessary preparations. Upon his return, he immediately convened a grand assembly of the human race's leaders. Upon learning of Xiao Yuan's willingness to assist, the powerful figures of humanity erupted with fervor, even moved to tears. The human race acted swiftly, promptly sending a contingent of elite individuals to learn the arts of forging and cultivation from Xiao Yuan. In turn, Xiao Yuan swiftly communicated with his familiar disciples and, after some thought, sent a message to Dragon King Ao Guang. The Dragon clan had treated him well, and their generosity was unmatched. Thus, Xiao Yuan did not mind sharing a portion of the bounty with them. Chapter 47. The Guidance of Heavenly Dao. The Rise of Humanity. Xiao Yuan's communication proceeded smoothly. However, upon the revelation of its contents, the likes of Duo Bao and others were left perplexed. They could not fathom why Xiao Yuan had suddenly taken an interest in humanity and instructed them to lead elite disciples from the Jie Sect to offer support. Master brother, since Xiao Yuan has sent a message, it undoubtedly carries profound significance, Zhao Gongming remarked. Alongside the Sengxiao sisters, he was a staunch ally of Xiao Yuan. Confident in his words, I naturally understand that Xiao Yuan would not speak frivolously. However, to gather the close disciples and elite members of Jie to aid humanity. I must first seek counsel from our master, Duo Bao replied with a smile. To this, Zhao Gongming and the others expressed no dissent. Duo Bao promptly entered the upper clear palace to inform Tong Tian of the situation. Humanity? Tong Tian furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The human race is indeed quite remarkable, particularly given its association with two saints, the goddess Nuwa and the venerable Tacking Saint, who have both attained their sanctity in relation to humanity. However, following this period, humanity has not exhibited any further noteworthy achievements, and few formidable beings have shown interest in them. Your junior brother is prudent in his actions, and there is indeed rationale behind his decisions. Moreover, that young man has always been clever, having thoroughly absorbed the true teachings of his friend Fuxi and mastered the art of divination. He may have inadvertently glimpsed some celestial secrets. You may proceed. Tong Tian then chuckled. Yes. Duo Bao immediately acquiesced and departed from Jinao Island, accompanied by the elite disciples of the Jie Sect, numbering nearly 100. Simultaneously, the message from Xiao Yuan reached Ao Guang. Unsure of how to proceed, Ao Guang sought counsel from the ancient ancestor of the dragon clan, Ao Kun. Ancient ancestor. My friend Xiao Yuan has sent word, instructing me to lead 3,000 elite dragons to assist the human race. Xiao Yuan is a loyal and righteous young friend. Since he has reached out, it must pertain to significant matters. Expedite the gathering of 3,000 elites to provide assistance, Ao Kun commanded forthwith. Following the order, Ao Guang promptly set to work. 3 centuries later, the disciples of the Jie Sect and the Dragon Clan arrived at the Ling'ai tribe simultaneously. By chance, they encountered one another on the road, and upon exchanging pleasantries, discovered they were both responding to Xiao Yuan's invitation, thus choosing to travel together. Brother Duo Bao, friend Ao Guang. You have arrived swiftly, Xiao Yuan remarked upon seeing them. Upon receiving the message from my junior brother, we dared not delay. Our arrival is also sanctioned by our master. Duo Bao replied with a cheerful demeanor. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yuan acknowledged the meticulous nature of his elder brother's actions. He had never contemplated concealing anything from their master, as any mishaps would ultimately require their master's intervention. Brother Duo Bao, instruct the disciples to disperse amongst the various human tribes, employing their unique methods to provide support. Xiao Yuan proposed. Understood. Duo Bao responded, immediately issuing the necessary directives without inquiring further into Xiao Yuan's reasoning, fully trusting his judgment. In truth, it was not that Xiao Yuan wished to withhold information. Rather, he feared that any leaks could attract the attention of the formidable beings and saints who possess unfathomable powers. Before long, under Duo Bao's guidance, the disciples of the Jie Sect dispersed into the various human tribes. Friend Xiao Yuan, how shall our dragon clan contribute? Ao Guang inquired. My friend, the dragon clan shall oversee the management of the human water veins. There will surely be rewards in due course, Xiao Yuan explained. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang stroked his long beard and a smile spread across his face. He was astute enough to comprehend the implications of Xiao Yuan's words, which further motivated him. With 3,000 elite dragons in tow, Ao Guang departed the Ling'ai tribe to regulate the water veins of the human tribes, ensuring favorable weather patterns. Of course, the commotion created by the Jie Sect disciples and the Dragon Clan was quite significant, given the mobilization of the Jie Sect's elite. However, upon witnessing the actions of the Jie Sect disciples, many were left puzzled. Has the Jie Sect nothing better to do? Why are they suddenly interfering with a minor tribe? After a brief period of observation, they soon lost interest. Time flew by, and nearly 50,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. With the assistance of the disciples of the Jie Jiao and the Dragon Clan, humanity has begun to flourish, exhibiting a vibrant and progressive spirit. Despite the fact that the disciples and the Dragon Clan members have not yet reaped any substantial rewards, they remain diligent and devoted, as they hold deep faith in Xiao Yuan. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan continues to reside within the Spirit Medicine tribe, where he is burdened with numerous responsibilities. He aids humanity in cultivating skilled craftsmen, fosters the growth of new crops, imparts agricultural knowledge, disseminates medical wisdom, and educates his most cherished disciple. Although his tasks are plentiful, they are well organized, providing Xiao Yuan with a sense of fulfillment. Notably, as various initiatives unfold within humanity, the 3 ancestors express their gratitude toward Xiao Yuan, fervently spreading his esteemed name throughout the realm and erecting a statue in his honor, which is revered by the people. Xiao Yuan is now acutely aware of the incense offerings accumulating around him, leaving him somewhat speechless. Suddenly, amidst the serene and orderly progression of the primordial world, a thunderous sound erupts from the heavens, followed by an emergence of golden light that captivates the attention of powerful beings and even saints. As they sense the presence of the heavenly Dao, a divine directive is about to descend, and judging by the circumstances, this guidance from the heavenly Dao appears to be of great significance. In the next moment, the golden light disperses, and the heavenly Dao's instructions are bestowed upon the world. However, as the decree falls, astonishment spreads among all the great beings and saints of the primordial realm. The heavenly Dao has declared humanity to be the focal point of the primordial world. This new directive from the heavenly Dao leaves the powerful entities in a state of bewilderment and unpreparedness. Yet, considering the unique nature of humanity, their reaction seems somewhat justified, as they lament their previous disregard for the human race. In light of this monumental announcement regarding humanity's elevated status, the six saints convene in unison. Friend Tongtian, you must have known the content of the heavenly Dao's guidance long before this, for how else could you have dispatched your disciples to assist humanity? You have certainly gained the upper hand. Congratulations. Jie Yuan remarks, genuine envy evident in his tone. The Jie Jiao has strategically positioned itself in favor of humanity, a move not to be underestimated, as it holds the potential for great accomplishments. His words also serve to plant seeds of doubt in Lao Zi and Yuan Shi's minds. Oh, brothers, how is it that you do not consider your two elder brothers in this matter? The bond of brotherhood appears to be lacking. At this moment, Lao Zi and Yuan Shi cast complex glances towards Tongtian. Friend Jian, you jest. We are all saints here, if you are privy to this knowledge. How could I possibly glimpse the secrets of the universe? It is merely that my disciple encountered an extraordinary opportunity and received guidance from friend Fuxi. My disciple, possessing a benevolent heart, wished to explore this with his fellow brothers. I had no certainty regarding this matter and merely followed along with their whims. Not anticipating that humanity indeed harbored such mysteries, Tongtian explains, shaking his head. At this moment, Tongtian's emotions are tumultuous. He genuinely did not foresee humanity receiving the support of the heavenly Dao and becoming the destined protagonists of the primordial realm. He had initially thought that Xiao Yuan's actions were of little consequence, not realizing the magnitude of the events unfolding. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Lao Zi and Yuan Shi's expressions softened slightly. Subsequently, the six saints began discussions regarding the support of the human race as the protagonists of the primordial world. What was termed a discussion was, in essence, a division of interests. The rise of the human race would inevitably be accompanied by great fortune and significant merit. Such immense fortune was a coveted prize among the saints. Ultimately, the distribution of fortune was established through the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors ordained by the heavenly Dao. The 3 teachings of the mysterious gate received the fortune of the 3 sovereigns, while the Western Church claimed the fortune of the 5 emperors. As for Nuwa, being the holy mother of the human race, she effortlessly garnered fortune without participating in the competition for the great teaching's fortunes. This method of allocation was apparent to any discerning observer, revealing that the 3 teachings of the mysterious gate held the lion's share, as the combined fortunes of the 5 emperors could only be compared to that of a single human sovereign. Thus, the fortune claimed by the mysterious gate was thrice that of the Western Church. However, given the formidable presence of the mysterious gate in the East, the 2 saints from the Western Church, despite their dissatisfaction, had no choice but to acquiesce. I propose that before the establishment of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, no one shall interfere with the affairs of the human race or privately divide the fortunes of the human race. At this moment, Jian spoke again. The gazes of the saints immediately turned in unison towards Tongtian. Among the 6 saints, the intercepting church had inadvertently seized the initiative. If they continued to extract fortune from the human race, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to the others. I have no objections, Tongtian replied without hesitation. The matters concerning the human race were of great significance. They had already delineated their interests, and should the intercepting church continue to profit, it would likely offend the other saints. At the moment, the heavenly Dao indicated the establishment of the human race as the protagonists of the primordial world. Golden rays of light erupted in the heavens, manifesting as descending merit. All disciples of the intercepting church, along with the dragon clan, received rewards at that moment. After all, during this period, they had provided immense assistance to the human race, which was grateful for their benevolence. Many disciples of the intercepting church made significant advancements in their cultivation thanks to the merit that fell upon them. The eldest disciple, Daobao, even severed the ties with the good corpse through this fortune, stepping into the realm of the quasi-saint. Consequently, the fortune of the intercepting church surged significantly. Observing this, the other saints could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. The achievements of the dragon clan were equally commendable. Their recent endeavors among the human race had halved their karmic burdens. The complete eradication of their karmic debt was now within reach. Of course, the one who reaped the most rewards was none other than Xiao Yuan. As the spearhead of this plan, he was honored with a stone tablet and worshipped by the human race, thus acquiring the greatest measure of merit. Xiao Yuan felt that as long as he refined the merit he had obtained, reaching the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal would not be far off. Moreover, his connection with the human race was inextricable. As the human race flourished, the fortune and merit he received would also be substantial. Xiao Yuan effectively opened a stable path for the continuous acquisition of merit and fortune. At this moment, Tong Tian issued his decree for the disciples of the Intercepting Church to cease their activities and withdraw from the human race. Dao Bao and Xiao Yuan promptly complied, gathering the disciples of the Intercepting Church and members of the Dragon Clan, leaving no room for negligence. Xiao Yuan, my friend, we have already secured an advantage among the human race. Why not continue? Ao Guang lamented. He has already tasted the sweetness of opportunity. If he can continue within the human race, it would be a trivial matter for the Dragon Clan to eliminate all karmic hindrances. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare, and he yearns to seize it. Xiao Yuan exclaimed in admiration, "What a bold fellow! This old Dragon King has quite the audacity to fish in the cauldron of the saints. He truly fears nothing." Ao Guang, my friend, do not be overly greedy. The human race has already been designated as the future protagonist of the primordial world. Engaging in the games among the saints may lead your Dragon Clan to be crushed to dust, he cautioned. Ao Guang immediately recoiled, clearly startled, and simultaneously awakened to the reality of the situation. You are right, my friend, it was my folly. Duo Bao and the other disciples of the Jie Sect also expressed their gratitude to Xiao Yuan, etching this favor into their hearts. Subsequently, Duo Bao led the Jie Sect disciples away, while Ao Guang took the elite members of the Dragon Clan with him. As for Xiao Yuan, he continued with prenatal teachings for his destined first disciple. According to his predictions, the day when the Suanpo sacred stone would take form was not far off. 10,000 years later, amidst the Ling'ai tribe, resplendent rays of light burst forth, ushering in auspicious purple energy and a series of extraordinary phenomena. In the heavens above, ominous clouds gathered. At this moment, Xiao Yuan opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. After a long wait, today had finally arrived. Suddenly, a milky white stone emerged from the immense spirit wood, revealed beneath the dark clouds. Thunder rumbled. A bolt of lightning struck down in an instant. With the perfection of the heavenly laws, a transformation thunder calamity descended upon the primordial realm. Those of exceptional aptitude would inevitably face this thunderstorm. Unlike Xiao Yuan, who had no opportunity to undergo the transformation thunder calamity when he transcended, his qualifications were rather lacking at that time. The Suanpo sacred stone, being a chaotic spiritual entity, summoned a formidable transformation thunder calamity. A total of 81 bolts of thunder descended, each more powerful than the last. After overcoming the 80th bolt, Xiao Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. With his keen perception, he discerned that his disciple was nearing the end of his strength, unable to withstand the 81st bolt of thunder. The transformation of the chaotic spiritual entity seemed to have crossed a critical threshold. Xiao Yuan murmured to himself, recalling a rumor he had heard. The primordial world has limitations on what it can accommodate. For instance, chaotic spiritual treasures cannot exist within the primordial realm. Thus, the Dao ancestor has yet to complete the fragments of the creation jade plate, not due to inability, but because the heavenly principles disallow it. Similarly, the 24th grade creation blue lotus cannot coexist within the primordial realm, having disintegrated into 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Now, the transformation of the Suanpo sacred stone mirrors this, exceeding the limits tolerated by the heavenly principles of the primordial world. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan intervened, dispersing the ominous clouds and preventing the final bolt of thunder from striking. In the instant the clouds dissipated, beams of white light cascaded down, illuminating the Suanpo sacred stone, which immediately transformed into a delicate boy, exquisitely carved from jade. Upon seeing Xiao Yuan, the boy promptly bowed with grace. Suanpo pays respects to his teacher. Although he had not yet taken form, he possessed spiritual awareness. Recognizing Xiao Yuan as his guide and protector, "Rise," Xiao Yuan said with a beaming smile. At a glance, he discerned that his disciple possessed exceptional talent. With the ability to transform and already exhibiting the cultivation level of a mid-stage golden immortal, endowed with supreme innate roots. Should he successfully navigate the final thunder tribulation, Xianpa might very well be born with chaotic roots. To safeguard this disciple, Xiao Yuan reluctantly dispersed the tribulation clouds, resulting in a flaw in his foundation. However, there remains the potential for this foundation to be restored in the future. From henceforth, you shall be my foremost direct disciple. and I bestow upon you the void treasure mirror for your protection. Xiao Yuan projected a glimmer of spiritual light, which settled before Xianpe. Chapter 49. Late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Kong Xian's visit the void treasure mirror is a superior, innate spiritual treasure. A gift bestowed upon Xiao Yuan by Tong Tian when he first accepted him as a direct disciple. Now, with Xiao Yuan's greatly enhanced strength, even ordinary quasi-saints would find it impossible to pursue him with the power of sword escape, rendering the mirror's utility somewhat diminished. Moreover, Xiao Yuan possessed numerous innate spiritual treasures, so parting with the void treasure mirror for his cherished disciple did not cause him much distress. Thank you, Master. Xianpe expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Let us depart. Xiao Yuan summoned the flame steed and, accompanied by his disciple and attendant, swiftly returned to the Eastern Sea. His first destination was not Yingzhou Island, but rather Penglai. As a direct disciple of Jie Jiao, he needed to pay respects to his own master. You have performed admirably in this endeavor. I must commend you. Tong Tian remarked with a cheerful smile upon seeing Xiao Yuan, clearly in high spirits. After all, gaining an advantage within the human race held immense strategic significance and countless benefits. Speak, what reward do you desire? Naturally, Tong Tian believed in rewarding merit, and this time he allowed Xiao Yuan to voice his own request. Does Master still possess any 9 revolutions golden elixirs? Perhaps 3 to 5 would suffice? Xiao Yuan inquired, savoring the taste of the elixir in his memory. With sufficient 9 revolutions golden elixirs, he imagined he would have ascended to even greater realms by now. Do you think the 9 revolutions golden elixir is a common item? 3 to 5, you say? Did your grandmaster not already gift you 2? Tong Tian retorted, somewhat exasperated. I consumed them. Otherwise, my cultivation would not have progressed so swiftly. Xiao Yuan replied meekly. I have but 1 left. Very well. I shall give it to you. Tong Tian sighed, then waved his sleeve, producing a jade vial that landed before Xiao Yuan. The 9 revolutions golden elixirs were scarce and immensely precious. Had another sought them from Tong Tian, he would have undoubtedly refused. Yet, upon Xiao Yuan's request, he could only relent, for he was his most cherished disciple. Thank you, Master. Xiao Yuan quickly tucked the jade vial into his sleeve, having tested the waters and finding that his teacher indeed had reserves. With this 9 revolutions golden elixir, combined with the merits he had previously acquired, he was now nearly assured of reaching the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Then he called out, Xianpe, do not delay in paying your respects to your grandmaster. Respectful greetings to my grandmaster. Xianpe, quite astute, promptly approached and performed a grand bow, displaying commendable obedience. You have taken a fine disciple, Tong Tian remarked with a smile. As a streak of light descended before Xianpe, I grant you a premier formation plate for your protection. A premier formation plate is an object comparable to postnatal treasures, and even Tong Tian, as a sage, had crafted only a few. He bestowed this upon Xianpe, entirely out of affection for the house and its inhabitants. Moreover, Xiao Yuan's merits could not be offset by a mere 9 transformations golden elixir. He simply decided to confer the benefits upon Xianpe. Thank you, Master Ancestor. Xianpe promptly expressed his gratitude. After receiving the reward, Xiao Yuan departed with Xianpe and returned to Yingzhou Island. He entrusted Xianpe to Huansha for accommodation and then directly entered seclusion. 30,000 years later, a surge of energy emanated from Yingzhou Island once more. Utilizing the power of merit and the 9 transformations golden elixir, Xiao Yuan successfully ascended to the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. His speed of breakthrough was unparalleled even within the vast expanse of the Primordial Era. It took him no more than 2 Yuanhua cycles from the moment he entered the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm to reach its later stage. As soon as Xiao Yuan emerged from his retreat, Ao Guang came to pay a visit. After all, Xiao Yuan's assistance in alleviating the Dragon Clan's karma warranted their acknowledgement. Thus, Ao Guang brought a substantial array of spiritual treasures. Xiao Yuan accepted them without hesitation. Not long after Ao Guang's departure, Xiao Yuan sensed a powerful aura approaching from beyond Yingzhou Island. The newcomer was a striking young man clad in resplendent 5-colored garments. Although his aura was restrained, it exuded a profound depth. Xiao Yuan immediately discerned that he was a formidable being at the quasi-saint level. It was Kong Xian from the Phoenix clan who had come to visit. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Kong Xian, renowned in the Primordial Era, was the son of the original Phoenix. His most famous divine ability was the 5-color divine light, reputed to have the power to brush aside anything within the 5 elements. Throughout the Primordial Era, only saints dared to claim they transcended the 5 elements. With exceptional talent and formidable strength, Kong Xian even boasted a record of engaging in combat with saints and remaining undefeated. Please, my friend, enter. Xiao Yuan personally welcomed Kong Xian into Yingzhou Island. My friend, I apologize for the abrupt visit. I hope you will not take offense, Kong Xian said with great courtesy. Do not mention it, my friend. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Xiao Yuan asked. One does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without cause, he thought, as he did not believe that such a powerful figure as Kong Xian had come merely for a social call. My friend, I come with 2 requests. Kong Xian stated straightforwardly, without unnecessary preamble. I have heard that you have repeatedly aided the Dragon Clan in reducing their karmic burdens. I kindly ask that you might also consider us of the Phoenix Clan for any future fortuitous endeavors. Furthermore, my brother has recently gone missing, and I have learned that you have inherited the legacy of the Demon Emperor Fuxi. I hope you can assist me in divining his whereabouts. If you are willing to help, I, Kong Xian, along with the Phoenix Clan, shall owe you a great favor, and in the future, we will respond to any summons from you without fail. As soon as Kong Xian finished speaking, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Xiao Yuan's ears. The system had been triggered once again. Ding. Kong Xian seeks assistance. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1. Agree to Kong Xian's request. Reward, Heart of the Rock, Gold, Entry. Choice 2. Decline Kong Xian's request. Reward, Soaring to the Heavens, Gold, Entry. Rock-solid Heart of Dao. Gold. Your resolve is unshakable. No heart demon or distracting thought can sway your will. Soaring to the skies. Gold. You possess extraordinary speed, and when fully unleashed, you can soar above the clouds, rivaling the Kunpeng in swiftness. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yuan made his choice. The rock-solid Heart of Dao was precisely the attribute he had long desired, as it would effectively counter the incursions of the Demon Lord, Bo's son. As for this Soaring to the Skies attribute, Xiao Yuan was indeed somewhat tempted. It was far more practical than Sword Escape, yet not urgently needed, so he decided to set it aside for the time being. Moreover, Xiao Yuan had set his sights on the power of the Phoenix Clan. Compared to the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan boasted the formidable Kong Xian, a peak quasi-saint warrior, with a far more profound heritage. If he could win the Phoenix Clan and Kong Xian to his side, the advantages would be plentiful. Should the Jie Sect face assaults from the other 3 great sects in the future, they would serve as invaluable allies. Xiao Yuan aimed to unite all potential allies. My friend, the method to reduce karma is rare and elusive. You may need to wait a while longer. I will certainly inform you should a suitable approach arise. Xiao Yuan spoke slowly. As he mentioned the second request, Kong Xian's expression immediately turned tense. Compared to addressing the Phoenix Clan's karma issue, he was far more concerned about the safety of his younger brother. Chapter 50. The Heavenly Court's Peach Banquet. Encounter with Haoshan before her passing. Yuan Feng had given birth to 2 sons, one mastering the innate power of the 5 elements, Kong Xian, and the other wielding the innate duality of yin and yang, the Great Peng. However, not long ago, while Kong Xian was in seclusion, the Great Peng had stealthily slipped away, disappearing without a trace. Kong Xian searched numerous locations, but found no sign of him. Upon hearing that Xiao Yuan had inherited the teachings of Fuxi and excelled in the art of divination, he sought to test his luck. The Great Peng has likely fallen into the western lands, and there are signs of a saint's involvement, Xiao Yuan spoke slowly. Although he had received the inheritance of Fuxi's divination, he could not ascertain the whereabouts of the Great Peng, as the heavenly secrets had become obscured. Not only could he not deduce its location, but even Fuxi himself, if resurrected, might struggle to uncover any trace. However, Xiao Yuan was well versed in the chronicles of the primordial era and suspected that the Great Peng had most likely been captured by the Western teachings. The 2 saints from the West were notorious for their unscrupulous methods, claiming possession of anything they deemed valuable. The Great Peng possesses notable talent. A quasi-saint position will undoubtedly be within reach in the future. The 2 saints of the West planned to tame the Great Peng and make him a guardian of the Western teachings. The Western teachings? Kong Xian was engulfed in uncertainty. Yet, he had begun to trust Xiao Yuan's words, for with his strength, few forces in the primordial era dared to provoke him. If a saint were involved, it would indeed make sense. Thank you for your revelation, my friend. I, Kong Xian, shall remember this kindness. Kong Xian expressed his gratitude and hurriedly departed, likely to verify Xiao Yuan's claims. Naturally, Xiao Yuan did not attempt to retain him. However, he predicted that Kong Xian's journey would likely end in futility. The 2 saints of the West were not easily dealt with, and moreover, Kong Xian lacked evidence to prove that the Western teachings had captured the Great Peng. Xiao Yuan believed that Kong Xian would likely seek his assistance once again. Indeed, he secretly hoped that Kong Xian would come to him for help several more times, ultimately becoming wholly subservient to him, much like the Dragon Clan. After Kong Xian's departure, Yingzhou Island returned to a serene state. Xiao Yuan spent his days engaged in cultivation, receiving visitors, and guiding his disciples in their practice, which he found exceedingly pleasant. However, during this period, a significant event unfolded. The Dao ancestor Heng Jun re-emerged, summoning the 6 saints with the intention of re-establishing the heavenly court to maintain the order of the primordial chaos. The 6 saints were well aware of the myriad benefits of holding authority over the heavenly court, with the position of the heavenly emperor being comparable to that of a saint. Whichever saint managed to secure this title would undoubtedly enhance their own fortune. As the saints primarily achieved enlightenment through teaching, the prosperity of their respective sects directly benefited their cultivation. Consequently, they all aspired to contend for the title of heavenly emperor. Unfortunately, every time a disciple from their sect was proposed for the position, the Dao ancestor vetoed the choice. Ultimately, it was decided by the Dao ancestor that his disciple Xiao would assume the role of the heavenly court sovereign. The 6 saints felt some discontent, believing that a mere child was unworthy of such a lofty position, but they were compelled to acquiesce under the pressure of the Dao ancestor's authority. However, once Xiao ascended to the position of heavenly sovereign, his situation became quite awkward, due to the 6 saints' disdain. Many powerful beings within the primordial chaos also regarded Xiao with skepticism, even hesitating to form close ties with him. After 10 millennia, Tong Tian gathered 5 of his closest disciples at the Shanxing Palace. The heavenly court has been re-established, and you, Uncle Xiao, are now the sovereign. The heavenly court is preparing for the Pan Tao banquet, inviting numerous powerful beings from the primordial chaos. Who among you wishes to attend? Tong Tian inquired. Although the saints did not hold Xiao in high regard, they still felt obliged to show respect to the Dao ancestor. Consequently, they intended to send their disciples to participate in this so-called banquet. Master, I have just entered the quasi-saint realm and need to consolidate my cultivation. So I am currently unavailable, said Duobao. Master, I am devoted to my practice and wish to avoid mundane affairs, Jin Ling added succinctly. Master, our cultivation is rather meager. Attending the Pan Tao banquet may tarnish our sect's reputation. Both Gui Ling and Wu Dang echoed in unison. Suddenly, several pairs of eyes in the Shanxing Palace turned towards Xiao Yuan. Last time, he was the one who attended the banquet in the demon clan's heavenly court. Why is it him again this time? Is he destined to be a busybody? Very well, I shall go. Xiao Yuan sighed in resignation. After all, his senior brothers and sisters had provided reasonable justifications, leaving him no choice but to undertake this journey. Master, do you have any instructions regarding our attitude towards the heavenly emperor? Xiao Yuan inquired further. On this occasion, he represented not only himself, but also Jie Jiao. Maintain a calm demeanor. With your cleverness, you should know how to conduct yourself, Tong Tian replied with a smile. Xiao Yuan felt exasperated. Master, you overestimate me greatly. Despite his complaints, he understood that he must carry out the task. After exiting the Tacking Palace, he took the congratulatory gifts entrusted to him by Tong Tian and set off for the heavenly court aboard his fiery steed. Xiao Yuan traveled at a swift pace, reaching the newly established heavenly court in approximately 300 years. This new heavenly court was situated atop the collapsed Mount Buzhu, reportedly to suppress the karmic burdens and malevolent energies generated by the calamity of the witch and demon. From Xiao Yuan's perspective, the new heavenly court pales in comparison to the grandeur and scale of the demon clan's heavenly court. This is hardly surprising, considering the immense presence that the demon clan's heavenly court once commanded, far beyond what the current new heavenly court can rival. Xiao Yuan, under the instruction of his master, arrived to partake in the Peaches of Immortality banquet, bringing with him 3 cores of the Jinyu tree as a gift. He stowed away his flame beast and spoke slowly. At the moment Xiao Yuan began to speak, the beings attending the banquet nearby proactively made way for him, demonstrating their respect. Friend Xiao Yuan, please enter swiftly. He was welcomed. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face hurriedly emerged. This individual was none other than the chief steward of the heavenly court, the right-hand man of the heavenly emperor Xiao, the illustrious Tai Bai Jingxing. It is said that Tai Bai Jingxing is an embodiment of a strand of innate metal energy, appearing amiable, yet he is, in truth, a formidable figure at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Thank you for your trouble, my friend, Xiao Yuan said with a courteous bow. Tai Bai Jingxing was momentarily taken aback. To be candid, among the representatives of the great holy teachings, Xiao Yuan was the last to arrive. However, unlike the other disciples of the Holy Ones, who faced Tai Bai Jingxing with haughty expressions and a lack of courtesy, Xiao Yuan was the only one to offer a polite greeting. This significantly enhanced Tai Bai Jingxing's regard for him. Under Tai Bai Jingxing's guidance, Xiao Yuan entered the banquet hall. Many attendees turned their attention towards him, most of whom nodded at him amiably. Xiao Yuan also surveyed the participants of the Peaches of Immortality banquet, paying particular attention to the disciples of the Holy Ones. The Chan teaching was represented by Nanji, the human teaching by Xiandu, and the Western teaching by Milo. These three great holy teachings sent their eldest disciples. Uniquely, the Jie teaching dispatched its third disciple, Xiao Yuan. As for the goddess Nu Hua, who has not established a great holy teaching, she sent her attendant, Ling Zhuzi. Finally, Xiao Yuan gazed towards the main seat, where sat the heavenly Emperor Haoshan and the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool, the true authorities of the heavenly court. Both powerful figures on the verge of sainthood. Although their auras were subdued, the faint pressure they exuded was enough to make one's heart tremble. Chapter 51. The Powerless Haoshan. Xiao Yuan's scheme. It seemed that Haoshan and the Jade Pool noticed Xiao Yuan's gaze, as they nodded and smiled at him. Xiao Yuan returned the gesture with a clasped hand. At this moment, his thoughts began to stir. Although the heavenly court had just been established and lacked a solid foundation, its position in the Hongwang world was undeniably unique, bearing the significant responsibility of maintaining the operations of the Hongwang realm and even possessing enforcement authority. The catalyst for the Fengshen calamity was Haoshan's lament about the lack of personnel in the heavenly court. This illustrates the high regard that the Dao ancestor has for the heavenly court. Xiao Yuan even suspected that the Dao ancestor's reconstruction of the heavenly court might be a means to impose constraints on the six saints and the great holy teachings, or perhaps a warning for the six saints to refrain from overstepping their bounds. Regrettably, despite the establishment of the heavenly court, it wielded no deterrent power over the six saints. Subsequently, the six saints engaged in fierce conflict, nearly leading to a repeat of the cataclysmic events of fire and water in the Hongwang realm. In a fit of anger, the Dao ancestor compelled the six saints to consume the Saint Destruction Pill and restricted their further involvement in the Hongwang realm. After the six sages withdrew, the status of the heavenly court rapidly ascended, becoming the true administrative center of the primordial world. Xiao Yuan contemplated that perhaps he could first join the heavenly court and secure a modest position. Given his strength and status, the position he would attain within the heavenly court would undoubtedly be significant. This would allow him to strategize within the heavenly court and seize the initiative. Even when the calamity of canonization erupted, he would be able to preserve his own safety. This was akin to acquiring a talisman for protection. What could be undesirable about that? Furthermore, even amidst the outbreak of the canonization calamity, he could leverage the power of the heavenly court to assist the Intercept school. Naturally, Xiao Yuan would never proactively mention his intention to serve in the heavenly court, as such eager pursuits are rarely favorable. While Xiao Yuan was deep in thought, the peach banquet had already commenced. The banquet's grandeur was noteworthy, featuring exquisite spiritual fruits and divine wines. Among them, the most celebrated was undoubtedly the peach of immortality. The primordial world boasts 10 supreme innate spiritual roots, and the peach tree is one of them. This spiritual root was bestowed upon the Queen Mother of the West by the Dao ancestor. The Queen Mother demonstrated great audacity by dividing the peach tree into 999 saplings, comprising 333 of superior quality, 333 of medium quality, and 333 of inferior quality. Consuming a peach of immortality can avert calamities and prolong one's lifespan. Since the Dao ancestor attained the Dao, the rules of the heavenly Dao in the primordial world have become increasingly refined. Presently, many beings in the primordial world have a limited lifespan. For instance, Earth immortals and celestial immortals possess a lifespan of 1 yuan hui. Once that period passes, their lifespan is abruptly severed. True immortals and profound immortals enjoy 10 yuan hui of lifespan. Upon reaching the golden immortal realm, there are no restrictions on lifespan. However, calamities will periodically descend, and failing to endure them results in death. The same applies to the Tei golden immortal and the Deluo golden immortal. Only upon reaching the quasi-saint realm can one be unscathed by calamities. As for saints, they transcend the 5 elements and exist beyond yin and yang. As long as the primordial world does not shatter, they remain immortal and indestructible. A single inferior peach of immortality can extend one's lifespan by a yuan hui. A medium peach can extend it by 3 yuan hui and eliminate some ordinary disasters. A superior peach can extend it by 5 yuan hui and dispel even more formidable calamities. These peaches of immortality hold immense allure for beings below the golden immortal level. As a distinguished guest at the banquet, 5 superior peaches were placed before Xiao Yuan, which are considered exceptional within the primordial world. He picked up one peach to savor its flavor. It must be said that the taste was indeed delightful. However, for someone of his Deluo golden immortal stature, the effects were rather negligible. At present, our heavenly court has just been established and is widely inviting the heroes of the primordial world. Anyone with an interest is welcome to remain, and our heavenly court shall not treat them unfairly. As the peach banquet was nearing its conclusion, Haoshan spoke up, which could be regarded as the true purpose behind convening the banquet. Heavenly Emperor, my master has summoned me. I shall take my leave first. The southern pole was the first to rise, cupping his hands in farewell. Disciples of saints generally looked down upon Haoshan's origins, causing a slight stiffening of the smile on Haoshan's face. The southern pole's actions were brazenly undermining Haoshan, leaving him with little dignity. Safe travels, disciple. However, despite Haoshan's profound anger, he dared not act against the South Pole, for it symbolizes the entirety of the Chan sect. Following the South Pole, Zandu, Mithriya, and Ling Zuzi all took their leave in succession. Naturally, Xiao Yuan did not linger either. Although he harbored intentions of participating in the Heavenly Court's plans, he would never commit to them at this moment, especially since he needed to return and consult with his master. After packaging the remaining 4 peaches, Xiao Yuan departed from the Heavenly Court. Once the disciples of the saints had left, the other invited powerful beings also bid farewell. In the present era of the primordial chaos, the 6 saints held the reins of power. Each formidable entity had intricate ties with the 6 saints and naturally followed in the footsteps of the saints' disciples. They would not offend the saints for Haoshan's sake. Before long, the once bustling peach banquet had nearly emptied. Those who remained were primarily unanchored loose cultivators, with scarcely a few golden immortals among them. Alas, establishing the Heavenly Court proved exceedingly difficult. After the conclusion of the peach banquet, Haoshan was engulfed by a sense of powerlessness. When he first assumed control of the Heavenly Court, he was filled with ambition, unwilling to disappoint his master's expectations. Yet, contrary to his desires, the 6 saints loomed overhead, rendering him incapable of taking action. This peach banquet was merely a test, and it now appeared to be a complete failure. Your Majesty, we cannot easily concede defeat. I, as an old minister, am willing to exert myself in various ways to invite powerful beings to join the Heavenly Court, Taibei Jinxing hastily declared. Let us give it another try. Haoshan harbored little hope regarding Taibei Jinxing's proposal, yet he found himself devoid of alternative solutions. After leaving the Heavenly Court, Xiao Yuan made his way directly back to the Upper Purity Palace. Disciple pays respects to the master, Xiao Yuan greeted upon entering. How did you find the peach banquet at the Heavenly Court? Tong Tian inquired with a smile. The disciple observed that Haoshan Shishu possesses great ambition, yet lacks the opportunity to manifest it. I have come to seek your permission to pursue an official position within the Heavenly Court. Xiao Yuan expressed his intentions. Why is that? Tong Tian asked, somewhat surprised. Including your fellow disciples, all the saints and their sects steer clear of the Heavenly Court. The identity of Haoshan as a young master is no secret. The disciples of the saints carry their own pride and are unwilling to serve under Haoshan. Beyond this, the Heavenly Court is also bound by heavenly laws, established by the Dao when the court was founded. This is the true reason why the disciples of the saints are reluctant to take positions within the Heavenly Court. Master, the Heavenly Court was established by our revered ancestor, which underscores its significance. I wish to join the Heavenly Court to seize opportunities, Xiao Yuan elaborated. He had previously contemplated whether encouraging the disciples of the Jie Sect to serve in the Heavenly Court could prevent the calamity of the Investiture of the gods. Yet, upon further reflection, Xiao Yuan realized that the true cause of the Investiture's onset was the struggle for the saints' fortunes. As long as the Jie Sect continued to grow and vie for fortune, conflict was inevitable. Thus, it was unnecessary to urge the Jie Sect's disciples to enter the Heavenly Court. Chapter 52. Kong Xian's Return and the Western Sect's Subterfuge. After hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Tong Tian pondered for a moment. Xiao Yuan was, after all, a direct disciple of the Jie Sect, and all the saints of the primordial chaos were cognizant of Tong Tian's fondness for him. If Xiao Yuan were to take up a position in the Heavenly Court, it would signify the stance of the Jie Sect. As the saying goes, pulling one string can affect the whole tapestry. Every decision made by a sage must be approached with utmost seriousness. In truth, Tong Tian was reluctant to allow Xiao Yuan to accept the role in the Heavenly Court, as he discerned that both his elder and second elder brothers were advocating for a resistance against it. Should he act on his own accord and permit Xiao Yuan to join, it could very well provoke the discontent of his 2 brothers. Xiao Yuan, to some extent, could sense his teacher's apprehensions and thus chose to remain silent, trusting entirely in his teacher's judgment. If his teacher disapproved, he would have to extinguish this ambition and devise alternative plans regarding the Heavenly Court. Very well, I grant my consent for you to serve in the Heavenly Court, but no other disciples of Jie Jiao may enter. Tong Tian ultimately relented after careful consideration. He recognized that Xiao Yuan conducted his affairs with a methodical approach. Previous events had already demonstrated Xiao Yuan's foresight. Therefore, Tong Tian was willing to place considerable trust in him and to share the responsibility for his actions. Upon hearing his teacher's agreement, Xiao Yuan felt a surge of joy. With his teacher's backing, his position was secured. After Tong Tian's acquiescence, Xiao Yuan refrained from further disturbance and returned directly to Yingzhou Island. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 years had passed. During this time, Xiao Yuan had not focused his energies on cultivation, for at his level, arduous training held little significance. Instead, he devoted all his time to supplementary studies. As for alchemy, he had previously mastered the art of refining 9-turn celestial pills, and his skills had since advanced further. Notably, he had made significant strides in the realms of artifact crafting and formations, now capable of forging postnatal treasures and creating the most sophisticated formation diagrams. He had not neglected the path of divination, mastering it sufficiently for self-preservation. However, regarding the 8-9 mystical arts, he found himself unable to break through in the short term, having to postpone that pursuit. Lastly, concerning the sword path, Xiao Yuan had invested the least effort, not intentionally seeking to cultivate it. It is worth mentioning that his first direct disciple, Xian Pe, exhibited considerable interest in alchemy and possessed an exceptional talent for it. Generously, Xiao Yuan imparted his knowledge of alchemy to Xian Pe, who now primarily practiced the healing arts while also studying alchemy. Xian Pe's progress was rapid, only slightly lagging behind Xiao Yuan, and he had already reached the pinnacle of the Honghuang realm, promising a bright future ahead. My friend Xiao Yuan is present. I, Kong Xian, have come to pay a visit. Just as Xiao Yuan was guiding Xian Pe in his studies, a voice resonated from outside Yingzhou Island. Xiao Yuan was not surprised, as he had anticipated Kong Xian's return. However, upon meeting Kong Xian again, he noticed that this mighty figure of the Honghuang realm appeared far from well. On the surface, he still seemed resplendent. Yet Xiao Yuan could sense the chaotic fluctuations of Kong Xian's aura, which he could no longer conceal. Evidently, Kong Xian had sustained grave injuries, to the extent that he could not stabilize his own energy. Please, my friend, come inside. Xiao Yuan promptly welcomed Kong Xian into Yingzhou Island. My friend, during this time, I have been investigating the Western territories, and indeed, I have uncovered some clues there. In the heart of Mount Samuru, I truly sense the presence of the Great Peng. Kong Xian spoke in a deep voice, seizing the moment when the two sages of the West entered their secluded meditation. I attempted to breach the formidable protective array of Mount Samuru with the radiant 5-colored divine light, hoping to rescue the Great Peng. Alas, the two sages were far too vigilant. Before I could act, I was detected, and with a powerful strike from afar, I was severely injured. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly and escaped at the utmost speed. Otherwise, I fear I would have been captured myself. Kong Xian's tone was calm, yet his emotions were far from tranquil. From his words, one could discern the perilous nature of his undertaking. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan felt compelled to give Kong Xian a thumbs up. My friend, you truly possess remarkable courage. To dare trespass upon the sacred grounds of the sages, and yet emerge unscathed, is commendable. You are indeed the foremost among those destined to be sages. My friend, I implore you to assist me in rescuing the Great Peng. Should this endeavor succeed, I am willing to serve your bidding. Kong Xian declared with resolute strength, evidently having made a significant decision. This also revealed how much Kong Xian valued his companion, willing to offer himself in service to Xiao Yuan. Moreover, Kong Xian understood that only a sage could contend with another sage. With the sage of Upper Clear standing behind Xiao Yuan, the likelihood of rescuing the Great Peng would greatly increase if the sage were to intervene. My friend, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. Rather, the matter has escalated to the level of sages, and when sages are involved, there are no trivial matters. I need to find an opportune moment to persuade my master to take action. Xiao Yuan replied with a hint of resignation. He was not deceiving Kong Xian. Even if his master favored him, he would not rashly confront another sage. Xiao Yuan contemplated that perhaps when he achieved further merits, he could then broach the subject of the Great Peng with his master, significantly increasing the chances of a favorable response. Although Kong Xian felt a sense of urgency, he fell into silence upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words. With his keen intellect, he recognized that Xiao Yuan was not merely making excuses. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Kong Xian exclaimed, My friend, while investigating the matter of the Great Peng, I discovered unusual activity in the West. Unusual activity? Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow. Indeed, I observed distinctly that there seems to be an inexplicable increase in the number of human tribes in the West. And this appears to be orchestrated by the Western Church, acting in a very clandestine manner. Were it not for my vigilant surveillance of Mount Samuru during this time, I would not have uncovered this. Kong Xian continued, his tone resolute. Xiao Yuan's eyes widened in sudden realization, and he immediately sent a message to Ming Ling. a registered disciple currently stationed at the Spirit Medicine Division. Ming Ling responded promptly, stating that in recent years, for reasons unknown, numerous small peripheral tribes had been attacked, with entire clans obliterated, leaving not a single survivor. The human tribes had conducted a brief investigation but found no leads, concluding it to be mere coincidence. Upon hearing Ming Ling's message and correlating it with Kong Xian's revelation, Xiao Yuan swiftly grasped the situation. The Western Church was abducting humans. Quite literally. They were clandestinely transporting human beings to the West. It was evident that the Western Church coveted the immense fortune of the human race. Despite the existence of the Six Sages Pact, which stipulated that no action be taken against humanity until the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors emerged, the Western Church continued to operate in the shadows, seeking to seize a greater share of human fortune. Friend Kong Xian, accompany me to the Shanqing Palace. If this matter unfolds as intended, it may serve as an opportunity to rescue your brother, said Xiao Yuan. At once, Kong Xian felt a surge of joy and promptly followed behind Xiao Yuan, proceeding together to the Shanqing Palace. Disciples pay their respects to the master. Kong Xian acknowledged the sage. Upon arriving at the Shanqing Palace, both Xiao Yuan and Kong Xian immediately performed a respectful bow. Speak. What matters require my attention? Tongtian, who had been in seclusion contemplating the mysteries of the heavens, emerged upon hearing the Water and Fire Boys report Xiao Yuan's visit with Kong Xian. He understood well that Xiao Yuan would not rush here with an outsider unless the matter was of significant import, thus he treated it with the utmost seriousness. Chapter 53. The Phoenix Clan's Return. Visitors from the Heavenly Court Master. Kong Xian has ventured to the west to investigate the matters concerning his brother, the Great Peng, and has made some discoveries. Xiao Yuan promptly conveyed Kong Xian's revelations to Tongtian, then added, I have already sought confirmation from the human tribes, many of which have suffered unknown attacks, leaving numerous members missing. Humph. You, Jian, always proclaiming not to interfere in human affairs. Yet you engage in clandestine dealings in the West. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Tongtian's comprehension was immediate. I shall speak to your 2 masters about this. Master, please wait. The discovery of the Western teachings activities is entirely due to friend Kong Xian. Might you also assist in rescuing the Great Peng from Mount Sumi? Xiao Yuan implored eagerly. You certainly know how to climb the ladder. The possessions in the hands of those 2 miserly beings in the West are not so easily retrieved, Tongtian replied with irritation. Master, I request no rewards. I only wish for the Great Peng's liberation, Xiao Yuan continued to plead. Very well, as long as you do not come to regret it. Tongtian smiled, then vanished without a trace. For him, finding an opportunity to extract the Great Peng was a matter of convenience. After all, the actions taken by the West were indeed unjust, and those 2 sages would not dare to contest such a trivial matter. However, Tongtian wanted Kong Xian to remember Xiao Yuan's kindness. Thank you, friend. Henceforth, Kong Xian shall heed your every command without hesitation. Kong Xian expressed profound gratitude at that moment. Your words are too generous. Let us first see the Great Peng rescued, Xiao Yuan replied courteously. Meanwhile, the 3 Pure Ones had gathered at Shouyang Mountain. Lao Zi and Yuan Shi, upon receiving Tongtian's message, were filled with uncontainable fury. The East was their domain, and the 2 saints of the West dared to engage in such underhanded activities right beneath their noses, clearly challenging their authority. Apart from the 2 from the West, the other 4 sages were still quite concerned about their reputations. The 3 Pure Ones promptly journeyed to Mount Sumi to confront the matter. Their movements were not concealed, causing a stir among the powerful beings of the Hongwang. Few knew the specifics of what transpired among the 5 saints at Mount Sumi. They only observed the 3 Pure Ones' furious departure and their joyful countenances upon their return. Through the reasoned arguments presented by your 2 masters and myself, the 2 saints of the West have acknowledged their errors. Not only will they refrain from further acts of theft, but they have also relinquished certain benefits to our Suimin 3 teachings. As Tongtian returned to the Shanqing Palace, he bore a smile, indicating that the outcome had indeed been quite favorable. Upon hearing his teacher's words, Xiao Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Arguing based on reason? A fist accompanied by a stick would suffice. Otherwise, with the temperament of those 2 from the West, how could they possibly yield so easily? However, this matter lay beyond his control. Teacher, I have summoned the Great Peng, Xiao Yuan stated. With a casual wave, Tongtian summoned a radiant flash that landed before Xiao Yuan, revealing a magnificent bird gleaming with golden light. Xiao Yuan promptly entrusted the Great Peng to Kong Xian. Xiao Yuan, those 2 from the West are exceedingly petty and vengeful, lacking in dignity. They will undoubtedly discover that you have thwarted their plans. Henceforth, be wary of their intentions towards you, Tongtian cautioned. Teacher, I understand, Xiao Yuan replied solemnly, nodding in acknowledgement. He then departed with his brother Kong Xian from Penglai. My friend Xiao Yuan, I shall not linger on expressions of gratitude. Should you call upon me, both Kong Xian and the Feng clan will surely respond, Kong Xian said, bowing slightly before taking his leave with the great Peng. A smile graced Xiao Yuan's face. After this encounter, he had effectively secured the allegiance of Kong Xian and the Feng clan. Yet, he remained vigilant regarding the two from the west. It was certain that, out of consideration for his teacher, the two saints would not overtly attack him, but rather resort to underhanded tactics, keeping the risk within manageable bounds. Without further contemplation, Xiao Yuan returned to Yingzhou Island to continue his cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 millennia had passed. Xiao Yuan's life on Yingzhou Island had not changed significantly. He continued to cultivate and instruct his disciples. Meanwhile, the West had not made any moves against him. Of course, Xiao Yuan remained alert, knowing that one must always be cautious. Master, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, the Star Lord of Taipei, has come to pay a visit, reported the fiery youth, Qi Yan. Xiao Yuan thought to himself, finally, he has arrived. He had long heard that after the Peach Banquet, the Heavenly Court dispatched Taipei Jinxing to recruit various powerful beings in the Hongwang realm. Rumor had it that Taipei Jinxing's journey had not been smooth, even with generous offers. He had not garnered much success. Please come in, Xiao Yuan said, though he concealed his anticipation beneath a calm demeanor. In no time, Taipei Jinxing entered the Daer's temple. Guided by Qi Yan. Dear friend Taipei, please take a seat, Xiao Yuan greeted with a warm smile. Taipei Jinxing was momentarily taken aback by this reception. Over the past 50,000 years, he had visited countless places and encountered numerous powerful figures, often met with closed doors. The few who displayed such cordiality as Xiao Yuan were indeed rare, and even fewer offered him a seat. What brings you here, dear friend? Xiao Yuan inquired with a smile, feigning ignorance while keenly aware of the underlying motives. Taipei Jinxing gazed at Xiao Yuan, momentarily at a loss for words. Among all the powerful beings he had visited, Xiao Yuan undoubtedly stood out as one of the most formidable. This was not merely due to his cultivation level, but also his status and potential. In terms of cultivation, Xiao Yuan was at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, placing him among the strong of Hongwang. Regarding status, he was a direct disciple of the Jie Jiao and widely recognized as the most favored disciple of the Shangqing Saint. As for potential, Xiao Yuan had blossomed into the 9th grade of the Great Luo, a talent worthy of sainthood. The illustrious Taipei Jinxing contemplated that such a prodigy was unlikely to join the Heavenly Court. However, he ultimately decided to proceed with the invitation as a mere formality. My esteemed friend, I have come to extend an invitation for you to join the Heavenly Court. What say you? Pray tell, should I join the Heavenly Court? What position might I attain? Xiao Yuan inquired slowly. Should you decline, then it is simply an end. Taipei Jinxing had intended to conclude the conversation in a formal manner. Yet he suddenly found himself taken aback. Xiao Yuan had inquired about potential positions, rather than outright refusing. A surge of joy enveloped Taipei Jinxing. Xiao Yuan's question indicated a willingness to discuss further matters. If he could successfully recruit Xiao Yuan into the Heavenly Court, it would be a monumental achievement. After a moment of elation, Taipei Jinxing swiftly composed himself, suppressing his excitement. As long as you are willing to serve in our Heavenly Court, all vacant positions shall be at your discretion. Chapter 54. The Eastern Extreme King Hua Emperor, slaying the Divine Incarnation, and what if I desire the position of the 6 sovereigns? Xiao Yuan jest. Taipei Jinxing paused, taken aback. The 6 sovereigns of the Heavenly Court held the most significant authority, comprising the following: the Jade Emperor, the Emperor of the Upper Palace, the North Star Emperor, the Eastern Extreme King Hua Emperor, the Southern Extreme Longevity Emperor, and the Emperor of the Earth, who embodies the essence of the Earth Mother. Currently, 4 positions remained unfilled. This matter requires consultation with the Heavenly Emperor for a decision. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a prompt response, Taipei Jinxing assured. The position of the 6 sovereigns was of great stature, and he did not dare to allocate it lightly. However, he believed there was a strong possibility that the Heavenly Emperor would acquiesce to Xiao Yuan's request. Then I leave this in your capable hands. Xiao Yuan did not rush him. Following his departure from Yingzhou Island, Taipei Jinxing hastened to the Heavenly Court to discuss the matter with Haoshan. Upon learning of Xiao Yuan's willingness to serve, Haoshan readily agreed. Given Xiao Yuan's esteemed status, he was more than worthy of the 6 sovereigns' position, and his joining would have profound implications, signaling that the Jie Sect was not entirely opposed to the Heavenly Court, thus alleviating the current tensions. My dear friend, the Heavenly Emperor has consented to bestow upon you the title of Eastern Extreme King Hua Emperor. Taipei Jinxing returned to Yingzhou Island, his face aglow with delight. I invite you to accompany me to the Heavenly Court to receive your decree. Xiao Yuan acquiesced and followed Taibei Jinxing to the heavenly court. Upon his arrival at the Lingxiao treasure hall, Haoshan himself came to greet him. Xiao Yuan respectfully bowed to Haoshan, addressing him as Uncle Master, which instantly bridged the gap between them. There is no need for such formalities, my nephew, Haoshan replied with a warm smile. Today, I shall confer upon you the title of Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor. Do you accept? Haoshan, eager to avoid any unforeseen complications, appeared somewhat impatient, believing that Xiao Yuan might be the key to breaking the stalemate imposed by the Six Saints. I accept, Xiao Yuan affirmed. Excellent. As Haoshan spoke, a beam of ethereal light descended from the heavens. The appointment of the six sovereigns requires the approval of the heavenly Dao. Should Xiao Yuan fail to meet the heavenly Dao's criteria for the selection of the six sovereigns, even if Haoshan were willing to grant him the position, Xiao Yuan would find it precarious. Fortunately, with Xiao Yuan's cultivation and fortune, he could indeed uphold the esteemed title of the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor. The beam of light that fell before him transformed into an exquisite seal. Placing a hand upon the seal, a dazzling divine radiance enveloped him, resulting in a remarkable transformation of his attire. Dressed in resplendent robes and a majestic crown, with a sword at his waist and the seal suspended beside him, Xiao Yuan's demeanor underwent a profound alteration, exuding an aura of authority without need for intimidation. Simultaneously, upon receiving the divine position, he sensed a binding force encircling him. Likely a consequence of the heavenly laws, the deities of the heavenly court are bound by the regulations of the heavenly Dao. Moreover, this was without the manifestation of the list of deities in the divine whip. Should they appear, the constraints of the heavenly laws would intensify. However, holding the title of Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor is not without its merits, despite the current exclusion of the heavenly court by the Six Saints. The fortune it possesses remains formidable. Furthermore, the number of heavenly deities is limited, and since Xiao Yuan occupies a high position, he would indeed partake significantly in the fortune of the heavenly court. Xiao Yuan immediately felt his cultivation speed multiply. Master, I have some friends who wish to serve in the heavenly court, and I would like to request some positions for them, Xiao Yuan stated. Would 50 divine positions suffice? Haoshan replied with evident delight. The heavenly court comprises 365 divine positions, the majority of which remain vacant. Haoshan had long been troubled by the lack of capable individuals in the heavenly court. Now, perceiving Xiao Yuan's intent to invite friends and possibly fellow disciples into the heavenly court, Haoshan set aside concerns about whether Xiao Yuan's faction would heed his command. His immediate priority was to bolster the reputation of the heavenly court, and thus, he readily assented. That is sufficient. Thank you, Master, Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude, surprised by Haoshan's generosity in granting 50 divine positions outright. Naturally, Xiao Yuan intended to appoint his trusted confidants to these divine positions, which would provide him with the leverage necessary to influence the dynamics of the heavenly court. Should disputes arise among the Six Saints, Xiao Yuan could even attempt to leverage this power to compel Haoshan to take a side. While such a maneuver might seem underhanded, the struggle for doctrinal supremacy is exceptionally ruthless, and Xiao Yuan had no desire to perish amidst this conflict. Thus he felt compelled to act against Haoshan's interests. There is no need for such formality between us. Haoshan, blissfully unaware of Xiao Yuan's ulterior motives, remained exceedingly pleased. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan, under the guidance of the Tai by Jinxing, made his way to the Qinghua Changel realm. Following the re-establishment of the heavenly court, 33 heavens were designated, each of the six saints and six sovereigns presiding over their own territories. The Qinghua Changel realm serves as the residence of the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor. Upon entering, Xiao Yuan discovered that his cultivation speed here was not inferior to that of Yingzhou Island, and the concentration of spiritual energy was comparable to that of the finest spiritual lands. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, he immediately entered a state of seclusion. 3,000 years later, flash, Xiao Yuan bellowed. An almost imperceptible blade of energy sliced downwards from above his head. A nebulous figure detached itself from within Xiao Yuan's body. In the next moment, he poured his own magical essence into this ethereal silhouette, alongside the accumulated incense energy gathered over the years. Since Xiao Yuan had secured a significant advantage for the human race and made tremendous contributions, the humans had revered him accordingly. For all these years, their offerings to Xiao Yuan had never ceased. With the years of accumulation, the power of incense he had gathered was substantial. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan infused the divine seal into that figure. As time passed, nourished by the incense energy and magical essence, the ethereal form began to solidify. Its appearance and stature were strikingly identical to Xiao Yuan himself. This was the embodiment of divinity he had manifested. Xiao Yuan's intention was to circumvent the constraints of celestial laws and carve out a divine avatar. Thereafter, the influence of celestial laws upon him would be negligible. A near-cheating maneuver. This was feasible largely due to the absence of manifestation from the divine list and the god-restraining whip, allowing Xiao Yuan to exploit this loophole. However, it required a significant amount of incense, rendering the conditions quite stringent. The aura of this divine avatar was exceptionally formidable, rivaling Xiao Yuan's true form, reaching the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Furthermore, as time progressed, the more incense it absorbed. Along with the continued growth of the heavenly court's fortune, its cultivation could further ascend. After manifesting the divine avatar, Xiao Yuan was free of any lingering concerns and departed the heavenly court, returning to Yingzhou Island. Chapter 55. The Dragon and Phoenix enter the heavenly court. And the resurgence of Pak and Xiao Yuan left the divine avatar in the Chang'e realm while his true form returned to Yingzhou Island. He swiftly communicated with Ao Guang and Kong Xian. They arrived in succession. I have a means to reduce the karmic burdens of your two clans, Xiao Yuan said with a smile. Ao Guang and Kong Xian exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with joy. The reduction of clan karma had long been their aspiration, particularly for the Phoenix clan, which had missed numerous opportunities by not aligning with Xiao Yuan earlier. Hearing him mention this, Kong Xian was naturally filled with anticipation and excitement. Please, do tell, Kong Xian urged eagerly. The method is quite simple. You shall send the strongest members of your clans to serve in the heavenly court. Xiao Yuan stated slowly. The heavenly court. Ao Guang and Kong Xian were momentarily taken aback. What connection could there be between reducing karmic burdens and the heavenly court? The heavenly court, established by the Dao ancestor, was a gathering of immense fortune. Should your clan's members secure positions there, they would undoubtedly benefit from the cleansing influence of the heavenly court's fortune, thereby alleviating their karmic ties. Moreover, the heavenly court is tasked with maintaining the order of the primordial world, and the Dragon and Phoenix clans could leverage this title to perform virtuous deeds and accrue merit, gaining considerable advantages in the process, Xiao Yuan elucidated. Then we shall act as you advise, Ao Guang promptly agreed. Kong Xian naturally held no objections. At present, the Dragon and Phoenix clans were completely under the dominion of Xiao Yuan, fully aware that he would not bring them harm. Xiao Yuan divided the 50 divine positions granted by Fengshen equally between the two clans. Each clan contributed 5 Tei golden immortals and 20 golden immortals to join the heavenly court. In addition, both clans dispatched 100,000 elite warriors to serve as heavenly soldiers. The moment these formidable beings from the Dragon and Phoenix clans joined the heavenly court, the fortune of the court began to waver, diminishing significantly in an instant. After all, both clans bore their share of sins, and aligning with any faction would inevitably diminish that faction's fortune. The karmic burden of the Dragon and Phoenix clans showed a marked decrease at this moment, which filled their members with immense excitement. Your Majesty, Daoist Xiao Yuan actually bestowed those 50 divine positions upon the Dragon and Phoenix clans, lamented Tai by Jin Xing. Had he known earlier that Xiao Yuan intended to allocate those positions to the clans, he would have intervened. Was this not akin to hampering the heavenly court? At this moment, Fengshen's lips twitched slightly, and after a lengthy pause, he remarked, No matter, with sacrifice comes gain. You only perceive the loss of fortune for our heavenly court, yet fail to recognize the addition of 10 Tei golden immortals, 40 golden immortals, and 200,000 elite soldiers. Moreover, the substantial investment from the Dragon and Phoenix clans ensures they will not stand idly by in future matters concerning the court. Compared to Tai by Jin Xing, Fengshen's vision was evidently far broader. In fact, Fengshen had previously entertained notions regarding the 3 innate clans. However, he understood that following the calamity of the Long Han, these clans remained dormant, showing no inclination to ally with any faction. It was rumored that the Demon clan had once extended an invitation to the 3 clans, which was met with refusal. The ability of Xiao Yuan to persuade the Dragon and Phoenix clans to join the heavenly court was a testament to his own prowess. With the inclusion of these clans, the situation of the heavenly court improved significantly, granting it greater authority within the vast wilderness. As for the diminished fortune, Fengshen believed it would eventually be restored. The news of the Dragon and Phoenix clans joining the heavenly court undoubtedly stirred many powerful beings in the wilderness. Simultaneously, Xiao Yuan's ascension to the position of Eastern Emperor King Hua was also disseminated, leaving many in the wilderness in a state of uncertainty. Did the teaching of the Interception openly express a desire for closeness to the heavenly court? Numerous powerful figures began to seek the sentiments of the saints. The underlying pressure naturally fell upon Tongtian. We, the saints, unite to apply pressure on the heavenly court. yet you allow your direct disciple to join them. What does this signify? Tongtian clarified that this was a proactive proposal from Xiao Yuan, solely his own will. With Tongtian's backing, the tempest gradually subsided. As for Xiao Yuan, he secluded himself on Yingzhou Island, diligently cultivating. His assumption of the position of Eastern Emperor King Hua brought him substantial gains. Under the auspices of the heavenly court's fortune, his cultivation experienced a notable advancement. To this end, Xiao Yuan even set up a furnace to concoct numerous elixirs. Due to material constraints, he was unable to refine the 9-turn golden elixir. However, apart from the 9-turn golden elixir, there existed other 9-turn elixirs within the wilderness that could enhance one's cultivation. The procurement of the materials for these elixirs is notably less challenging than that of the main ingredient for the 9 Revolutions golden elixir. Xiao Yuan, benefiting from the supply of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, has managed to accumulate a fair amount. He intends to leverage these elixirs to expedite his ascent to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. However, after 50,000 years, the entry 4, Forewarning of Disaster, suddenly began to tremble incessantly. Forewarning of Disaster. The 2 saints of the West are scheming behind your back, intending to collaborate with the demon Lord Bo Sun against you. Exercise caution, Xiao Yuan. In these years, he has been perpetually vigilant against the 2 saints from the West. After all, his own mentor has stated that the 2 saints possess a narrow-mindedness that could lead them to employ underhanded tactics in the shadows. He never anticipated that they would actually join forces with the demon Lord Bo Sun. It must be said, this is an exceptionally intricate scheme. With the 2 saints from the West obscuring the heavenly mechanisms, and Bo Sun acting covertly, it is likely that even the heavenly Dao would struggle to respond in time, placing Xiao Yuan in jeopardy. Nevertheless, having cultivated the art of calculation and integrating it with the forewarning of disaster, entry, he can foresee even the machinations of the saints. In truth, even without such foresight, Xiao Yuan would face no loss. He has already concocted a considerable number of 9 Revolutions Tranquil Heart elixirs. And with the protection of the rock-solid Dao Heart, entry, he is confident in his ability to withstand Bo Sun's assault. However, now that he is aware of Bo Sun's intentions in advance, Xiao Yuan's strategy transcends mere vigilance. He intends to outmaneuver them. He promptly communicated with his mentor to prepare for defense. Subsequently, he resumed his cultivation as though nothing had transpired. In the blink of an eye, another millennium passed. Suddenly, a peculiar force began to emanate from the depths of Xiao Yuan's heart. This was the power of the heart demon. As long as one exists within the primordial chaos, it is impossible to entirely eradicate this force. Moreover, as time elapsed, the heart demon's power began to proliferate, rapidly enveloping Xiao Yuan's entire being and completely sealing off his consciousness. Young friend, I have promised to return, and now is the time to fulfill that promise. The seductive voice of Bo Sun began to echo in Xiao Yuan's mind. Previously thwarted by the sounds of the Guqin left by Fu Shi and subsequently severed by Tong Tian, Bo Sun was seething with rage. Having never before faced such a significant setback, this time, he was not easily positioned to transcend the rules to strike at Xiao Yuan. But with the assistance of the 2 saints from the West, the situation became considerably simpler. This time, he vowed not to allow Xiao Yuan to escape, determined to drag this prodigy into the demon realm. By corrupting such a talented individual, even Bo Sun would reap tremendous benefits. Chapter 56, Severing Bo Sun's Incarnation. Pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, to Bo Sun's astonishment, although he felt he had seized control over Xiao Yuan's heart demon power, Xiao Yuan's Dao heart merely trembled. Bo Sun intensified the infusion of the heart demon power, yet Xiao Yuan's Dao heart continued to quiver, not succumbing immediately. At this moment, Bo Sun's demonic shadow had manifested behind Xiao Yuan, casting a formidable aura that threatened to envelop both his mind and body. Under such an onslaught, even a typical quasi-saint would struggle to resist. Yet, Xiao Yuan stood firm. "You stubborn little rascal." Bajun let out a cold sneer, resolutely determined to drag Xiao Yuan into the demonic realm. However, in the next moment, a frivolous voice suddenly rang out. "My dear demon lord, you've been deceived." A smile graced Xiao Yuan's face. His earlier struggle with Bajun was a deliberate ploy, with the presence of the rock-solid heart attribute. Even Bajun could not shake his resolve in the slightest. He had merely feigned a vulnerability, enticing Bajun to expend more power to take the bait. At the instant Xiao Yuan's words fell, Bajun's manifested demonic shadow trembled violently, panic evident on his face as he prepared to withdraw the heart demon's power enveloping Xiao Yuan. "Bajun, my friend, since you have arrived, why the haste in departing?" Accompanied by a light chuckle, a sharp sword intent, seemingly emerging from nowhere, struck directly at Bajun's demonic shadow. "Tongtian, you have set a trap for me." Bajun's anguished cry echoed, his words heavy with desperation. Dear friend, since you dared to secretly attack my disciples, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. As Tongdian's voice faded, several more sword intents descended, shattering Bajun's demonic shadow into fragments. The demonic energy surrounding Xiao Yuan was instantly purified. Haha, you truly possess remarkable skills, managing to make Bajun suffer such a significant loss. With this incarnation of his vanquished by me, he has endured a tremendous setback. He will likely refrain from targeting you in the future, Tongtian remarked, subsequently tossing an object before Xiao Yuan. It appeared as a dark red orb, its surface veiled in faint demonic energy, even exuding an alluring aura. This is the heart of the demon left by Bajun's incarnation. If you refine it, it will solidify your resolve, rendering you impervious to future heart demon intrusions. Thank you, Master. Xiao Yuan understood the value of this heart and hastily stored it away, offering his gratitude. He then hesitated, saying, Master, there are the two Western saints covertly intervening in this matter. Those two are exceedingly elusive. We have not grasped any incriminating evidence against them, making it unwise to take action. However, having suffered such a significant loss, Bajun will undoubtedly seek vengeance against those two. They will have their share of troubles. Tongtian chuckled. Xiao Yuan then ceased his further inquiries and respectfully saw his master off as he departed from Yingzhou Island. After Tongtian's departure, Xiao Yuan entered seclusion to cultivate. This heart contained the entirety of Bajun's incarnate power, a force that could rival that of a quasi-saint. Should Xiao Yuan fully absorb it, it would be akin to draining the strength of a quasi-saint. Moreover, with the attributes of devouring heaven and earth and bloodline plunder, he intended to first seize the bloodline within this heart, then draw upon its power to maximize its potential. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the Western Church's Mount Sumi, a faint demonic aura materialized. Jian, Zunti, you must provide me with an explanation. You assured me that Tongtian would not perceive our actions, yet he sensed us prematurely. Bajun's demonic shadow emerged, emitting a hoarse roar of exhaustion. Lured by Xiao Yuan, Bajun had dispatched an incarnation to draw Xiao Yuan into the demonic realm, only for that incarnation to be slain by Tongtian. The incarnation holds immense significance for Bajun. Damage to the incarnation inflicts severe harm upon his true self, leaving uncertainty about how many years it may take for recovery to be possible. Bajun now refrains from confronting Xiao Yuan, nor does he dare to provoke Tongtian, resorting instead to vent his frustrations within the confines of Mount Sumi. This was a collaborative scheme, so why should I alone bear the losses while you remain unscathed? This is utterly unjust. At this moment, Jian and Zunni found themselves at a loss for words. We prepared all the necessary conditions for you, yet you, incapable of dealing with even a junior of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, have proven utterly useless. How dare you show your face here and cause a scene? Although they thought this, they did not voice it directly. Simultaneously, Jian and Zunni understood Bajun's sentiments, which stemmed from a sense of psychological imbalance. My lord, this matter was indeed a mutual conspiracy. If something went awry on your side, it is unreasonable to place the blame upon us, Zunni lamented. Nonsense. It is evidently your lack of preparation that allowed Tongtian to uncover our plans. Bajun retorted sharply. Very well. What do you propose, my lord? Jian gritted his teeth in response. Indeed, dealing with someone as obstinate as Bajun was a stroke of misfortune for them. Most importantly, they feared that Bajun would expose this incident. Subsequently, the two parties engaged in a prolonged stalemate, and the two saints of the West paid a considerable price to see Bajun depart. Brother, does that junior hold a grudge against us? We have suffered significant losses at his hands twice already, Jian remarked through clenched teeth. The junior he referred to was Xiao Yuan. The last plot of the West was also revealed by Xiao Yuan, leading to extortion by the Sanking and causing them substantial distress, even resulting in the loss of the hard-won Daypen. Thus, they harbored resentment towards Xiao Yuan, which prompted their conspiracy with Bajun against him. Now, they had failed once more, incurring another considerable loss. A mere junior should not affect the grand scheme. This lad possesses some peculiar abilities, so we shall refrain from confronting him for the time being. Jian sighed. Since Bajun could do nothing against Xiao Yuan, it was evident that they were truly at a loss. They could not openly send a quasi-saint to act, for that would imply a lack of faith in the Zhanxian sword. After acquiring the demon heart, Xiao Yuan entered seclusion for another 30,000 years. Upon his return, he had completely assimilated the demon heart, reaching the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. Furthermore, after using the bloodline plunder ability to seize the bloodline power within the demon heart, his bloodline underwent further transformation. He also comprehended a demonic divine ability, the demonic heart enchantment, capable of subtly influencing the hearts of living beings. Simultaneously, Xiao Yuan's resistance to the heart demon was further enhanced. Even if Pa Jun employed various methods to tempt him, success was out of the question. Senior Fuxi once mentioned that once I reach the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, I should venture southward to obtain a fortuitous encounter, Xiao Yuan murmured. He recalled Fuxi's 3 hexagrams. Though this great figure had perished, his influence on Xiao Yuan remained profound. Now, 2 of the hexagrams left by Fuxi had already come to pass, leaving only the 3rd yet to unfold. Xiao Yuan intended to consolidate his cultivation slightly before embarking on a journey to the south. However, at that moment, the Crimson Flame boy arrived with news. My lord, the Spirit Pearl from the Nuwa Palace has come to pay a visit. Chapter 57. The Invitation from Nuwa. A visit to the Kylan clan. Upon hearing the Crimson Flame boy's report, Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had only met the Spirit Pearl once, during the Peach Banquet. Nevertheless, as a servant of the goddess Nuwa, her presence commanded his respect. Xiao Yuan promptly instructed the Crimson Flame boy to invite the Spirit Pearl inside. Fellow Daoist, I come here at the behest of the goddess Nuwa, requesting your presence at the Nuwa Palace. The Spirit Pearl stated directly upon seeing Xiao Yuan. Do you know why the goddess Nuwa seeks me? Xiao Yuan inquired. Among the 6 saints, he had interacted with 5 of them, but he had never had any dealings with the goddess Nuwa. The sudden visit from the Spirit Pearl left him somewhat puzzled. Yet, he soon speculated that Nuwa's invitation might be related to his predecessor Fuxi. After all, the only connection he had with Nuwa was through Fuxi. However, Xiao Yuan dismissed any unnecessary worry. One thing was certain, the goddess Nuwa would not wish him harm. Thus, he followed the Spirit Pearl to the Nuwa Palace. Originally, the Nuwa Palace stood atop Mount Buzhu, but after the mountain's collapse, the goddess relocated it to Phoenix Nest Mountain. Guided by the Spirit Pearl, Xiao Yuan stepped into the palace and bowed respectfully to the figure seated at the head. I pay my respects to the goddess Nuwa. Please. No need for formalities, Nuwa replied gently, then smiled, saying, I have heard from your teacher that your mastery of the I Ching has nearly reached completion, allowing you to perceive even the schemes of saints. Xiao Yuan felt a flush of embarrassment upon hearing this. He had wondered why the goddess had not summoned him for so long, only to realize it was due to his teacher's influence. You flatter me. My understanding of the I Ching is merely superficial, he replied hastily. There is no need for modesty. The reason I summoned you today is to present you with an item, Nuwa said, waving her hand lightly, causing a stream of light to descend before Xiao Yuan. As the brilliance faded, he beheld the true form of the object. It was a divination counting rod, which he recognized as the very one used by Fuxi during their past encounter. This is a high-quality innate spiritual treasure, the innate I Ching counting rod. It originally belonged to my elder brother, who entrusted it to me. Should your understanding of the I Ching reach a level that satisfies me, it shall be yours. Nuwa spoke softly, a glimmer of nostalgia in her eyes. At that moment, Xiao Yuan comprehended the true purpose of the goddess's invitation, to assess his learning and entrust him with the innate I Ching counting rod. Thank you, revered goddess. For this precious gift, Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude. With this innate I Ching counting rod, his mastery of the I Ching would undoubtedly grow stronger. I also fulfill my elder brother's wishes today. I hope you will not neglect your cultivation of the I Ching in the future, Nuwa continued. I shall heed the goddess's teachings without fail, Xiao Yuan promptly affirmed. He discerned the implicit suggestion of the goddess Nuwa to take his leave, and thus, Xiao Yuan withdrew the primordial I Ching divination tokens and bid farewell. After departing from the Nuwa Palace, Xiao Yuan cast a final glance back. Among the 6 saints, Nuwa was the least contentious. Even in the fierce competition for destiny that preoccupied the saints, she remained largely indifferent. Of all the saints, only Nuwa refrained from establishing a grand sect. Furthermore, she habitually shunned the spotlight, rarely engaging with the tumultuous affairs of the primordial realm. During the calamity of the Fengshen, had it not been for someone's scheming that led to the Emperor Xian reciting inappropriate verses during the sacrificial rites, Nuwa likely would not have aligned herself against the Jie Sect. Xiao Yuan reflected that, among the 6 saints, whether it be his own master or second master, or even the 2 saints of the West, they would surely stand opposed to the Jie Sect. Yet, Nuwa was a potential ally worth courting. Should he secure the support of a saint, the pressures upon the Jie Sect would undoubtedly diminish considerably. However, he had yet to devise a clear strategy to win her favor. This matter would have to wait for another time. After leaving the Nuwa Palace, Xiao Yuan did not immediately return to Yingzhou Island, but instead rode the blazing beast southward. Since he had ventured forth, he resolved to verify the 3rd divination of his esteemed predecessor, Fuxi. His journey was quite delightful, filled with moments of exploration and discovery of various spiritual entities. Occasionally, he would pause to share insights, drawing numerous beings eager to listen. Time flew by, and nearly 5,000 years slipped away. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan sensed a certain pull. This attraction was not due to the destiny overhead entry, nor did it appear to be a divine guidance. It bore a striking resemblance to the moment he acquired fragments of the creation jade plate. Xiao Yuan quickened his pace, ultimately halting before a grand mountain. Who might you be? And why do you linger in the ancestral land of my Kylin clan? At that moment, a streak of light darted forth, landing before Xiao Yuan, a wind Kylin of the Tei Golden Immortal Realm. The Kylin clan, one of the three ancient lineages, once stood in equal renown with the Dragon and Phoenix clans. However, unlike the latter, the Kylin clan, under some unknown protection and guidance, transformed into a primordial auspicious beast, shedding the burdens of their past karma. Moreover, the Kylin clan was the most reclusive of the three lineages. In the primordial realm, dragons and phoenixes were relatively common. Yet the Kylin clan was a rare sight. It was said that after the calamity of the Dragon Han era, the Kylin clan retreated into their ancestral land, Kylin Cliff, disengaging from many of the conflicts in the primordial realm and leading a life free from strife. I am Xiao Yuan of the Jie Sect, here to pay a visit. Might I be granted an audience with the leader of the Kylin clan? Xiao Yuan inquired courteously. Ah, so it is friend Xiao Yuan who has come to visit. Please, come in. The Wind Kylin responded with newfound politeness upon hearing Xiao Yuan's name, clearly familiar with his reputation. Although the Kylin clan lived in seclusion, they were not entirely oblivious to the happenings of the primordial realm. Otherwise, they would not thrive so well. Greetings, esteemed Xiao Yuan. I am Lin Tian, the leader of the Kylin clan. Please, have a seat. An elder approached with warmth and enthusiasm. With Xiao Yuan's discerning eye, he recognized that this clan leader had attained early-stage Deluo Golden Immortal cultivation. Upon entering the Kylin Cliff, he immediately sensed several formidable auras. The presence of at least 5 Deluo Golden Immortals from the Kylin clan was evident, among which one exuded an obscure strength, likely surpassing even the Deluo Golden Immortal level. Xiao Yuan could not help but exclaim the profound depth of a race unburdened by karma. As expected from one of the innate 3 clans, it seemed that, among the innate 3, the Dragon clan possessed the weakest foundation. Yet, after some contemplation, Xiao Yuan reconsidered, realizing that the Dragon clan likely concealed considerable power as well. Chapter 58. The Legacy of Ancestor Yang Mei and the Great Array of 10,000 Immortals at this moment. Xiao Yuan ceased his idle speculation and spoke directly. Qin Tian, clan leader, I have come to visit the Kylin clan, guided by some force. As it appears that something I seek is hidden within the ancestral grounds of the Kylin. Before entering the ancestral land, Xiao Yuan had contemplated stealthily infiltrating to investigate. With his mastery of formations, he could have easily bypassed the Kylin clan's protective array undetected. However, considering the Kylin clan's historical status as one of the primal overlords with profound roots, being discovered would have been quite awkward. Thus, he opted for a straightforward approach. In hindsight, this decision proved to be wise. First, given the presence of quasi-saint powerhouses stationed at Kylin Cliff, the likelihood of exposure while searching for the item was considerable. Furthermore, Xiao Yuan sensed that the object he sought seemed to reside with clan leader Qin Tian, making interaction with him unavoidable. Therefore, entering openly and laying everything bare was indeed the most prudent choice. Should the Kylin clan refuse to cooperate, other options could be explored. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Qin Tian's eyes flickered with delight, and he replied, "My friend, is this the item you seek?" As he spoke, he produced a white jade box from his robe. This box, carved from an unknown material, emitted no discernible aura. Yet, the moment the jade box was revealed, Xiao Yuan felt the pull of its power intensifying. Clan leader, the object I seek must indeed be this, Xiao Yuan said, steadying his emotions as he spoke. Ha! Our Kylin clan has awaited this moment for so long. Qin Tian exclaimed, stroking his long beard with joy. He then immediately performed a series of hand seals to activate the protective array, veiling the celestial secrets. This action left Xiao Yuan astonished. What could possibly be contained within this jade box that warranted such caution from Qin Tian? My friend, you may not be aware, but the item within this jade box is a legacy entrusted to our Kylin clan by a supreme being. That esteemed elder mentioned that this legacy is hidden within, awaiting a fated individual to come forth and receive it. I believe you are the one the elder spoke of, Qin Tian continued. As he said this, he opened the jade box. At the moment it was opened, a faint white light surged into Xiao Yuan's brow. In an instant, he grasped the origin of this so-called legacy. It was, astonishingly, the heritage left by ancestor Yang Mei. The venerable Yang Mei, indeed, stands as a figure comparable to the Dao ancestor Heng Jun. He was the first in the primordial realm to successfully traverse the path of laws and ascend to the level of the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. However, after achieving this profound enlightenment, Yang Mei vanished without a trace. Rumors suggest that he had once engaged in a fierce dispute with the Dao ancestor at the Xiao Palace, subsequently departing the primordial realm in a fit of anger. The veracity of such rumors, it seems, is known only to the Dao ancestor himself. This legacy is a culmination of Yang Mei's insights into cultivation, a direct pathway leading to the realm of Hunyuan Deluo. Should this understanding be revealed within the primordial realm, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among countless powerful beings, even drawing the attention of sages. Numerous formidable figures and sages, although they all practice the path of severing the three corpses, ultimately seek the same destination through different avenues. Gaining Yang Mei's insights would undoubtedly provide them with invaluable guidance, smoothing their own paths of cultivation. May I inquire, esteemed friend, did that venerable elder leave behind anything beyond this legacy, or impart any additional words? Asked Xiao Yuan. Ling Tian shook his head. That elder merely instructed that this item be entrusted to one who is fated to receive it. Additionally, he commanded that the Kailan clan obey his future directives. While one might expect that another, upon receiving such a legacy along with the loyalty of the Kailan clan, would be elated, Xiao Yuan, by nature, was prudent and felt a twinge of disappointment at Ling Tian's words. In the primordial realm, the concept of cause and effect prevails. To the untrained eye, it might appear that Xiao Yuan had gained a remarkable boon, acquiring a legacy coveted even by sages and effortlessly commanding the Kailan clan. Yet, he understood that what is received without effort often bears the heaviest price. Xiao Yuan had never believed in the notion of free gifts from the heavens. His arrival at the Kailan clan was orchestrated by the divinations of Fuxi, and the subsequent acquisition of Yang Mei's legacy felt somewhat bewildering. A sense of apprehension crept in, making him ponder whether he had fallen into some elaborate scheme, though he felt he was hardly a target worthy of such plotting. Contemplating this, Xiao Yuan resolved to visit Penglei Island. When faced with uncertainty, one could always seek guidance from a mentor, indeed, with a teacher to rely on. The weight of the world felt considerably lighter. With this thought in mind, he departed from Kailan Cliff. Although Ling Tian wished to extend generous hospitality toward Xiao Yuan, the latter was eager to seek counsel from his teacher on Penglei Island, feeling a restless urgency that compelled him to leave without delay. 500 years later, on Penglei Island, the disciple bowed before his master. Upon entering the Shanxing Palace, Xiao Yuan performed a respectful greeting. You have arrived at the perfect moment. It has been many years since I last assessed your skills in array formation. What do you think of this formation? Before Xiao Yuan could articulate his intent, Tantian cheerfully presented an array plate. Is this the 10,000 Immortals array? With his current proficiency in array formation, Xiao Yuan recognized it immediately after a moment of contemplation. However, this recognition brought a flush of embarrassment. The 10,000 Immortals array is one of the three most prestigious formations in the primordial realm, rivaling the Demon Clan's Great Array of the Zhou Tian Stars and the Witch Clan's 12 Capital Heavenly Godslaughter Array. This formation was conceived through the collaboration of the Eastern King and numerous mighty beings from the Celestial Court, boasting formidable power. Yet, it was also notorious for its ill-fated reputation. Whoever employed the 10,000 Immortals array was destined to face defeat. The Eastern King, for instance, had used this array against the Heavenly Court and lost. The Jie Sect employed the 10,000 Immortals formation, yet suffered a crushing defeat. Indeed, your ability to recognize this formation indicates that you have not neglected the study of formations over the years. It was during my time on Penglei Island that I discovered remnants of the 10,000 Immortals formation, and thus I sought to repair and enhance it. Tongtian chuckled, then sighed. Alas, I could not obtain the Great Array of the Heavenly Stars and the 12 Capital Heavenly God-Killing Array. Otherwise, I might have attempted to merge the three formations into a singular, unparalleled array. What brings you here? Master, previously, Senior Fuxi divined my fate and instructed me to journey southward upon reaching the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Xiao Yuan recounted the events in detail. Tongtian was taken aback upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words. He never anticipated that his disciple would garner the favor of the ancient ancestor Yang Mei and receive their legacy. Master, this is indeed the legacy of the ancestor Yang Mei. Xiao Yuan decisively presented a copy of the legacy to Tongtian. After a moment of reflection, Tongtian remarked, the ancestor Yang Mei is undoubtedly one of the most formidable beings of the ancient era. Their method of attaining the Dao is unique and grand, offering much for us to learn from. Chapter 59. 2 paths, a small classroom on formations master. Do you mean to say that this legacy poses no issues? Xiao Yuan inquired. Naturally. Otherwise, do you believe there is any necessity for one of Yang Mei's stature to devise a scheme against you? Perhaps the ancestor merely wished to leave a legacy in the Hongwang, and you were fortunate enough to be chosen. Tong Tian replied with a smile. Of course, in the Hongwang, there exists the concept of cause and effect. Today you have received this legacy, and in the future, you may be required to offer something in return. However, that is likely a matter for much later, perhaps only when you attain the status of a saint or reach the great luo of primordial chaos. Upon hearing his master's words, Xiao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. A saint? The great luo of primordial chaos? Who knows when that will be? Besides, even if he were to reach such heights, many troubles would no longer be troubles. Master, what do you think? Should I pursue the path of severing the 3 corpses or the path of Dao through the loss? Xiao Yuan asked again. He had just broken into the pinnacle of the great luo golden immortal realm and had not yet considered the matter of severing the 3 corpses versus the path of Dao through the loss. However, Xiao Yuan leaned more towards the latter. Severing the 3 corpses required primordial purple qi, which was elusive. He lacked confidence in finding it. Now, he sought the insights of his master, a being of saint-level caliber, who possessed vast experience and could offer prudent advice. Since you have inquired, allow me to elucidate the advantages and disadvantages of severing the 3 corpses and the path of Dao through the loss, Tong Tian said with a smile. The path of severing the 3 corpses was initiated by your grandmaster. One advantage of this path is that, compared to the path of Dao through the loss, it is more accessible. As long as one accumulates sufficiently, they may utilize the innate energy from the innate spiritual treasures to sever the 3 corpses. However, this path's reliance on primordial purple qi is a critical factor. Without it, there is no hope of attaining the Dao, which is rather stringent. The path of Dao through the laws, on the other hand, has existed since the birth of chaos and is more challenging than severing the 3 corpses, requiring profound comprehension of the great principles. Especially after enduring numerous tribulations, the traces of the great Dao have become exceedingly thin, making it inaccessible to ordinary individuals. However, the essential requirement of the primordial purple energy is no longer necessary. Master, which is superior, the beheading of the 3 corpses or the path of the laws? Xiao Yuan inquired further. This was, indeed, a matter of great concern for him. In truth, Xiao Yuan had already formed some conjectures in his heart. Yet he yearned to hear his teacher's perspective. Between the two, the path of the laws is indeed stronger, replied Tong Tian. Your master once mentioned that he had a dispute with ancestor Yang Mei, which escalated to physical confrontation. Despite exhausting all his treasures, he could not inflict a scratch upon ancestor Yang Mei. I was quite astonished when I first heard this news. At that moment, Xiao Yuan's heart was equally shaken. The contention between the Dao ancestor and ancestor Yang Mei was not merely a rumor, but a veritable occurrence. And the Dao ancestor had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of ancestor Yang Mei. Is that not exceedingly powerful? The scales in Xiao Yuan's heart tipped once more towards the path of the loss. Were it someone else, I would certainly advise them to pursue the beheading of the 3 corpses. However, your innate talent ranks among the finest I have ever encountered. You excel in all disciplines. And the insights left to you by ancestor Yang Mei indicate that you are more suited for the path of the laws, Tong Tian stated, casting a glance at Xiao Yuan. Among the many disciples he had accepted, Xiao Yuan's aptitude undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle, thus Tong Tian harbored even greater expectations for him. I have just gleaned some insights from ancestor Yang Mei's teachings, which I shall now elucidate for you. Xiao Yuan, naturally, did not engage in any form of modesty and promptly seated himself upon the mat in the hall. Tong Tian then commenced his discourse, focusing solely on the method of the laws. This could be regarded as a personal class conducted exclusively for Xiao Yuan, who was the sole beneficiary of this instruction. Before long, Xiao Yuan found himself immersed in a state of enlightenment. Having studied the legacy left by ancestor Yang Mei, he could distinctly perceive that his teacher's teachings were not solely derived from ancestor Yang Mei's inheritance. Interwoven within were Tong Tian's own interpretations. As he delved deeply into many of the more obscure and complex elements of the teachings, breaking them down for Xiao Yuan's comprehension. Tong Tian's lecture persisted for an astonishing 3,000 years. Within the upper clear palace, the resonance of the Dao gradually subsided. Xiao Yuan eventually emerged from his state of enlightenment, having gained profound insights that facilitated a clearer plan for his advancement to the next realm, such as the benefit of having an exemplary teacher. Thank you, master. Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude with a bow. It is I who should thank you. The insights you brought back have also inspired me greatly, Tong Tian responded with a smile. Now, I shall enter seclusion. You may take the formation disc of the 10,000 immortals back to ponder. It should greatly aid your understanding of the formation arts. Waving his hand dismissively, Tongtian added, additionally, your fellow disciples wish to hear you expound upon the formation arts once more. If you have the time, do indulge their wishes. Xiao Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words, not having anticipated that his explanations of the sixth formation would be so eagerly sought after. Otherwise, it would not have reached his teacher's ears. However, Xiao Yuan pondered that the reason for the defeat of the Jie Jiao at the hands of the alliance of the other three great sects was not due to a lack of strength, but rather a deficiency in ruthlessness and cunning. This was an opportune moment to provide his junior disciples with some supplementary lessons. Should a confrontation arise, they would not suffer losses. Acting with resolute determination, Xiao Yuan departed from the Shangqing Palace and made his way directly to Jinao Island. He disseminated the news of his upcoming lecture on the formation path, which instantly ignited excitement among the disciples of Jie Jiao, many of whom were eager to spread the word. The last time Xiao Yuan delivered a lecture, it had left an indelible impression on them. Although he had rarely visited Jinao Island in recent years, his legend had only grown. Particularly after he led the disciples of Jie Jiao to significant gains among the human race, his reputation soared to unprecedented heights. It is no exaggeration to say that should Xiao Yuan raise his arm and call out, countless Jie Jiao disciples would willingly follow him. A millennium later, Xiao Yuan's small classroom on formation was once again in session, drawing nearly 6,000 disciples, constituting a substantial majority of the Jie Jiao followers. This lecture spanned 3,000 years. Upon its conclusion, Xiao Yuan focused on providing guidance to the Sengxiao sisters and the 10 heavenly lords regarding their studies in the formation path. After assessing the effectiveness of his teachings, he was pleased to find that the elite formation practitioners, like the Sengxiao sisters and the 10 heavenly lords, had absorbed his words. Not only had they developed the 9 curves Yellow River formation and the 10 absolute formation, but they had also made these formations even more insidious and unpredictable, capable of causing lethal pitfalls. Xiao Yuan was immensely satisfied with this outcome and offered numerous suggestions for improvement, which the Sengxiao sisters and the 10 heavenly lords treasured, driving them to delve even deeper into their studies. When the disciples of the three teachings faced off against the formations of Jie Jiao, they would likely find themselves ensnared in traps that would leave them cursing their fate. This was precisely the effect that Xiao Yuan desired. Should a confrontation arise, he would not need to hold back. Chapter 60, New Entries. 3 major hidden dangers of Jie Jiao. After concluding his discourse and addressing the inquiries of the Jie Jiao disciples regarding the formation path, Xiao Yuan's gaze fell upon a particular figure. Recently, he had been preoccupied with numerous affairs and had nearly forgotten a pivotal individual, the long-eared Dingguang immortal. This individual was one of the 7 attendants of Jie Jiao and belonged to the ranks of elite disciples. During the final battle between Jie Jiao and the other major sects, he had established the 10,000 immortals Great Formation. Tongtian held immense trust in the long-eared Dingguang immortal, entrusting him with the 6-soul banner inscribed with the names of several saints, instructing him to shake the banner at a critical moment to disrupt those saints. However, the long-eared Dingguang immortal had already betrayed them in secret and failed to shake the 6-soul banner, thereby disrupting Jie Jiao's plans. Had it not been for his treachery, Jie Jiao would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. It remained uncertain whether the long-eared Dingguang immortal had made contact with the West since then. Xiao Yuan resolved to probe the matter and find a way to eliminate this hidden threat. Long-eared junior brother, come with me. I have something I wish to discuss with you. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, many Jie Jiao disciples cast envious glances at the long-eared Dingguang immortal. They instinctively believed that he had garnered Xiao Yuan's favor. If he were to gain the support of senior brother Xiao Yuan, his future path would surely be much smoother. Yet, the long-eared Dingguang immortal himself felt a flicker of panic in his eyes at that moment. However, this moment of panic was fleeting, scarcely noticed by many. Xiao Yuan, ever watchful of the long-eared Dingguang immortal, discerned his unusual reaction. Indeed, there was something amiss with the long-eared Dingguang immortal. Do you know why I summoned you? Xiao Yuan inquired with a smile, casually producing a formation plate to seal the space they occupied. The long-eared Dingguang immortal, witnessing Xiao Yuan's actions, grew increasingly tense. Subsequently flattering him, Brother Xiao Yuan, your magical prowess is beyond compare. I cannot fathom your intentions. Heh, you are quite cunning, Xiao Yuan retorted. Long-eared, are you aware that your deeds have been exposed? If you confess honestly now, I may show you leniency. His tone turned stern, a palpable pressure bearing down upon the long-eared Dingguang immortal. What are you saying, brother? I do not understand, the long-eared Dingguang immortal stammered, his voice trembling, and his body quaking with fear. Do you truly believe that your dealings with the West have escaped our master's notice? The only reason the master has remained silent is to grant you a chance, Xiao Yuan admonished sharply once more. Thud. The long-eared Dingguang immortal, upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, seemed to be drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground, cold sweat pouring from his brow, eyes filled with terror as he repeatedly pleaded, Brother Xiao Yuan. It was the Western saint, Zun Ti, who forced me into this. If I did not heed his commands, I would meet a grim fate. Humph. You betrayed Jie Jiao and the master merely due to Western threats? Jie Jiao is a prestigious sect, with the master at its helm. What fear do you have of the West's intimidation? They must have lavished you with many rewards. Xiao Yuan scoffed. The long-eared Dingguang immortal was momentarily taken aback. For Xiao Yuan's words struck true. The West had indeed wooed him with both benefits and threats, clouding his judgment. Brother, please calm your wrath. It was my folly that led me astray, he implored, trembling and prostrating himself in desperation, fully aware that his life now rested in Xiao Yuan's hands. Ding. You have unveiled the Western sect's conspiracy. Please make a choice. Option 1. Annihilate the long-eared Dingguang immortal. Reward, heart sword, gold. Entry. Option 2. Spare the long-eared Dingguang immortal. And plan further. Reward, soul summoning, gold. Entry. Heart sword, gold. Your mental prowess can coalesce into a sharp blade. Once unleashed, it can directly harm the opponent's Dao heart. Soul summoning, gold. You possess a profound affinity for the residual souls adrift in the primordial realm. Through a medium, you can explore and seek out these souls. Xiao Yuan, upon hearing the system's prompt, was momentarily taken aback. If memory served him right, this troublesome system had not appeared for quite some time. Yet it resurfaced unexpectedly at this juncture. Faced with the choice between the two entries, Xiao Yuan leaned towards selecting the Heart Sword entry. This entry could concentrate the power of the Heart Sword, directly impacting the Dao heart. If the Dao heart were to suffer damage, the consequences could be dire, ranging from a severed path to immediate death from heart demon invasion. Such injury to the spirit would be far more challenging to mend. A truly insidious method. Xiao Yuan relished the role of the cunning strategist. In comparison, the term summoning spirits and souls appears rather mundane, and could even be deemed superfluous. At least for Xiao Yuan, its significance remains elusive. However, Xiao Yuan's decision-making transcends mere terminology. It is rather influenced by the potential benefits of the unfolding events. Clearly, Xiao Yuan yearns to preserve the long-eared, tranquil light immortal. Despite the bitterness of his betrayal against the Sect of Interception, the living long-eared tranquil light immortal holds far greater value than his deceased counterpart. Should Xiao Yuan choose to eliminate him at this juncture, it would undoubtedly alert the enemy, compelling the Western Church to further manipulate the other disciples of the Sect of Interception with even greater caution. The fact that the long-eared tranquil light immortal has evaded detection by Tongtian for so long speaks volumes. Were it not for Xiao Yuan's status as a transmigrator endowed with a semblance of foresight, uncovering the identity of this traitor would have been an insurmountable challenge. I shall not take your life. Henceforth, you may continue as usual. Should the Western Church reach out to you, inform me. This is the 9 Revolutions Poison Spirit Pill, a concoction I have meticulously developed. Only I possess the antidote in the entirety of the wilderness. Xiao Yuan produced a pill of a deep, purplish hue. To ensure compliance from someone as capricious as the long-eared tranquil light immortal, one must employ certain measures. Without a moment's hesitation, the long-eared tranquil light immortal swallowed the 9 Revolutions Poison Spirit Pill, prioritizing his survival above all else. Rest assured, as long as you are wholly devoted to my service, there is a path for redemption. Xiao Yuan's tone softened considerably. Fear not, I shall follow your every command, the long-eared tranquil light immortal asserted. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow with resolute conviction, Xiao Yuan nodded in response. Leave now. The long-eared tranquil light immortal bowed respectfully and exited. Observing the departing figure, Xiao Yuan fell into contemplation. He had synthesized the 3 significant vulnerabilities of the Sect of Interception based on his familiarity with the chronicles of the Fengshen tribulation, and was simultaneously devising means to eradicate these threats. The first vulnerability stems from the disciples of the Sect of Interception, who, mindful of their ties to the 3 teachings, often show restraint when confronting disciples of the Chan sect. Furthermore, their arrogance and hubris lead to carelessness, rendering them susceptible to counterattacks. The second vulnerability lies in the Sect of Interception's internal diversity, characterized by a mixture of disciples both virtuous and vile, with hidden traitors lurking within. The third vulnerability is the sect leader Tongtian's strong fraternal bonds, which prevent him from severing ties with his 2 elder brothers. Only when pushed to the brink does he take action, but by then it is often too late to avert disaster. Regarding the first vulnerability, Xiao Yuan has already initiated measures, with 2 sessions of array theory classes serving as preparation. His reputation within the Sect of Interception has grown sufficiently for him to guide the disciples in various endeavors. When the time for conflict arrives, Xiao Yuan will certainly not allow the disciples to show mercy. As for the second vulnerability, Xiao Yuan has now addressed it. The long-eared tranquil light immortal is likely the most crucial disciple bribed by the West, as long as he can be kept under control. The other nominally compromised disciples of the Sect of Interception pose little threat. If this pawn is utilized effectively, it may well lead to significant losses for the Western faction. Lastly, the third vulnerability remains a matter of careful planning for Xiao Yuan. After resolving these issues, he returned to Yingzhou Island. Upon his return, he assessed the cultivation of his disciples. Ever since Xiao Yuan took Xian Pa as his pupil, he found it rather effortless. His disciple grasped concepts with remarkable ease, requiring neither excessive explanation nor undue expenditure of energy. Xiao Yuan resolved that should he accept personal disciples in the future, they must meet this standard. Those who did not would be dismissed without further consideration. 2 millennia later, Xiao Yuan emerged from seclusion. Although he had not broken through to a new realm, his aura had become more solidified. In his current state, with the retrieval of a primordial spiritual treasure, he could sever the 3 corpses and step into the quasi-saint realm, becoming one of the esteemed powers of the primordial world. However, he still had a considerable distance to traverse before attaining the status of a Hunyuan golden immortal. Having clarified his path, he would not seek fleeting gains by recklessly severing the 3 corpses. Master, Daoist Luya has come to visit, announced the fiery youth. Please, let him in, Xiao Yuan responded promptly. Daoist Luya, once the 6th prince of the Golden Crows and the sole survivor among the 10, was now the current emperor of the demon race, a formidable quasi-saint. Xiao Yuan and Luya had not engaged in much direct interaction previously. My friend, I apologize for my uninvited visit. Luya, clad in a crimson robe and striking in appearance, greeted Xiao Yuan with a respectful bow, his waist adorned with a platinum gourd, exuding courtesy. Such words are unnecessary. I am delighted by the visit of a distinguished guest, Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. I remain grateful for your assistance in gathering the remains of my brothers, Luya expressed with a note of nostalgia. Upon hearing Luya's words, Xiao Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort. His previous actions of gathering the remains of the Golden Crows had been motivated by their bloodline power, which was not particularly honorable. I have come to seek your aid. Luya transitioned smoothly after their pleasantries. The 3 sovereigns of the human race have been established, with the human emperor being the reincarnation of our demon race's Shi Huang. I have learned of your connection to Shi Huang's legacy and the bond of master and disciple you share. Hence I wish to request your assistance in persuading Shi Huang's reincarnation to return to our demon race. Xiao Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He began to suspect Luya had indulged too much in wine, for how else could he utter such absurdities? The demon race's intentions were clear. They sought to usurp the fortune of the human race, even aspiring to seize the role of the central figure in the primordial narrative. If the human emperor were to truly return to the demon race, they would indeed gain an exalted fortune and possibly regain their former dominion. However, such a scheme would be vehemently opposed by the 6 saints. Even as the favored disciple of Tongtian, Xiao Yuan would not dare to entertain such a proposition. Impossible. Absolutely not. I suggest you seek another path, Xiao Yuan insisted, shaking his head repeatedly. He had no desire to be entangled in this matter. Could you at least allow me an audience with Shi Huang's reincarnation? Luya, evidently not ready to concede, pressed on. This request, in comparison to the previous one, seemed significantly less daunting. Before Xiao Yuan could respond, Luya continued. I have heard you have chosen the path of the laws for your cultivation. I am willing to impart my uncle's insights on cultivation to you. Luya's uncle is none other than the former Eastern Emperor of the Demon Clan, Tai Yi, among the myriad powerful beings who ventured to the Purple Cloud Palace to seek enlightenment. Only Tai Yi chose the path of the laws to attain Dao, reaching the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. His insights from cultivation are of immense value, especially for those who tread the path of the laws. However, Xiao Yuan had already acquired the cultivation insights of the venerable Yang Mei, rendering him less enthusiastic about Tai Yi's teachings. Consequently, Xiao Yuan did not respond immediately to Luya's request. If you have any other requests, feel free to voice them, Luya continued. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yuan replied, I require a drop of either your father or uncle's essence blood. His foundation has been stuck at the premium innate level for quite some time, and he has yet to find the opportunity to break through to the chaotic root bone. A drop of blood from Dijun or Tai Yi may potentially shatter this barrier. Very well. Luya gritted his teeth in agreement. I can attempt it. But you are aware that the emergence of the Heavenly Emperor is governed by the teachings of humanity, not my own sect, so I cannot guarantee success. Xiao Yuan stated slowly. Just do your best, Luya sighed in relief. Prior to seeking out Xiao Yuan, he had approached the goddess Nu Hua. However, she had mentioned that to meet the reincarnation of the Zhuang, permission from the Suanmin was required. The human teachings only had the direct disciple from Suandu, which was not easily accessible. The Chan teaching despised the demon clan, making contact difficult. Thus, Luya turned his attention to the Jie Sect, as the demon clan previously had some rapport with Xiao Yuan, prompting his visit. In truth, Luya understood that even if he encountered the reincarnation of Zhuang, the chances of persuading them to return to the demon clan were slim. Nonetheless, this was the best method he could conceive for revitalizing the demon clan, and he was willing to try at any cost. After finalizing this matter, Luya took his leave. Soon after, Luya dispatched someone to deliver Tai Yi's insights and essence blood. Xiao Yuan first perused Tai Yi's cultivation insights. This Eastern Emperor of the demon clan indeed possessed remarkable qualities. He had forged his own path on the road of the laws and had developed unique understandings of this Dao. Xiao Yuan was able to glean much from these insights. However, the paramount aspect was undoubtedly the drop of essence blood. Xiao Yuan sensed the aura within. It must be the essence blood left by Di Jun during his prime, exuding an extraordinarily powerful and vigorous energy. The power contained within was several times more vast than that of the drop from Yuan Feng. This is understandable, as the peak Yuan Feng could not compare to Di Jun, and Yuan Feng had perished too early, causing the essence blood left behind to lose some of its potency over time. In contrast, Di Jun had not been gone for long, so the power in this drop of blood remained remarkably intact. Xiao Yuan quickly began to focus on absorbing the power and bloodline strength from this drop of essence blood. Chapter 62. Ascension to Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Human teachings of Sundu. Time flows swiftly in the vast wilderness, and in the blink of an eye, another 20,000 years have passed. On Yingzhou Island, the spiritual resonance surged mightily, with beams of immense magical power soaring into the heavens. However, this spiritual resonance and magical light soon converged once more. In this moment, Xiao Yuan, who had been in seclusion, slowly opened his eyes, filled with joy. During this period of introspection, he had completely refined the drop of Emperor Jun's blood, successfully elevating his bone foundation to the level of inferior chaos root bone. The inferior chaos root bone represents one of the most exceptional foundations in the primordial realm. Notable innate deities such as the three pure ones, Nuwa, Fuxi, Emperor Jun, and Tei all possess inferior chaos root bones. Now, Xiao Yuan's foundation has attained this esteemed standard. In addition to the enhancement of his bone foundation, Xiao Yuan, harnessing the power contained within that drop of blood, has broken into the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Currently, Xiao Yuan can be regarded as a formidable figure within the primordial world. Moreover, due to the superiority of his law-based enlightenment over the slaying of 3 corpses, his combat prowess surpasses that of a quasi-saint who has vanquished 1 corpse. The time has come for the human emperor to descend into the world, and it is time for Xiao Yuan to fulfill his promise. After pondering for a moment, he mounted the fiery beast and departed from Yingzhou Island. The emergence of the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns of humanity is predestined. Particularly, the 3 emperors are reincarnated forms of former great powers of the primordial realm, each endowed with profound fortune. The human emperor is the reincarnation of the great deity Fuxi. The earth emperor is the reincarnation of ancestor Hongyun, and the human monarch is the reincarnation of Dong Wanggong. The birth of the 3 emperors among humanity is set to occur within 3,000 years, after which they will achieve complete merit and reside in the fire cloud cave to safeguard the fortunes of humanity. Although Xiao Yuan has been in seclusion, he has been mindful of the passage of time. The moment for the human emperor's descent approaches. Since he has already benefited from Luya, it is only natural for him to take action. In truth, even if Luya had not sought him out, Xiao Yuan would still have ventured to the human realm. After all, Fuxi had imparted teachings upon him, and he would naturally safeguard his path. The fiery beast, under Xiao Yuan's meticulous care over the years, has reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, significantly enhancing its speed. In just 200 years, Xiao Yuan arrived at the location of the Huangzi tribe. He did not rashly enter the Huangzi tribe, for the saints had established agreements. The human teaching is responsible for educating the human emperor, the cut-off teaching for the earth emperor, the expounding teaching for the human monarch, and the western teaching for the 5 sovereigns. The birth and education of the human emperor fall under the jurisdiction of the human teaching. Xiao Yuan dared not intervene hastily, for the consequences of accountability could be beyond his capacity to bear. Xiao Yuan had met with his senior brother Suandu. He dismounted from the cloud beast and bowed in a particular direction. Soon, a young man in a blue robe gradually revealed himself. This youth exuded an air of elegance and the demeanor of a refined gentleman, yet Xiao Yuan could still sense the immense aura emanating from him. This young man was none other than dearest Suindu. Although Suindu had entered the sect relatively late, he became a direct disciple under the teachings of the Taiji, thus rightfully assuming the title of the elder brother of the Suinmen. Moreover, with the careful cultivation of the Taiji sage, Suindu has surpassed others, having severed 2 corpses and entered the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. His rapid progress in cultivation is primarily due to the scarcity of disciples in the human teaching. With only 1 direct disciple, under such immense fortune, his rate of advancement surpasses even that of the extraordinarily gifted Xiao Yuan, a feat that cannot be envied. The matter of the human emperor's return to power is orchestrated by Suindu, junior brother Xiao Yuan. Since our last parting, it is indeed unexpected to witness your remarkable advancement in cultivation, having entered the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Congratulations. Xiandu greeted warmly. Senior brother, you flatter me. Xiao Yuan humbly replied, then shifted the conversation. Senior brother Xiandu, I have come with a request. The demon clan's Luya wishes to meet the reincarnation of the Shi Emperor. Saying this, Xiao Yuan felt a tinge of anxiety. He and Xiandu did not share a deep bond, and a refusal would not be surprising. Fortunately, he had previously informed Luya that he would do his utmost, but made no guarantees. Should this endeavor fail, Xiao Yuan would need to seek alternative means to appease Luya. Junior brother must understand that the matter of educating the Heavenly Emperor is of paramount importance to our sect. Allowing Luya to meet the reincarnation of the Shi Emperor carries considerable risk. Why should you wade into such murky waters? Xiandu mused, suppressing his smile. There is no choice. Luya has offered far too much, Xiao Yuan replied with a wry smile. Since it is your request, I shall acquiesce. Xiandu finally decided after a moment's reflection. Thank you, senior brother. Consider it a personal favor owed to you. Xiao Yuan expressed his delight, taken aback by Xiandu's swift agreement. In any case, he had fulfilled his promise to Luya, and the benefits he received were no longer as burdensome. However, unbeknownst to Xiao Yuan, Luya had already received tacit approval from Lao Zi regarding the meeting with the reincarnation of Fuxi. Fuxi, as the reincarnation of the demon emperor, now embodied the heavenly emperor of the human race, and the saints wished for him to sever his past ties and wholly devote himself to humanity. Xiandu, thus, had created a karmic debt for Xiao Yuan, clearly gaining an advantage. Yet, Xiao Yuan's acquisition of benefits from Luya, leading to his breakthrough into the realm of the primordial golden immortal, was also a gain. Even Luya, by relinquishing certain things to fulfill his own desires, could be seen as having profited. Hence, this situation was mutually beneficial for all involved. Senior brother, aside from this, I wish to protect the path of the esteemed Fuxi, who has also imparted wisdom upon me, Xiao Yuan continued. Excellent. Xiandu readily agreed without much deliberation. At this moment, within the Huangzi tribe, numerous extraordinary phenomena began to manifest. The heavenly emperor was descending. In the ensuing time, Xiao Yuan and Xiandu joined forces to safeguard Fuxi's path. Given the high-stakes nature of the project involving the saints, no one dared to interfere. The task of protection was remarkably effortless for both Xiao Yuan and Xiandu, as they were both exceptionally gifted individuals, having shared companionship for 3,000 years. Engaging in philosophical discussions, they felt a sense of camaraderie and mutual admiration. Junior brother, 3,000 years have passed. The heavenly emperor is about to assume his rightful place. In the future, I shall certainly visit Zhou Island, Xiandu remarked with nostalgia. Previously, after entering his teacher's tutelage, he had often heard tales of Xiao Yuan. His teacher frequently praised Xiao Yuan's intelligence and exceptional talent. At that time, Xiandu had harbored some skepticism, but now, any lingering doubts had dissipated. If you come, senior brother, I shall certainly extend a warm welcome, Xiao Yuan smiled. Currently, the Jie Sect had not yet clashed with the Ren Sect, and Xiao Yuan saw no harm in befriending Xiandu. Moreover, through his interactions with Xiandu, he had gained significantly, for this elder brother of the Xian Sect possessed considerable wisdom. As the great battle among the myriad teachings approaches, it becomes a matter of factions, a contention of the deist lineage, and Xiao Yuan will naturally show no mercy. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, Fuxi had already arrived at the banks of the Luo River, engaging in his final moments of enlightenment. At this moment, an ancient tortoise surfaced in the river, its shell inscribed with the patterns of the 8 trigrams, accompanied by the dragon horse bearing inscriptions. With Xiao Yuan's keen insight, he immediately discerned that both the tortoise and the dragon horse were not genuine beings, but rather exquisite innate spiritual treasures, the He Tu and Luo Shu, transformed into form. Originally, the He Tu and Luo Shu were the accompanying treasures of the demon Emperor Daijun, lost during the cataclysmic battle between the witch and demon races. Now, guided by the heavenly mechanisms, they manifested to assist Fuxi in comprehending the principles of the I Ching and the 8 trigrams. Chapter 63. The desire to scheme for the chaotic bell and the falling treasure of gold. Upon witnessing the He Tu and Luo Shu, Xiao Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, he recalled an overlooked peril concerning the Jie Sect, the issue of its foundational spiritual treasure. The Jie's foundational treasure is the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Sword of Extermination. This sword, originally a companion treasure of the demon ancestor Lu, possesses formidable power, capable of withstanding even the 4 saints, comparable to the might of innate supreme treasures. However, while the Sword of Extermination is indeed powerful, it is also exceedingly fierce, capable of inflicting harm on both others and oneself. Presently, the sword can still suppress the fortunes of the Jie, but as the sect continues to grow and thrive, it may soon become incapable of maintaining its grip. Should the day come when the Sword of Extermination can no longer contain the fortunes of the Jie, it could very well turn against them, severing their fortunes with its blade. To resolve this dilemma, a new foundational treasure must be found for the Jie. The Sword of Extermination already ranks among the most elite innate spiritual treasures. Thus, any replacement must be of the caliber of innate supreme treasures. However, such treasures are scarce and not easily obtained. Currently, only 4 innate supreme treasures are known to exist in the Honghuang realm. The first, the Jade Disc of Creation, was originally a chaotic treasure that, due to damage, has fallen to the ranks of innate supreme treasures and is currently in the possession of the Dao ancestor Hongzhan. The second, the Taiji Diagram, is overseen by the Supreme Clarity Laozi, safeguarding the fortunes of the human sect. The third, the Panga Banner, is held by the Jade Clarity Primordial Beginning, protecting the fortunes of the Chan sect. The fourth, the Chaotic Bell, was once a companion treasure of Tai, who has since perished, and its whereabouts remain unknown. The Taiji Diagram, Panga Banner, and Chaotic Bell are all derivatives of the Chaos Treasure, the Heaven Opening Axe. Of the 4 innate supreme treasures, 3 are already claimed, leaving only the elusive Chaotic Bell as a potential target for acquisition. Regrettably, the 6 saints of Honghuang have all searched for its location but remain unaware of its existence. Thus, finding it may prove exceedingly challenging, though some hope still lingers. Xiao Yuan, my friend, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. It was Luya. Previously, Xiao Yuan had sent a message to Luya, who had arrived punctually. Luya, my friend, Xiao Yuan and Suindu greeted him. After all, as the current demon emperor of the demon race and a formidable quasi-saint, he deserved the respect accorded to him. The human emperor has completed his enlightenment, so please, Luya, Suindu remarked. At this moment, Fuxi had already gleaned the principles of the I Ching and the 8 trigrams from the He Tu and Luo Shu, surrounded by a tremendous aura of fortune. Yet holding it in reserve, Luya nodded gently and approached Fuxi, calling out softly, Emperor Shi. Luya, my friend, Emperor Shi has passed away. From this moment forth, only the human sovereign, the Fuxi clan, remains in the wilderness. Fuxi responded slowly, his tone calm, yet resolutely firm. Upon hearing this, Luya's body swayed lightly, his face etched with bitterness. He then bowed respectfully to Fuxi and departed in a daze, knowing that Fuxi would never return to the demon clan. Meanwhile, the aura of fortune surrounding Fuxi grew denser and more substantial, signifying the severance of past ties and the clarity of his Dao heart. At that moment, Xiao Yuan discerned some of the underlying principles and understood why Suindu had so readily acquiesced to his request. It was merely a favor. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuan harbored no resentment, for Suindu had indeed aided him. Fuxi, you have achieved your merits. Do you wish to take me as your master and enter the teachings of humanity? After Luya's departure, Laozi approached on his ox and spoke softly. Disciple Fuxi pays respects to the master. Fuxi bowed. Boom. A tremendous surge of merit and fortune descended, infusing Fuxi with power. His aura instantly soared, reaching the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, with the realm of saints seemingly within a breath's reach. The fortune of the human teachings also surged substantially. Fuxi then followed Laozi to the Fire Cloud Cave to guard the human Dao's fortune. As the orchestrator of the emperor's return, Suindu similarly accrued abundant merit. With this merit, he directly severed his ties to his past self, stepping into the late quasi-saint realm. Congratulations, brother Suindu, on your significant advancement in cultivation. Wishing you an early ascent to the saintly position, Xiao Yuan expressed his congratulations. Haha. Then I shall borrow your auspicious words, brother. Suindu, breaking through, felt quite elated. Brother, the affairs here are concluded. We shall meet again another day. Until we meet again. Xiao Yuan replied. Sun Du then departed on his cloud back to Shouyang Mountain. Xiao Yuan's journey could also be deemed a complete success. In fact, during the emperor's return, Xiao Yuan had gained considerable benefits as well. The deities in the heavenly court suddenly received an influx of flourishing incense and wishes. This was due to Xiao Yuan's prior arrangements within the human clan, where they honored him. With the human emperor's ascension, the fortune of humanity surged, and their strength increased, leading to a greater share of incense and wishes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Yuan's divine incarnation also ascended to quasi-sainthood. He found himself eagerly anticipating what heights his divine incarnation might reach when the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors all returned to their positions. Particularly with the Earth Sovereign's teachings led by the Jie Sect, Xiao Yuan believed he could reap significant rewards. Let us depart. Xiao Yuan mounted his blazing beast, preparing to return to Yingzhou Island. This time, he was not in a hurry and decided to collect some innate spiritual treasures along the way. Fortune overhead detected the emergence of a rare treasure in the wilderness. You may seize this opportunity. When Xiao Yuan saw the notification, he was momentarily taken aback. Previously, the fortune overhead notification was merely to collect impending spiritual treasures, but now it seemed to incite him to seize opportunities from others. This approach was becoming increasingly audacious. However, it was likely that the treasure causing such a reaction was no ordinary item. Xiao Yuan promptly resolved to investigate. Guided by an unseen force, he soon arrived at a sacred mountain. Prior to his arrival, 2 figures were already intently gazing at a particular spot, their expressions fraught with anxiety. The commotion caused by Xiao Yuan's arrival was unmasked, and the 2 individuals, sensing his presence, displayed visible dismay upon realizing the unfathomable depth of his aura. Xiao Bao, Xiao Sheng, pay your respects to the esteemed elder, they uttered, albeit with somber countenances, bowing toward Xiao Yuan. Xiao Bao, Xiao Sheng, Xiao Yuan murmured, the name striking a familiar chord within him. Were they not the unfortunate souls who had deceived Zhao Gongming with a precious artifact, only to be outwitted by Ran Ding thereafter? Was it not this place that harbored the coveted falling treasure coin? This thought filled Xiao Yuan with elation. The falling treasure coin, an extraordinary treasure unique to the primordial realm, was specifically designed to counteract innate spiritual treasures. Many practitioners in the primordial world relied heavily on the benefits of these spiritual artifacts. It could be said that innate spiritual treasures were essential for the powerful, indispensable during duels. Losing such a treasure would inevitably diminish one's combat prowess by at least 30%. Moreover, the falling treasure coin could catch one off guard, snatching their spiritual treasures and leaving them vulnerable, an insidious maneuver indeed. Zhao Gongming had suffered greatly at the hands of the falling treasure coin, losing 24C stabilizing pearls before meeting his untimely demise, a most unjust fate. To Xiao Yuan, the value of the falling treasure coin was on par with the finest innate spiritual treasures. Esteemed elder, by fortunate chance, we have discovered this treasure's emergence. Since you have sought it, we shall relinquish it to you, provided you allow my brother and me to depart, Xiao Sheng bravely articulated. They could not discern Xiao Yuan's cultivation level, aware that he far surpassed them in strength. At this moment, they did not harbor any hopes of acquiring a spiritual treasure. They merely wished that this elder was not a malevolent being and that they could preserve their lives. Rest assured, having seized your opportunity, I shall offer due compensation. Xiao Yuan reassured with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng exhaled in relief. Evidently, this elder was not one to act without reason. At that moment, the spiritual barrier surrounding the falling treasure coin shattered, releasing a brilliant light. Soon, a copper coin adorned with pale golden wings soared towards Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng. However, before the falling treasure coin could reach them, Xiao Yuan intercepted it. Initially, the coin struggled fiercely against his grasp, but Xiao Yuan's profound power swiftly subdued it, rendering the coin compliant. Observing this scene, Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng wore expressions of despondency, judging by the extraordinary phenomenon accompanying the falling treasure coin's emergence. It was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure, yet it was now beyond their reach. This treasure was originally destined for you. My forceful suppression creates a debt of fate between us. Would you be willing to become my disciples, recognized under my banner? Xiao Yuan inquired with a cheerful demeanor, gazing at Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng. Xiao Yuan initially intended to dismiss the 2 individuals with a token offering. However, upon reflection, he realized that these 2 youngsters had attracted the favor of the fortune of gold, indicating they possessed a certain destiny. It would be prudent to accept them as named disciples, not only to repay karmic debts, but also to strengthen the power of the Jie Sect. Disciples, greet your master, they proclaimed. At that moment, Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng exchanged glances, their eyes alight with joy. In the vast wilderness, what is of paramount importance? It is not the strength of one's cultivation or the might of one's spiritual treasures, but rather the backing one possesses. For instance, Xiao Yuan. Without the support of a saintly mentor, he would have long been crushed to dust. The brothers Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng, both wandering cultivators, understood the hardships faced by those without a sect. They had long aspired to enter the tutelage of a powerful figure, but had found no avenue. For them, being under the protection of a formidable master held far greater value than acquiring a mere treasure. Disciples greet their master. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao bowed in unison. You must remember, I am Xiao Yuan, a direct disciple of the Jie Sect. Today, I shall impart to you the supreme clear mystical scriptures and bestow upon you the postnatal treasure, the celestial net of heaven and earth for your protection. With a flick of his finger, 2 beams of spiritual light entered the foreheads of Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao, while 2 more streams of light descended before them. The supreme clear mystical scriptures were a method derived from Xiao Yuan's own insights into the supreme clear mystical laws, directly pointing towards the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. Among the myriad of methods in the wilderness, it is considered quite superior. The celestial net of heaven and earth was crafted by Xiao Yuan during his leisure, utilizing a variety of precious materials. Divided into 2 parts. The celestial net has the capability to ensnare and capture enemies, even to annihilate them. When combined, the celestial net can seal the skies and the earth, wielding tremendous power. Thank you, Master, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao said, their excitement palpable. In the wilderness, who does not recognize the name of the Jie Sect? Xiao Yuan, the 3rd disciple of the Jie Sect, is a renowned figure. To be admitted into the Jie Sect and to study under such a powerful master was a thought that had never crossed their minds, let alone receiving a postnatal treasure. Xiao Yuan did not linger, leisurely departing on the flame beast. After accepting Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao, he had acquired as many as 12 named disciples. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could he, by virtue of his prophetic abilities, gather those favored by destiny into his fold? However, he quickly dismissed the notion, reasoning that such an action would attract too much attention and prove overly cumbersome and time-consuming. If he were to encounter individuals like Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao in the future, he could always accept them then. In essence, he resolved to follow the course of fate. Upon returning to Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan immediately began to refine the fortune of gold. Given his prowess, the refining process was remarkably smooth. Simultaneously, he dispatched messages to the Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan clans, as well as to his fellow disciples of the Jie Sect, urging them to keep an eye out for traces of the chaotic bell. However, the likelihood of discovering the whereabouts of the chaotic bell remained exceedingly slim, as even saints could not locate it. Xiao Yuan simply hoped to stumble upon a means to pinpoint the location of an innate spiritual treasure. Yet, even if such a means existed, it was not something Xiao Yuan could simply will into being. It would ultimately depend on chance. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan did not dwell on his thoughts for long and began to scrutinize his cultivation. The path of heavenly fire served as his primary focus, progressing swiftly. The 4 disciplines of alchemy, artifacts, arrays, and transmutation advanced steadily alongside one another. The sword path, however, remained rather inconspicuous, developing quietly. At present, Xiao Yuan's utmost concern lay with the 8-9 mystical art. He firmly believed that the layered armor technique would never become obsolete, regardless of the circumstances. Had it not been for the robust armor during his last tribulation, he would have undoubtedly faced severe repercussions. Regrettably, Xiao Yuan's progress in the 8-9 mystical art had stagnated at the 6th layer, unable to advance further. Now, however, Xiao Yuan conceived a bold strategy inspired by a certain monkey. Sun Wukong consumed vast quantities of celestial elixirs and divine wines, subsequently being confined within the 8 trigrams furnace for 49 days, forging his body into one of copper skin and iron bones, with fiery eyes. Xiao Yuan believed he could similarly refine his physique using a Dan furnace. Moreover, he had already deduced the high feasibility of this method. With his characteristic decisiveness, Xiao Yuan promptly retrieved the 9-fire red dragon furnace. As the furnace touched the ground, fierce flames erupted, accompanied by a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafting through the air. Xiao Yuan was uncertain how many elixirs he had concocted within the 9-fire red dragon furnace, which had absorbed countless flavors. Even ordinary beings would gain substantial benefits from refining within this furnace, drawing upon the essence of the spiritual herbs. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan summoned the Crimson Flame Boy, who was originally an inconsequential Crimson Flame Mystic Serpent. After following Xiao Yuan, his cultivation had surged, now reaching the early stage of a Tai Golden Immortal. Furthermore, The Crimson Flame Boy frequently assisted Xiao Yuan in controlling the flames, demonstrating considerable proficiency in alchemy. Xiao Yuan instructed the Crimson Flame Boy to manage the fire's intensity before plunging himself into the 9-fire red dragon furnace. Upon entering, the 9 types of spiritual flames surged around him. Could he truly refine himself? Xiao Yuan restrained his magical power, relying solely on the strength of his physical body to contend with the spiritual flames. Yet, this was not the end. He also summoned the superior innate spiritual treasure, the Haoan Hammer, acquired from Hong Yuan. Bang! Bang! Under Xiao Yuan's manipulation, the Haoan Hammer rose and fell, striking him relentlessly. His body endured heavy blows, trembling and manifesting minute fissures, accompanied by immense pain. However, Xiao Yuan's bloodline power was formidable, with profound foundations. As soon as the cracks appeared, they were swiftly mended. As for the pain, Xiao Yuan resolutely bore it. Thus, the cycle continued. Strike, then repair. Strike again, then repair. Chapter 65. The 7th Transformation of the Mystical Art. Junior sister seeks treasure. A millennium later, a sudden and intense fluctuation of energy erupted from Yingzhou Island. Soon after, an ethereal and towering figure emerged from the island, soaring into the sky. This spectral figure bore an almost identical resemblance to Xiao Yuan, exuding an overwhelmingly potent primal aura. This unusual occurrence naturally drew the attention of numerous powerful beings from the East Sea, even startling the celestial realm. The Dharma appearance of heaven and earth? No. The Dharma appearance of heaven and earth would not create such a commotion. This is the 7th level of the 8-9 mystical art. The celestial realm murmured, his eyes filled with disbelief. The 8-9 mystical art, derived from the 9 transformations mystical art, was notoriously difficult to master. The 8-9 profound art comprises 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 great realms of the primordial chaos. It is said that if one can cultivate either the 8-9 profound art or the 9 transformations profound art to the 9th level, they can attain the sanctity of the physical body and contend with saints through sheer corporeal strength. The Witch Clan is known to have pursued this path. However, until now, no one has reached the 9th level. In fact, aside from the exceptionally talented members of the Witch Clan, no one has managed to cultivate either the 8-9 profound art or the 9 transformations profound art beyond the 6th level. The transition from the 6th to the 7th level is akin to the leap from a Tei Golden Immortal to a Deluo Golden Immortal, representing an exceedingly challenging threshold. Yet now, Xiao Yuan has surmounted this barrier, harboring hope of reaching the 9th level. On Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan opens his eyes, emerging from seclusion. As the towering ethereal figure dissipates in an instant, he senses the power coursing through his body, a radiant joy illuminating his countenance. Junior brother, how did you break through the 9 transformations profound art? Why have I been stuck at the 5th level without progress? Duo Bao inquires eagerly. Senior brother, I immersed myself in the cauldron, refining my body with 9 types of spiritual fire, and then hammered it with the superior innate spiritual treasure, the Haoan Hammer. Breaking through and stepping into the 7th level, Xiao Yuan replies, revealing no secrets to Duo Bao. This revelation leaves Duo Bao momentarily speechless. Junior brother, you are indeed formidable, bordering on reckless. Is it something a normal person can undertake to refine their body in a cauldron, supplemented by an innate spiritual treasure hammer? I, for one, would never dare to take such a risk, fearing I might inadvertently perish in the process, Duo Bao admits, resigning himself to the realization that he is perhaps ill-suited for the cultivation of the 8-9 profound art, lacking that fierce determination. In the time that follows, Xiao Yuan continues to hone his physical form. With his breakthrough from the 6th to the 7th level, his progress in the 8-9 profound art accelerates. He believes that if he persists in this rigorous training, he will soon penetrate into the 8th layer of the 8-9 profound art. As for the 9th layer, the realm of physical sanctity, Xiao Yuan remains uncertain. 3,000 years swiftly pass. Master, the Wudang Fairy and the Turtle Spirit Fairy have arrived, reports the Crimson Flame Boy. Soon after, Wudang and Turtle Spirit enter Xiao Yuan's dojo. These 2 junior sisters of his are exceptionally gifted, having already ascended to the realm of Deluo Golden Immortals. What brings my 2 junior sisters to my humble abode? Xiao Yuan inquires with a smile, offering them some enlightenment tea as a gesture of hospitality. His relationship with these 2 sisters has always been amicable. Senior brother, you have been in seclusion for some years. You likely are unaware of the agreement between the Chan and Jie sects, Turtle Spirit explains with a smile. The 2 sects have agreed to hold a contest 3,000 years hence. Is it for the contention of the foremost sect in the primordial chaos? Xiao Yuan realizes. Precisely. The philosophies of our master and second uncle in teaching differ. Our master advocates for inclusivity, accepting numerous disciples, while second uncle emphasizes meticulous selection. Presently, there is significant debate regarding which sect holds the title of the foremost in the primordial chaos, and thus second uncle has proposed a contest with our sect, Wu Dang elaborates. Upon hearing Wu Dang's explanation, Xiao Yuan comprehends the situation fully. The four great saintly sects of the primordial chaos are indeed embroiled in this discourse. The Western sect resides in a remote area, lacking in renown. In contrast, the two major sects, the Chan sect and the Jie sect, have flourished rapidly, with their disciples gaining considerable fame in the primordial world. The two sects have always been at odds, and with the current escalation of public opinion, a contest has arisen. This competition will determine the rightful claim to the title of the foremost sect in the primordial realm. Each side has prepared 5 disciples of equivalent cultivation levels, and the roster has been finalized. The participants are as follows: Jie Sect's duo Bao against Chan Sect's Nenji, Jie Sect's Wu Dang against Chan Sect's Yunzhongzi, Jie Sect's Gui Ling against Chan Sect's Guangchengzi, Jie Sect's Lu Yu against Chan Sect's Qi Jingzi, Jie Sect's Luo Xian against Chan Sect's Tai Yizhenren. Had it not been for the abundance of disciples in the Jie sect, it would have been quite challenging to find 5 disciples with cultivation levels that precisely matched those of the Chan sect. At this juncture, Xiao Yuan found himself uninvolved, content in his tranquility. Have you come to inform me of this news? Asked Xiao Yuan. Certainly not. If it were merely to relay information, a message would suffice. We have come to request your assistance in crafting spiritual treasures, replied Gui Ling. Disciples of the Chan sect are generally adept at artifact forging, particularly Yunzhongzi, who has inherited the true teachings of our second master and can even forge post-heaven treasures. This would undoubtedly provide an advantage in the contest. Gui Ling and I lack suitable offensive spiritual treasures, and having heard of your expertise in artifact crafting, we decided to seek your help, continued Wu Dang. Very well. I am now capable of forging post-heaven treasures, but you will need to provide the materials, Xiao Yuan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wu Dang and Gui Ling were filled with elation. They had heard of Xiao Yuan's prowess in artifact crafting and were eager to test his skills. Determined not to bring shame to the Jie sect, they were committed to doing their utmost. To their astonishment, their brother had already attained the ability to forge post-heaven treasures, and it seemed he had a high degree of confidence. After leaving the materials for the crafting, Wu Dang and Gui Ling departed from Yingzhou Island. Xiao Yuan then took out the Haoyan hammer and began his work. This contest is aimed at the entire primordial realm. A victory would elevate the Jie sect's prestige and further enhance its fortunes. Xiao Yuan was aware that the 4 sects would inevitably clash, and he had no intention of allowing the Jie sect to suffer humiliation. It was crucial to showcase the Jie sect's grandeur and gather more fortune. The only concern Xiao Yuan harbored was the uncertainty surrounding when the extermination sword array would reach its limit. 2,000 years later, Xiao Yuan had crafted 2 post-heaven treasures and summoned Wu Dang and Gui Ling to collect them. Sister Wu Dang, this is the post-heaven treasure, the piercing god needle. Designed to strike at the soul, even a quasi-saint would find it excruciating. Sister Gui Ling, this is the extermination sword array. Crafted to prevent the refinement of the 4 extermination swords, possessing about 30% of their power, Xiao Yuan introduced the treasures to his 2 sisters. Thank you, brother. Wu Dang and Gui Ling expressed their gratitude in unison, admiring the spiritual treasures before them. With their discerning eyes, they could easily perceive that the 2 post-heaven treasures produced by Xiao Yuan were remarkably exquisite, standing out as exceptional within their category. Chapter 66. The new entries thrive. Piercing through the teachings, neither Wu Dang nor Gui Ling lingered long on Yingzhou Island. They hurried back to refine the newly acquired spiritual treasures. Ding, ding. A millennium later, the chimes of Jineo Island resonated. Although the details of the discussions between the 2 saints remained unknown, it was ultimately decided that the conflict between the Chan and Jie sects would unfold on Jineo Island. Upon hearing the bells, Xiao Yuan rushed towards Jineo Island. His own dojo was relatively close, allowing him to arrive early. Master, Xiao Yuan approached Tong Tian and performed a respectful bow before finding a mat to sit upon. Gradually, the island and its surroundings became crowded with myriad beings. Among them were disciples of the Jie sect and curious onlookers, including entities of the great Luo level and even those of quasi-saint status. Even the saints themselves were channeling their attention towards the event. The conflict between the premier sects of the wilderness was indeed a momentous occasion. Soon, a beam of golden light appeared from the east, accompanied by celestial music and a vast display of divine radiance. It was the Yuqing saint, arriving with many of his direct disciples from the Chan sect. We pay our respects to the second martial uncle. The Jie sect disciples collectively bowed. The Chan sect disciples also greeted Tong Tian with a bow, calling him their martial uncle. Subsequently, Yuanqi took a seat beside Tong Tian. Ding. In the conflict between Chan and Jie Sects, please make your choice. Choice 1. Replace Duo Bao in battle against the Chan Sect's Nanji and gain the Burning Soul, Gold, entry. Choice 2. Remain a mere spectator and gain the Endless Vitality, Gold, entry. Burning Soul, Gold. You can enhance your soul power tenfold by burning your own spirit. But you will subsequently enter a prolonged state of spiritual weakness. Endless Vitality, Gold. Your life force is exceptionally resilient, allowing you to recover from even the gravest injuries at an accelerated pace. At this moment, the system's prompt resonated. I choose the second option. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yuan made his decision. Firstly, he did not wish to draw attention to himself, even though he felt confident in defeating Nanji. Secondly, he found that Endless Vitality, entry far more intriguing than Burning Soul. In Xiao Yuan's view, the Endless Vitality, entry would complement the 8-9 Profound Arts splendidly. He had been cautious about refining his physical body, fearing its collapse. However, such trepidation was now alleviated. He could train relentlessly, believing he would soon attain the 8th transformation of the 8-9 Profound Arts. Upon making his choice, a familiar golden light surged into his brow. The instant the light entered, Xiao Yuan felt a warm current flowing through both his body and soul. It appeared that the Endless Vitality entry affected not only his physical form, but also his spirit. A delightful surprise. As Xiao Yuan contemplated his new entry, Yuanqi and Tong Tian had already announced the commencement of the duel. The two esteemed saints appeared to have great confidence in their respective disciples. The first match featured Luo Xian against Tai Yizhenren, both of whom were early-stage great Luo Golden Immortals. Brother, it seems my disciple surpasses yours. Tong Tian observed the unfolding battle with a cheerful demeanor. With their sage-level insight, it was evident to them who held the upper hand. As anticipated, before Tong Tian could finish his sentence, Luo Xian emerged victorious. Although Yuanqi's expression momentarily stiffened, he soon managed a smile. Third brother, you are rather eager. The competition between the Chan and Jie Sects consists of 5 rounds, and we have allowed you to win 1. Tong Tian merely smiled in silence. Next, it was the turn of Jie Sect's Lu Yu to face Qi Jingzi, and Lu Yu also claimed victory. Yuanqi's countenance darkened further. Winning 3 out of 5 rounds would secure final victory. Yet they had already lost 2 at the outset. Pressure was mounting significantly on the Chan sect. Master, my disciple will surely triumph in the next round, Guang Qinzi declared resolutely. He then entered the arena, where he was to engage in a contest of magic with Jie Sect's Gui Ling. Guang Qinzi, the foremost among the 12 golden immortals, wielded several formidable spiritual treasures and launched an aggressive onslaught. Notably, the Fan Tian seal, a treasure forged from the fractured Mount Buzz who through immense magical prowess, stood as a paragon among postnatal treasures. Under Guang Qinzi's formidable pressure, Gui Ling could only adopt a defensive stance, and even that was laborious. At this moment, Yuanqi's expression softened slightly. However, in the next instant, Gui Ling evaded the Fan Tian seal and suddenly summoned 4 sharp swords to form a sword formation, ensnaring Guang Qinzi with blinding speed. This sword formation was the divine sword array crafted by Xiao Yuan, possessing 1/3 of the power of the extermination sword array. Trapped within, Guang Qinzi found himself unable to escape. Had it been a battle to the death, Gui Ling could have easily refined him within the formation. I have lost. Guang Qinzi lamented, his spirit utterly deflated. Gui Ling exhaled in relief. Her victory stemmed from seizing upon Guang Qinzi's impatience for triumph, which led to his entrapment in the formation. Otherwise, the outcome could have been uncertain. Second brother, 3 victories out of 5. Shall we continue? Tong Tian inquired of Yuanqi with a smile. With only 2 rounds remaining, even if the Chan sect were to win, a comeback seemed implausible. We shall compete. Yuanqi gritted his teeth. Although according to their agreement, the Chan sect had already forfeited the title of the foremost sect in the wilderness, he could not swallow this defeat. He refused to believe that Yun Zongzi and Nanji would continue to falter. At this moment, Xiao Yuan's expression became somewhat peculiar. He pondered whether the Chan sect might be entirely vanquished by the Jie sect in this contest. If that were to occur, it would be a significant embarrassment for the Chan sect. Very well, let us proceed. Tong Tian agreed without objection. In the 4th match, Liu Dang faced Yun Zongzi. As a master craftsman from the Chan sect, Yun Zongzi possessed an array of spiritual treasures, including the formidable Wanbao River. However, Liu Dang wielded the soul-piercing needle, crafted by Xiao Yuan, which was particularly insidious. Seizing the moment of distraction, he plunged the needle into Yun Zongzi's divine soul, throwing him into disarray, and swiftly suppressed him. Indeed, both the soul-piercing needle for Liu Dang and the extermination sword array for Gui Ling were tailored by Xiao Yuan with precision. giving Yunzong's mastery over numerous spiritual treasures. The soul-piercing needle was the most effective tool for subterfuge. Guang Qinzi commanded the formidable Fan Tian seal, which was too powerful to confront head-on. Thus, encirclement by the sword array was the optimal strategy. As the curtain fell on this battle, an eerie silence enveloped the spectators present. The Jie teaching, 4 victories, 4 triumphs, truly awe-inspiring. Like Xiao Yuan, countless observers now whispered in hushed, incredulous tones. Could it be that the Jie teaching intends to claim a 5th victory, shattering the Chan teaching utterly, piercing its very foundation? At that moment, Nanji and Duobao stood face to face. Both sovereigns of the quasi-sage middle realm, their cultivation profound, their auras resonant with celestial authority. Their contest of Daorist arts unfolded with breathtaking intensity, sparks of primordial energy flaring, heavens trembling faintly beneath the weight of their wills, until, at last, Nanji, by the narrowest margin, yielded to Duobao's superior insight and technique. Boom! A thunderous wave of astonishment erupted across Jin Ao Island. Heavens above, the Jie teaching had prevailed. 5 matches. 5 flawless victories, leaving the Chan teaching utterly undone. The title of Supreme Sect of the Primordial Chaos now rested, unassailable and resplendent, upon the Jie teaching's brow. And yet, how stark the contrast. Both sects bore the seal of a celestial sovereign, yet the Chan teaching's performance had been grievously wanting. Hush! Tread carefully. Speak with reverence. Onlookers murmured in low, awestruck voices, their countenances pale with disbelief. Simultaneously, the Jie teaching's celestial fortune surged, golden, radiant, boundless, while the Chan teaching's aura dimmed. Its auspicious clouds thinning, its celestial mandate visibly fraying. This was no mere contest of prestige. It was a wager upon destiny itself, upon the very flow of heavenly grace. Brother Tongtian murmured, a rare note of gentle embarrassment coloring his voice. He had never imagined his disciples would rise so magnificently, 5 consecutive triumphs. Had he foreseen it, he might have counseled restraint, granted the Chan teaching a measure of dignity, softened the edge of their humiliation. Depart. Yuanqi's face was ashen, his frame trembling, not with rage alone, but with the shattering of certainty. He could scarcely fathom that his carefully chosen disciples, his paragons of celestial refinement, had been outshone by those the Chan teaching had long dismissed as misshapen, bestial, unworthy. Yuanqi had broken, his composure, his conviction, his very sense of cosmic order, splintered beyond repair. His disciples followed in silence, heads bowed, voices stilled, trailing behind their master like shadows retreating from the light. Chapter 67. Hao Tian, disciple Xiao Yuan is a paragon of benevolence. Xiao Yuan watched the Chan teaching's retreating figures, slumped, hollow-eyed, steeped in dejection, and a quiet suspicion stirred within him. Had the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching long been unable to sever their karmic vessels and ascend to the quasi-sage realm, not due to lack of cultivation, but because their Dao hearts had fractured in the crucible of rivalry with the Jie teaching? Had their pride, their resentment, their obsession with supremacy corroded the very foundation of their enlightenment? With the conclusion of the sectarian contest, the throng upon Jin Ao Island gradually dispersed, like mist dissolving at dawn. The Jie teaching's inner disciples and its most illustrious cultivators accompanied Tongtian to the Penglai Shanqing Palace. You have trained with unwavering diligence, Tongtian observed, a faint smile gracing his lips, and thereby exalted the glory of our sect. Yet you have also acted with such unrelenting force that you have strained the harmony between the Jie and Chan teachings. He sighed softly, melancholy and wisdom entwined in that breath. Master, Xiao Yuan replied, voice clear and resonant as a bronze bell. For years, the Chan teaching has regarded us with disdain, mocking us as beast-born, unrefined, unworthy of celestial grace. We have borne their scorn in silence, yet silence, it seems, only emboldens arrogance. A lesson was long overdue. Indeed, echoed Wu Dang, stepping forward with quiet fervor. Wherever we walk the primordial chaos, we are met with scorn, with taunts, with slander, our names besmirched, our deeds distorted, our virtue maligned. And so we ought not yield, not out of pride, but out of principle. The moment Xiao Yuan spoke, a wave of assent rippled through the assembly. For years, Tongtian had urged forbearance, urged them to preserve the fragile unity of the 3 teachings. Yet the Chan teaching had answered restraint with escalation, disdain with derision, silence with slander. Now, 5 victories, 5 triumphs. They had exorcised years of pent-up grievance. Xiao Yuan observed their fervent expressions, not with disapproval, but with quiet satisfaction. He had, after all, intended this. He had stoked the embers of righteous indignation, not to breed hatred, but to forge clarity, to awaken in his brethren the sober understanding that compassion, untempered by discernment, becomes complicity, and that mercy, extended to the unrepentant, is not virtue, but vulnerability. He sought not to harden their hearts, but to refine them, to replace blind forbearance with wise resolve, and hollow tolerance with sovereign dignity. Moreover, this situation might yet serve as an opportunity to shift our master's perspective, leveraged, perhaps, by the righteous indignation of the Jijiao disciples. Your elder brothers are already preparing to storm the gates, yet you still cling to the ideal of fraternal harmony. You raise a valid point, Master Tongtian conceded. Observing the intensity of his disciples' reactions, and realizing, with quiet remorse, that his prior inattention had allowed them to endure grievances unaddressed. This confrontation between the Changjiao and Jijiao sects has concluded in resounding triumph, and you have all acquitted yourselves with exceptional distinction. As your master, I shall not withhold reward. Thereupon, he bestowed generous honors upon them. Master, interjected Duobao, in 3 millennia, the Earth's sovereign shall manifest. I humbly propose that Brother Xiao Yuan assume leadership of the Earth's sovereign's moral cultivation and spiritual guidance. He possesses both profound insight and the devoted veneration of the human race. Surely he shall fulfill this sacred charge with greater excellence than I ever could. Xiao Yuan was momentarily stunned. To guide the 3 sovereigns of humanity is to accrue immeasurable merit and celestial fortune. It was precisely through overseeing the heavenly sovereign's cultivation that Xian attained boundless virtue, enough to sever his 3 fetters and ascend to the exalted rank of quasi-sage of the late stage. Xiao Yuan knew full well that his elder brother understood this truth intimately, yet Duobao had, without hesitation or reservation, surrendered this unparalleled opportunity to him. Deeply moved, Xiao Yuan bowed his head in silent gratitude. Xiao Yuan, Master Tongtian turned to him, eyes gentle yet searching. What is your own view? The suggestion had stirred something within him. His 3rd disciple had never once failed him. Master, Xiao Yuan replied thoughtfully, when the human teaching guided the heavenly sovereign. It followed the principle of Wu Wei, non-interference. Thus neither elder brother Xian nor great elder brother intervened from the sovereign's birth to his ascension. Yet the Jijiao need not mirror that path. We may commit our entire sect, unreservedly, wholeheartedly, to nurturing humanity's flourishing. Such devoted, collective effort shall yield far greater virtue and celestial fortune. After all, what joy is there in feasting alone? Xiao Yuan had never intended to claim such bounty for himself alone, especially not when his senior and junior brothers, his fellow disciples of the Jijiao, had treated him with such genuine warmth and loyalty. He would lift them all, shoulder to shoulder, to partake in this sacred abundance. Very well, Master Tongtian smiled. This matter shall rest entirely in your hands. He trusted Xiao Yuan utterly. Once the matter was settled, the disciples gradually withdrew, until only Xiao Yuan remained. You linger. Has something else weighed upon your heart? Master Tongtian asked, mildly surprised. Master, Xiao Yuan said gently, our sect's fortune now swells magnificently. We have even claimed the title of foremost sect of the primordial realms. Yet I cannot help but wonder, can even the 4 swords of Zhu Xian truly anchor such a surging tide of destiny? The master laughed heartily. You overthink, my son. The Zhu Xian sword is among the supreme, peerless primordial artifacts of the cosmos. Its power is more than sufficient to stabilize our sect's celestial fortune. Rest easy. Xiao Yuan offered no further protest, bowed deeply, and departed the Upper Clarity Palace. His words had not been born of doubt, but of quiet vigilance, a subtle, filial warning, offered to spare his master future disarray. After Xiao Yuan's departure, Tongtian did, in fact, turn his awareness inward, assessing the Zhu Xian formation's resonance with the Jijiao's rising destiny. All remained harmonious. Though the sect's fortune surged, the 4 swords held firm, unshaken, unyielding. Still, since Xiao Yuan had raised the matter, Tongtian resolved to observe it with renewed attentiveness. Elder brother, thanks to the divine artifacts you forged, our victory was secured. Please accept this token of our gratitude. No sooner had Xiao Yuan stepped beyond the palace gates than 2 graceful figures approached, Wu Dang and Gui Ling. Each held a radiant prize, gifts awarded within the Upper Clarity Palace, and pressed them into his hands, their eyes shimmering with sincere appreciation. You, my esteemed seniors, need not concern yourselves with such trifles. Please keep them well. Xiao Yuan remarked with a smile. The intentions of Wu Dang and Gui Ling brought him great joy, affirming his belief that he had allied himself with the right individuals. Very well then. Wu Dang and Gui Ling, seeing his contentment, relented. Junior brother, could you elucidate on the concept of teaching through action that you mentioned earlier? At this juncture, Duo Bao approached Xiao Yuan with his inquiry. Elder brother, if we are to engage, Let us do so on a grand scale. I intend to unite the Dragon and Phoenix clans, alongside the Heavenly Court, to act in concert. Xiao Yuan briefly shared his vision. Duo Bao found himself perplexed by many aspects of Xiao Yuan's discourse, yet he was undeniably impressed by the gravity of what he heard. Indeed, entrusting such matters to junior brother Xiao Yuan was a wise decision. He merely needed to follow the guidance provided. Upon returning to Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan promptly sent messages to Ao Guang and Kong Xian, as well as a missive to Hao Tian. As for Ao Guang and Kong Xian, they were steadfastly committed to collaborating with Xiao Yuan, ready to follow his lead without hesitation. They understood that humanity was destined to be the principal actor in the vast expanse of the wilderness, by partaking in endeavors that promoted the prosperity of the human race. They could share in the merits and fortune. Sipping even a fraction of the broth would suffice to satisfy them. However, upon receiving Xiao Yuan's message, Hao Tian could hardly contain his excitement. My nephew Xiao Yuan has invited our heavenly court to partake in the human race's schemes. This is truly overwhelming. Hao Tian thought, nearly moved to tears. The position of the heavenly court was precarious, despite his status as the emperor of heaven being comparable to that of a sage. It was merely a facade. For a long time, he had yearned to insert himself into the affairs of humanity, but feared the repercussions from the sages. Now, with Xiao Yuan's invitation to partake in a venture that promised even a taste of the broth, Hao Tian was compelled. Wishing he could elevate Xiao Yuan to the highest echelons of reverence. Nephew Xiao Yuan, you are a truly benevolent soul. Chapter 68. The emergence of Zhen Yuanzi and the return of the Earth Emperor. As for the Kailan clan among the innate three races, Xiao Yuan had not forgotten them, yet he did not intend to include them this time. Primarily, he had personally subdued the Dragon and Phoenix clans, who held unwavering trust in him, allowing for seamless collaboration. Furthermore, the Kailan clan, with the assistance of ancestor Yang Mei, was unencumbered by karmic constraints, rendering their accumulation of merit merely a supplementary benefit. Lastly, Xiao Yuan's connection with the Kailan clan was largely unknown in the wilderness. He intended to use them as a hidden asset and would not deploy them lightly. After concluding his communications and delegating the relevant matters, the Dragon and Phoenix clans, along with the Heavenly Court, exhibited no signs of complacency, immediately commencing preparations. Time flew by, and nearly 3 millennia passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Xiao Yuan diligently honed his physical form, drawing ever closer to the 8th transformation of his Xiangong. Now was indeed the time for the Earth Emperor of humanity to descend into the world. Xiao Yuan departed from Yingzhou Island upon his cloud steed, journeying deep into the heart of the wilderness, heading directly to the ancestral grounds of humanity at Shouyang Mountain. We have come to pay our respects to the medical ancestor. Upon revealing himself, the 3 human ancestors of the human race simultaneously approached to bow. Now that humanity had been designated as the principal actors in the wilderness by the Heavenly Dao, the stature of these 3 ancestors had risen considerably, and their powers had surged, nearing the threshold of quasi-sainthood. In the presence of Xiao Yuan, they maintained a profound reverence. The 3 ancestors are too courteous. I have come to impart teachings for the Earth Emperor. Some matters necessitate the cooperation of the esteemed ancestors of humanity, remarked Xiao Yuan. Please articulate any requirements you may have, and we shall assuredly comply. The Swiren clan leader responded with great enthusiasm. Under my arrangements, the disciples of the Jie, along with the Dragon and Phoenix clans and the Heavenly Court, will lend their assistance to the human race. At that time, I kindly asked the 3 ancestors to maintain calm among our people and soothe their emotions, Xiao Yuan continued. Rest assured, this is indeed a fortuitous event for our race, and we shall make thorough preparations. The 3 ancestors of humanity replied promptly, their eyes gleaming with joy. The prospect of such numerous factions aiding the human race filled them with elation. A minor cooperation was hardly a burden. This sentiment was further rooted in the memory of Xiao Yuan's past benevolence when the human race was in dire straits, a kindness they would never forget. The 3 ancestors placed their utmost trust in Xiao Yuan. The advantages of Jie seizing the initiative were now vividly apparent. Had another faction proposed such demands, the human race might have been more cautious. Soon, under the orchestration of Xiao Yuan and the 3 ancestors, numerous disciples from Jie, alongside the Dragon and Phoenix clans, as well as forces from the Heavenly Court, began to settle among the human race. Compared to the previous endeavor where only nearly 100 elite from Jie and 3,000 from the Dragon clan participated, this time the scale was considerably grander. Jie dispatched nearly 10,000 disciples, while the Dragon and Phoenix clans sent forth tens of thousands, and the Heavenly Court managed to gather around 10,000 powerful beings, culminating in a staggering total close to 100,000. Such a considerable commotion inevitably attracted the attention of many formidable beings in the primordial realm. What was the intent behind Jie and the Dragon and Phoenix clan's grand movements towards the human race? Rumors suggested the imminent arrival of the Earth Emperor, and the tumultuous actions of Jie were likely preparatory steps for this event. Had Jie lost their senses? The return of the human emperor indeed promised great merit and fortune, yet the involvement of so many factions could dilute their gains. Discussions among the primordial beings grew fervent, even catching the interest of the saints. Many deemed Jie's approach reckless, as if they were inviting chaos by allowing numerous factions to intertwine in their affairs. Yet, they could not fathom Xiao Yuan's true intentions. While it was indeed advantageous for Jie to monopolize the merit, Xiao Yuan aimed to amplify the fortune associated with the reinstatement of the Earth Emperor. In due course, the merit and fortune Jie would acquire could potentially surpass the benefits of solitary gain. Xiao Yuan paid no heed to the external speculations, continuing with his methodical endeavors. "My dear friend Xiao Yuan, I hope you will not take offense at my uninvited arrival," came a sudden voice as a figure gracefully descended. "Greetings, Master Zhen Yuanzi." Xiao Yuan promptly bowed in respect. Zhen Yuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple was one of the foremost powerful beings in the primordial realm and the progenitor of the Earth Immortals. Previously, Xiao Yuan had encountered the remnants of Hong Yun's soul and, at Hong Yun's behest, delivered the fragmented 99 soul-dispersing red gourd to Zhen Yuanzi, thereby establishing a bond between them. Additionally, Xiao Yuan had received a ginseng fruit gifted by Zhen Yuanzi. In the present day, the arrival of Zhen Yuanzi did not truly astonish Xiao Yuan. After all, it is common knowledge in the primordial world that Hong Yun shares an inseparable bond with Zhen Yuanzi, and that the Shinnong clan is but a reincarnation of Hong Yun himself. If Zhen Yuanzi, the great immortal, were not to make an appearance, that would indeed be a curious occurrence. "My dear brother Hong Yun has been reincarnated, and I wish to lend my assistance. I humbly request your consent, young friend," Zhen Yuanzi implored. "The human race, being under the watchful eyes of the six saints, requires permission for even a powerful figure like Zhen Yuanzi to engage with them. It would be an honor to receive assistance from the esteemed Zhen Yuanzi." Xiao Yuan replied with great enthusiasm. Zhen Yuanzi's visit was a momentous occasion for Xiao Yuan. He had already allied with several major forces, preparing to amplify the merits and fortunes of the Earth Sovereign. This venerable Zhen Yuanzi is the progenitor of the Earth Immortals, holding dominion over the Earth Book among the three sacred texts of heaven, earth, and humanity. What is the greatest contribution of the Shinnong clan to the human race? It is, of course, the tasting of myriad herbs, the promotion of agriculture, and the practice of medicine. In essence, it is the cultivation of the land. With Zhen Yuanzi's assistance in refining the ley lines, how could the farming possibly fail? As time flowed on, the Earth Sovereign descended among the Lianshan tribe. The emergence of the Earth Sovereign, akin to that of the human sovereign, was accompanied by numerous auspicious phenomena. With purple qi rising from the east and ethereal sounds resonating in the air, Xiao Yuan transformed into an elderly man clad in a white robe, riding upon a blazing beast, entering the Lianshan tribe amidst a radiant glow, and took the Shinnong clan as his disciples. For the subsequent 3 millennia, Xiao Yuan devoted himself to instructing the Shinnong clan. Under Xiao Yuan's guidance, Shinnong explored the properties of various herbs, refined agricultural practices, and advanced medical knowledge. During this period, whether it be disciples of the Jie Sect, the Dragon and Phoenix clans, or the Heavenly Court, all adhered to Xiao Yuan's directives. Even Zhen Yuanzi displayed no trace of arrogance, dutifully following Xiao Yuan's instructions to provide support. Thus, the fruits of Shinning's research spread rapidly, soon to benefit the entire human race. Countless individuals sang praises of Shinnong, whose name echoed throughout the human realm and even across the vast primordial expanse. "Shinnong, your merits are now complete. Hasten to the Fire Cloud Cave to safeguard the human destiny," Xiao Yuan proclaimed loudly. Boom. At the moment Xiao Yuan spoke, a brilliant golden light burst forth from the heavens. An overwhelming tide of merit descended, manifesting in the forms of dragons, phoenixes, and various auspicious beasts. All beings in the primordial world gasped in awe at this magnificent display of merit and fortune. Heavens! The merits and fortunes accompanying the return of the Earth Sovereign surpass even those witnessed at the ascension of the Heavenly Sovereign by at least threefold. Chapter 69. The Vast Merits. The pressure of Jie Sect's fortunes could not be contained. Who in the primordial world is unaware that the enlightenment of the human race yields immense fortunes and merits? The last time the teachings of the human sect accompanied the ascension of the Heavenly Sovereign, the resulting merits drew considerable astonishment. Now, with the Earth Sovereign's return, The merits and fortunes astonishingly amount to 3 times that of the heavenly sovereign's ascension, nearly leaving them in disbelief. In truth, many powerful beings had anticipated the Jie Sect's misfortune, but now they were left without the ability to laugh. Even Xiao Yuan found himself somewhat astonished. He had initially hoped to garner merits exceeding those of the heavenly sovereign's descent by a factor of 2, but the outcome astoundingly surpassed his expectations, tripling the anticipated amount. This is all thanks to the generous assistance of the venerable Jianzi. The issue at hand is no longer merely about sustenance, but rather about indulgence to the point of fullness. In the next moment, the blessings of fortune and merit descended. The majority of these virtues fell upon the Shinon clan, whose power surged dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, to a point where there was no further ascent possible. The remaining merits were divided into numerous portions, with the largest share naturally bestowed upon Xiao Yuan. The path of enlightenment he traversed was significantly more challenging than merely overcoming minor realms, necessitating a greater accumulation of merit. However, the sheer magnitude of the blessings was overwhelming. Through the power of these merits, Xiao Yuan directly ascended into the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. His divine incarnation intensified, allowing him to break through 2 minor realms and reach the late stage of quasi-sainthood. The disciples of the Jie Sect, along with the Dragon and Phoenix clans, the Heavenly Court, and even the venerable Jianzi, all reaped considerable benefits. Even though the merits were dispersed among several factions, the gains for the Jie Sect were still more than double what they had received at the time of the Heavenly Emperor's reinstatement. The Jie Sect emerged as the most significant victor in this event. Alas, the Heavenly Court's foundation is rather weak. Otherwise, it could have mobilized more resources to acquire even greater merits. At this moment, Haoshan felt both joy and sorrow, as among the major factions, he had secured the least. This was largely because his contributions were minimal, not due to a lack of desire, but rather a lack of capability. Following this incident, Haoshan resolved to cultivate closer ties with his nephew, Xiao Yuan. In the South Pole, the reinstatement of the human emperor is your responsibility. You cannot allow the Jie Sect to overshadow you, spoke Yuanxi from the Yugzu Palace, his tone grave. The previous 5 defeats had nearly turned the Chan Sect into a laughingstock. This time, in the education of the human emperor, the Chan Sect was determined not to falter. After Yuanxi finished speaking, Nanji wore a troubled expression. The emergence of the 3 human emperors theoretically meant that the heavenly emperor would garner the most merit. Nanji was not even confident in surpassing the heavenly emperor, let alone exceeding the merits of the earth emperor, a task he found utterly impossible. Yet, witnessing his teacher's earnest demeanor, Nanji could only acquiesce. He contemplated that he could emulate Xiao Yuan, forging alliances with several factions to amplify the merits. However, what Nanji failed to realize was that, no matter how much he schemed, he could never surpass Xiao Yuan. The merits associated with the reinstatement of the human emperor were intrinsically linked to the genuine reverence and gratitude of the human populace. Xiao Yuan had managed affairs exceptionally well during the Earth Emperor's reinstatement, elevating the threshold of human happiness to unprecedented heights, even exhausting the merits of the human race. Consequently, for future aspirants to earn the heartfelt respect and gratitude of the human beings, the difficulty would be significantly heightened. Xiao Yuan had long anticipated such an outcome. Nevertheless, a dead friend is better than a living foe. As long as he enjoyed his own bountiful rewards, he paid little mind to the subsequent contenders, especially since those challengers were destined to be adversaries of the Jie Sect. The Chan and Western sects could wallow in their own misfortunes. Entrusting the matter of education to Xiao Yuan was undoubtedly a wise decision. This young man has truly provided me with a delightful surprise. At this moment, Tong Tian could hardly contain his laughter. The Emperor of Earth has returned to his rightful place, and a tremendous flow of fortune is gravitating toward the Jie Sect. The cultivation of saints is intricately linked to the fortunes they command. The Jie Sect has already established itself as the foremost sect in the primordial realm, overflowing with fortune. Previously, only the human sect could slightly suppress the Jie Sect's dominance, but now the Jie Sect has decisively surpassed the human sect, ascending to the pinnacle among the 4 great sects. However, before Tong Tian could revel in this triumph for too long, his expression suddenly shifted. Alas, the young man Xiao Yuan was indeed correct. The sword array of extermination could not fully contain the Jie Sect's fortune. Tong Tian, not daring to delay, immediately wielded his saintly power to manipulate the sword array of extermination, fearing that even he might be adversely affected by its sudden backlash. Disciple, I thank you for your assistance. Haoshan personally came to express his gratitude to Xiao Yuan. Given the immense benefits the heavenly court had reaped, he felt compelled to show appreciation. Uncle, you are too courteous, Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. His support for Haoshan was not without ulterior motives. He intended to convey a message. Aligning with the Jie Sect would yield rewards. Furthermore, the advantages provided by the Jie Sect were not to be taken for granted. In the future, if the Jie Sect faced tribulations, assistance would be expected. Xiao Yuan, with a mind both calculated and intricate, ensnared Haoshan before he even realized it. Uncle, I must advise you to exercise caution regarding Fairy Yeji. Be wary of being ensnared, Xiao Yuan cautioned, as a thought crossed his mind. He referred to the scheming involving Haoshan's sister, Yeji, and her clandestine liaison with the mortal Yang Tenyu. Yeji, who had also attained enlightenment through Jade, was dearly cherished by Haoshan and represented his vulnerable spot. Should she fall into a trap, it would undoubtedly implicate Haoshan. Rest assured, disciple, I will remain vigilant. Haoshan promptly replied, well aware of Xiao Yuan's connection to his saintly mentor and his own proficiency in divination. Thus, he took Xiao Yuan's words to heart. In the aftermath, both the Dragon and Phoenix clans, along with numerous disciples of the Jie Sect, expressed their profound gratitude to Xiao Yuan, their appreciation transcending mere words. Even Jin Yuanzi grew closer to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan contemplated the potential of recruiting this ancestral figure of Earth immortals to the Jie Sect. However, the opportune moment had yet to present itself, necessitating a gradual approach. Once the affairs of the human realm were entirely resolved, Xiao Yuan and the disciples of the Jie Sect returned to the Eastern Sea, initially intending to return directly to Yingzhou Island to solidify his cultivation. Xiao Yuan received a summons from Tantian, requesting his presence at the Upper Clear Palace. At first, Xiao Yuan was unaware of the reason for his teacher's summons. Upon arriving at Penglei, the truth became apparent. The fortune of the Jie Sect was on the verge of overflowing. Ordinarily, the explosive fortune of the Jie Sect would take some time to manifest, but Xiao Yuan's vigorous actions in the human realm had garnered excessive fortune, causing the four extermination swords to operate beyond their capacity. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth in his zeal to amass fortune. He had overlooked this critical aspect. Teacher, Xiao Yuan greeted Tantian with a bow upon entering the Upper Clear Palace. Before he could speak, Tantian, with a bitter expression, lamented. You must have seen it. The fortune of the Jie Sect is overflowing, and the sword array of extermination is struggling to contain it. You are always full of ideas. Please help me think of a solution. Xiao Yuan. Teacher, I am not omnipotent. Chapter 70. The projection of the chaotic bell. The saints compete at this moment. Tantian found himself in a dilemma. Otherwise, a dignified sage would not have to rely on his disciple for ideas. While other sects lamented their lack of fortune, Jie Jiao found itself overwhelmed by an abundance of it. A truly enviable predicament. Teacher, to stabilize the fortunes of our Jie Jiao, we must approach the matter from two angles. Either reduce the fortune or seek an innate treasure to suppress it, Xiao Yuan suggested. I understand that both methods are viable. Tantian replied, but fortune is rare, and I truly do not wish to diminish it. As for the innate treasure, it is indeed hard to find. Tantian recognized the validity of Xiao Yuan's words, yet he found himself trapped between a rock and a hard place. While reducing the fortune was not difficult, the search for an innate treasure was exceedingly challenging. Watching the fortune his disciple painstakingly acquired, Tantian was reluctant to see it squandered. Ding. Jie Jiao is currently facing a critical crisis of overflowing fortune. Please make a choice. Option 1. Reduce Jie Jiao's fortune, controlling it within manageable limits, and receive the reward of bloodthirst, gold, entry. Option 2. Utilize the power of a sage, employing the method of divination to ascertain the whereabouts of the chaotic bell, and receive the reward of indestructible soul, gold, entry. Bloodthirst, gold. You can control the flow of blood, converging it into divine power, even manipulating the blood within others to absorb their vitality and enhance your own strength. Indestructible soul, gold. Your soul is resilient, possessing an immortal state, impervious even to the might of a sage. I choose option 2. The moment the system's voice presented the choices, Xiao Yuan made his decision. Regarding the two entries, he naturally leaned towards indestructible soul, gold. His physical body and bloodline already possessed corresponding entries. Now, he merely lacked in the realm of the soul. By supplementing his soul, he would no longer have any weaknesses. Furthermore, the appearance of the system provided Xiao Yuan with a direction for resolution. Indeed, he could attempt to deduce the whereabouts of the chaotic bell. The chaotic bell, as an innate treasure, concealed itself, obscuring heavenly secrets, rendering even sages incapable of locating it. Now, Xiao Yuan believed that with the method of divination and his teacher's sage power, perhaps he could give it a try. He too did not wish to see the fortune he had painstakingly acquired dissipate. Teacher, I have another method. If you infuse your sage power into me, I can then activate the method of divination. Perhaps I can ascertain the location of the chaotic bell, Xiao Yuan resolutely proposed. Very well, let us give it a try. Tong Tian nodded in agreement. Xiao Yuan immediately summoned the innate Zhou Yi divination tokens, scattering them with a wave of his hand. Subsequently, Tong Tian descended his sage power, infusing it into Xiao Yuan. The sage power transcends yin and yang, breaking free from the 5 elements. Xiao Yuan instantly felt a clarity in his mind, and the scattered tokens began to operate at an astonishing speed. At that moment, he utilized the power of the divination to probe the heavenly secrets, seeking the whereabouts of the chaotic bell. This act, in essence, was a defiance of fate. Teacher, it is still insufficient. Xiao Yuan called out. Disciple, the power of the sage is vast and overwhelming. I fear my body may not withstand it, expressed Tong Tian with a hint of concern. In the primordial realm, there is a saying, beneath the sage, all are but ants. The might of the sage is unparalleled. Even a peak quasi-saint cannot endure a single strike from one. The power Tong Tian had just imparted to Xiao Yuan was calculated to match his bodily limits. Any more would surely harm him. Master, now is not the time for hesitation. A bold endeavor could resolve the great tribulations for my sect, Xiao Yuan promptly asserted. Tong Tian, moved by his words and acknowledging their wisdom, immediately channeled more sage power. Crack! In the next moment, Xiao Yuan's formidable physique, resilient enough to withstand the innate treasures, began to show fine fissures, and blood droplets began to seep forth. Fortunately, he had recently acquired the endless vitality trait, granting him exceptional recuperative abilities. Simultaneously, with the aid of his master's sage power and the path of calculation, Xiao Yuan truly began to sense the descent of the chaos bell, albeit faintly. Just a little more, we are so close. Master, increase the output. Xiao Yuan cried out once more. Recognizing the urgency of the moment, Tong Tian amplified his strength again. The fissures on Xiao Yuan's body reached a point of no return. Even the endless vitality trait could not keep up with the rate of physical collapse. Moreover, it was not only his body that suffered. His spirit, and even his essence were beginning to show signs of damage. Nonetheless, with the influx of sage power, Xiao Yuan's calculations became clearer, his mind sharper. And he even tracked the aura of the chaos bell, locking onto its descent. Master, the chaos bell is in the far south. Our calculations have disturbed it. We must act swiftly. Upon detecting the bell's aura, Xiao Yuan shouted urgently. Tong Tian, disregarding everything else, seized the Qingping's sword and sped southward. At that moment, in the extreme southern lands of the primordial realm, a magnificent 9-colored radiance erupted, illuminating nearly half of the primordial heavens. Ding, ding. The resonant chimes of the bell echoed throughout the primordial expanse, startling powerful beings across the realm. This was the aura of the chaos bell. In the northern sea, a colossal figure darted towards the location of the chaos bell, moving at an astonishing speed. Even the great Luo Jingxian could only catch a glimpse of its shadow. This figure was none other than the Kunping of the northern sea. Alongside him, figures such as the Blood Sea's Mingyi, the heavenly court's Haoshan, and the western Kunlun's Queen Mother of the West, all renowned powers in the primordial realm, sprang into action. Yet, despite their speed, the quasi-saints could not match the pace of the sages. The chaos bell, an innate treasure, was coveted by all. Who could resist the allure of possessing it? Even sages were not exempt from such desires. The chaos bell rightfully belongs to my demon race. It is time for it to return to its rightful owner. Even Nuwa, usually indifferent to worldly matters, unveiled the map of mountains and rivers. Our western lands are desolate. We have yet to acquire any innate treasures. Esteemed friends, I implore you to show a measure of consideration for the 2 saints of the West. Naturally, the duo of Jian and Zunni would not lag behind. Their words were accompanied by swift actions. Elder brothers, I beseech you to lend me your strength to seize this treasure. Among the 6 saints, Tong Tian had already acquired the results of Xiao Yuan's calculations, granting him a significant advantage. Thus, he acted swiftly, immediately calling upon his 2 brothers for assistance. Lao Zi and Yuanxi pondered for a moment before unleashing the Taiji diagram and the Panga banner to aid Tong Tian in restraining Nuwa and the 2 western saints. Upon witnessing this, Tong Tian was filled with joy. He had seized the initiative and bound the chaos bell. As long as his 2 elder brothers could delay for a moment, he could secure the bell without issue. However, just as Tong Tian was about to suppress and collect the chaos bell, a flicker of struggle appeared in Yuanxi's eyes. He recalled the scene of Jie Jiao's 5 battles and 5 victories, where they had crushed Chan Jiao into submission, earning the title of the foremost sect in the wilderness. He remembered how Jie Jiao had assisted the Earth Emperor in regaining his position, acquiring vast merits and fortunes. Yuanqi contemplated, if Jie Jiao were to obtain the Chaos Bell, would Chan Jiao ever have a chance to rise again, or surpass Jie Jiao? Chapter 71. Yuanqi's underhanded move, the primal yin-yang flood dragon. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yuanqi felt a wave of hesitation. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, summoned the power of the Panga banner, and transformed it into a streak of radiant light. Charging towards the Chaos Bell, Tong Tian was poised to claim the bell. Had it been Nuwa or the two Western saints, he might have been cautious. But he harbored no suspicion towards his own second brother. Bang! The Chaos Bell was struck with tremendous force, shattering the restraints Tong Tian had set. Allowing the bell to break free, and, propelled by this very force, it soared away. Tong Tian attempted to seize it, but it was too late. The Chaos Bell transformed into a streak of light, traversing time and space, slipping away from the six saints and the myriad powerful figures of the wilderness. Soon, it vanished from sight, and even the secrets of heaven were once again obscured. The six saints were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. None of them had anticipated that Yuanqi would make a move at such a critical moment. Alas, it seems the Chaos Bell is destined to elude us in the West. Let it be, let it be. Jian and Zunny shook their heads with a sigh and turned to leave. They were quite content with this outcome. Although they had not obtained the Chaos Bell, neither had Jie Jiao. Moreover, Yuanqi's underhanded actions would undoubtedly create a significant rift between Tong Tian and himself. Nuwa remained silent, casting a glance at the trajectory of the fleeing Chaos Bell before returning to her own domain. Yuanqi, what have you done? Tong Tian's eyes glimmered with anger as he sternly questioned Yuanqi. He could hardly fathom that his second brother would act in such a manner. Yuanqi found himself momentarily speechless, unable to articulate a response. Lao Zi wished to mediate, but was at a loss for words. Humph. Tong Tian ceased to engage Yuanqi further, leaving in a huff, determined to continue searching for the whereabouts of the Chaos Bell. Second brother, your actions in this matter have truly crossed the line. Lao Zi gazed at Yuanqi with a complex expression. Eldest brother, we saints vie for fortune and cultivation. Jie Jiao has already amassed such great fortune, establishing an overwhelming dominance. If they were to acquire the Chaos Bell, their momentum would become unstoppable. At that point, whether it be Chan Jiao or your own teachings, who could contend with Jie Jiao? Perhaps we would all become mere stepping stones on Tongdian's path of cultivation. Yuanqi spoke, his conviction deepening with each word. In the profound contest for the Dao, there is no room for mercy, not even toward one's own blood brothers. He, Yuanqi, had done nothing amiss. Lao Zi fell silent once more. Though reluctant to concede, he could not deny the truth in Yuanqi's words. The surging fortune of the Jie Sect weighed heavily upon him, stirring quiet unease. Perhaps Yuanqi was, indeed, right. Meanwhile, Tong Tian searched tirelessly, yet found no trace of the Primordial Bell. Disheartened, he returned alone to the Shangqing Palace. At that very moment, Xiao Yuan sat within the Shangqing Palace, gathering his shattered qi and tending to his grievous wounds. To divine the bell's whereabouts, he had borne a force no mortal, nor even most immortals, could withstand. Cracks still marred his flesh like fractured porcelain. His body was drenched in crimson, his breath fainter than the whisper of dying embers. At present, he would scarcely prevail against even a single great Luo immortal. Master, did you retrieve it? Sensing Tong Tian's return, Xiao Yuan had intended to ask, yet the profound desolation shadowing his master's countenance spoke louder than words. He knew, instantly, that the endeavor had failed. Master, primordial supreme treasures are rare and elusive, difficult to locate, harder still to claim. Let us not despair. Once I have recovered, I shall attempt the divination anew. His voice was gentle, resolute, offering solace, not reproach. Tong Tian, already burdened by guilt at the sight of his disciple's ravaged form, now felt it deepen, sharp and unrelenting, as Xiao Yuan, wounded and weakened, turned his compassion outward instead of inward. This matter no longer concerns you. The Primordial Bell is sentient, having fled once. It has grown wary, its trail now veiled in deeper obscurity. If necessity demands, I shall even curtail the Jie Sect's celestial fortune to secure it. As he spoke, his hands moved with quiet urgency, channeling restorative energy into Xiao Yuan's broken frame. Xiao Yuan, observing the heaviness in his master's gaze, sensed that more than mere failure had transpired. At the time of his injury, he had been too grievously wounded to perceive the ripples across the world of Hong Huang. Yet the sorrow etched upon Tong Tian's face was unmistakable, profound, and layered. Still, he could not bring himself to ask. 3,000 years passed. Xiao Yuan's condition stabilized, his vitality restored enough that only serene cultivation remained necessary for full recovery. He bade farewell to the Shanqing Palace. Before his departure, Tongtian bestowed upon him a generous array of rare spiritual treasures, tokens of quiet gratitude and unspoken sorrow. Junior brother Xiao Yuan, I heard you suffered grievous wounds aiding Master in divining the Primordial Bell's location. How fares your health now? Duo Bao greeted him with sincere concern. I am nearly restored, Xiao Yuan replied with a faint, wry smile, then shifted tone, voice lowering. Senior brother, what truly transpired when Master sought the bell? Why does his spirit seem so subdued? All that matter, Duo Bao sighed, lowering his voice further. It is enough to stir righteous indignation. Master had already subdued the bell, its resonance stilled, its will nearly bent. Only the final, decisive act remained when Second Elder intervened, silently, unseen, and most unscrupulously. He recounted the full account. Hushed and heavy with implication, Xiao Yuan fell momentarily speechless. His second uncle's conduct was, indeed, beneath the dignity of a sage, stealthy, underhanded, and profoundly unbrotherly. Yet, upon reflection, a quieter truth emerged. Perhaps this betrayal was not wholly calamitous. It would pierce Tongtian's heart deeply, perhaps irrevocably, shattering the last vestiges of sentimental kinship that had long tempered his resolve. From now on, he might govern not by filial loyalty, but by sovereign wisdom. Only the loss of the primordial bell remained a true lament, and his master's assessment was sound. The bell, now startled and awakened, had withdrawn into impenetrable concealment, beyond even the reach of a sage's divinatory power, even with Xiao Yuan's restored strength beside him. At this juncture, the only viable path appears to be diminishing the Jijiao's celestial fortune, a measure that, though expedient, addresses but the symptom, not the root. Should the Jijiao continue its unchecked ascent, the peril of fortune overflowing, unstable, volatile, and perilous, will inevitably recur. Yet for now, Xiao Yuan possesses no more elegant or enduring solution. Having taken his leave of Duo Bao, he returned to Yingzhou Island to recuperate. His injuries ran deep, striking at the very core of his primordial essence. Fortunately, he bore numerous celestial edicts and divine titles upon his person. Without them, lingering afflictions, perhaps irreversible, might well have taken hold. Thus, 2,000 years slipped by like mist at dawn. Master, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, Ao Guang, seeks audience. Xiang Tongzi's voice broke the stillness as Xiao Yuan sat serenely fishing, rod poised over tranquil waters. At the name, Xiao Yuan arched a faint, thoughtful brow. His convalescence was no secret. Were the matter trivial, the venerable Dragon King would scarcely disturb his repose. He bade Xiang Tongzi usher Ao Guang in without delay. Deist friend Xiao Yuan, Ao Guang began, voice taut with urgency. A primordial yin-yang jiao has emerged in our eastern sea, feral, merciless, and dreadfully cunning. It preys upon our kin, devouring nearly 1,000 of our bloodline. Time and again, we have sought to apprehend it, yet it eludes us with uncanny ease. We humbly beg your aid. Chapter 72, Xiao Yuan. You have struck iron where you meant stone upon hearing the name Primordial Yin-Yang Jiao. Xiao Yuan's expression flickered, subtle, yet unmistakably intrigued. This creature was no mere beast of chaos. It bore a name etched in the annals of the Fengshen calamity. Born from a confluence of primordial yin-yang breath and the tainted essence of a malevolent dragon, it manifested as a serpentine sovereign, neither fully dragon nor wholly jiao, yet surpassing even pure-blooded dragons in innate virtue, celestial lineage, and martial potency. A paragon among the denizens of the Hongwang, its very existence was a paradox, exalted in origin, yet consumed by hatred for the dragon race, feeding upon them, as though repaying an ancient, unspoken grudge. Yet in the chronicles of the Fengshen calamity, this being met its end long before its hour had come, slain by the Jijiao's own patriarch, its corpse and soul refined into the legendary golden Jiao scissors, a peerless artifact entrusted to the three Xiao sisters. In that great cataclysm, the scissor blades carved legends, unstoppable, unblunted, rivaling even the primordial treasures in sheer, incisive might. And yet, here it was, undimmed, unbroken, very much alive. Is this Jiao truly so formidable? Xiao Yuan mused, tone measured, that even your clan, renowned for its ancient might, its deep-rooted cultivation, its burgeoning renaissance, finds itself stymied? The Dragon Clan's reserves were vast. At the very least, 5 Deluo immortals walked among them. And Xiao Yuan had long suspected the quiet presence of a quasi-sage, a being hovering just beneath the threshold of true sainthood, within their hidden sanctums. No, Ao Guang replied, shaking his head slowly. Its cultivation stands only at the mid-tier of Deluo immortality. Yet each time we corner it, be it with arrays, with celestial formations, Even with the direct intervention of our quasi-sage ancestor, it slips away, as if guided by fate itself. It was no longer pursuit. It had become mockery, a deliberate, humiliating dance upon the dignity of the dragon clan, one they could no longer endure. A quasi-sage failed to seize it? Xiao Yuan's voice held quiet astonishment. Clearly, this creature was no ordinary adversary. Just now, word arrived, Ao Guang said, voice thick with fury, that the fiend has struck again, swallowing nearly 100 of our kin in a single, contemptuous breath. I shall see to it. Xiao Yuan rose, calm, decisive, the stillness before the storm. From the description provided by Ao Guang, this innate Yin-Yang Jiao appears to be a veritable terrorist, one who thrives on chaos. The Dragon Clan falls under his protection. To openly provoke the Dragon Clan is to invite his wrath. Without waiting for Ao Guang, Xiao Yuan directly employed his evasion technique and departed. Given Xiao Yuan's current prowess, even without utilizing his sword evasion, his speed is remarkably swift, placing him among the elite of quasi-saint powerhouses. Upon his arrival, he beheld a colossal Jiao dragon, nearly 1,000 zhang in length, traversing the East Sea, its body enveloped in the dual energies of yin and yang, exuding an overwhelming presence. Moreover, its strength seemed to be at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, surpassing Ao Guang's claims by a small realm. Foul creature, where do you think you're going? At this moment, several immense dragons pursued the Yin-Yang Jiao, evidently powerful members of the Dragon Clan attempting to encircle and apprehend it. You Dragon Clan are pitiful, relying on numbers to bully the few. If you have the capability, face me in single combat. The Yin-Yang Jiao's eyes brimmed with mockery and derision, revealing no hint of panic in the face of the Dragon Clan's encirclement. In the next breath, it engaged with the Dragon Warriors, momentarily gaining the upper hand, demonstrating its considerable combat prowess. You all are useless, summon that old dragon quickly. The Yin-Yang Jiao continued to taunt. Esteemed friends of the Dragon Clan, might I request you to withdraw a bit? Xiao Yuan proclaimed, simultaneously summoning the spiritual treasure, the 9-fire red dragon furnace, to confine the Yin-Yang Jiao. The members of the Dragon Clan, upon hearing Xiao Yuan's voice, were instantly elated and retreated. The Yin-Yang Jiao, sensing Xiao Yuan's presence, could not ascertain his true capabilities. It was certain that this newcomer surpassed even the ancient dragon of the Dragon Clan in strength. Friend, I bear you no ill will. Why must you wade into these murky waters? The Yin-Yang Jiao called out. Xiao Yuan chuckled softly. The audacity of the Yin-Yang Jiao was indeed remarkable, as it did not flee at the first sign of his intervention. This indicated a strange confidence, the source of which was unknown. With my Jie Jiao firmly established in the East Sea, how dare you wreak havoc? Xiao Yuan pointed. And 9 fire dragons erupted from the 9-fire red dragon furnace, rushing towards the innate Yin-Yang Jiao with the momentum to scorch rivers and boil seas. How dare you meddle, Jie Jiao? And you, Taoist, once my powers reach their zenith, I shall flay your flesh and strip your bones, ensuring you never attain rebirth. The Yin-Yang Jiao's eyes blazed with fury as it shouted. Just as its words fell, before the 9 fire dragons could reach it, its form abruptly flickered and vanished from sight. Has it escaped? Xiao Yuan's brow furrowed, and he gestured for the 9 fire dragons, now without a target, to return to the 9-fire red dragon furnace. While his earlier strike had been casual, Xiao Yuan was certain that even the quasi-saint level powers could not easily evade him. How did this great Luo Golden Immortal Yin-Yang Jiao manage to elude him? Ao Yun of the Dragon Clan has encountered Xiao Yuan before. Might you discern how this foul creature managed to escape? At that moment, an ancient voice resonated, and a colossal white dragon leaped from the sea, transforming into a venerable elder with white hair and beard, leaning on a staff. Xiao Yuan, my friend. This is our esteemed ancestor, Ao Yun of the Dragon Clan. Ao Guang hastily introduced. Esteemed Ao Yun. It appears that the Yin-Yang Flood Dragon did not employ any form of escape technique, and I felt no spatial fluctuations. Xiao Yuan remarked with a wry smile and a shake of his head. In the primordial world, the methods of retreat predominantly involve various evasion techniques, with the art of traversing through the void being the most sophisticated. Yet, Xiao Yuan had observed that the Yin-Yang Flood Dragon seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving him perplexed. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Otherwise, this wicked creature would not dare to be so audacious, sighed Ao Yun. I am rather intrigued by the secrets concealed within the Yin-Yang Flood Dragon. Therefore, I shall dispatch a message to my fellow disciples at the Jie Sect and inform the many formidable beings of the East Sea to remain vigilant regarding the movements of this creature, ideally leading to its capture, Xiao Yuan stated thoughtfully. At his level, few things could pique his interest. Having witnessed the extraordinary escape methods of the Yin-Yang Flood Dragon, He harbored a sense that it concealed significant mysteries. The thought of not uncovering them left him restless. That would be a great assistance, my friend. Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude. No need for such formality. Xiao Yuan replied with a courteous remark before sending out the message. Once Xiao Yuan disseminated the information, the entire East Sea erupted in excitement. In an instant, both the disciples of the Jie Sect and the powerful beings of the East Sea abandoned their tasks to pursue the innate yin-yang flood dragon. Xiao Yuan was astonished by the fervor of the East Sea. When had his influence grown so substantial? Nevertheless, upon reflection, it was not surprising. As the disciples of the Jie Sect had benefited from Xiao Yuan's generosity, and his reputation surpassed even that of his senior brother, Duo Bao. A single word from Xiao Yuan could compel those disciples to exert their utmost efforts. As for the formidable beings of the East Sea, they aspired to earn Xiao Yuan's favor. Had they not observed the Dragon Clan and the Merman Clan prospering after aligning with him? It was no exaggeration to say that Xiao Yuan's utterance served as a bounty notice for the innate yin-yang flood dragon. Incurring Xiao Yuan's wrath was akin to striking a steel plate. Chapter 73. Hope amidst adversity. The aura of innate treasures after the issuance of the bounty. The East Sea became a hive of activity. Countless powerful beings roamed the skies above, hoping to locate the innate yin-yang flood dragon and present their accomplishments to Xiao Yuan. 300 years later, within a concealed space, the yin-yang flood dragon, now transformed into a man whose eyes glimmered with ferocity, muttered, "Cursed Daoist. Meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Otherwise, I would not find myself in such a predicament. Jie Sect, I had no intention of troubling you. But since you have come to me, do not blame me for bringing misfortune upon your sect." Should these words reach the ears of other beings in the primordial realm, they would undoubtedly deem him arrogant. The Jie Sect is indeed a sacred and grand religion, the foremost among the primordial teachings. How audacious it is for one of your stature, a great Luo golden immortal, to provoke such formidable forces. However, the innate yin-yang flood dragon possesses its own advantages. The most significant being this mysterious little realm. Born from this space, with but a thought, it can retreat into its depths, evading even the most powerful of saints. Now, 3 centuries have passed, and that figure has surely departed. The innate yin-yang flood dragon murmured, resolute in its intent to not only bring misfortune upon the Dragon Clan, but also to eliminate some disciples of the Jie Sect, teaching them that it is not to be trifled with. With that in mind, the innate yin-yang flood dragon transformed into its true form and slipped out from the confines of its sanctuary. Yet, before it could indulge in the delight of dragon flesh or exact its revenge upon the Jie Sect disciples, a series of sounds pierced the air. The innate yin-yang flood dragon is over there, pursue it. Soon after, the dragon sensed a multitude of powerful presences surging towards it, their ominous energy unmistakable. The number of adversaries was increasing, with nearly 50 great Luo golden immortals among them, including formidable saints. Apart from the ancestral figure of the Dragon Clan, Xiao Yuan, the Jie Sect's Duo Bao, and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit had also joined the fray in the search. Such was the influence of Xiao Yuan. Ironically, it was Xiao Yuan who issued the bounty yet did not partake in the hunt himself. The innate yin-yang flood dragon pondered, "What have I done to deserve this? Why is everyone charging at me?" Even in its arrogance, it dared not linger, swiftly retreating back into its concealed realm. "This creature is indeed elusive, vanishing in the blink of an eye," they exclaimed. "Continue the search. I refuse to believe it can escape the East Sea." The powerful beings watched as the innate yin-yang flood dragon disappeared, their frustration palpable. "Such a large dragon, and it vanishes without a trace," one remarked. "My junior brother was right. This innate yin-yang flood dragon is indeed troublesome," Duo Bao frowned. "This audacious creature dared to threaten my junior brother. Once I capture it, I shall see to its demise," the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit replied coldly. They did not hesitate and continued their pursuit of the innate yin-yang flood dragon. "What just transpired? I don't recall provoking so many powerful beings." The innate yin-yang flood dragon mused anxiously upon returning to its lair, bewildered by the sudden animosity directed towards it. Surely, it must have been a misunderstanding. After a century had passed, the innate yin-yang flood dragon assumed the tumult had subsided and ventured forth once more. "Everyone hurry, that fiend has resurfaced. We must capture it." Without a doubt, the encirclement resumed. The innate yin-yang flood dragon again retreated, now convinced that this was a deliberate siege against it, not merely a coincidence. The Dragon Clan lacked such prowess. It must have been that accursed figure. "I have not wronged you, yet you dare to attack me and even issue a bounty for my capture. This is an egregious affront. I can no longer bear it. Truly, I cannot. Do not give the Dragon Lord an opening. If you do, He shall make you understand why the flowers blaze so crimson. Of course, the primordial yin-yang dragon dares only curse inwardly, hurls silent imprecations, nothing more. A millennium later, the primordial yin-yang dragon could endure confinement no longer. His very marrow thrums with savage ferocity. He craves vast quantities of blood and essence. Without them, his ancestral bloodline surges, restless and fevered. Moreover, he reasoned, 1,000 years have passed. Surely those pursuers have grown weary, their vigilance dulled, their wrath spent. Yet the moment he dared lift his head above the veil of concealment, the hunters descended once more, like vultures scenting carrion. The primordial yin-yang dragon stood frozen, tears streaming down his scaled cheeks. 1,000 years, is this truly necessary? Thereafter, he waged a war of shadows, elusive, mercurial, untethered. He would surface only briefly, seize his prey, gorge himself, then vanish like mist before dawn, never lingering, never pausing. The cultivators who hunted him seethed with exasperation. He was maddeningly slippery, impossible to corner, impossible to trap. Yet this very elusiveness only stoked their pride, sharpened their resolve. Surely, they swore, this accursed dragon cannot forever elude our will. Elder brother, our sisterhood has meticulously charted the malevolent dragon's movements, and discerned a recurring pattern. Each emergence falls within this precise domain. Thus spoke the three Xiao sisters, arriving at Yingzhou Island to pay homage. Over the years, they had joined the pursuit, not as mere auxiliaries, but as keen-eyed strategists. Their meticulous observation had uncovered the dragon's habitual haunts. Excellent work, younger sisters, smiled Xiao Yuan. Should you succeed in subduing this fell beast, the laurels shall crown you above all. Their discovery proved pivotal. Xiao Yuan wasted no time. He led the sisters forth at once, deploying the assembled cultivators across the designated expanse like a net cast upon the deep. Junior brother, have you located the wretched dragon's lair? Duo Bao leaned close, voice hushed with anticipation. Thanks entirely to our sister's perspicacity, Xiao Yuan replied, a quiet smile playing upon his lips. Then at last, victory draws nigh. Duo Bao exulted. For years, the yin-yang dragon had frayed his nerves like a plucked string. Now, at long last, the tide had turned. Hai Wu Jizhen unfurl. Xiao Yuan raised his hand, and the boundless ocean array blazed into being, forged by his own hand. This supreme formation rivaled even the Zhou Tian Xing Do and Shi Er Du Tian arrays, surpassed by but a hair's breadth. Even a quasi-sage, ensnared within its currents, would find himself at Xiao Yuan's mercy, pliant, powerless, undone. The three Xiao sisters gazed upon the array, breathless, awestruck. Masters of formation arts themselves, they instantly perceived its sublime intricacy, its elegance, its depth, far beyond any artifice they could yet conjure. Then Xiao Yuan drew forth the primordial Zhou divination rods, and began his silent, meticulous calculation, tracing cosmic threads through the veil of time and space. After a long, suspended hush, his eyes snapped open. A luminous, triumphant gleam flickered within them. He had sought only the dragon's south hiding place. Instead, he had sensed it, the unmistakable, resonant pulse of a primordial supreme treasure. In that instant, all enigmas dissolved, like mist before the sun. No wonder his flight was so uncanny. No wonder he bore himself with such brazen confidence. He had not relied on cunning alone. He had wielded a treasure beyond mortal reckoning. And Xiao Yuan's thoughts turned, swift and solemn, to the past, the Jie Sect's tragic loss of the Chaos Bell, and now, this. A new primordial supreme treasure, gleaming like a star reborn in the darkest hour. Truly, when all paths seem lost, a hidden gate swings open. When shadows deepen, light blooms anew. Chapter 74. The Saint takes action. The primordial mirror, an innate treasure, possesses the extraordinary ability to disrupt the heavenly mechanisms of the primordial world, allowing one to conceal their presence. This is precisely why the Chaos Bell has eluded detection for so many years, remaining unfound by the six saints. Were it not for the innate yin-yang flood dragon, even with Xiao Yuan's profound mastery of divination, he would have been unable to sense the presence of an innate treasure amidst the vast expanse of the primordial realm. As for why this innate treasure has remained hidden throughout the annals of the primordial era, Xiao Yuan speculated that the flood dragon's audacious and unruly nature might have led to its demise at the hands of its own master. The methods of the saints are inscrutable. Even with the backing of an innate treasure, the creature could not escape its fate. Thus, the treasure has remained undiscovered. Calm. After the initial surge of elation, Xiao Yuan hastened to steady his emotions. The last time the Chaos Bell encountered a mishap, he could not afford for another error to occur. Junior brother, are you all right? Duo Bao, sensing Xiao Yuan's unusual demeanor, inquired anxiously. Fearing that Xiao Yuan had been adversely affected by his divination regarding the whereabouts of the innate yin-yang flood dragon. The art of divination has this flaw. It is perilously easy to suffer backlash. I am fine, but you must contact the master immediately and urge him to come swiftly, Xiao Yuan whispered. Duo Bao was momentarily perplexed. Was it truly necessary to involve their master for the capture of a mere Deluo golden immortal level flood dragon? That seemed rather excessive. However, knowing that Xiao Yuan's insistence must be rooted in reason, he refrained from further questioning. Xiao Yuan did not wish to withhold information about the innate treasure from Duo Bao, nor did he lack trust in him. Rather, he was unwilling to allow any possibility of mishap to arise. The methods of the saints are elusive. Should their communication be intercepted, it could jeopardize their grand plan. As for why he instructed Duo Bao to relay the message, it was because Xiao Yuan was currently employing his divination techniques at an astonishing speed to obscure the heavenly mechanisms. This was not solely to prevent others from discovering the innate treasure's presence, but also to avoid alarming the treasure itself. Otherwise, it might vanish as abruptly as the chaos bell had done. Is it necessary for me to attend to a mere Deluo evil flood dragon? In the Upper Clear Palace, Tong Tian had been striving to suppress the fortunes of the Jie Sect over the years. Yet, the fortunes of the Jie Sect continued to grow unabated, prompting Tong Tian to prepare measures to curtail them. Though reluctant, if he did not restrain their fortunes, the Jie Sect might very well face dire repercussions. Upon receiving Duo Bao's message, Tong Tian was momentarily taken aback. The recent commotion caused by the disciples of the Jie Sect surrounding the evil flood dragon had reached even his ears, despite his distance from the Upper Clear Palace. He had chosen not to involve himself in the affairs of the younger generation. Yet now, Duo Bao was requesting his presence, and to conceal his form as well. This struck him as rather absurd. However, since it was Xiao Yuan's request, Tong Tian instantly regarded it with greater seriousness and swiftly made his way to the area where Xiao Yuan and the others were located. The formidable beings surrounding the innate yin-yang flood dragon remained entirely unaware of Tong Tian's arrival. What has transpired that necessitates my presence here? Tong Tian inquired. Please, master. Employ your methods to obscure the heavenly mechanisms and simultaneously seal this space, Xiao Yuan replied with a solemn expression. Now, even Tong Tian is acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Under normal circumstances, my third disciple would not act in such a manner. Tong Tian immediately complied, concealing the heavenly secrets while simultaneously sealing off this maritime expanse. Master, while pursuing the innate yin-yang flood dragon, I sensed the presence of an innate treasure in this location. I am now 80% certain that such a treasure exists here, Xiao Yuan conveyed. At this revelation, Duo Bao's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly exclaiming aloud. In that moment, he comprehended why they had summoned their master. The emergence of an innate treasure was indeed a matter beyond their brotherhood's grasp. Tong Tian's form quivered slightly, a look of elation blossoming upon his face. With you, young one, it is truly a blessing for our Jie Sect. Tong Tian had always held Xiao Yuan's words in high regard, and with the involvement of an innate treasure, there could be no fabrications. Furthermore, Tong Tian understood Xiao Yuan's meticulous nature. When he claimed an 80% certainty, it was effectively a guarantee. According to your accounts, the innate yin-yang flood dragon possesses the ability to teleport without disturbing the spatial energies. Thus, the treasure may very well govern the path of space itself, Tong Tian mused thoughtfully. If that is the case, the treasure's evasion skills might surpass even that of the Chaos Bell, necessitating greater preparation. The previous incident involving the escape of the Chaos Bell had left Tong Tian feeling both concerned and remorseful. If he faltered again, he would truly be ashamed to face Xiao Yuan. Go. In the next moment, Tong Tian retrieved several array plates, layering one formation upon another. He produced no fewer than 9 formations, each potent enough not to be overshadowed by the vast sea infinite array. Moreover, Tong Tian wove these 9 formations together with the vast sea infinite array using immense magical power, intertwining them seamlessly. The convergence of 10 formations resulted in a formidable force that far exceeded mere addition, enhancing their potency nearly 100-fold. Xiao Yuan marveled at his master's prowess. While his own understanding of formations was commendable, he had much to learn before reaching such heights. The realm of formations was vast, and he had yet to scratch the surface. Simultaneously, Xiao Yuan noted his master's steadiness, which reflected his own nature. As Tong Tian arranged the formations, the fluctuations of spiritual energy were intense, eliciting astonishment from many disciples of Jie Sect and powerful beings from the East Sea. They mused on the innate yin-yang flood dragon's considerable capabilities, wondering how it could provoke such a grand display from both Xiao Yuan and Duo Bao, quasi-saints. Until the next moment, An overwhelming aura, so powerful it could subdue even quasi-saints, erupted from the heart of the formation. Those surrounding the innate yin-yang flood dragon, along with the Jie Sect disciples, all bowed in unison. We pay our respects to the master, saint. Simultaneously, disbelief shone in their eyes. Could it be? To contend with a being of the great Luo golden immortal realm, even a saint has been stirred? What grave transgression has the innate yin-yang flood dragon committed? They could not help but mourn for the innate creature, realizing that with the saint's intervention, its fate was sealed. The reason Tongtian suddenly unleashed such a powerful saintly aura was to draw out the concealed innate treasure, luring it into the snare. Moreover, as Tongtian had anticipated, at the moment his aura erupted, a silver streak of light shot forth from a certain trench in the eastern sea. Its speed was so astonishing that even a sage would struggle to perceive it. However, this expanse of ocean had been sealed off by Tongtian, and upon the emergence of that silver light, it collided against the grand formation. "Where do you think you're going?" Tongtian exclaimed with a gleeful expression, extending his hand. Despite being a formidable sage, he attempted several times to seize that streak of light, yet he failed to grasp it. Ultimately, however, he managed to capture it. This illustrates that had Tongtian not been prepared in advance, the innate treasure might have eluded him entirely. "Master, what kind of spiritual treasure is this?" Xiao Yuan and Duo Bao inquired with curiosity. Tongtian, smiling gently, opened his palm to reveal a mirror of silvery hue, adorned with intricate mystical patterns. At that moment, the mirror was enveloped in spiritual restrictions, sealed by Tongtian's formidable magical prowess. "If I am not mistaken, this treasure seems to be a fragment of the chaos spiritual treasure. The time-space mirror," he elucidated. Chapter 75, The Purple Gold Inscription, The Void Sword Escaped the Time-Space Mirror? Duo Bao furrowed his brows, as this touched upon his area of ignorance. It was also the first time Xiao Yuan had heard of this treasure, and he too was intrigued. In the chaos, there had once been 9 chaos spiritual treasures: the Jade Plate of Creation, the Heaven-Opening Axe, the 36-grade Chaos Green Lotus, the Spear of Judgment, the Monument of 10,000 Paths, the Time-Space Mirror, the Chaos Pearl, the Cauldron of All Things, and the Tower of World Suppression. Since the opening of the heavens, these treasures had all suffered damage, fallen in rank, and scattered throughout the wilderness or chaos. Tongtian explained with a smile. "The time-space mirror governs the powers of time and space. The one in my possession likely represents the aspect of space. Only when the time mirror and the void mirror are combined does one possess the complete time-space mirror." Upon hearing this, Duo Bao and Xiao Yuan immediately understood. Their knowledge enriched once more. "Tongtian, what has transpired? Why did you suddenly take action?" At that moment, the spiritual consciousness of the other 5 sages descended. Naturally, they sensed the commotion Tongtian had caused in the eastern sea, and they vaguely perceived the aura of an innate treasure, prompting their eager arrival. "It's nothing. Merely fortunate luck in obtaining an innate treasure from the eastern sea. Even without the chaos bell, my sect can still command destiny." Tongtian laughed heartily, exuding a sense of triumph. The last time, the chaos bell had been allowed to escape by Yuanxi, leaving Tongtian feeling quite frustrated. Now, he finally had the opportunity to vent his grievances. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, the other sages exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their astonishment. When had the innate treasures of the wilderness become so plentiful that Tongtian had stumbled upon yet another? Was the luck of the Jie Sect truly so extraordinary? They had not even caught wind of it, allowing Tongtian to quietly secure it in his grasp. Among the sages, Yuanxi bore the most displeased countenance. He had disregarded brotherly bonds and allowed the chaos bell to escape, not wishing to witness the Jie Sect's continued growth. Yet now they had obtained yet another innate treasure? Was the Chan sect destined only to be suppressed by the Jie Sect? Laozi's expression was also complex. His younger brother had acquired an innate treasure, and as the elder brother, he ought to extend his congratulations. However, the words previously spoken by Yuanxi weighed heavily upon him, rendering him unable to express his sentiments. "Dear Tongtian, your sect has already acquired 2 innate treasures. How might you grant me this one for the West? I assure you, we in the West shall forever remember your great kindness and virtue." Jian and Zunhe gazed at Tongtian with faces etched in suffering. "Shall I bestow upon you a sword?" Tongtian chuckled in exasperation, bemused by the audacity of their demands. If a friend chooses not to give, why unleash such fury? Sighing, Jian and Zunhe withdrew their consciousness and departed. Soon after, Nuwa, Yuanxi, and Laozi also chose not to linger. The acquisition of the innate treasure by the Jie Sect had become a foregone conclusion, and it was evident that they could not reclaim it. However, it was predictable that this event would bring about significant transformations in the primordial landscape. Primarily, the attitudes of the human sect and the Chan sect towards the Jie sect would certainly shift. The emergence of innate treasures could very well accelerate the fragmentation of the three teachings, as evidenced by the demeanor of Yuanxi and Laozi. Yet, following the incident with the Chaos Bell, Tong Tian appeared disillusioned, placing less importance on the so-called brotherhood. Another hidden peril for the Jie sect was gradually being resolved. The credit for our acquisition of this innate treasure belongs to you, Xiao Yuan. Is there anything you desire? Tong Tian inquired with a smile. I haven't thought of anything for the moment. I will seek you out if something comes to mind, Xiao Yuan replied with a smile, truly having no particular wishes at present. Moreover, he felt a shared fate with the Jie sect. Their gain of the innate treasure brought him joy. By the way, master, what about the innate yin-yang flood dragon? Xiao Yuan suddenly recalled. Indeed, the Jie sect's acquisition of the empty mirror is also due to the innate yin-yang flood dragon. I nearly forgot about this little creature, Tong Tian remarked, waving his hand, causing a small dragon to emerge from the empty mirror. The innate yin-yang flood dragon reappeared above the eastern sea, stripped of its previous arrogance, trembling under the gaze of the onlookers. Please, O sage, have mercy. I am willing to serve the Jie sect for eternity. I implore you, spare my life, the innate yin-yang flood dragon pleaded. Ding. The innate yin-yang flood dragon has been captured. Please make a choice, host. Option 1. Subdue the innate yin-yang flood dragon, which will randomly elevate one of your attributes. Option 2. Slay the flood dragon and utilize its remains to forge a golden dragon scissors, which will randomly elevate one of your attributes. The system's voice echoed, leaving Xiao Yuan momentarily stunned. Both choices offered identical rewards, an occurrence that had never happened before. Furthermore, this reward seemed particularly unique, as it was not merely the previous attribute rewards, but an upgrade to existing attributes. Having acquired numerous golden attributes, Xiao Yuan understood their immense power. Each represented the pinnacle of capability within the primordial realm. To enhance them further would render him even more formidable. I choose option 2. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan made his decision. Undeniably, the innate yin-yang flood dragon possessed remarkable strength and potential, even showing signs of breaking into quasi-sainthood. Yet its arrogance and rebellious nature posed a risk of sudden backlash. Thus, it was wiser to eliminate it. Upon making his choice, Xiao Yuan felt a radiant purple-gold light descend and merge into his being. As Xiao Yuan continued, he sensed a tremor among numerous entries. At that moment, a wave of anxiety washed over him, for he was uncertain which entry would seize the opportunity for advancement. Soon, the dust settled. Void sword escape. Purple gold, you may traverse into the void with your sword, and upon mastering it, even saints shall be unable to trace your shadow. Xiao Yuan. Surely not. Among his many entries, how could it have chosen this one to upgrade? He had always maintained a natural approach to the sword path, and had not delved deeply into the sword escape entry. Among speed-related entries, his favorite was Soaring Nine Heavens, which promised a swiftness akin to that of the Kunping. Now, wasn't this compelling him to diligently practice the sword path? Xiao Yuan felt utterly speechless. Resolutely, he decided it was time to hone his sword skills, as the void sword escape entry was indeed formidable. If mastered, it could ensure 1's survival from even the most powerful of foes. Master, it is thanks to junior sister Sangxiao's reminder that I was able to pinpoint the range of the innate yin-yang flood dragon. I shall refine it into a spiritual treasure and reward it to the three sisters, Xiao Yuan calmly stated, regaining his composure. Excellent. Tong Tian nodded. And with a few words exchanged between master and disciple, the fate of the innate yin-yang flood dragon was sealed. Upon hearing this, the flood dragon trembled with fear, wishing to plead for mercy, but was promptly silenced by Xiao Yuan. Deprived of the protection of the void mirror, the innate yin-yang flood dragon was merely a slightly stronger Deluo golden immortal, hardly a concern for Xiao Yuan. Chapter 76. Journey to the Netherworld. Encounter with Ancestor Ming He. My fellow disciples, as you toil for the sake of my sect, I must also express my gratitude. Today, I shall bestow the essence of the Tao upon you, Tong Tian proclaimed with a resounding voice, pointing a finger toward the sky. The heavens shimmered with myriad rays, and countless droplets of essence descended. The powerful beings basking in this essence felt the influx of the Tao into their beings. The means of a saint are profound and inscrutable, and these beings received tremendous benefits. Xiao Yuan, witnessing this, smiled. He had been pondering how to express his gratitude to the brothers and sisters who assisted him in searching for the innate yin-yang flood dragon. After all, everyone had exerted themselves for his sake, and it would be remiss not to show some token of appreciation. Now, with his master's gesture, his worries were alleviated. Once the matters at hand settled, Tong Tian swiftly returned to Penglai, rapidly refining the void mirror, which he then used to stabilize the fortunes of the Jie sect. As expected of a primordial treasure, the void mirror effortlessly suppressed the sect's fortunes. Even if they were to double, it would still maintain its hold. Thus, a significant internal threat to the Jie Sect was neutralized. As for Xiao Yuan, he returned to Yingzhou Island, commencing the refinement of the innate Yin-Yang flood dragon's corpse and soul into a spiritual treasure, specifically the postnatal treasure, the golden flood dragon scissors. Upon completion, Xiao Yuan tested it, and was certain that this golden flood dragon scissors was the finest postnatal treasure he had ever crafted, a true pinnacle of his artistry. Subsequently, he entrusted the scissors to Qi Yin Tongzi to deliver to the Sengxiao sisters, who cherished the golden flood dragon scissors dearly. In the following period, Xiao Yuan devoted himself to the rigorous practice of the sword path, for he was determined not to squander the opportunity presented by the void sword escape. Entry. Xiao Yuan, a formidable figure in the realm of mid-stage Hunyuan golden immortals, possessed an extraordinary comprehension of the Tao, allowing him to delve into the intricacies of swordsmanship without hindrance. As 3,000 years swiftly passed, the primordial wilderness experienced a relative tranquility. Yet, the discord between the Chan and Jie sects intensified, though both sides exhibited restraint, avoiding outright conflict. Upon receiving a summons from Tongtian, Xiao Yuan hastened to the Shanqing Palace. He paid his respects to his master, being the sole disciple summoned on this occasion. "You are to journey to the underworld and deliver this array plate into the hands of Lady Pingzhen," Tongtian instructed. At that moment, Xiao Yuan felt a twinge of confusion. Surely, such menial tasks were not meant for him. Nevertheless, Lady Pingzhen was a renowned figure in the primordial realm. Originally, she was the Earth Mother among the 12 ancestor witches. During the great calamity between the witches and the demons, when Nuwa attained enlightenment and became a saint, the pressure on the witch race escalated. The Earth Mother willingly entered the cycle of reincarnation, securing immense fortune and merit for her kin while safeguarding their destiny. Thus, in the primordial realm, the Earth Mother ceased to exist, replaced instead by Lady Pingzhen of the underworld. In terms of status, Lady Pingzhen stood on equal footing with the saints and possessed combat prowess that could rival theirs within the underworld. The various saints of the primordial realm treated her with utmost respect, refraining from provoking her. Since the demise of the 11 ancestor witches, Lady Pingzhen dedicated herself to seeking the souls of her brothers. Having explored numerous methods, she recently contacted me, requesting the creation of a formation capable of summoning lingering souls to gather the essences of the ancestor witches. In exchange for this formation, I procured from her the witch race's techniques for physical refinement and a drop of ancestor witch's blood, Tongtian elucidated. Moreover, as you are proficient in formations, you are well suited to assist Lady Pingzhen in their calibration. Xiao Yuan felt a surge of emotion, realizing that whatever his master sought, be it the witch race's physical refinement techniques or the ancestor witch's blood, was likely intended for him. He was certain that acquiring both would elevate his 8-9 arcane skill to a new level, reaching the pinnacle of the 8th transformation. "Thank you, Master, for your thoughtful arrangements," Xiao Yuan expressed earnestly. "There is no need for such formalities between us, especially since your assistance in aiding our Jie Sect in the quest for innate treasures is deserving of reward," Tongtian replied with a smile. Then his tone shifted, cautioning, "However, since the death of the 11 ancestor witches, Lady Pingzhen's temperament has changed drastically, becoming unpredictable. Once you arrive in the underworld, remember to speak little and refrain from mentioning anything regarding the ancestor witches." Xiao Yuan acknowledged this with a nod, recognizing the gravity of his master's warning. It was clear that Lady Pingzhen's emotional state was indeed unstable, and he resolved to tread carefully to avoid any potential offense. After receiving the array plate, Xiao Yuan departed the Shanqing Palace, riding the blazing beast directly towards the underworld. The entrance to the underworld, located near the Sea of Blood, was now situated in that very vicinity. The Blood Sea, a manifestation of Pangu's navel, stands as the most tainted domain of the primordial world, perpetually shrouded in karmic shadows. Even the likes of the great Luo golden immortals dare not venture into its depths, fearing the corruption of both body and soul. When the Blood Sea is mentioned, Xiao Yuan is reminded of another formidable being from the primordial era, the ancestor of the Dark River. This being emerged from the very essence of the Blood Sea, crafting billions of blood gods within its depths. His survival skills are renowned throughout the primordial realm, famously proclaiming that as long as the Blood Sea remains, the Dark River shall not perish. Even the saints have been unable to vanquish him completely. Moreover, the ancestor of the Dark River is a fervent seeker of the Tao, tirelessly striving for sanctification. While Nuwa achieved divinity by creating humanity, he endeavored to forge the Azura clan, in response to the other 5 saints establishing their teachings. He attempted to establish the Jie Sect. Unfortunately, lacking the primordial purple energy, he never found the opportunity for sanctification. Currently, the ancestor of the Dark River stands as one of the most formidable beings in the primordial realm, second only to the saints. Xiao Yuan, my friend, please pause. As Xiao Yuan passed the Blood Sea, a voice suddenly resonated. I have heard of your esteemed reputation as the most distinguished disciple of the Upper Clear Saint, and I wish to engage in a duel of swordsmanship. The ancestor of the Dark River spoke slowly, his eyes alight with martial fervor. Many in the primordial realm study the sword, yet few reach the pinnacle of mastery. It is said that only Tong Tian and the Dark River have achieved such heights. Tong Tian commands the Qingping sword and the 4 swords of slaying immortals, while the Dark River wields the 2 deadly swords, Yuan Tu and Abi. In the past, the Dark River challenged Tong Tian but was ultimately defeated. After Tong Tian attained enlightenment and became a saint, the Dark River never had another chance to confront him. A regret he has carried ever since. Sensing Xiao Yuan's aura now, he felt compelled to engage in a contest. The primordial world whispers that Xiao Yuan is Tong Tian's most favored disciple, thus his swordsmanship must be formidable. Unable to match his teacher, the Dark River found a suitable alternative in challenging his disciple. Xiao Yuan, however, felt perplexed. Chapter 77. Enlightenment in Combat, the underworld's equanimity having cultivated to this point. Xiao Yuan considers himself a versatile warrior, proficient in various aspects. Yet, swordsmanship remains his weakest link. Although he has recently redirected his focus to diligent practice, his progress pales in comparison to his other abilities. While he does not fear engaging in a full-blown duel with the Dark River, a contest of swordplay would feel akin to kicking a man with a limp, utterly unfair, who spread the rumor that I am the most favored disciple. It is utterly absurd. Ancestor of the Dark River, I have been training under my teacher's guidance, with a primary focus not on swordsmanship. I shall refrain from showcasing my abilities before you. Xiao Yuan replied candidly. However, the Dark River paid no heed to Xiao Yuan's explanation, immediately summoning the Yuan Tu and Abi swords. Xiao Yuan, feeling helpless, realized he had encountered a serious opponent and could only draw forth the innate spiritual treasure, the Moiwan sword. This inferior innate spiritual treasure was the first innate treasure bestowed upon Xiao Yuan by his esteemed teacher, who recognized his potential. Ever since acquiring this sword, it had rarely seen use. Upon witnessing Xiao Yuan draw the Moiwan sword, Minghe furrowed his brow, beginning to believe Xiao Yuan's claim of lacking proficiency in swordsmanship. A proficient swordsman would never be without a fine sword, and to Minghe, a sword of inferior innate spiritual treasure status could hardly be deemed exceptional. However, having initiated the spar, there was no reason to halt. Minghe wielded the Yuan Tu and Abi swords, charged with overwhelming sword intent, and advanced toward Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, sensing the gravity of the situation, gripped the Moiwan sword and invoked the opening heaven sword technique, which was the first divine skill he had comprehended. Clang! The blades clashed, emitting a sharp, resonant ring. In a single move, Minghe managed to suppress Xiao Yuan, provoking a sense of disappointment within him. Was this truly the disciple of a celestial sage? To him, Xiao Yuan's swordsmanship appeared riddled with flaws. Yet, in the next moment, Minghe discerned a flicker of sword intent weaving in Xiao Yuan's eyes. Was this an epiphany birthed from battle? Moreover, despite being under pressure, Xiao Yuan exuded a vibrant sword intent, showing signs of counteraction. Enough, Minghe murmured. Since you possess such insight and fortune, I shall lend you my assistance. Subsequently, the Yuan Tu and Abi swords transformed into intertwining streams of light, no longer aimed at defeating the opponent, but rather to provide Xiao Yuan with opportunities to comprehend the way of the sword, enriching his understanding. Thus, a century later, Xiao Yuan awakened from his state of enlightenment. I sincerely thank you for your assistance, esteemed friend, he expressed earnestly to Minghe. He had not anticipated entering such a state while sparring. He felt profound gratitude towards Minghe. Had Minghe harbored malicious intent, he could have easily disrupted Xiao Yuan's epiphany, leading to failure. Instead, Minghe had acted as an ally. This century of enlightenment was equivalent to Xiao Yuan's arduous cultivation of swordsmanship over tens of thousands of years. My friend is too humble. It was but a simple act, Minghe replied. However, your talent in swordsmanship is such that neglecting it would be a true waste. Xiao Yuan found himself momentarily speechless. How could he explain that he had explored too many disciplines, with swordsmanship being but one among many? Your words resonate deeply. I shall henceforth prioritize my cultivation in the way of the sword, Xiao Yuan declared, refraining from further elaboration. I hope that when we meet again, your swordsmanship will have made significant strides, Minghe said before vanishing into the Blood Sea. For Xiao Yuan, This encounter in the Blood Sea was merely a minor episode. A delightful surprise. He contemplated when he might acquire the entries necessary for specializing in swordsmanship, ensuring his skills would not lag behind. Without further delay, Xiao Yuan resumed his journey to the underworld, seeking an audience with the Lady of Tranquility. Upon entering the realm of the underworld, he proclaimed loudly, all while surveying the surroundings. Though the underworld had existed for quite some time, its facilities remained surprisingly rudimentary. Locations such as the Ghost Gate, the Nehi Bridge, the 10 Yama Kings, and the 18 layers of hell have yet to be established. As far as the eye can see, there lies a vast and desolate expanse. The spectral emissaries of the underworld mechanically escort the wronged souls into the cycle of reincarnation, facilitating their rebirth. However, before Xiao Yuan could further observe the dim and ethereal realm of the underworld, he suddenly felt a flash before his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found himself within a grand hall, which left him utterly astonished. With his formidable strength, even when confronting a peak quasi-saint, Xiao Yuan would not feel fear. Yet, he had been effortlessly shifted to a different location, an occurrence that was nothing short of astonishing. It is said that the goddess Pingzhen holds a status in the underworld comparable to that of a sage, and now it appears to be true. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuan swiftly regained his composure and respectfully bowed to the figure at the head of the hall. I pay my respects to goddess Pingzhen. At the upper seat of the hall sat a woman clad in a black robe, adorned with a crown, her countenance stern and cold, evoking an unexplainable chill within Xiao Yuan. He had previously encountered the goddess Nuwa, who also exuded an air of unattainability, yet she was not nearly as frigid. However, considering Pingzhen's past, her demeanor is somewhat understandable. While Nuwa's brother Fuxi may have perished, he could still be reborn as a celestial emperor of humanity. But what of Hutu? After her brother's death, his soul was scattered, never to return. Especially since Hutu governs reincarnation, one would expect her to be the most knowledgeable about souls. Yet she is unable to gather the fragmented souls of her kin. It is akin to a doctor who cannot heal their own family members. There is a certain sadness to it. Goddess, this is a soul-gathering array devised by my master, Xiao Yuan stated, presenting the array disc. With a wave of her hand, Pingzhen accepted the disc into her possession. Goddess, my master has instructed me to assist in the array's calibration, Xiao Yuan continued. Excellent. Pingzhen gestured, and the array disc returned to rest before Xiao Yuan. He wasted no time, immediately commencing the arrangement of the array. The array, created by Tongtian, is known as the All Spirits Soul Gathering Array, belonging to the echelon of top-tier formations. Goddess, please provide a personal item, or the blood or fur of the individual whose soul we seek to gather. It is preferable to use essence blood, Xiao Yuan added. Pingzhen nodded, and soon a beam of blood light descended into the array, her eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation. Xiao Yuan could immediately sense the abundant energy contained within that blood light, which emanated a primal essence, accompanied by a surge of fiery power. Faintly, he could hear the echoes of furious roars. This was undoubtedly a drop of the ancestral witch's essence blood. Moreover, if Xiao Yuan was not mistaken, it belonged to Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch of fire, which was precisely the essence blood he most desired. Zhu Rong's essence blood was highly compatible with Xiao Yuan's own lineage. Aside from its potential to refine his physical form, it might even catalyze the evolution of his bloodline. Of course, despite his yearning, Xiao Yuan did not dare to reveal any hint of his desire at that moment. Once the essence blood of Zhu Rong entered the soul-gathering array, he promptly activated its operation. Moments later, although the essence blood began to pulsate, it did not yield significant results. The soul of Zhu Rong had not been summoned at all. Zhurong, during a fierce confrontation with Gong Gong, was ambushed and grievously wounded by the demon clan using the Slaughter Witch sword, resulting in the obliteration of his soul. The prospect of gathering his remnants seemed utterly unattainable. My lady, we have failed, Xiao Yuan murmured. At the moment his words fell, the temperature within the grand hall plummeted noticeably. Chapter 78, Summoning Spirits and Binding Souls. The might of 12 drops of ancestral witch blood. Xiao Yuan's heart sank, apprehensive that this formidable presence might turn her ire towards him. Fortunately, although Pingzhen displayed some irritation, she had not reached the brink of losing control. Let us attempt other methods, she suggested, waving her sleeve. Soon, 10 additional drops of powerful ancestral witch blood materialized before Xiao Yuan. It was evident that these were the blood of other ancestral witches. The sight of these 11 drops left Xiao Yuan nearly salivating. He was certain that if he could secure all of them, his 8-9 profound art would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the 8th transformation. Moreover, it was conceivable that his bloodline could further surge, reaching the realm of mid-tier chaos bloodlines. However, With Ping Xin observing closely, Xiao Yuan, despite his covetousness, dared not secretly hoard the precious blood. He proceeded to use the blood as a medium, attempting to summon and gather the souls one after another, yet each endeavor ended in failure. Of the 11 ancestral witches, Zerong had been injured by the Slaughter Witch sword, and Gonggong was annihilated by the Heavenly Dao due to his wrathful collision with Mount Buzhu, resulting in the loss of both body and spirit. The remaining 9 were caught in the calamity, perishing alongside the demon clan, leaving no traces of their souls. The task of collecting the souls of the 11 ancestral witches was, in essence, nearly impossible for Ping Xin. Yet, she remained undeterred. However, after numerous failed attempts and trials, despair began to envelop her. A palpable aura of disappointment clung to her. I observe that you specialize in the path of heavenly fire. Thus, I bestow upon you the blood of Brother Zerong, along with the methods of physical refinement from our witch clan, as was promised, Ping Xin declared, pointing her finger. A stream of light descended upon Xiao Yuan's brow, and the blood of Zerong rested before him. This unexpected gesture left Xiao Yuan somewhat taken aback. Having previously categorized Ping Xin as difficult to approach, he had acted with caution in their interactions. Yet, he did not anticipate her understanding nature, willingly offering him the blood that was most suited to him. Thank you, Lady Ping Xin, Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude. With a wave of her hand, Ping Xin signaled her lack of desire to continue the conversation, subtly dismissing him. Xiao Yuan had already prepared to depart, having obtained what he sought, yet he hesitated, gritting his teeth before speaking again. My lady, I possess a method that may yet gather the souls of the ancestral witches. You? Ping Xin burst into laughter. Even the sages cannot gather the remnants of the ancestral witches' souls. What could a mere, Hunyuan golden immortal like you possibly achieve? Do not presume to jest with me merely because you are a direct disciple of the Shangqing sage. Has your master not informed you of my notoriously irascible temperament? As her smile faded, a formidable pressure bore down upon Xiao Yuan. Naturally, he would not dare to provoke her. Very well. If you can fulfill this wish of mine, feel free to voice any demands. I shall grant them all. With a calm demeanor, it was evident that he held little expectation for Xiao Yuan's words. Yet, the confidence of Xiao Yuan stemmed from an unexpectedly acquired term, summoned spirit locked soul. This term was obtained when he subdued the long-eared Jingwang immortal. At that moment, Xiao Yuan regarded this term as rather useless, akin to a chicken rib, tasteless yet regrettable to discard. However, upon reflection, it perfectly aligned with the current situation. Nonetheless, Xiao Yuan remained uncertain about the effectiveness of the summoned spirit lock soul term, thus refraining from making any guarantees, merely expressing a desire to attempt it. After all, even saints could not gather the remnants of the ancestral witch's soul. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan held the blood essence of Zhu Rong in his palm and initiated communication with the summoned spirit lock soul term. In the next moment, under the term S guidance, a faint soul power began to coalesce around the blood essence of Zhu Rong. This revelation, witnessing this scene, Ping Xian could no longer maintain her previous composure. She immediately rose to her feet, her eyes brimming with excitement. She had previously tried numerous methods to gather the ancestral witch's soul power, but to no avail. Yet now, it was manifesting in Xiao Yuan's hands. However, concerned about disturbing him, Ping Xian swiftly suppressed her exhilaration, waiting quietly, though her slightly trembling form betrayed her inner turmoil. As time passed, the soul power surrounding the ancestral witch's blood essence intensified. Congeal, Xiao Yuan called out, and the soul power began to shape into the likeness of a small figure, the spirit of the ancestral witch Zhu Rong. However, the newly formed figure lacked solidity, its gaze vacant and devoid of vitality. My lady, I have not failed you. Xiao Yuan exhaled deeply upon observing the spirit figure. The prowess of this summoned spirit locked soul term exceeded expectations, successfully reassembling even the dispersed soul of the ancestral witch. My lady, the ancestral witch's soul has just coalesced and will require considerable nurturing to strengthen. This is a gradual process, Xiao Yuan continued. Excellent. Ping Xian's eyes sparkled with joy. Xiao Yuan had assisted her in accomplishing the most crucial step. She could manage the subsequent nurturing herself. Additionally, I must trouble you with the souls of my other 10 brothers. Ping Xian's attitude towards Xiao Yuan had undergone a complete transformation, her tone now infused with warmth. My lady, gathering souls is no trivial matter. The toll on myself is quite substantial, and I may need to rest for a while, Xiao Yuan expressed with some difficulty. He was not deliberately withholding from Ping Xian, it was a matter of fact. After all, the ancestral witches were formidable beings of quasi-saint level, and gathering their souls was no easy feat. requiring a significant expenditure of Xiao Yuan's own soul power. Having just congealed Zhu Rong's spirit, he needed time to recuperate. I apologize for my oversight, Ping Xin responded with a hint of regret. She then raised her hand, and several streams of light descended before Xiao Yuan. He was taken aback to find they were all top-tier, nurturing spiritual items. Such treasures were likely scarce even among saints. Truly, this Lady Ping Xin was exceedingly generous. Given Ping Xin's sincere intentions, Xiao Yuan naturally did not hold back and immediately began to repair his soul with the aid of spiritual artifacts. Subsequently, he commenced the gathering of the ancestral witch souls through the infusion of his essence blood. After 2 millennia, Xiao Yuan finally succeeded in condensing the remaining 10 ancestral witch souls. Upon witnessing the 11 ancestral witch souls, Ping Xin let out a long sigh of relief. With the existence of these souls, the return of her 11 brothers was merely a matter of time. I previously mentioned that as long as you assist me in condensing my brothers' souls, you may request anything from me. Now is the moment for me to fulfill my promise. Ping Xin remarked with a smile, her previously cold demeanor softening considerably. My lady, I practice the 8-9 profound art and seek to gather the essence blood of the 12 ancestral witches for my cultivation, Xiao Yuan said slowly. However, Ping Xin chuckled, raising her hand to bestow all the essence blood upon him. In addition to the 11 drops of ancestral witch essence blood previously given, there was also a drop of Hutu's essence blood. With the ancestral witches' souls now condensed, the remaining essence blood held little significance for Ping Xin. As for the essence blood of Hutu, it was likely a remnant from before her reincarnation, for after such a transformation, the physical form no longer existed. Chapter 79. Re-establishing the rules of the underworld. Tai's salvation having acquired 12 drops of ancestral witch essence blood. Along with the experience of the witch clan in honing the physical body, Xiao Yuan felt thoroughly satisfied. His journey to the netherworld had proven to be immensely fruitful. Observing that matters had come to a close, Xiao Yuan intended to take his leave. However, before he could depart, Ping Xin spoke up. Your assistance in condensing my brother's souls has been invaluable. To offer merely these ancestral witch essence blood as thanks seems insufficient. Thus, I shall grant you another opportunity. Without allowing Xiao Yuan a moment to react, Ping Xin seated herself upon the throne in the hall and proclaimed in a resounding voice. I am Ping Xin of the underworld. Today, I seek to establish order within the netherworld. Let the heavenly Dao witness this. In an instant, Ping Xin's voice reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. The formidable beings and even the saints of the primordial realm exhibited expressions of astonishment. For Ping Xin's presence had always been rather subtle. She had remained within the netherworld, engrossed in her studies of reviving the ancestral witches, indifferent to the disputes of the primordial realm, and had not made an appearance for many years. Yet now, she suddenly raised her voice. Moreover, Ping Xin held a unique status, comparable to that of the saints, compelling those powerful entities and saints to take heed. Indeed, the voice of the heavenly Dao resounded majestically. Suddenly, myriad golden rays descended, enveloping the netherworld. In that fleeting moment, countless lights of laws began to swirl within the netherworld, merging seamlessly with its essence. With a thunderous roar and violent tremors, the structures within the netherworld began to undergo continuous refinement. The Ghost Gate, the Bridge of Helplessness, the Mirror of Retribution, the 10 Halls of Yanluo, the 18 Layers of Hell, and the City of Fengdu, all began to take shape. Previously, Ping Xin had devoted herself to mending the ancestral witch souls, leaving her little time and energy to manage the underworld, let alone to concern herself with its development. Now, with the knots in her heart unraveled by Xiao Yuan, the enhancement of the underworld's rules came to fruition effortlessly. Lady Ping Xin's efforts in refining the rules of the underworld and re-establishing order are indeed a blessing for the primordial realm. The underworld has stirred up quite a commotion, undoubtedly accompanied by boundless merits and fortunes descending upon us. We must find a way to involve ourselves. As the underworld re-establishes its order, the minds of the myriad saints have become animated. The current state of the underworld can be likened to a sumptuous feast. If we could partake in it, immense merits and fortunes would surely follow. Whenever merits and fortunes are involved, it pertains to the cultivation of the saints, and naturally, they will be intrigued. In the realm of the netherworld, it seems Xiao Yuan is still present. Tong Tian has sensed the disturbances in the underworld, and a peculiar expression arises in his heart. His intention was merely to send Xiao Yuan on a brief errand, yet Xiao Yuan has been gone for nearly 3,000 years and has yet to return. Tong Tian does not worry for Xiao Yuan's safety. After all, he is under his protection, and even the most reckless would hesitate to harm one of his own disciples. However, Tong Tian now harbors some doubts. suspecting that the significant upheaval in the underworld was instigated by Xiao Yuan, for his disciple is notorious for stirring up trouble. Meanwhile, within the underworld, after Ho Tu established the order of the netherworld, she turned her gaze to Xiao Yuan. I wish to bestow upon you the title of Tei Juku Tianzan, to preside over the 10 halls of Yanluo, and take on the duty of ferrying wandering souls. Are you willing to accept this honor? I am willing. Xiao Yuan responded almost instantaneously, without a moment's hesitation. The rise of the underworld is now a certainty, and even the saints are eager to partake in its affairs, indicating the richness of its offerings. The authority granted to Xiao Yuan by Ho Tu is indeed formidable. The 10 halls of Yanluo are a crucial component of the underworld, responsible for the capture and judgment of souls. Such immense wealth cannot be overlooked. At the very moment Xiao Yuan accepted, great merits descended from the heavens, all of which were conferred upon him. Consequently, Xiao Yuan ascended to the late stage of the Hunyuan Jingxian realm. Immediately thereafter, his divine incarnation split into 10 forms, descending from the heavenly court to enter the 10 halls of Yanluo, transforming into the 10 Yanluo. Xiao Yuan seeks to tread the path of pure law and enlightenment. Thus these trivial matters are naturally delegated to his divine incarnations. Boom. Tong Tian, who had been pondering the connection between the recent upheaval in the underworld and his disciple, suddenly felt a notable increase in the fortunes of the Jie Sect, now deeply intertwined with the underworld. It is confirmed. The disturbance in the underworld was indeed caused by this rascal, Xiao Yuan. Tong Tian could not help but smile broadly. With the re-establishment of order in the underworld, the Jie Sect has gained a substantial advantage. Moreover, it is not only the Jie Sect that benefits. Even the heavenly court has reaped significant rewards, along with an increase in fortune. Xiao Yuan, my dear disciple, is truly a benefactor. He does not forget to bring fortune to the heavenly court. Haoshan is immensely moved. The other saints have naturally taken note of these events and are aware that Xiao Yuan of the Jie Sect has secured considerable advantages in the underworld. Why does our Western sect lack such a disciple? Jian and Zunni lament, wishing to immediately bring Xiao Yuan into their fold. After all, just Xiao Yuan alone has brought untold benefits to the Jie Sect. At this moment, both Lao Zi and Yuanxi felt a pang of envy, experiencing emotions akin to those of the Western saints. How delightful it would be if Xiao Yuan were their disciple. Alas, it was merely a fanciful thought. Gratefulness poured forth from Xiao Yuan as he sincerely thanked Lady Pingzhen. He was already quite content with the 12 drops of ancestral witch's essence he had received. Yet, unexpectedly, he was bestowed with such a significant advantage, allowing him to seamlessly break through to a new realm. Simultaneously, Xiao Yuan understood that Lady Pingzhen wished to avoid any debt to him. My lady, should you desire to expedite the recovery of the ancestral witch's spirits, it would be beneficial to establish offerings for them, as the power of incense has proven to be remarkably effective in nurturing the soul, Xiao Yuan suggested. Having received offerings from the human race, he was well aware of the potency of incense. Lady Pingzhen clearly absorbed Xiao Yuan's words and began to ponder deeply. Since the calamity of the witch and demon era, most of the witch tribe had been relocated to the underworld, becoming spirits, and the remaining witches struggled to form a cohesive group. Lady Pingzhen murmured, suddenly struck by a thought. Indeed, our witch tribe once intermarried with the human race, giving rise to the human witch lineage. Now, as the time for the human emperor's ascension draws near, promoting the human witch lineage to the throne might greatly benefit the restoration of my brothers. Xiao Yuan listened intently to Lady Pingzhen's musings, surprised that his single remark had sparked such a far-reaching train of thought within her. He had not anticipated that she would entertain the notion of the human emperor's position. The ascension of the human emperor, one of the 3 sovereigns, would signify the consolidation of the human race. If Lady Pingzhen were to intervene, it was impossible to foresee the consequences that might unfold. However, such matters were beyond Xiao Yuan's concern, as the ascension of the human emperor fell under the purview of the Chan Sect, not the Jie Sect. Let the Chan Sect seek their own fortune. Chapter 80. The 8th Transformation of Profound Skills. Lady Pingzhen, disturbing the primordial chaos. Xiao Yuan had now discerned the essence of Lady Pingzhen's character. She was particularly tenacious when it came to matters concerning her brothers. If she set her sights on the position of the human emperor, she would indeed pursue it with unwavering determination. Even in the face of the 6 saints' scrutiny over the human race, she would act resolutely. One might say she had a hint of madness about her. Xiao Yuan naturally refrained from commenting on Lady Pingzhen's decision. After all, with the impending discord between the Chan and Jie sects, her intervention would likely diminish the fortune garnered by the Chan sect. Even if they ultimately claimed the title of human emperor, weakening the Chan sect would be advantageous for the Jie sect. My lady, I shall take my leave. Xiao Yuan expressed earnestly as he offered a respectful bow to Lady Pingzhen. Despite her somewhat erratic demeanor, she had been quite generous towards him. Go on, go on. Lady Pingzhen, still enveloped in contemplation regarding Xiao Yuan's suggestion, waved her hand dismissively. Xiao Yuan mounted his blazing beast and departed the underworld, first visiting the Shangqing Palace to report to his teacher before returning to Yingzhou Island. His journey to the underworld had yielded abundant rewards, and now he prepared to refine the 12 drops of ancestral witch's essence. In the blink of an eye, 5 millennia had passed. Xiao Yuan emerged from his seclusion. During these 5,000 years, he had successfully refined all 12 drops of ancestral witch's essence. As he had anticipated, the essence was incredibly potent, propelling his profound skills to the pinnacle of the 8th transformation, equivalent to the peak of quasi-saint level. In the present day, Xiao Yuan's physical cultivation has ascended to the forefront of numerous practitioners. Following the refinement of the ancestral witch's essence, not only has his physical prowess advanced by leaps and bounds, but the root bone that had remained stagnant for an extended period has also been elevated to the mid-grade chaotic root bone. Such a root bone has transcended even the most elite of the innate deities from the primordial era. It is during Xiao Yuan's seclusion that one of the 3 sovereigns of humanity, the human emperor, is on the verge of emergence. The responsibility of educating the human emperor falls upon the Chan teaching, led by the esteemed senior brother, the South Pole Immortal. The order given by Yuan Shi in Yusu Palace was resolute. South Pole, whatever means you employ, ensure that the Jie Sect is outshone. The Chan teaching has endured suppression from the Jie Sect for far too long. It is imperative to regain a semblance of balance. South Pole, though burdened with trepidation, remained silent. After receiving his mandate, he resolved to emulate Xiao Yuan, gathering various forces to consolidate human fortune. His first destination was the Heavenly Court. Heavenly Emperor. The Chan teaching wishes to invite you to collaborate on the reinstatement of the human emperor. Once the human emperor is reinstated, the Heavenly Court shall reap substantial fortune as well. South Pole addressed the Heavenly Emperor, yet his tone lacked any semblance of reverence. His appeal to the Heavenly Court was not without reason. After all, the Heavenly Court had previously allied with the Jie Sect to facilitate the ascension of the Earth Emperor and possessed relevant experience. Otherwise, he would not have deigned to work alongside the youthful Hao Tian. The demeanor of South Pole irked Hao Tian, who felt that his assistance was being solicited in an undignified manner. The stark contrast to Xiao Yuan, who always addressed him with warmth and respect, weighed heavily on Hao Tian's thoughts. However, due to his apprehension towards the Chan teaching, he ultimately acquiesced, driven by a desire to accrue merits, which the Heavenly Court sorely lacked. After departing from the Heavenly Court, South Pole proceeded to the Demon Tribe. Upon hearing of the potential for accruing merits, the Demon Tribe readily agreed to collaborate. In addition, he summoned the venerable Kunpeng ancestor. South Pole's actions were not without a competitive spirit towards Xiao Yuan. You, Xiao Yuan, have invited the venerable Zhen Yuanzi. I will call upon the Kunpeng ancestor. I, South Pole, am not to be outdone. With preparations nearing completion, he brimmed with ambition, ready to facilitate the human emperor's education and reinstatement. Yet, just as the Chan teaching was poised for action, an unforeseen upheaval emerged. A force from the netherworld began to spread across the primordial land, ultimately converging upon the July tribe. At the moment of the human emperor's reincarnation, an infant imbued with the power of the ancestral, which was simultaneously born within the July tribe. Ping Xian, you possess audacity beyond measure, daring to recklessly intervene in the reinstatement of the human emperor and disrupt the agreement established by the 6 saints. Yuan Shi, who had been vigilantly observing the movements of humanity, felt an immediate surge of ire upon sensing the anomaly. Ping Xian's actions were in direct opposition to the Chan teaching, threatening to undermine their grand design. The matter of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors' reinstatement was deliberated among the 6 saints, yet my opinion was never sought. Did you consider my perspective in such a significant discussion? Ping Xian scoffed. Yuan Shi was momentarily speechless with indignation. Madam Ping Xian, your actions have crossed a line. The human emperor is ordained by heaven. To establish another human emperor is to defy heavenly will. Lao Zi appeared, his countenance rather grim, evidently aligning himself with Yuan Shi. At this moment, Tantian also manifested his presence. When Pingzhen unexpectedly intervened in the affairs of the human emperor, a sudden pang of unease struck him. Could this unforeseen aggression from Pingzhen possibly be connected to his own disciple? After all, Pingzhen had previously remained docile within the netherworld. What could have prompted her sudden desire to meddle in the affairs of the human emperor? This change was clearly triggered after Xiao Yuan's journey to the underworld. Hence, upon his appearance, Tantian refrained from speaking, fearing that he might draw the ire upon himself. My dear friend from the upper clear, your assertion is misguided. Lady Pingzhen is indeed correct, spoke Jian. As the mistress of the underworld and the seventh saint of the primordial chaos, she possesses the authority to intervene in the ascension of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It is indeed our negligence for not consulting with her beforehand. Once he spoke, both Luo Zi and Yuanxi recognized that the 2 saints from the west had strayed perilously off course. Moreover, both of them understood that, given the nature of the western saints, they must have received some irresistible advantage from Pingzhen, which compelled them to offer their assistance. With the backing of the western saints, Pingzhen was no longer at a disadvantage. She had gained considerable influence. I propose this. Since both parties are keen to contest for the position of the human emperor, let us engage in fair competition, suggested Nuwa slowly. Agreed. Pingzhen nodded in affirmation. The legitimacy of her claim to the throne was tenuous at best. Had it not been for the support of the western saints, she might not even have had the opportunity for such a fair contest. Very well. Yuanxi managed to utter this single word after much restraint, revealing his current vexation. It was infuriating that while the teachings of the human sect and the cut sect remained unscathed, troubles arose within the Chan sect. Soon, Yuanxi's gaze sharpened as he turned it towards Tongtian. Tongtian, is this mischief of yours the handiwork of the cut sect? While you may be angry, do not direct your ire at my sect. Tongtian retorted. Although he indeed suspected that one of his disciples had instigated a series of events, he would never concede to it. I am not involved. I did not do it. It is not as such. He adamantly denied any involvement, asserting that neither Xiao Yuan nor the cut sect could bear this blame. How can you claim innocence? The disturbances in the underworld arose only after Xiao Yuan's entry. Do you dare assert that he is not implicated? Yuanxi's tone grew increasingly frigid. The more he pondered, the more he became convinced that Xiao Yuan was indeed the source of the turmoil. Humph. You are utterly unreasonable. Do you believe that Xiao Yuan could sway Lady Pingzhen? You overestimate him. Tongtian scoffed. This response left Yuanxi momentarily bewildered. Indeed, Pingzhen was a tempestuous figure who would not alter her intentions for anyone. Could it truly be unrelated to Xiao Yuan? Observing that he had successfully bewildered Yuanxi, Tongtian breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 81. The Provocation of Dazang. The Sword Dao entry Xiao Yuan, residing on Yingzhou Island and engrossed in his cultivation, was blissfully unaware of the discord among the saints. Nor did he realize how close he had come to being unjustly accused. Junior brother, congratulations on your significant advancement in cultivation. I fear that I may no longer be your match, exclaimed Dao Bao, upon visiting Xiao Yuan and noting the profound aura emanating from him, filled with admiration. My junior disciple is indeed an anomaly. Despite traversing the arduous path of the Dao, his cultivation speed remains astonishingly swift, truly incomparable. My senior brother jest. Yet I perceive that you are not far from the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Xiao Yuan smiled and invited Duo Bao to take a seat. My junior brother has been in seclusion these past years and is likely unaware of the recent occurrences within the Hongwang. The Empress Pingzhen recently intervened in the matter of the human sovereign's return, even enlisting the aid of the 2 saints from the west. Our second master is in a plight that is difficult to articulate. Duo Bao sipped the Dao tea and chuckled. Since Yuan Shi's underhanded actions led to the expulsion of the chaos clock, the disciples of the Jie Jiao have harbored little reverence for it. The Empress Pingzhen is indeed intent on seizing the position of the human sovereign. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. He had just emerged from seclusion and was unaware of such significant events in the Hongwang. The Empress Pingzhen possesses remarkable execution capabilities. Could it be that you are genuinely involved in this matter, junior brother? Duo Bao inquired, equally astonished. Ahem. Senior brother, you may not know, but by chance, I assisted the Empress Pingzhen in gathering the remnants of the ancestral witches' souls and suggested the idea of offering incense to nourish these souls. Consequently, the Empress was inspired to seize the position of the human sovereign. Xiao Yuan cleared his throat softly. Duo Bao regarded Xiao Yuan with a peculiar expression. He had previously speculated whether Pingzhen's actions were connected to Xiao Yuan, and it seems his conjectures were indeed accurate. My junior brother is truly a catalyst for upheaval. Wherever he goes, grand events ensue. However, the disruptions are beneficial and exquisite. You must not speak of this matter outside. Our second master had previously suspected you, but was misled by the teacher. Otherwise, given our second master's temperament, he would likely come seeking retribution. Duo Bao cautioned softly. Rest assured, senior brother. I am well aware of this. Now, what is the current situation of the human race? Xiao Yuan inquired further. Haha, you have no idea. Since the Empress Pingzhen's intervention, the conflict among the human race has intensified. The reincarnation of the human sovereign is fiercely contested with Qi Yu of the July tribe, and as of now, neither side can claim victory. From my perspective, given the current momentum, the Chan Jiao will struggle to garner any fortune, let alone facilitate the timely return of the human sovereign. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's inquiry, Duo Bao chuckled. Under normal circumstances, if the human sovereign's return proceeded smoothly, it would unify the human race within 3,000 years, thereby strengthening it and acquiring merits and fortunes. However, with Pingzhen intervening, providing assistance to Qi Yu and the July tribe, the return of the human sovereign is bound to be fraught with challenges. And then there is Hao Tian, who wavers indecisively. Despite the merits and fortunes you helped him earn, he still chose to aid the Chan Jiao this time. Duo Bao continued. Duo Bao harbored resentment regarding Hao Tian's assistance to the Chan Jiao. This so-called Emperor of Heaven, who holds a title yet lacks substance, has little choice. It is understandable that he does not wish to offend the Chan Jiao. Xiao Yuan, however, took a more relaxed view. Hao Tian is timid, unwilling to offend either side, attempting to reap benefits from both. Yet, in this world, such favorable outcomes are a rarity. Those who straddle the fence seldom find a good ending. I am the Ksatagarbha of the Western teaching, today entering the netherworld to guard the 18 layers of hell. Until hell is empty, I vow not to attain Buddhahood. Just as the two brothers, Xiao Yuan and Duo Bao, were engaged in conversation, a significant disturbance arose within the Hongwang. Many powerful beings turned their gazes toward the direction of the netherworld. At this moment, they finally comprehended why the two saints of the West chose to speak on Pingzhen's behalf. It appeared that Pingzhen had relinquished certain benefits of the underworld. Following the grand vow made by the Ksatagarbha in the West, an immense aura of merit descended upon him. Seizing this opportunity, Ksatagarbha severed the third corpse, advancing into the late stage of quasi-sainthood. Consequently, the fortune of the West surged dramatically. The two saints of the West could hardly contain their joy. Having merely uttered a few words in support of Pingzhen, they reaped substantial rewards while simultaneously hindering the Xianyuan sect. This transaction was undeniably advantageous. Xiao Yuan, however, was not taken aback by this turn of events, given that the underworld was under the dominion of Lady Pingzhen. How she orchestrated her exchanges of benefits was of no concern to him. Yet, Ksatagarbha was not one to remain passive. Upon taking residence in the underworld, he emitted a magnificent radiance of Buddhist light. Not only did he release this light, but he also directed it towards the 10 halls of Yanluo, instilling fear among the spirits and messengers within, which was unmistakably a provocation. Ding. Ksatagarbha has provoked you in the underworld. Please make a choice. Option 1. Endure the humiliation and elevate the Master of Alchemy, gold. Entry to Supreme Alchemist, purple gold. Option 2. Take decisive action, suppress Ksatagarbha, and impart a profound lesson. Earning the One Sword Opens Heaven, gold. Entry. Supreme Alchemist, purple gold. You are the Supreme Alchemist. No one in the entire Hongwang surpasses you in the art of alchemy. If the materials are sufficient and the timing is right, you may even concoct the legendary 10-turn elixir. One Sword Opens Heaven, gold. You possess exceptional comprehension and insight in the sword arts. No sword technique holds any secrets before your eyes. Gazing at the system's options, Xiao Yuan contemplated briefly before making his decision. I choose option 2. The allure of the Supreme Alchemist. Purple gold. Entry was undeniable. The 10-turn Supreme Elixir was a legendary concoction that even his own master could not refine. Should he succeed in crafting such a potion, he would ascend to become the most formidable alchemist in Hongwang, providing himself with immense support. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuan was not one to tolerate insolence. With Ksatagarbha daring to provoke him, it would be unacceptable for him to remain passive. He risked earning a reputation for weakness. Furthermore, the One Sword Opens Heaven entry was equally formidable, clearly an exclusive entry for the sword arts, ensuring progress in his swordsmanship. Brother, wait for me. I shall return shortly. Xiao Yuan rose and, with a flicker of his form, vanished from Yingzhou Island. Within the underworld, an avatar of Xiao Yuan existed, effectively establishing a coordinate. He could arrive at will. Upon his arrival, Ksatagarbha was still radiating Buddhist light, causing resonant chants to echo throughout the underworld, displaying his might. This insignificant Ksatagarbha dares to provoke me? Xiao Yuan grunted softly, taking a step forward and summoning the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the heart-piercing lock. The overwhelming might he unleashed swiftly suppressed both the Buddhist light and the resonant chants. Chapter 82. Crushing Ksatagarbha. The great accomplishment of Buddhist law. The immense power that Xiao Yuan unleashed naturally attracted the attention of numerous formidable beings in Hongwang. Battles among great powers were a rarity, especially when one was a direct disciple of the Jie Sect, and the other a representative of the Western teachings, embodying the rivalry between the two sections. Concurrently, upon Xiao Yuan responding, the situation unfolded further. Standing in the depths of the 18th layer of hell, the Kitagarbha bore a smile upon his face. Xiao Yuan had indeed deduced correctly. His prior actions were nothing short of provocation, tacitly sanctioned by the two saints of the West. In the primordial chaos, what is the most effective way to gain renown? It is to ascend by stepping upon the shoulders of those with greater fame. Clearly, Xiao Yuan's reputation was formidable, recognized as the most outstanding disciple of the Jie Sect. Moreover, the two saints of the West had learned that Xiao Yuan was not particularly adept in the art of combat. Rumors circulated that, despite his cultivation as a Hunyuan golden immortal, he could not even capture a single great Luo golden immortal. Was this not an excellent stepping stone? Should he manage to defeat Xiao Yuan, both Kitagarbha and the Western teachings would achieve significant notoriety. Thus, at the moment Xiao Yuan launched his counterattack, Kitagarbha produced a wooden fish-shaped innate treasure. The Buddha's light radiated forth, and the sacred sounds resonated even more powerfully and enticingly than before. Even the malevolent spirits suffering in the depths of hell revealed expressions of piety at that moment. Do you seek to elevate yourselves upon my back? You, Western teachings, have miscalculated. Xiao Yuan immediately grasped the intentions of Kitagarbha and the Western sects, letting out a cold laugh. His movements were swift, executing the spell with remarkable speed. Break! Xiao Yuan bellowed. With a sudden burst, Kitagarbha, who had been contending with Xiao Yuan, appeared to suffer a grievous blow, spitting out blood. As the once resounding sacred sounds fell silent, and the brilliant Buddha light dimmed in an instant, panic seized Kitagarbha. Was it not said that Xiao Yuan was inept in battle, that he could not even subdue a great Luo golden immortal? How could someone who supposedly lacked combat prowess inflict such harm? These were mere rumors, utterly unfounded. Most alarming was that after his initial success, Xiao Yuan did not relent. He summoned the 9-fire red dragon furnace, threatening to draw Kitagarbha into the furnace for refinement. Saint, save me. Kitagarbha cast aside any concern for dignity. If Xiao Yuan succeeded in pulling him into the furnace, it would be catastrophic. This lad seemed intent on tormenting him to the utmost. You dare to lay hands on a disciple of the Western teachings? Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a cascade of luminous energy surged toward Xiao Yuan. As Zun Ti activated the 7 Treasures Mysterious Tree, the 7 Treasures Mysterious Tree could obliterate all, especially under the direct command of a saint. Even though Xiao Yuan had attained the 8th transformation of his profound arts, rendering his physical form as formidable as an innate treasure, he would still find it challenging to withstand such an onslaught, making serious injury almost inevitable. Xiao Yuan had anticipated the Western saint's audacity, yet he had not foreseen their utter shamelessness in personally intervening against a junior. Ah, you bold monk, how dare you use such underhanded tactics against my disciple? Tong Tian, having closely monitored the developments in the underworld, erupted upon witnessing Zun Ti's intervention, unleashing the essence of the Excalibur of the Immortals without hesitation. Boom! The radiance of the 7 Treasures Mysterious Tree clashed violently with the essence of the Excalibur, causing a tremendous upheaval that shook both the underworld and the primordial chaos. The power of a saint could indeed stir the very fabric of the primordial realm, which is precisely why saints seldom act lightly. If you wish to fight, take it outside, bellowed a voice, filled with righteous fury. Zun Ti and Tong Tian dared not make a move thereafter. Your Highness, that arrogant Xiao Yuan dares to harm the disciples of the Western sect. I merely sought to chastise him, yet I did not anticipate such a fierce reaction from Tong Tian. Zun Ti expressed his grievances. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan felt a surge of indignation. What a blatant attempt to shift blame. Tong Tian's countenance was also filled with fury. But before he could voice his thoughts, Ping Xin coldly interjected, Zun Ti, do you take me for a fool? It is evident that Zhang provoked Xiao Yuan first, leading to these dire consequences. If you continue to stir trouble, take Zhang and leave the underworld. Zun Ti immediately refrained from further words. He dared not provoke Ping Xin any further and could only sigh in resignation as he departed. This time, the Western sect truly faced a setback. Intending to elevate Xiaowen's reputation in Hongwang, yet they ended up with disgrace instead of glory. Thank you, Your Highness Ping Xin, for upholding justice. Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude. Perceiving that Ping Xin favored his side, it was a trivial matter, Ping Xin replied, making no effort to linger. Her focus was entirely on supporting Chi's ascension, and she had no time for trivialities. Were it not for the interference of 2 saints, she might not have even shown her face. Ding! You have successfully thwarted Zhang and dismantled the Western sect's conspiracy. Please make your choice. Choice 1. Depart from the underworld. concealing your achievements and fame, which may randomly enhance one golden attribute. Choice 2. Press the advantage and immediately go to humiliate Dazang, shattering his resolve, which will upgrade the Heavenly Insight, gold, attribute to Divine Insight, purple gold. Choice 3. Continue the pursuit and impart the Great Vehicle Buddhism to Dazang, which will elevate the Array Talent, gold, to Array Supreme, purple gold. Divine Insight, gold. You possess the most formidable insight in all of chaos. With no secrets in the chaos rules hidden from your gaze, you observe the trajectory of rules and can even devise the most advanced cultivation methods. Array Supreme, purple gold. Your mastery of array techniques is unparalleled, allowing you to comprehend and create all the top-tier formations in Hong Wang, even enhancing and refining them. The options presented by the system caused Xiao Yuan to hesitate momentarily. The first choice was swiftly dismissed. Having been provoked and nearly harmed by Zun Ti, he could not simply swallow his indignation. He had already intended to undermine Dazang's resolve and teach the Western sect a lesson. However, upon seeing the third option, he felt a compelling urge. The doctrine currently propagated by the Western sect focuses on self-cultivation, emphasizing individual enlightenment. In contrast, the Great Vehicle Buddhism advocates for the enlightenment of both oneself and others, asserting that all beings can attain Buddhahood. The superiority of these ideals is immediately apparent. The Great Vehicle Buddhism, originally transmitted by Lao Tzu after the Fengshen calamity to curb the Western sect's growth, transformed into a Buddha to spread its teachings. Once the Great Vehicle Buddhism emerged, it struck at the very foundation of the Western sect, effectively polluting it, to the extent that the two saints of the West could not reverse the tide. The Western sect was ultimately compelled to rename itself as Buddhism. This illustrates the immense power of the Great Vehicle Buddhism. Should it be disseminated now, it would undoubtedly incite chaos within the Western sect. The system is indeed a genius, capable of conceiving such a devious idea. Initially, upon seeing the three options, Xiao Yuan should have unhesitatingly chosen the third one. However, he found himself tempted by the superb insight attribute. In the past, thanks to the Heavenly Insight attribute, Xiao Yuan had gained countless advantages, and the superb insight attribute was undoubtedly even more formidable. I choose 3. Ultimately, Xiao Yuan made his decision, realizing that the opportunity to upgrade the attribute would present itself again. For now, he simply wished to vent his frustration, lest his thoughts remain unfulfilled. Chapter 83. Ksitagarba. Rumors mislead me. After making his choice, a golden light surged into his brow. The Supreme Array attribute entered his body, instantly elevating Xiao Yuan's comprehension of array techniques several levels. The previously incomprehensible array issues suddenly became crystal clear. Once he fully absorbed the attribute, he did not linger and promptly headed to the 18th layer of hell. Upon his arrival, he found Ksitagarba, who was nursing his wounds with a despondent expression. Sensing Xiao Yuan's approach, Ksitagarba immediately rose, his eyes filled with wariness. My friend, I concede defeat, having recognized your superiority. What more do you desire? Should you choose to strike against me, the two saints of the West will not stand idly by. What are you saying, my friend? We have only just met through conflict. I have come to seek your friendship, Xiao Yuan replied with a warm smile. Ksitagarba regarded Xiao Yuan with skepticism. Although they had little interaction, he had heard of Xiao Yuan's gentle disposition and his wide circle of friends throughout the primordial realm. Could it be that Xiao Yuan was truly such a magnanimous individual, entirely unconcerned about the provocations he had endured? However, considering that Xiao Yuan had sustained no injuries while he himself lay grievously wounded, this notion began to make sense. Still, Ksitagarba felt something was amiss, though he could not articulate what it was. My friend, I possess some enlightenment tea. Let us brew it together and discuss the Tao, as a gesture of my apology. Xiao Yuan continued, cheerfully producing the enlightenment tea leaves and pouring tea for Ksitagarba. The two then engaged in a philosophical conversation. Xiao Yuan, a disciple of the Jie, belonged to the Suanmen, while Ksitagarba, a disciple of the Western teachings, followed a different path. Nonetheless, both pursued the same ultimate truth, and their dialogue flowed harmoniously. As Ksitagarba sipped the enlightenment tea, his initial reservations about Xiao Yuan gradually faded. My friend, have you heard of the Mahayana Buddhist teachings? Xiao Yuan inquired. Sensing the moment was right to pose his question, Ksitagarba was momentarily taken aback. The Western teachings had yet to distinguish between the Mahayana and Hinayana schools. I would like to hear more, he responded, curiosity piqued. With a smile, Xiao Yuan shared his understanding of the Mahayana teachings, captivating Ksitagarba with his insights. The concepts of self-liberation and the liberation of others, as well as the salvation of all beings, truly embodied the essence of Mahayana. Moreover, Ksatagarbha's role in guarding the 18th layer of hell aligned perfectly with the Mahayana principle of guiding countless spirits toward goodness. My friend, that is all I know. The rest must be contemplated by you. Farewell. With that, Xiao Yuan concluded his discourse and prepared to take his leave. After a considerable period, the Earth Store Bodhisattva gradually regained his composure. Upon the moment of clarity, his eyes were filled with terror and a distinct anger etched upon his face, revealing a complex array of emotions. Ah, Xiao Yuan, what profound Mahayana teachings. Clearly, they are muddling my own path to enlightenment. Who has spread the notion that Xiao Yuan is benevolent and kind-hearted? This fellow is undeniably vengeful. Rumors, oh how they have led me astray. As a powerful being at the late stage of quasi-sainthood, the Earth Store Bodhisattva possessed a profound understanding of Buddhist doctrines. Realizing he had fallen into Xiao Yuan's trap, he desperately sought to erase all thoughts of Mahayana teachings from his mind, yet found himself utterly unable to do so. The idea of Mahayana had taken root deeply within his consciousness, and, indeed, within his very heart of enlightenment. In essence, Mahayana had tainted him, and he shockingly perceived it as the true path of the Western teachings. However, such thoughts were heretical and contradicted the intentions of the two holy figures of the West, threatening the very foundation of their faith. Mahayana, Hinayana, ha ha ha, whoa, whoa. The Earth Store Bodhisattva laughed and wept in a mad frenzy, instilling fear in the hearts of the malevolent spirits of the 18 layers of hell, rendering them silent. Hearing the commotion from the depths of hell, a subtle smile crept across Xiao Yuan's lips. It was clear that the Bodhisattva had absorbed his words. Though he might be conflicted now, it would not be long before he solidified his resolve, becoming a devout follower and propagator of Mahayana teachings. After all, who, after hearing the true doctrine, would still adhere to the false? The Western teachings were in for a headache. You Westerners have provoked me. If I do not show you some severity, you may think me an easy target. Xiao Yuan did not linger in the underworld for long, returning instead to Yingzhou Island. Junior brother, you have been away for quite a while. Duobao teased with a smile. I had some matters to attend to. I apologize for keeping you waiting, senior brother. Xiao Yuan replied cheerfully, feeling quite pleased after having dealt a blow to the Western teachings. However, upon gazing at his senior brother, he was momentarily taken aback. The rise of the Western teachings was another significant force in the primordial realm. Perhaps it was time to send his senior brother to the West to plan in advance. Who knows, he might even establish a sect of the Western teachings or infiltrate the enemy's ranks. His senior brother's aptitude for Buddhist doctrine was remarkable. According to the trajectory of the primordial development, he was destined to become a figure akin to the Tathagata Buddha. After some contemplation, Xiao Yuan deemed it premature. It would be prudent to wait until Mahayana teachings took root and flourished in the West. Noticing Xiao Yuan's unusual gaze, Duobao felt an unexplainable chill. Junior brother, you wouldn't be harboring any ill intentions towards me, would you? We are sworn brothers. Please do not set a trap for me. Duobao exclaimed repeatedly. Not at all. How could I possibly have such thoughts about you? We are brothers. I would never scheme against you. Xiao Yuan replied dismissively with a smile. With a sigh of relief, Duobao soon took his leave. Xiao Yuan then retrieved a formation plate, beginning his studies. This was no ordinary object. It was the myriad celestial formation that Tongtian had previously bestowed upon him. At that time, Tongtian contemplated revealing the myriad celestial formation to his disciple Xiao Yuan, hoping to broaden his horizons and yield substantial insights into the art of formations. However, Xiao Yuan had been exceedingly busy and lacked the time to delve into this intricate array. Now, having acquired the title of Supreme Master of Formation, he found the study of the myriad celestial formation to pose no significant challenge. Upon retrieving the formation, Xiao Yuan studied it for a moment and swiftly discerned all its intricacies, even uncovering numerous minute flaws. A millennium later, he adeptly rectified these vulnerabilities, rendering the myriad celestial formation more complete and enhancing its potency. Initially, Xiao Yuan intended to return the myriad celestial formation to his esteemed teacher, but he suddenly pondered whether he should also devise a signature formation of his own. Chapter 84. The prototype of an ultra-top-tier great array, Tongtian was astounded. The disciples of the Jie Sect were renowned for their expertise in the art of formations, exemplified by the 10 absolute array of the 10 heavenly sovereigns and the 9 curves of the Yellow River array crafted by the Sangxiao sisters, both of which served as their hallmark formations. Xiao Yuan believed that, as the strongest in formation within the Jie, it would be remiss of him not to possess a signature array. Thus, rather than hastily returning the myriad celestial formation to the Shanxing Palace, he dedicated himself to the meticulous study of formations. 2,000 years later, upon emerging from seclusion, Xiao Yuan stood before a formation disc accompanied by 36 formation flags. The disc and flag shimmered with countless radiant lights, surrounded by flickering flames, harboring a terrifying intent to kill. The formation he created was a pure fire-based array of annihilation, infused with the world-destroying heavenly fire that Xiao Yuan had meticulously refined. This fire was the culmination of 36 types of innate spiritual flames, including the true flame of the sun, the true fire of samadhi, the divine fire of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the divine flame of the vast sea, and the red lotus karmic fire. Anyone trapped within this array would be subjected to the purifying wrath of the heavenly fire, and even those of quasi-saint caliber would be thoroughly refined. Yet, 2 millennia was still a brief span, and Xiao Yuan had merely crafted the prototype of this array, with numerous aspects requiring further refinement and enhancement. It is no exaggeration to say that this represents the embryonic form of an ultra-top-tier great array. In the primordial realm, only a handful of formations could be deemed ultra-top-tier. These included the Zhou Tian Star Do array of the Yao clan, the 12 capital heavenly gods array of the Wu clan, the myriad celestial array of the celestial court, the extermination sword array of the Jie, the billion 8,000 blood fiend array of the blood sea, and the earth spirit great array of Janayanzi. These formations were renowned throughout the primordial realm, and when fully unleashed, they could rival the power of saints, thus earning the designation of ultra-top-tier. This underscores the immense potential of the new array. It is not that Xiao Yuan's mastery of formations is lacking, but rather that certain materials remain insufficient. Each of the 3 ultra-top-tier arrays demanded an extensive consumption of rare resources, created through the collective effort of entire clans. Even a saint like Tong Tian likely expended a significant portion of his wealth on the myriad celestial formation. After 2 millennia of endeavor, Xiao Yuan had also exhausted much of his own resources on this embryonic formation. After securing his newly created great array, Xiao Yuan made his way to the Shanqing Palace. In addition to returning the myriad celestial formation, he sought to present his teacher with a glimpse of his newly conceived array. Though Tongtian's mastery of array techniques may not rival that of Xiao Yuan, as a revered sage, his perspective and depth of understanding remain distinct, potentially offering superior counsel. Simultaneously, Xiao Yuan harbors the intention of seeking assistance from his esteemed mentor, Brother Shuo. Upon arriving at the Shanqing Palace, Xiao Yuan greeted the water and fire boy. Although he had transcended from his previous status as a mere Xianxian cultivator, he still regarded the water and fire boy with respect. For Xiao Yuan was not one to forget his roots. Has my junior brother heard any recent news concerning the human race? The water and fire boy inquired with a smile, clearly in high spirits. My brother may not be aware, but I have been diligently honing my skills and have not kept abreast of the events in the primordial realm for quite some time. Is it possible that the human emperor has yet to return? Xiao Yuan replied, astonished. According to his calculations, 3,000 years had passed since the human emperor's descent, marking the appointed time for his return. It seemed that his senior brother's assertion was indeed correct. The Chan sect's efforts to facilitate the human emperor's return faced significant challenges, and any hopes of accruing great merits were mere fantasies. With Empress Pingzhen obstructing their path, how could the Chan sect easily achieve their goals? From what I have gathered, although Chu may not rival the reincarnated human emperor, with the support of Empress Pingzhen and the underworld, delaying for another 10,000 years poses no issue. I've heard that the Chan sect is already prepared to relinquish certain benefits to persuade Empress Pingzhen to relent. The water and fire boy elaborated. Indeed, the Chan sect is quite unfortunate, Xiao Yuan concurred. Naturally, he found joy in the misfortunes of the Chan sect, reflecting on how Empress Pingzhen's sudden ambition for the human emperor's position seemed to stem from his own casual remarks. Xiao Yuan was astonished by the unintended consequences of his words. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan refrained from further idle chatter with the water and fire boy and entered the Shanqing Palace. Disciple pays respects to the master. Be at ease. What brings you here on this occasion? Tong Tian inquired with a smile. Master, I have come to return the 10,000 immortals array. I took the liberty of making some modifications, and I hope you will not take offense, Xiao Yuan stated. Producing the array's disc and flags, Tong Tian accepted them with a smile, fully understanding that he would not reproach Xiao Yuan. Rather, he was curious to discern the nature of Xiao Yuan's modifications, as they would reveal the extent of his mastery in array techniques. However, upon examining the array disc and flags, astonishment flickered in Tong Tian's eyes. Having personally repaired the 10,000 immortals array, Tong Tian was intimately familiar with its intricacies. He could readily identify any alterations. Yet, as he observed the changes Xiao Yuan had made, he could only marvel at their perfection. The ingenuity displayed was so remarkable that even Tong Tian found himself in awe. Did you make these changes? Tong Tian asked, a mix of disbelief and admiration in his voice. I would not dare deceive my master, Xiao Yuan replied. It seems I have underestimated your talent in array techniques. Your current abilities may well surpass my own, Tong Tian remarked. Both reflective and pleased. All credit goes to your teachings, master. I have also devised a grand array of my own. I humbly request your feedback and guidance. Xiao Yuan continued. Present it, Tong Tian responded, feeling quite gratified by Xiao Yuan's flattery. Xiao Yuan promptly produced his newly crafted array and placed it into Tong Tian's hands. Tong Tian took the formation plate and flags, immediately immersing himself in research, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Upon discovering the intricacies, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Though this formation is merely a prototype, it undeniably possesses the potential to evolve into an extraordinary grand array. After observing Xiao Yuan's modifications to the Wangxian array, Tong Tian realized that Xiao Yuan's mastery of array techniques had reached a level that even he could scarcely aspire to. However, upon encountering this new grand array, Tong Tian felt that he had somewhat underestimated Xiao Yuan's array prowess. In the primordial chaos, those most exceptional grand arrays were, in truth, bestowed by celestial beings or left behind by chaotic demonic gods, rather than crafted by the innate holy beings of the primordial world. For instance, the Wangxian array was indeed gifted to Dong Wanggong, and after Tong Tian acquired the remnants of the array, he painstakingly repaired it to reach its current state. Yet Xiao Yuan, relying solely on his own strength, managed to create a prototype of an extraordinary grand array, which speaks volumes of his capabilities. I humbly request your guidance. Xiao Yuan remarked with modesty. Guidance is hardly necessary. Let us, as master and disciple, engage in a discussion, Tong Tian replied, his heart brimming with excitement. Entirely shedding the demeanor of a teacher, the two of them delved into discussions regarding the array for nearly 2 millennia. Both Xiao Yuan and Tong Tian benefited greatly, further refining the new grand array. This formation is far too grand. It would be challenging for you to sustain it alone. Allow me to assist you by awakening these 36 innate spiritual fires, giving birth to 36 innate fire spirits. Tong Tian gestured, effortlessly drawing the formation plate and the 36 flags into his grasp. He then harnessed the vast power of the saints to awaken the 36 innate flames contained within the flags. In no time, the flags became imbued with profound spiritual essence, and the flames danced, gradually transforming into small fiery figures. Chapter 85. The return of the human emperor and the alignment of the heavenly court. The aura emanating from those fiery figures was not to be underestimated. Each one reached the level of the great Luo golden immortal. Henceforth, they would serve as the spirits of this array, aiding the array's master in manipulating the formation, allowing it to unleash even greater power. The moment the figures took shape, a resplendent light illuminated Penglai Island, and the celestial sounds of the Dao resonated, accompanied by numerous extraordinary phenomena. It was as if the heavens were celebrating the emergence of yet another extraordinary grand array in the primordial realm. This spectacle evoked envy among many powerful beings in the primordial world. The rise of the Jie Sect had become an unstoppable force. Now, with the advent of another extraordinary grand array, the foundation of the Jie Sect was undoubtedly further strengthened. The disciples of the Jie Sect were filled with joy and excitement. Regrettably, as I do not specialize in the path of creation, I could only awaken them to this extent. If Lady Nual were to intervene, the results would surely be far superior, Tong Tian remarked. Master, this is already splendid. I beseech you to bestow a name upon this array, Xiao Yuan promptly requested. Let it be called the Tianyan Yunseng Array. Tong Tian chuckled, the name carrying a grandiose tone and ample momentum. Xiao Yuan naturally had no objections to this. Oh, it appears that the position of the human emperor has reached a conclusion. Tong Tian lifted his gaze towards the direction of Shouyang Mountain. At this moment, the Tao of heaven manifested above the human race, with merits and fortunes cascading down, creating a scene of immense grandeur. However, the members of the Chan sect could not muster any joy, particularly Yuan Shi, whose expression was as dark as thunderclouds. Due to the misfortunes that have befallen us, it is not only inferior to the teachings of the truncated sect, but it scarcely compares to even half of the fortune obtained by the human sect. The disparity with the truncated sect is a staggering sixfold. After all, the teachings of the manifestation missed the optimal moment for the human sovereign's return, dragging on for 2 millennia. Prior to this, they had also suffered a significant loss of fortune at the hands of the esteemed Xiao Yuan, rendering what little fortune they had left to be viewed as a commendable effort by the teachings of the manifestation. Moreover, this outcome was achieved only after extensive negotiations and at a great cost to the teachings. Pingzhen, aware of his own limited power, had managed to garner the support of the two saints of the West, yet persuading them to exert any effort was nearly impossible. The teachings of the manifestation, bolstered by the assistance of the human sect, were simply insurmountable. Naturally, if Pingzhen were to persist in his entanglements, the return of the human sovereign would likely be delayed by several more millennia. Thus, he proposed a steep price, compelling the teachings of the manifestation to make substantial sacrifices. Yuan Shi was on the verge of an explosive fury. Xiao Yuan, remember well, do not let your second master uncle know that it was you who advised Lady Pingzhen, for he may not resist the urge to take drastic measures against you, Tong Tian solemnly cautioned. Master, I understand, Xiao Yuan promptly replied, recognizing that being targeted by a sage was not a trivial matter. Subsequently, he departed from the Shangqing Palace and, upon returning to Yingzhou Island, immediately retreated into seclusion. This was not merely a retreat, but also a means of avoiding trouble. He dared not wander carelessly in the vast wilderness. Time swiftly passed, nearly 10,000 years elapsing. As the wilderness gradually returned to tranquility, and the return of the human sovereign seemed to have stirred little turmoil. Master, the Celestial Court's Lord of the White Star has come to pay a visit, reported the Red Flame Boy. Please, let him enter, Xiao Yuan called out. Shortly thereafter, the Lord of the White Star stepped into Xiao Yuan's domain, his expression betraying a sense of urgency. Greetings, Emperor of the Azure Splendor. The Lord of the White Star entered and performed a respectful bow, addressing Xiao Yuan by his title within the Celestial Court, which spoke volumes. What brings you here in such haste? Xiao Yuan inquired. Your Majesty, the Princess Yeji, the younger sister of His Majesty, has descended to the mortal realm without permission, engaging in a forbidden liaison and giving birth to 2 sons and a daughter, thus violating the heavenly laws. Now, the various sects are holding the Celestial Court accountable, and His Majesty is at a loss for how to proceed. The Lord of the White Star quickly recounted the matter. I had previously warned Uncle Haoshan, yet it appears my words fell on deaf ears, Xiao Yuan sighed. What you may not be aware of, Emperor, is that His Majesty is not lacking in vigilance, but rather finds himself unable to prevent such occurrences. The Lord of the White Star replied with a tinge of bitterness. This matter, while not trivial, is not monumental either. The truncated sect has seized upon it with fervor. As a great sect of sages, they invoke heavenly laws, leaving Haoshan at a loss. Recalling Xiao Yuan's earlier admonitions, and owing to a degree of camaraderie with him, Haoshan sent the Lord of the White Star to Yingzhou Island for this very purpose. Should Xiao Yuan be willing to mediate, there might still be room for resolution. However, does Uncle Haoshan realize that the last time the Celestial Court assisted the teachings of the manifestation, it was an act of betrayal? My fellow disciples of the truncated sect hold little regard for the Celestial Court now, and we have no reason to offer them assistance, Xiao Yuan remarked with a smile. What he referred to was Haoshan's prior support for the teachings of the manifestation in the human sovereign's return. Previously, his elder brother had scolded Haoshan for being a fence-sitter, trying not to offend either side. If Xiao Yuan's intuition serves him correctly, the Chan sect is currently pressuring the heavenly court to take a side. Having experienced various events, the Chan sect has come to realize that its foundation is not as robust as that of the Jie Sect, prompting a strategy to seek external allies and recruit followers. The heavenly court has emerged as the primary target. After all, the heavenly court maintains an ambiguous stance towards all factions and has not decisively aligned itself with either side. Should Haoshan choose to side with the Chan sect, it would be treated with leniency. However, if he seeks to play both sides, the Chan sect would not extend a favorable reception. Yet, this presents a unique opportunity for both Xiao Yuan and the Jie Sect to thoroughly court the heavenly court. Furthermore, Xiao Yuan has laid extensive groundwork and established numerous strategies, providing substantial benefits to the heavenly court, all in anticipation of this very moment. Should the heavenly court dare to align itself with the Chan sect, Xiao Yuan would ensure that Haoshan understands the true meaning of regret. Nevertheless, since Haoshan has sent the Taibei star to Yingzhou Island, it is likely that he has already made a decision. Before my arrival on Yingzhou Island, His Majesty expressed a closer relationship with the Jie Sect, indicating a desire for their assistance. The Taibei star spoke slowly, while also observing Xiao Yuan's expression. Haoshan is no fool. He can discern who treats him better between the Jie Sect and the Chan sect. Moreover, last time, when the Chan sect orchestrated the return of the emperor, they solicited the heavenly court's aid, only to dismiss them with minimal rewards afterwards, treating the heavenly court as if they were working for free. Even if they were to work for free, now they are turning their ire against the heavenly court. The Chan sect's actions are indeed unscrupulous, lacking the transparency exhibited by the Jie Sect. If a choice must be made between the two sects, Haoshan would naturally favor the Jie Sect. I am aware of this matter and shall inform my master accordingly. Now please guide me, Taibei Star. I must immediately proceed to apprehend the sinful immortal, Yao Ji, declared Xiao Yuan. Your Majesty, please. The Taibei star rejoiced, understanding that Xiao Yuan had accepted the task, and he promptly communicated with Haoshan. Upon learning of the situation, Haoshan exhaled a sigh of relief. With the Jie Sect providing support, the Heavenly Court felt significantly more confident. Chapter 86. Intercepting Yang Jian, the true fire of 10,000 paths on the Tongtian side. Word of Xiao Yuan's message reached them as well. Given Tongtian's considerable trust in Xiao Yuan, he naturally allowed him to act freely. Both the Taibei star and Xiao Yuan moved swiftly, quickly arriving at the scene where Yao Ji was to be captured. Upon their arrival, Yang Tianyu and his eldest son, Yang Jiao, were resisting enforcement, buying time for Yao Ji and the escape of Yang Jian and Yang Chan. The leading celestial general, witnessing the scene, prepared to strike down Yang Tianyu and Yang Jiao. Halt! The Taibei star bellowed, but the celestial general showed no sign of stopping, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Yang Tianyu and Yang Jiao. At this critical moment, Xiao Yuan intervened, a streak of light darting forth to send the general's blade flying, thus saving both Yang Tianyu and Yang Jiao. Subsequently, the Taibei star stepped forward and apprehended Yao Ji's entire family. His Majesty had long since commanded the live capture of Yao Ji's family. Why did you resort to lethal force? The Taibei star reprimanded, his voice laced with both anger and apprehension. My lord, please forgive me. It was due to the excessive resistance from these individuals that I had no choice but to act as I did, the celestial general explained in a hushed tone. Humph. You have defied His Majesty's orders. You deserve to be punished. The Taibei star grunted, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. As the heavenly general pleaded for mercy, the swift actions of the Jade Emperor's star, Taibei Jinxing, led to the general's immediate demise. Xiao Yuan discerned the intricacies of the situation. If his assumptions were correct, the heavenly general was indeed a pawn of the Chan sect. By eliminating Yang Tianyu and Yang Jiao, a profound enmity would be established between the Yang family and the heavenly court, an irreconcilable hatred, particularly for the siblings Yang Jian and Yang Chan. This animosity was the fundamental reason why, after acquiring his powers, Yang Jian joined the heavenly court, yet regarded his celestial uncle as an adversary, thus becoming one of the three most rebellious figures within the celestial domain. The Chan sect's machinations were undeniably insidious, attempting to force the heavenly court's allegiance while secretly sowing discord between an uncle and his nephew. Taibei Jinxing's act of slaying the heavenly general was a clear demonstration of his allegiance to the opposing faction. Star Lord, I alone bear the responsibility for this matter. It has nothing to do with my husband and children. If the heavenly court seeks retribution, let it be directed solely at me, Yao Ji implored, her gaze fixed on Taibei Jinxing. In that moment, Xiao Yuan scrutinized Yao Ji's family. As the younger sister of the heavenly sovereign, Yao Ji's beauty was beyond reproach. Exuding an elegance coupled with a mature demeanor befitting a married woman, her soft pleas evoking a sense of compassion. Yang Tianyu, resolute in his appearance, displayed the fortitude of a husband fiercely protecting his wife and children. The three young ones, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan, though innocent in countenance and marked by fear, possessed eyes that radiated steadfastness and courage. Born out of a scheme, these children were nonetheless a union of divine and mortal, each endowed with significant destiny and exceptional innate talent. Particularly, Yang Jian exhibited an exceptional brilliance. He was surely destined for greatness. Fair Yao Ji, the judgment of your transgressions shall be rendered by His Majesty upon your arrival at the heavenly court. I am not in a position to decide, Taibei Jinxing replied, his demeanor having grown markedly calmer. With the support of the Chan sect, the heavenly court had greater latitude in addressing this affair, making it feasible to safeguard the Yang family. Since you have arrived, why conceal your intentions? Xiao Yuan interjected. Esteemed dearest Xiao Yuan, I am Yuding, a disciple of the Chan sect, came a voice as a figure slowly materialized, revealing itself as the revered Yuding Jinren. Upon seeing Xiao Yuan, Yuding's expression darkened, realizing the precariousness of the situation. As a direct disciple of the Chan sect, he was acutely aware of the sect's schemes. Yet he had not anticipated the timely appeal for assistance from Haoshan, nor the rapid arrival of Xiao Yuan. I have come because this child is fated to connect with our sect, as guided by the Dao. He must become my third-generation disciple, Yuding declared, fixing his gaze upon Yang Jian. Though the Chan sect's plans had been thwarted, this disciple could not be overlooked. Yang Jian was destined to be the third-generation disciple of the Chan sect, blessed with great fortune, which the sect regarded with utmost importance. Ding. Yuding sought to take Yang Jian as his disciple. The host must now make a choice. Choice 1. Allow Yuding to accept the disciple. Upgrading Naxi Shaoxian, gold, to Rongdao Tendi, purple gold. Choice 2. Preempt Yang Jian, upgrading Taiyang Xinyan, gold. 2. Wandao Jinyan, purple gold. Harmony with heaven and earth. Purple gold, your essence is completely fused with the cosmos. Even the sages cannot sense your presence. Primordial true flame. Purple gold, you are the progenitor of all fires in the wilderness, commanding endless flames and innate spiritual fire at your will. I choose the second. The moment the system made its selection, Xiao Yuan did not hesitate to make his choice. Compared to harmony with heaven and earth, Xiao Yuan was inherently more inclined towards acquiring the primordial true flame entry. The latter was evidently related to Xiao Yuan's primary focus on the path of celestial fire. Furthermore, Xiao Yuan harbored intentions of disrupting the good fortunes of the Chan sect. Moreover, it would be a pity not to include such a splendid disciple like Yang Jian into the intercepting sect. Junior brother, to speak frankly, I have embarked on this journey bearing the responsibility of scouting promising talent for our intercepting sect. I have observed that the Yang brothers possess great potential, and I am considering incorporating them into our sect as the third generation of direct disciples. You may inquire with the Lord of the White Star. I was just discussing this matter with him. Indeed. The Lord of the White Star quickly chimed in. Compared to having Yang Jian join the Chan sect, the Heavenly Court undoubtedly favored his allegiance to the intercepting sect, especially since they were prepared to align themselves with it. After all, it was better to side with Xiao Yuan in this matter. The Jade Dingjinren was left speechless. Do you truly believe in such nonsense? Is there really a need for advance reservations for disciples? However, he understood that with Xiao Yuan present, he would certainly not prevail, for he knew he could not compete with Xiao Yuan. Junior brother, we are now preparing to return to the Heavenly Court to impose penalties on Yao Ji. I shall take my leave first. Xiao Yuan signaled to the Lord of the White Star, who understood and led the Yang family toward the Heavenly Court. The Jade Dingjinren, anxious, stamped his foot, and, after sending a message back to his sect, closely followed behind Xiao Yuan and the others. As Xiao Yuan and the Lord of the White Star escorted the Yang family into the Lingxiao treasure hall, Haoshen let out a long sigh of relief upon seeing this. Although he had sought Xiao Yuan's assistance, he was apprehensive about any unforeseen complications. Now, it seemed that everything was proceeding smoothly. Yao Ji, you have violated celestial laws by engaging in illicit relations. Your crimes are unforgivable, Haoshen reprimanded sternly. He was aware that this situation could not entirely be blamed on Yao Ji. After all, how many could escape the schemes of the sages? While he felt sorrow for his younger sister, as the Emperor of Heaven, he had to maintain a facade of authority. Your Majesty, this entire matter is my fault. Punishing me alone would suffice. Yao Ji hurriedly interjected. Your Majesty, Yao Ji is blameless. I am the one who provoked her, and all guilt falls upon me. Yang Tianyu added. Seeing that Yang Tianyu was willing to take responsibility, Haoshen's expression softened considerably, realizing that his sister had not misjudged her choice. Your Majesty, Yao Ji has violated celestial laws, and her crime is significant. I believe she should be suppressed beneath the mountains, enduring the punishments of thunder and fire for a Yuanhui. Since Yang Tianyu was willing to shoulder the burden, he should be punished alongside her. As for the three young ones, they were innocent and ignorant, so leniency could be afforded. Xiao Yuan spoke up, providing Haoshen with a way out. Let us confine Yao Ji for now. As for the thunder and fire punishment, it can be superficial. Thus, Haoshen prepared to finalize this matter. However, before he could complete his statement, a cold voice interrupted. Hold on. Chapter 87. With my sect boasting greater numbers, how can your teachings compare? The disciples of the primal heavenly sect have all gathered within the Lingxiao Palace. Nanjing Xianwang, Yunzongzi, and the 12 golden immortals have convened at this moment. The assembly of the primal heavenly sect radiates an impressive aura, instantly overwhelming Haoshen and Xiao Yuan. Upon witnessing this, the Jade Dingjinren let out a long sigh of relief. Haoshen's heart sank as he realized the full force of the primal heavenly sect had mobilized, indicating the gravity with which they regarded this matter. The more the primal heavenly sect values this situation, the more unfavorable it becomes for us. Yao Ji, as the sister of the heavenly emperor, has violated celestial laws. Her offense warrants severe punishment and immediate execution, Nanjing coldly declared. He then provocatively glanced at Xiao Yuan. Isn't your sect intent on protecting Yao Ji? Let us see if you can indeed safeguard her. This also served as a warning to Haoshen. Since you refuse to side with my primal heavenly sect, prepare to face some adversity. Haoshen's expression darkened considerably, leaving him to seek assistance from Xiao Yuan, who remained notably composed. Then, as if sensing something, a faint smile graced his face. Nanjing, do you presume to challenge my sect as if we are without allies? Dubao strode forth boldly, followed by a multitude of disciples from the primal heavenly sect. Nearly 30 disciples, all at the very least great Luo golden immortals, entered the Lingxiao Palace. The momentum that the primal heavenly sect had just established crumbled in an instant. So, you wish to brawl? My sect has never shied away from such confrontations. Can your primal heavenly sect truly compare in numbers? Now, it was Nanjing's turn to appear troubled. He had initially believed this venture to the heavenly court was solely Xiao Yuan's idea, but it became apparent he had misjudged. Nanjing had underestimated Xiao Yuan's influence within the primal heavenly sect. Once summoned, the disciples would respond without hesitation. Dao, are you resolutely determined to oppose my primal heavenly sect? Nanjing ground his teeth in frustration. And what of it? Dao retorted defiantly, showing no inclination to engage in pleasantries with Nanjing's faction. After Dao's words, tensions soared between the two sects, as if the very air within the Lingxiao Palace had begun to thicken with the scent of gunpowder. Haoshan appeared anxious, hesitating to voice his thoughts. You may fight, but can it not be within the heavenly court? He truly feared a clash between the disciples of the primal and the intercepting sects would devastate the Lingxiao Palace. Fortunately, his concerns did not materialize. We shall see. After a brief standoff, Nanjing uttered a menacing remark before departing. Senior brother, we cannot abandon Yang Jian, the third-generation disciple of the primal heavenly sect. Yuding exclaimed hastily. Leave. Nanjing barked furiously. He was acutely aware of Yang Jian's significance, yet they were simply no match for the intercepting sect at this moment. Should a true confrontation arise, it would undoubtedly be the primal heavenly sect that suffers. Nanjing longed for a decisive battle, but could not bear the shame of defeat. Thus, he chose to swallow his pride. Observing Nanjing's demeanor, Yuding could only glance back regretfully at Yang Jian as they retreated. Soon, the primal heavenly sect made their exit. Thank you all, brothers, for your support. Xiao Yuan bowed respectfully to the members of the intercepting sect. You are too humble, junior brother, Dao responded with a cheerful smile. Yang Jian respectfully approached the celestial master, earnestly imploring to be accepted as a disciple. In that very moment, he unexpectedly knelt before Xiao Yuan, bowing his head fervently several times. Though still young, Yang Jian possessed a discerning mind. He understood that while Xiao Yuan had apprehended his family, it was ultimately an act of protection. Conversely, the group of Daoists who vociferously sought to take him as a disciple were the ones truly pressuring them towards despair. A seed of determination had taken root in young Yang Jian's heart. He aspired to grow stronger, strong enough to shield his family from any form of oppression. Thus, he found himself in this act of reverence. Xiao Yuan, taken aback, thought to himself, by heaven's grace, I had contemplated accepting Yang Jian into the sect. Yet I had no intention of personally taking on a disciple. Yang Jian, possessing commendable talent and great fortune, was indeed a rare gem. However, Xiao Yuan was genuinely averse to instructing disciples. Even his first disciple, he had adopted a hands-off approach, investing little effort in guidance. Before Xiao Yuan could decline, Duo Bao interjected with a smile. Junior brother, this lad is endowed with profound fortune. Even the Chan school wishes to claim him, indicating his exceptional aptitude. You ought to accept him. Indeed, I too sense a connection between this young one and my elder brother, Wu Dang chimed in. Xiao Yuan, feeling somewhat exasperated, acquiesced. Very well. My eldest disciple, Xian Pe, has achieved a degree of mastery. I can entrust Yang Jian's education to him. Xian Pe remarked. To have you as a teacher is indeed a blessing. Thus, Xiao Yuan declared, I shall take you as my second disciple. For now, I do not possess a suitable spiritual treasure for you, but it shall be bestowed upon you in due course. Thank you, Master, Yang Jian exclaimed joyously, his head bowing so fervently that it echoed against the floor. Xiao Yuan mused, what an earnest child. At that moment, Jinling suddenly directed her attention towards Yang Jiao, expressing her desire to accept him as a disciple. Although Yang Jiao's talent might slightly pale in comparison to Yang Jian's, he was nonetheless an exceptional candidate. Witnessing Jinling's interest in Yang Jiao, several disciples of the Jie Sect felt a pang of regret, as they too had contemplated taking him under their wing. Yet, with Jinling having acted swiftly, their aspirations were dashed. I am willing, Master, Yang Jiao promptly replied. Jinling smiled, bestowing upon him a spiritual treasure and methods of cultivation. The remaining Jie Sect disciples then turned their gaze towards Yang Chan, whose aptitude was similarly commendable. However, before they could voice their intentions, Ling Zuzi, a servant of the Nuwa Empress, entered the Lingxiao Palace, respectfully greeting the members of the Jie Sect and the Heavenly Emperor. I come at the behest of the Empress, for Yang Chan shares a fateful connection with our Nuwa Palace. The Empress wishes to take her as a close attendant. Although Nuwa Palace was not a grand sect, being designated as a close attendant conferred a status akin to that of a disciple. Yang Chan, the youngest and still reeling from the grief of her family's capture, found herself in a daze at this unexpected development. However, Yao Ji quickly gathered her wits and responded. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your consideration. I am willing." With this, Yao Ji felt a sense of relief, knowing that all three of her children had found favorable destinies. At that moment, she would have willingly embraced death, knowing their futures were secure. Chapter 88. The Law of True Fragrance. As the disciples of the Jie Sect arrived in the East Sea, they were met with the sight of Yangchan being favored by the goddess Nuwa, which left them somewhat disheartened, though they refrained from voicing their disappointment. For it would be unseemly to vie with a saint for a disciple. Daoist Xiao Yuan, during my journey, the goddess specifically requested that I convey to you her invitation to frequently visit the palace of Nuwa, Ling Zhu remarked, casting a smile in Xiao Yuan's direction. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's face lit up with joy. In truth, he had long desired to establish a closer connection with the goddess Nuwa, but had hesitated to approach her unannounced. Now, with Ling Zhu's words, he found the perfect opportunity to draw nearer to the goddess. The attending disciples of the Jie Sect, along with the likes of Haoshan and others, were momentarily taken aback by Ling Zhu's statement. It was evident that Xiao Yuan was well regarded even among the divine, having established rapport with the goddess Nuwa. "Esteemed friends, I must take my leave," Ling Zhu declared, not lingering in the heavenly realm for long, as she departed with Yangchan. "Your Majesty, the judgment regarding Yao Ji is yet to be concluded," Xiao Yuan reminded. Haoshan promptly regained his composure and proclaimed, "Let us heed the advice of the Emperor King Hua and confine Yao Ji and Yang Tinyu beneath Doshan, subjecting them to the trial of thunder and fire for the duration of a Yuan meeting." This time, no one disrupted the proceedings, and thus, Haoshan's decree was executed with remarkable smoothness. He then summoned his formidable powers to suppress Yao Ji and Yang Tinyu. Witnessing this scene, Yang Tinyu and Yang Jian's eyes brimmed with tears, yet they understood that this was the most favorable outcome possible. The Jie Sect's members subsequently dispersed. Xiao Yuan, accompanied by his newly accepted disciple Yang Jian, rode the blazing beast back to Yingzhou Island. "Yang Jian, having now entered my fold as my second direct disciple, I shall impart to you the Qingtong Bao Yi Yuan Dao Canon and the 8-9 mystical arts," Xiao Yuan declared, pointing outwards as two streams of light entered Yang Jian's brow. The Qingtong Bao Yi Yuan Dao Canon was one of Xiao Yuan's meticulously compiled supreme techniques. On par with the previous Qingshun Yin Du Xian Dao chapter he had practiced. As for the 8-9 mystical arts, Yang Jian possessed an innate aptitude for it, a talent so extraordinary that neglecting to cultivate it would be a waste of his gifts. "Thank you, Master, for imparting your teachings." Upon mastering the technique, Yang Jian's aura subtly radiated, indicating his entry into the realm of understanding. This revelation astonished Xiao Yuan. Both the Qingtong Bao Yi Yuan Dao Canon and the 8-9 mystical arts were intricate and profound, and he had not anticipated that Yang Jian would grasp a spark of enlightenment so swiftly. Realizing he had underestimated his second disciple's potential, Xiao Yuan proceeded to provide Yang Jian with detailed explanations, solidifying his foundational understanding. Initially intending to bestow several spiritual treasures upon Yang Jian, Xiao Yuan was suddenly struck by the realization that he possessed none suitable for him. Although he had several innate spiritual treasures, each served a distinct purpose and could not be spared. "Poverty remains my plight," Xiao Yuan mused, contemplating a future expedition to the primordial realms to procure additional innate treasures. While he had a few precious artifacts in stock, none seemed fitting for Yang Jian. Thus, Xiao Yuan resolved to craft a bespoke set of spiritual treasures for his disciple, ensuring that the standard equipment, 3-edged, 2-blade spear, golden bow, silver arrows, heavenly eye, and howling celestial dog, would not be overlooked. "Master, I am at a loss as to how I might alleviate my parents' punishment," Yang Jian could not help but inquire. "Your mother has transgressed the heavenly laws. While she must endure some trials, it is fortunate that she has retained her life," Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. "I simply cannot bear to see my parents suffer for so long. If it were possible, I would willingly endure their punishment in their stead," Yang Jian stated earnestly. Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are a true filial son. Remember, in this vast primordial realm, the myriad rules and regulations intertwine. Only the strong can shatter these constraints. Should you attain sufficient strength, you will not be bound by these laws, and may even become their architect," he added with a chuckle. Yang Jian nodded resolutely, his eyes filled with determination. Only by growing stronger could he rescue his parents. Only through strength could he ensure that the teachings of the Chan sect, which had wronged the Yang family, would face just retribution. It was unexpected that Yang Jian harbored such deep animosity towards the Chan sect, especially since he had once been their third-generation disciple before Xiao Yuan intervened. This turn of events was rather dramatic. After mentoring Yang Jian for a time, Xiao Yuan gained insight into his disciple's aptitude and character. This young man possessed exceptional talent, rivaling that of his elder disciple, Xian Pe, though Yang Jian's experiences had fortified his resolve and willpower, making it difficult to definitively compare their strengths. With his innate talent, perseverance, fortuitous destiny, and a significant vendetta, he truly embodied the archetype of a protagonist. Xiao Yuan, who had initially hesitated to accept him, found himself increasingly fond of this disciple. Alas, he could not escape the allure of fate. Having laid a solid foundation for Yang Jian, Xiao Yuan summoned his elder disciple, Xian Pe, to meet with Yang Jian, after which he entrusted Xian Pe with guiding Yang Jian onward. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan began crafting spiritual treasures for him. 2,000 years later, Xiao Yuan fashioned a trident spear and a golden bow with silver arrows. Both items were classified among the postnatal treasures, standing out as exquisite examples within that category. As for the Heavenly Eye and the Howling Heavenly Hound, he would seek opportunities to arrange those later. Given Xiao Yuan's capabilities, acquiring such items was not difficult. In fact, with a mere whisper of his intentions, what kind of hound could elude him? After successfully crafting the two spiritual treasures, Xiao Yuan intended to delve into the study of the myriad paths, true fire entry. This new entry, a shimmering purple gold, was acquired through his intervention with Yang Jian and resonated harmoniously with the path of heavenly fire that Xiao Yuan practiced. Upon assimilating the entry, he immediately felt as though he had made significant progress along the path of heavenly fire. However, before he could enter seclusion to cultivate further, a resounding celestial chant echoed over the eastern sea, followed by an overwhelming radiance of Buddhist light emanating from the west, illuminating all beings and cascading over the myriad spirits of the eastern sea. Instantly, the inhabitants of the eastern sea displayed expressions of sincere reverence. Such was the overwhelming power of the Western Buddhist teachings. If employed for promotion, it would undoubtedly yield immense profits. Xiao Yuan was taken aback, his mind racing with a singular thought. Trouble had come knocking. He recalled the Mahayana Buddhist teachings he had imparted to Ksatagarbha. That was a concealed thunderclap nestled within the Western doctrine. Yet, according to Xiao Yuan's design, that thunder was not yet due to erupt. Guide, the East Sea is not a place for you to flaunt your power. Depart swiftly, or I shall strike you down, a voice warned. The radiant Buddhist light that spread across the East Sea did not linger for long before it was shattered by a torrent of sword intent approaching from the east. Instantly, the myriad beings of the East Sea awoke, their faces reflecting a flicker of trepidation. Friend Tontian, I come bearing matters for discussion, not seeking trouble. The figure revealed itself, seated upon a 12-petal lotus of merit, smiling benignly. Matters for discussion? What might those be? Tontian inquired with furrowed brows, not perceiving any reason to engage with the guide. Let us converse on Yingzhou Island, the guide suggested, maintaining his smile despite Tontian's stern demeanor. Upon hearing Yingzhou Island, Tontian realized that the guide was not here for himself, but rather for his disciple, Xiao Yuan. After all, a visit from a saint warranted respect. Naturally, Tontian accompanied the guide to Yingzhou Island, wary of the notorious shamelessness of the Western saints. Upon arrival, Xiao Yuan promptly paid his respects, noticing the absence of anger on the guide's face, which was instead adorned with a smile. He surmised that the guide did not come for a reprimand regarding the great vehicle Buddhism. In truth, even if the guide sought to blame Xiao Yuan, he would not be fearful, as he had a protective mentor. Young friend Xiao Yuan, your exceptional talent and keen intellect resonate well with our Western teachings, the guide remarked, gazing at Xiao Yuan with warmth. However, in the next moment, Tontian's gaze pierced the guide like a blade. Xiao Yuan felt a sense of exasperation. The notion that everything was tied to the West would only lead to trouble. Ahem. The guide cleared his throat, genuinely wishing to recruit Xiao Yuan to the West, but alas, Tontian would not permit it. My purpose in coming here is to request your assistance, young friend Xiao Yuan, the guide continued, shifting the conversation. You must be aware that our Western teachings are tasked with the restoration of the 5 emperors. I kindly ask for your support in strategizing for our cause. Both Tontian and Xiao Yuan exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing the guide's request. It was indeed surprising for the Western teachings to seek aid from their own sect. However, considering Xiao Yuan's previous involvement in the restoration of the Earth's sovereign, where he garnered immense merit and fortune, it was not entirely unexpected. His actions had once astonished the entirety of the primordial realm, earning the admiration of the saints. Moreover, the disturbances caused by Pingzhen during the Earth Sovereign's restoration had significantly impacted the development of the human race, affecting not only the sovereign but also the 5 emperors. Since the fall of Mount Buzhu, the spiritual energy of the primordial world had begun to wane, prompting the six saints to discuss drastic measures to concentrate the primordial spiritual energy in select sacred mountains and places to preserve the essence of the primordial realm. Should these measures be enacted, the spiritual energy across much of the primordial territories would be drastically diminished, leading to signs of degeneration among living beings. If the extreme measures were implemented, the restoration of the five emperors would undoubtedly face substantial hindrances. Without intervention, the fortunes of the Western teachings would likely pale in comparison to those of the Chan teachings. Do not jest, dear guide. Your Western teachings have never held any rapport with my sect, Tong Tian contemplated after a brief pause. The three teachings of the Suimin have historically been at odds with the Western teachings, even going so far as to suppress them. Previously, the conflict between the teaching of interception and the teaching of revelation was merely an internal struggle. Should the teaching of interception ally with the Western teachings, it would undoubtedly face a united onslaught from the teaching of humanity and the teaching of revelation. Although the relationship between Tongtian and Laozi Yuanxi has waned, there remains no intention to sever ties completely. Teacher, let us refrain from immediate rejection. We must first ascertain the magnitude of the price the Saint of Guidance is willing to pay, remarked Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan was not particularly concerned with the stance of the teaching of revelation or the teaching of humanity. After all, a confrontation was inevitable. Why concern himself with the details? It was more prudent to seize the benefits first, setting aside the potential rewards from the Western teachings. Xiao Yuan believed that intervening in the matter of the five emperors' reinstatement would undoubtedly yield substantial merit and fortune. This was already a win-win situation. To refuse prematurely would be a grave error. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Tongtian fell silent. The Saint of Guidance, witnessing this exchange, couldn't help but express his astonishment. That a disciple could influence his teacher's decisions speaks volumes of Xiao Yuan's esteemed position in Tongtian's eyes. However, for the Saint of Guidance, this was fortuitous. Xiao Yuan's willingness to negotiate indicated room for compromise. Our Western teachings are indeed impoverished and cannot offer much of value. However, should you be willing to assist us, we are prepared to present 100 Bodhi seeds, 10 items of superior innate spiritual materials, and 1 item of medium-grade innate spiritual treasure. We humbly request your aid. Esteemed Xiao Yuan, the Saint of Guidance articulated, his face betraying a hint of discomfort. The Bodhi seeds, the fruits of the supreme Bodhi tree, are known for their ability to calm the heart and spirit, dispel inner demons, and aid in enlightenment. Even the Western teachings have scarce reserves of such treasures. The innate spiritual materials and treasures are even rarer. The offerings made by the Saint of Guidance were indeed substantial. Yet the Saint does not seem to display much sincerity. You must understand the immense pressure we would face should we choose to assist the Western teachings, Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. Since that is the case, please articulate your demands, the Saint of Guidance responded. 300 Bodhi seeds, 10 items of superior innate spiritual materials, 10 items of supreme innate spiritual treasures, 1 item of medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, and 1 item of superior innate spiritual treasure, Xiao Yuan stated slowly. The corners of the Saint of Guidance's mouth twitched. Such an exorbitant demand. He had raised his initial offer by more than threefold. The price you have set is simply too steep for our Western teachings to bear. Could we perhaps negotiate for a lesser amount? He sighed. While the reward can certainly be discussed further, some particulars need to be clarified with the Saint. You have only mentioned assistance to the Western teachings, yet have not defined the extent of that assistance. Xiao Yuan deftly shifted the conversation to another topic, evoking another twitch from the Saint of Guidance. He thought to himself that this young man was rather cunning. The Saint of Guidance had initially intended to negotiate with Xiao Yuan, planning to set the requirements for earning merit and fortune at a higher bar, allowing the Western teachings to gain more. Thus, he had purposefully left the concept vague, merely stating that he sought Xiao Yuan's assistance without specifying the level of help required. In this manner, the Western teachings could potentially exploit the situation to their advantage. If the Western teachings desired to attain fortune equivalent to that of the teaching of revelation, they would need to offer 100 Bodhi seeds, 10 items of superior innate spiritual materials, and 1 item of medium-grade innate spiritual treasure. If the Western sect desires to acquire more than double the fortune and merit of the Chan sect, it must offer 300 Bodhi seeds, 10 superior innate spiritual items, 10 exquisite innate spiritual items, 1 medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, and 1 superior innate spiritual treasure. Should the Western sect wish to obtain more than triple the fortune and merit of the Chan sect, an offering of 500 Bodhi seeds, 20 superior innate spiritual items, 20 exquisite innate spiritual items, 1 superior innate spiritual treasure, and 1 exquisite innate spiritual treasure is required. Before the guide could utter a word, Xiao Yuan slowly revealed his terms, his demeanor resolute. As a sage, you must be aware of the turmoil within the human realm, compounded by the continuous depletion of spiritual energy. The fortunes gained from the return of the 5 emperors shall undoubtedly pale in comparison to those of the Xiao sect. I have set a clear price, non-negotiable. Payment must precede any action. At this moment, the guide found himself momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yuan's assertiveness. Xiao Yuan, undeterred, thought to himself, you are still within my grasp. My young friend, while my Western sect can muster these items with some effort, what if you ultimately fail to deliver? The guide inquired after a brief silence. If I fail, my sect shall compensate double, Xiao Yuan confidently asserted. Upon hearing this, the guide refrained from immediate response, turning his attention to Tang Tian. Such a significant matter required Tang Tian's approval. If my companion has no objections, we can finalize this arrangement. Tang Tian pondered for a moment. He trusted that Xiao Yuan would not undertake a venture without certainty. Even if Xiao Yuan were to falter, the sect would not be left destitute. At worst, they would part with some items to the Western sect. After all, how could one neglect their own disciples? Very well, I shall select the second tier, hoping my young friend can secure for the Western sect more than double the merit and fortune of the Xiao sect. The guide contemplated. Tang Tian's words alleviated the guide's concerns, and a smile returned to his face. Should Xiao Yuan indeed assist the Western sect in acquiring such merit and fortune, sacrificing some spiritual items and treasures would be a small price to pay. Merit and fortune are far more precious than such treasures. Even if the fortune acquired were insufficient, they would still receive substantial compensation from the Xiao sect, ensuring no loss. The Western sect had calculated wisely. The guide had considered imposing more difficulty on Xiao Yuan by opting for the third tier, but regrettably, Xiao Yuan insisted on payment prior to action. Unfortunately, the Western sect's capacity to provide such a wealth of spiritual items and treasures was limited, necessitating the second tier as a more feasible choice. A sage's word is worth more than gold and is subject to the constraints of the heavenly Dao. With Tang Tian's agreement, the guide felt reassured and promptly retrieved the promised rewards. The superior innate spiritual treasure, the innate mountain-driving whip, could navigate countless spiritual mountains of the primordial world, alter the earth's veins, and even command the spiritual mountains to suppress living beings. The medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, the crescent moon blade, is sharp and unstoppable. Furthermore, there were 10 superior innate spiritual items, 10 exquisite innate spiritual items, and 300 Bodhi seeds, a specialty of the Western sect. As the guide presented these items, he felt a pang of regret. The Western sect was not as affluent as the 3 teachings of the Suanmen, and these items represented many years of accumulation. After the transaction concluded, the guide took his leave. Xiao Yuan, is it not a tad too hasty to proceed with this matter? If the human and Qian teachings were to discover our collaboration with the Western sect, they would likely not let it slide easily. Tang Tian's silence earlier was a mere gesture of respect towards you. Those innate spiritual treasures and beings are, in essence, mere external possessions, insufficient to provoke a confrontation between the Jie Sect and the other 2 major teachings. Moreover, from his perspective, this transaction heavily favors the Western sect. Master, rest assured, my discernment is sharper than you think. Once I intervene in the matter of the 5 emperors' return, I shall secure further fortunes and merits for our Jie Sect, far beyond the benefits bestowed by the Saint of Guidance. Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. That is reassuring. I shall shield you from the pressures of the human and Qian teachings, Tang Tian expressed, his eyes gleaming with delight. The cultivation of the saints is inextricably linked to fortune. Due to Xiao Yuan's previous endeavors, the Jie Sect's fortune soared, resulting in Tang Tian's rapid advancement in cultivation and significant progress in his powers. With the prospect of fortune at hand, Tang Tian was naturally elated to have Xiao Yuan safeguarding him. Subsequently, Tang Tian did not linger on Yingzhou Island for long. Xiao Yuan then summoned Yang Jian. Disciple, here are the superior innate spiritual treasure, the mountain-driving whip, along with the postnatal treasured 3-edged spear and the golden bow with silver arrows, bestowed upon you for your protection. When he first took Xian Pei as a disciple, he had gifted him the superior innate spiritual treasure, the void mirror. Now, upon accepting Yang Jian, it was only fitting to grant him an innate treasure as well. Thank you, Master, for the precious gifts, Yang Jian exclaimed joyfully upon receiving the treasures. Thereafter, Xiao Yuan began a period of secluded cultivation on Yingzhou Island. News of his assistance to the Western sect in acquiring merits and fortunes spread. This was a deliberate maneuver by the Western sect to sow discord among the 3 teachings of the Suanmen. Lao Zi and Yuan Shi, upon hearing of this, felt a twinge of anger and exchanged a few words with Tang Tian, yet refrained from any extreme actions. They held little faith that, under the current unusual circumstances, Xiao Yuan could truly procure a significant amount of fortune for the Western Sect. They awaited his potential downfall, anticipating the Jie Sect's embarrassment. Time swiftly passed, and 3,000 years flew by. The emergence of the 5 emperors had already commenced before the Saint of Guidance arrived at Yingzhou Island. Now, 3 millennia later, one of the 5 emperors had already returned to their rightful place. Just as anticipated by the Saint of Guidance, the fortune garnered was pitifully scant, and as time progressed, with the impending cataclysm, the merits and fortunes to be earned thereafter would likely diminish even further. Senior brother, is Xiao Yuan truly reliable? Why is there still no news? Zun Ti inquired, his brow furrowed, within the confines of Mount Sumi. It matters not. After all, the Jie Sect has already undertaken this task. Should Xiao Yuan fail, we will still compensate with a considerable amount of spiritual treasures, thus ensuring a profit, the Saint of Guidance replied calmly. However, upon returning to Mount Sumi, he pondered the situation again, perplexed as to why Xiao Yuan would take this matter upon himself. Was it merely for the meager benefits offered by the Western Sect? Something felt amiss, yet he could not quite grasp it. As they engaged in idle conversation, a sudden shift reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. The spiritual essence of the primordial lands began to converge towards various spiritual mountains and blessed grounds. This was the initiative executed by the myriad saints of the primordial realm to preserve the primordial essence, known as the plan of celestial communication. After a shift in the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, the primordial beings gradually began to descend into the mortal realm, and the newly birthed entities no longer emerged as immortals. The intricate pattern of the absolute void and celestial communication had already taken shape. No matter how agile Xiao Yuan's mind might be, it was improbable that he could assist the Western Sect in acquiring significant fortune. Within the Jade Void Palace, Yuan Shi offered a sardonic smile, pondering the manner in which he might mock Tong Tian. Alas, Brother Xiao Yuan should not have acquiesced to the Western Sect. The current circumstances are decidedly unfavorable for him. Nonetheless, it is known that Brother Xiao Yuan would never engage in ventures lacking certainty. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. The disciples of the Jie Sect were also abuzz with speculation, most of whom were rather pessimistic about Xiao Yuan's prospects. The time has come. Amidst the tumultuous clamor of the outside world, Xiao Yuan concluded his seclusion, riding the blazing beast, accompanied by his 2 disciples. As they journeyed into the heart of the primordial realm, the primordial beings could hardly fathom that Xiao Yuan's thought process diverged significantly from theirs. He awaited the absolute void and celestial communication. The reason for bringing along his 2 disciples was that his eldest disciple, Xian Pe, had reached the pinnacle of the Tei Golden Immortal stage, merely a fortuitous opportunity away from breaking into the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Xiao Yuan had brought Xian Pe to the human race in search of this opportunity, while Yang Jian was merely an additional companion, brought along for exposure to the world. Upon arriving at Shouyang Mountain, Xiao Yuan was warmly greeted by the 3 ancestral figures of the human race. There is no need for such formality, esteemed ancestors. I have come to impart teachings to the human race, Xiao Yuan declared with a smile. Impart teachings? The 3 ancestral figures, Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Zi Yi, were momentarily taken aback, but soon beamed with joy. Each time Xiao Yuan visited the human race, he ushered in a breath of fresh air. Since he claimed to come for the purpose of imparting teachings, it was undoubtedly beneficial for the human race, and the 3 ancestral figures welcomed him with open arms. Chapter 91, Xiao Yuan. My eyes are the measure. The 3 ancestral figures enthusiastically ushered Xiao Yuan into the ancestral grounds of the human race, whereupon he began to discuss the specifics of his teachings. In the present primordial realm, the pattern of absolute void and celestial communication had already solidified, rendering most locales devoid of spiritual energy, no longer suitable for cultivation. I wish to introduce a new path to the human race, one that I have named the martial path, Xiao Yuan articulated slowly. The practice of the martial path focuses on honing the physical body and spirit, unearthing the treasures within, rather than overly relying on the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. The ancestral figures of the human race found their eyes gleaming with excitement upon hearing Xiao Yuan's explanation of the martial path. This path was a novel creation by Xiao Yuan, tailored to the circumstances of the human race and grounded in the principles of physical cultivation. As the absolute void and celestial communication transformed the overarching environment, it signified the advent of a new era. The human race, lacking the strength of sinew and claw, found themselves at a relative disadvantage in this new version of the primordial realm. Should the human race master the martial path, they would be able to maintain their superiority over other races, even in the absence of spiritual energy, remaining a T0 level existence. After a thorough discussion with the three ancestral figures of the human race, Xiao Yuan embarked on a journey through the human settlements, commencing the promotion of martial path cultivation. Following the emergence of the martial path, bolstered by the support of the three ancestral figures, its dissemination was remarkably swift. 3,000 years later, the second emperor of the human race ascended to the throne, and the blessings of fortune and merit descended, leaving many formidable beings of the primordial realm awestruck. Due to the auspicious merits generated by the ascension of the second human emperor, there was a considerable increase compared to the first. Indeed, this young man, Xiao Yuan, possesses remarkable capabilities, remarked Zhuan with a hint of admiration. It appears that Xiao Yuan holds promise in fulfilling the cooperative transaction with our Western sect, replied Jie with a smile. In truth, his ideal scenario would be for the Western sect to receive a minuscule surplus of fortune, thus allowing them not only to gain merits, but also to cleverly outmaneuver the Chan sect. Were Tong Tian to discover Jie's thoughts, he might very well consider using the four swords of extermination to eliminate Jie on the spot. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi and Lao Zi found themselves increasingly restless. Initially, they intended to watch the spectacle of the Chan sect's downfall, but Xiao Yuan's unexpected actions left them feeling somewhat anxious, particularly Yuan Shi. Among the three teachings of the mystical gate, they possessed the least fortune from the emperor's ascension, should the Western sect surpass them. It would be a source of great mockery. Yuan Shi promptly sought out Tong Tian to thwart Xiao Yuan's endeavors. However, Tong Tian had suddenly entered seclusion. Refusing to see anyone, Yuan Shi was nearly driven to despair. Why must he choose this moment to retreat? It felt deliberate, without a doubt. Left with no recourse, Yuan Shi departed in frustration, hoping fervently that Xiao Yuan would restrain himself and not allow the Western sect to accrue more fortune than the Chan sect. Alas, his hopes were destined to be dashed. As the third human emperor ascended, the fortune acquired by the Western sect saw yet another increase. The cumulative fortune from the three emperors had barely eclipsed that of the Chan sect, leaving Yuan Shi utterly despondent. It was clear that the Chan sect was fated to be at the bottom among the great sections. Soon after, the fourth human emperor ascended, and the fortune again surpassed that of the previous three. Brother, based on the pattern of each human emperor's ascension, by the time the final emperor ascends, the fortune our Western sect acquires might exceed even Xiao Yuan's predictions, Zhuan exclaimed with considerable excitement. Indeed, Jie's eyes sparkled with delight. With the first four emperors' ascensions, the Western sect was on the verge of achieving their goal, and the final emperor's ascension would be the piece de resistance. Though it might not allow them to outmaneuver the Chan sect, acquiring such a wealth of fortune and merits would still be immensely profitable. We have already disseminated martial arts across the various tribes of humanity and need not exert ourselves further, Xiao Yuan declared, summoning his two disciples. Master, after so many years of toil, why not persist just a little longer to fully establish the martial order and perfect the practice of martial arts? Xianpu inquired. Somewhat puzzled, the three of them had been imparting knowledge to humanity and refining martial arts, and they were now merely one step away from achieving completeness. He could not comprehend why his master would choose to abandon the endeavor at this critical juncture. Are you truly naive or merely pretending? The fortune belonging to the era of the five emperors of humanity rightfully belongs to the Western sect. If we were to completely perfect the practice of martial arts at this moment, the bulk of the gains would be claimed by the Western sect, and that would be an utter loss, Xiao Yuan chided with a laugh. I see now, Master, Xianpu replied, regaining his senses. For in his fervor for the dissemination of martial arts, he had nearly overlooked this crucial matter. Thus, the trio of Xiao Yuan and his disciples decided to cease their endeavors in perfecting martial arts and propagating its teachings. Soon, the time arrived for the fifth emperor of humanity to ascend the throne. Numerous powerful beings in the wilderness, including sages, were keenly observing this moment, speculating on the grand fortune and merits that the fifth emperor would bestow. After all, the fortune accompanying the ascension of the fourth emperor was already magnificent. According to the established pattern, the fifth emperor's ascension was expected to yield even greater fortunes. They all believed that the Western teachings had made the right choice in enlisting Xiao Yuan's assistance, resulting in a substantial gain. At this moment, the figures of Zunti and Zhijing were filled with anticipation. Suddenly, Zunti exclaimed, as golden light surged across the heavens, an embodiment of the heavenly Dao. A cascade of fortune and merits descended, illuminating the surroundings with its golden brilliance. However, many powerful beings were left in shock upon witnessing the merits bestowed. It was not due to an abundance, but rather a stark scarcity. Logically, the merits from the fifth emperor's ascension should have surpassed those of the previous four. Yet, to their astonishment, The merits received were even less than those granted during the third Emperor's ascension. Sun Tie's expression of joy had evaporated entirely. Brother, it must be that Xiao Yuan has played some trick. Otherwise, how could the fifth Emperor's ascension yield such meager fortune and merits? Sun Tie exclaimed in anger. For the disparity between expectations and reality had created a significant sense of disappointment. Alas, I underestimated that young man, did you not notice? The total fortune and merits we have received from the 5 ascensions precisely align with what Xiao Yuan had projected. Jie remarked bitterly, his mouth twitching in frustration. The fortune gained by the Western teachings paled in comparison to that of the human teachings and was exactly half of what the Chan teachings received. If Xiao Yuan had indeed breached their agreement, they could have justified causing a scene, but his actions were meticulous and left no room for dispute. They neither violated the contract nor allowed the Western teachings to gain any advantage, leaving them with no recourse for complaint. Jie now regretted not having decisively chosen the third-tier conditions proposed by Xiao Yuan. Had he done so, the Western teachings would have undoubtedly acquired a far greater share of fortune. Unfortunately, there were no remedies for regret. Unlike the 2 saints of the West, Xiao Yuan gazed upon the descending merits with a smile in his eyes. Still hoping to take advantage of me? Not a chance. My gaze is a measuring stick. Not a single fragment of fortune shall be granted to your Western teachings. Chapter 92. Jie spits blood. The purple gold entries devour the law of refinement following the descent of the merits for the Western teachings. Xiao Yuan then focused his mind. With the Western teachings having concluded their reckoning, it was now time for Xiao Yuan to assess his own rewards. After laboring for so long, he was eager to discover the extent of the heavenly Dao's rewards. I, Xiao Yuan of the Chan teachings, hereby establish the martial path amidst the wilderness today, defining the order of martial arts and perfecting martial cultivation. Xiao Yuan proclaimed loudly. Boom. At the moment his words echoed, the previously retracted golden light of the heavenly Dao surged forth once more, manifesting with a vast quantity of fortune and merits swirling in the heavens above. The human race is favored by the heavens and the earth, with martial arts intricately linked to their existence. Their contributions to the revitalization of humanity naturally attract a wealth of merit and fortune. This extraordinary phenomenon has astonished all beings in the primordial world. Those formidable figures, who initially believed that the Western teachings had successfully reigned in their merit and fortune, were utterly taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Was it not an uproar instigated by Xiao Yuan? It appeared that Xiao Yuan had established a remarkable martial path for the human race, garnering merit and fortune that surpassed even that acquired by the Western teachings by a factor of 2. Many powerful beings in the primordial realm were astounded and engaged in fervent discussions. They witnessed an abundance of merit and fortune cascading upon Xiao Yuan and his companions, as well as the Jie Sect. Meanwhile, Tong Tian, who was feigning seclusion, felt the influx of this fortune and could not contain his joy. His disciple had indeed proven to be reliable. He had genuinely brought forth this fortune, justifying Tong Tian's pretense of seclusion to deceive those from the Chan and teaching sections. In contrast, Jie and Sun Tie found themselves ensnared in an eerie silence, their earlier expressions of joy at receiving fortune now entirely dispelled. Junior brother, we have been outsmarted by that Xiao Yuan, Jie exclaimed. I suspected he was merely coveting our spiritual treasures to strategize for the West. But it turns out he was merely leveraging us to seize the fortune of the human race. Jie, a dignified sage, was so overwhelmed that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Previously, he had believed the Western teachings were reaping substantial gains. Now, it was clear that they had been sold out by Xiao Yuan, unwittingly counting the coins for him. This merit and fortune should have rightfully belonged to the Western teachings. Senior brother, are you all right? Sun Tie cried out in alarm. I am fine. Jie waved his hand, though his gaze was somewhat vacant. Witnessing Xiao Yuan's maneuvers, he suddenly felt that the merit and fortune acquired by the Western teachings were not as appealing as he had once thought. Jie resolved that if he were to engage with Xiao Yuan again, he would need to be extraordinarily vigilant. Had they known that Xiao Yuan had buried another explosive surprise within the Western teachings, their expressions would have been even more incredulous. On the other side, Xiao Yuan and his disciples were basking in the influx of merit. Although this merit was considerable, it paled in comparison to the occasion when the Earth's sovereign returned to his rightful place. After all, this was not the home ground of the Jie Sect, and to receive such a bounty of merit and fortune was a testament to Xiao Yuan's astute planning. He was quite satisfied with the outcome. In addition to the substantial merit Xiao Yuan received, his 2 disciples, Xian Pe and Yang Jian, also gained significant merit. Notably, Xian Pe, who had reached the pinnacle of the Tei Golden Immortal Realm, was on the verge of transcending into the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. With the influx of merit, He not only restored his previously lost origin, but also elevated his foundation to that of a lower-grade chaotic root, gaining the opportunity to advance to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Before long, dark clouds began to gather ominously in the sky. Noticing that his disciple was about to face the tribulation, Xiao Yuan promptly contacted his master to borrow the Qingping sword. During his own tribulation, he had been seduced by the demon Lord Bo Sun. Xiao Yuan harbored concerns that Bo Sun might re-emerge to cause havoc during his disciple's tribulation. So he prudently borrowed the Qingping sword as a precaution. Should Bo Sun dare to show his face, Xiao Yuan would not hesitate to strike him down. Furthermore, having the Qingping sword by his side would serve to intimidate any lurking villains. In no time, Xianpa commenced his tribulation. The first tribulation is the Thunder Tribulation. Like Xiao Yuan, Xianpa also faced the 99 Dongxiao Xianyuan Tribulation. When this calamity emerged, many formidable beings in the primordial world became aware, recognizing that this child possessed the potential to blossom into the 9th grade. Xianpa, having transformed from the Xianpa Holy Stone, inherently possessed a robust physique. And having cultivated the 8-9 Xian Gong to the 5th level, he utilized the power of spiritual treasures to navigate through this tribulation, albeit with a bit more disarray compared to Xiao Yuan's experience. Next came the second tribulation, the Wind Tribulation. Xiao Yuan had already bestowed the soul-dissipating bell upon Xianpa for protection, thus this tribulation was traversed rather smoothly. The final and most critical trial was the Heart Demon Tribulation. The concerns that Xiao Yuan harbored did not materialize during Xianpa's tribulation. The demon lord Bo Sun did not personally manifest. Instead, it was an incarnation of a celestial demon king that interfered with Xianpa's tribulation. Within the demon realm, the demon lord Bo Sun held dominion over all, commanding 81 celestial demon kings beneath him. These celestial demon kings possessed cultivation levels above that of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, with some ranking high enough to rival quasi-saints. The entity that tempted Xianpa was a prominent heart demon king incarnation. Xianpa's heart was already resolute, and with the 9 transformation clear heart pill bestowed by Xiao Yuan, overcoming this heart demon tribulation would not pose a significant challenge. Ding, Xianpa has reached the Great Luo Tribulation. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Strike down the heart demon incarnation, which would enhance the devouring heaven and earth, gold. A tribute to devouring law and refining Dao, purple gold. Choice 2. Allow the heart demon incarnation to depart unscathed, which would grant the masterful thief, gold, a tribute. Devouring law and refining Dao, purple gold. You may devour 3,000 great laws for your own use. All things in the world can be consumed and transformed into nourishment for your cultivation. Masterful thief, gold. You possess exceptional thieving abilities, capable of locking onto a target and randomly stealing spiritual items or treasures from them. The higher the target's cultivation, the greater the failure rate of theft. Just as Xiao Yuan was focused on safeguarding his disciple, the system suddenly emerged. I choose 1. Xiao Yuan made his decision without hesitation. For him, whether to spare the celestial demon incarnation was merely a fleeting thought. The masterful thief, a tribute, seemed rather redundant to him. Devouring law and refining Dao was what he truly desired. With this attribute, Xiao Yuan could accumulate resources for breaking through at an accelerated pace, making it immensely beneficial not only for reaching the pinnacle of the Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, but even for stepping into the realm of Mixed Yuan Great Luo. The sole drawback of Choice 1 was perhaps incurring the wrath of the outer celestial demons. However, for Xiao Yuan, he had already established a bitter enmity with Bo Sun, and an additional grievance mattered little. Seeing that Xianpa's tribulation was nearing its end, the outer celestial demon, realizing it could not shake Xianpa's resolve, grew increasingly agitated and prepared to withdraw its incarnation. Xiao Yuan seized the opportunity, wielding the Qingping sword to deliver a decisive strike, accompanied by a piercing scream. The celestial demon king's incarnation was ruthlessly annihilated, leaving behind a black glowing demon heart stone, which contained the essence of that heart demon incarnation. Xiao Yuan, you dare to slay my celestial demon incarnation, my demon realm will not spare you. The anguished roars of the celestial demon king echoed in Xiao Yuan's ears. To this, Xiao Yuan paid no heed. If he was unafraid of Bo Sun, what fear could he possibly have of this celestial demon king? After Xiao Yuan vanquished the incarnation of the heavenly demon king, Xianpa coincidentally completed his tribulation and was in the process of forming the 3 flowers atop his head. Golden flowers blossomed, first 1, then 2, until all 9 varieties bloomed. In Chapter 93, titled Talented Disciples, the 3 demons of Xuan Yuan's grave, Xianpa successfully traversed the Deluo tribulation, and the 9 flowers atop his head attracted numerous marvels. This spectacle incited exclamations of awe from many powerful beings within the primordial realms. The blooming of 9 flowers is indeed a rarity. Following the Wu and Yao calamity, only 2 individuals have achieved such a feat remarkably. Both of them belong to the Jie Sect, and even more astonishing is that they are master and disciple of the same lineage. Congratulations to Daoist Xiao Yuan on his esteemed disciple's accomplishment of blooming 9 flowers, a testament to his potential for sanctity. Truly, Daoist Xiao Yuan is an exemplary teacher, and disciple Xiao Shi is a remarkable successor. This tale will resonate throughout the primordial realms. As Xianpa completed his tribulation and officially entered the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal, many powerful figures began to offer their congratulations to Xiao Yuan. Graciously, Xiao Yuan reciprocated their gestures, his expression of joy unwavering. At last, he comprehended his teacher's elation when he himself bloomed 9 flowers, as it indeed bestows considerable prestige. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan's second disciple, Yang Jian, witnessing this scene, resolved to also bloom 9 flowers upon entering the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, determined not to tarnish his teacher's reputation. Xianpa, this is the demonic heart forged by the incarnation of the heavenly demon king. By refining it, you can solidify your resolve and remain impervious to the onslaught of inner demons. Xiao Yuan produced the demonic heart he had previously acquired. For one of Xiao Yuan's stature, such a heart held little significance. Thank you, master. Xianpa promptly accepted the demonic heart. During this expedition of the human race, he had laid the groundwork for martial arts and amassed immense merit. Now, with Xianpa successfully stepping into the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, he had also obtained the purple gold trait, swallowing the law to refine the path. One could say his endeavors were fruitful, even yielding abundant gains. Xiao Yuan decided not to linger further, preparing to return to Yingzhou Island with his 2 disciples. After all, Xianpa needed to consolidate his cultivation, and Xiao Yuan himself wished to study the new trait. However, en route, Xiao Yuan suddenly paused and addressed his 2 disciples. Xianpa, you shall escort your junior brother back to Yingzhou Island. I have some matters to attend to. Understood, Xianpa replied, leading his junior brother Yang Jian away. As for Xiao Yuan, he transformed into a streak of light, heading in a specific direction. At this moment, within Xuan Yuan's grave, 3 little demons were diligently practicing their cultivation. These 3 beings consisted of a fox demon, a chicken essence, and a stone pipa spirit. They were currently absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, purifying the impure and retaining the pure, hoping to transform into human forms soon. Just then, an old man with white hair and beard silently descended into Xuan Yuan's grave, approaching the 3 little demons. Sensing the unusual presence, the 3 little demons awakened and bowed deeply. We pay our respects to the esteemed elder. We are unaware of your purpose in coming here, but we shall certainly comply with your wishes. The white-haired spirit fox, being the most astute, understood that the one who could arrive so quietly must possess cultivation far surpassing her own. Thus she maintained a humble demeanor. I have observed your diligent cultivation and, on a whim, wish to offer some guidance. The venerable elder with white hair and beard is none other than Xiao Yuan. He, while journeying back to Yingzhou Island, unexpectedly sensed the presence of the 3 demons, which prompted him to make this detour. The Xianyuan tomb serves as the sepulchre for the Emperor Xianyuan of the Xianyuan clan. Although the 3 demons are feeble, they were born within the confines of the Xianyuan tomb and have thus absorbed the imperial aura of the Emperor Xianyuan, enabling them to approach the mortal king, Dxin. This is fundamentally why the goddess Nuwa dispatched the 3 demons to disrupt the Shang dynasty. The 3 demons of Xianyuan tomb can undoubtedly be regarded as one of the protagonists of the Investiture of the gods, serving as the catalyst for the downfall of the Shang dynasty. Having sensed their existence, Xiao Yuan could not afford to disregard them. By bringing these 3 demons under his wing in advance, he would secure a strategic advantage to be utilized when the time is ripe. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your benevolence. We shall earnestly listen and diligently cultivate our skills, the 3 demons exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Despite having been born under the influence of the Xianyuan tomb and imbued with the emperor's fortune, they had not received any substantial inheritance. Only knowing the rudimentary practice of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, which proved to be an exceedingly slow and treacherous path. Now, with the sudden arrival of an esteemed elder promising to impart cultivation methods, this was an unparalleled opportunity for these wildlings, and they were determined not to squander it. I shall impart to you the profound and ethereal methods of spiritual cultivation, Xiao Yuan proclaimed with a smile. In teaching the 3 demons, he had no intention of revealing his true identity. Thus the methods he shared were not from the Supreme Clarity School. For someone of Xiao Yuan's caliber, he could easily concoct a commendable technique. Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing us with your teachings. The three demons, upon receiving a spark of spiritual insight from Xiao Yuan, immediately grasped the wonders of the methods. Xiao Yuan further took care to elucidate various challenges in their cultivation journey. Additionally, he compiled various statecraft strategies, policies, and military tactics into a book and presented it to the three demons. Although their innate talents were modest, their diligence in cultivation was commendable. 3 centuries later, Xiao Yuan rose and spoke. Our meeting is fated, but now the time has come for my departure. The three demons, upon realizing Xiao Yuan intended to leave, grew anxious and could not hold back their tears, pleading earnestly, Master, we wish to follow you, to listen to your teachings, and serve you closely. Foolish children, your bond with me is far from over. There will be another day for our reunion. You must diligently practice and master the methods I have imparted to you. Xiao Yuan replied with a smile before vanishing from the Xinyuan tomb. We respectfully bid farewell to our master, the three demons said in unison, bowing deeply before finally rising. Dear sister, what level of cultivation does our master possess? The Peepa's spirit asked, bewildered. I suspect our master is surely an individual of the celestial realm. The Jie spirit exclaimed. I have had the fortune of encountering a true immortal before, but none had the grandeur of our master. I surmise he must be a formidable figure at the golden immortal level, the white fox spirit said with admiration. For these little demons, who had yet to step onto the path of immortality, the golden immortal was already an unattainable being. They could not even dare to contemplate higher realms like the Tei golden immortal or the Deluo golden immortal, let alone fathom that Xiao Yuan existed as a Hunyuan golden immortal, and moreover, as a powerful being among them. The three demons of Xuanyuan's tomb, having recently awakened their intellect, possess inherently pure natures. It is hard to fathom that they will eventually transform into such malevolent beings devoid of morality. Xiao Yuan murmured. He then smiled, convinced that with his guidance and teachings, these three demons would not repeat past mistakes, and perhaps in the future, they might even pursue great opportunities and accumulate significant merits. Chapter 94. The Pinnacle of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. A request from Ling Zuzi. Now that Xiao Yuan witnessed the emergence of the three demons from Xuanyuan's tomb, he truly felt the impending arrival of the divine punishment. Realizing that the time left for preparation was scant, he resolved to pay a visit to Nuwa Palace in the near future. Even if the teachings of the Jie Sect could not reach the Saint Nuwa, she must not be deceived by the remaining saints into participating in matters against the Jie Sect. However, before that, Xiao Yuan returned to Yingzhou Island to assimilate the experiences gained from his journey to the human realm. After imparting some instructions to his 2 disciples, he began to enter closed-door cultivation. During his time among the humans, Xiao Yuan acquired a substantial amount of merits. A millennium passed. He thoroughly refined these merits. And with the assistance of a new entry, devouring law to forge the path, his efficacy in utilizing these merits significantly increased. During this period, he also consumed numerous 9 transformation elixirs, ultimately elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. Yet, upon barely stepping into this new domain,